Chapter 120. In West City, Earth. It was the peak of rush hour, with people bustling around. No one noticed a black dot appearing in the sky, slowly expanding. Within just 10 minutes, the black dot had grown to the size of a soccer ball and was still gradually spreading. Suddenly, someone looked up at the sky, a puzzled expression slowly appearing on his face. How strange, why is there a giant black hole in the sky? Could it be a crow? But it doesn't look like one. Feeling deeply perplexed, he took out his phone, zooming in with the camera to get a closer look at the black hole in the sky, trying to figure out what was going on. When he finally saw it clearly, his face showed a hint of shock. The sky has a hole in it? At this moment, he clearly saw that the situation in the sky was not what he had initially thought. It was a real black hole that had appeared. Moreover, according to his observation, the black hole was still slowly expanding, causing him to panic. He hurriedly shouted out. "We're doomed, we're doomed. A black hole has appeared in the sky and it's expanding. What on earth is happening? Could this be the end of the world?" As he shouted, everyone around him was drawn to his voice, and they all looked up at the sky. The crowd's faces quickly showed expressions of shock. What is happening? A sense of impending crisis filled the air. Before they could react, the black hole suddenly expanded, growing to the size of a basketball court. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another flew out from the black hole. Each person carried an incredibly terrifying aura, as if they had crawled out of hell. Ha ha ha, finally, we've escaped that dark and sunless place. The human world. How nostalgic it smells. This person was from the evil legion of hell. The sinister smile on his face could not be contained as he glanced around, noticing how weak all the humans were and the panic on their faces at this moment. This made him even more delighted. What a bunch of weak ants. Since we've met, let me give you a little gift. With a wave of his hands, many energy waves flew from his hands, descending like raindrops. Under the terrified gazes of all the humans, each drop of rain was like a bomb, causing people to be blown away in chaos. A disaster immediately unfolded. Ha ha ha, ants, embrace fear. Accept the terror. This member of the evil legion, a reckless destroyer, was venting his suppressed emotions. The others who emerged from the black hole acted similarly, wreaking havoc wherever they went, leaving many people truly suffering. As these beings from hell appeared, more and more androids began to emerge. However, these androids had been strictly instructed and received orders, refraining from wanton killing and plundering. Instead, they simply crossed their arms and floated in the air, looking down with cold indifference. One evil figure after another descended. The overwhelming aura filled all the humans with despair. At the same time, at Cammy's lookout, Mr. Popo and Cammy suddenly froze. With their unique authority, they could sense the movements and situations across the entire Earth. Just now, they felt the arrival of several immense energies, and this had been going on for quite a long time. If it were just the androids, they might not have been able to detect anything, but the evil legions from hell were different. Not only were their energies extremely powerful and malevolent, but their wanton destruction was impossible to ignore. Oh no! It seems a lot of villains have appeared all at once, and many people's energies are gradually disappearing. Mr. Popo slightly focused his senses, and his brows furrowed tightly. Not only did he sense other powerful presences, but he also noticed the ordinary people's energies gradually fading as well. And it was all happening in West City. This was something he couldn't ignore. Cammy hurriedly ran out of Cammy's lookout. His actions quickly caught the attention of the other Saiyans. Greta asked, "Cammy, what's happening? Why do you look so flustered?" Something terrible has happened, something terrible. Cammy had seen it clearly. A group of evil beings had appeared out of nowhere, and now they were wreaking havoc without restraint, having already destroyed the entirety of West City. Who knows how many people have died? Are these guys demons? Cammy described everything he had seen. The expressions of the gathered Saiyans changed. Someone dared to mess with their territory. Isn't this a direct challenge to them? And to be so brazen about it too, this was intolerable. Greta and the other Saiyans immediately said, "How dare they? To cause trouble on Earth, no matter who they are, they must be made to understand whose territory this is. Let's go. Let's teach these lawless scoundrels a lesson. Besides, we could use some exercise, it's been so long, our bodies feel like they're rusting." Greta spoke nonchalantly, then, along with the other Saiyans, headed toward West City. To them, there weren't many strong people on Earth. The fact that they were making a move was already a sign of respect to their opponents. But when the group of Scions arrived in West City, nothing was as they had imagined. West City had long since been leveled. The casualties were uncountable, but a massive black hole had appeared in the sky, from which people continued to emerge. Each one had varying degrees of strength. As for the original culprits, who knows where they had gone, but seeing the devastation before them was shocking enough for the Scions. What's going on? How could there be a hole in the sky? And these evil beings are all coming out of that black hole. They all share one thing in common: their auras are extremely malevolent. Adam frowned. He felt that this aura was very similar to how they used to be, but now they had long since reformed. Perhaps because of this, looking at these beings filled them with an inexplicable sense of disgust. Faced with all this, they didn't know where to start, but their arrival immediately drew the attention of the evil legion from hell. After all, with West City in ruins, the arrival of these powerful figures was quite conspicuous. How could they not attract attention? Chapter 121. Yo! It seems a few decent fighters have arrived. Looks like this planet isn't entirely worthless, there are still some strong ones here. Just when I thought everyone was trash, a few ants with some strength show up. Now that's interesting. A spiky-haired figure mocked arrogantly. Without a scouter, he couldn't accurately gauge the Scion's combat power. However, after seeing West City reduced to ruins, and knowing that the humans of West City were weak, even their technology not being particularly advanced, he and his companions had assumed that the inhabitants of this planet were weak. Even if there were a few exceptions, how strong could they really be? Could they possibly compare to those of them who had crawled out of hell? In their view, that was simply impossible. Hell is a world where only the strong survive, the weak have long been crushed, leaving only the powerful to endure. And they considered themselves to be strong. The Scions looked at each other, their initial shock giving way to smiles. Cruel smiles. Interesting, it's the first time someone has dared to look down on us like this. It seems we haven't fought in a while. We don't know where these guys came from, but since they have the nerve to cause trouble on the planet we rely on for survival, they can't blame us for being ruthless. All the Scions were furious. Even though they weren't originally from Earth, they had made it their home after settling here. But these guys? They were wantonly destroying and mercilessly slaughtering humans. This was desecrating their sanctuary. How could they tolerate that? Carl was the first to move, flashing in front of the enemy before they even had a chance to react, and pierced through them with a punch. He followed up with an energy wave, obliterating the enemy completely, leaving nothing but ashes. Among all the Scions, Carl was relatively composed. Even when facing weaker opponents, he wouldn't be reckless. He resolved the situation cleanly and efficiently. Then he looked at the others. His attack seemed to signal the others, as all the Scions immediately sprang into action, slaughtering every enemy in sight. It didn't take long. The enemies in West City were completely wiped out. Although this evil army from hell wasn't weak, with most of them having a combat power estimated to be in the millions, they were no match for these Scions. Before, if their power had not been increased, there might have been a challenge. However, after unlocking their potential and using the potential enhancement machine, their base combat power had already reached several million. Even without transforming into Super Scions, they could easily crush these enemies. Not to mention, they could transform at will. The power of the Great Ape. The Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Level 1. Any of these transformations would cause a massive surge in their strength. Dealing with these ants was exceptionally easy, but even after wiping out this evil army from hell, there wasn't a trace of joy on their faces. Instead, they all stared grimly at the black hole in the sky. Do you feel it? It seems like there are several incredibly powerful beings there, and one of them feels extremely terrifying. This doesn't look good. Carl frowned. The other Scions sensed it too, and because of this, they had quickly eliminated the enemies. But it also made them hesitant. Their current combat power was so immense, yet there was something out there that made them feel threatened, even to the point of being utterly powerless. Just how terrifying could this presence be? This situation is tricky. With our strength, we probably can't handle it. We need to call the boss right away. Greta didn't pretend to be tough. From the energy they sensed, it was clear that their opponent was beyond their capability to defeat, and they didn't even know the full extent of their enemy's power. This feeling of helplessness was unbearable. However, they had no direct way to contact the boss. Their only option was to contact the Kami, who could then reach out to North Kai, who in turn could inform Mu Chuan. But just as they finished making contact, the black hole in the sky trembled violently. Then they saw countless dark shadows slowly emerging from the black hole. These were powerful figures, yet none of them emitted any detectable energy, causing the Saiyan's expressions to change drastically. No detectable energy. Could it be? Before they could finish their thought, two all too familiar figures appeared. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu. These two mad scientists had actually emerged from the black hole. This immediately made it clear to the Saiyans where these evil beings had come from. Hell. They must have come from hell. Because these two mad scientists had previously escaped to hell, and now that they had reappeared, it meant they either possessed unparalleled power or had some other advantage. The expressions on everyone's faces became extremely grim. It seems the situation is truly dire. These two mad scientists, previously, the androids they created were terrifying enough, and now they've gone to hell. Who knows what kind of monstrous androids they've developed this time, and now they're brazenly appearing on Earth. They must be confident in their power. The Saiyans felt a bitter frustration. Clearly, the enemy were traitors and should be apprehended, but it was also clear that these traitors had something formidable backing them up. Can they really pull this off? Carl observed more closely and noticed that each of the mad scientists was accompanied by an android, one with red hair and one with blue hair. The oppressive force these two androids exuded was overwhelming. Even though their energy couldn't be sensed, the sheer pressure they emitted was unparalleled, putting the Saiyans on high alert. Seeing the two mad scientists caused Axiana's anger to reach a boiling point. If it weren't for the bigger picture, he would have charged at them without hesitation. Just as they were about to speak, they noticed that Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu had stepped aside, moving to the edge of the black hole as if preparing to welcome someone. This made their pupils contract, and a wave of unease spread through them. Hiss. A surge of violent purple lightning filled the air. Even before the person appeared, a terrifying aura had already enveloped the entire area. The androids that had just emerged instinctively stepped aside, showing just how frightening this power was. Then, the Saiyans witnessed a scene that filled them with fear. It was a figure they knew all too well. The former emperor of the universe. Frisia. No, impossible. Didn't the boss already take care of Frisia? How could he possibly appear again? Chapter 122. Ho 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 ho. What a delicious air. This is truly a day that lifts the spirits. Before the person even appeared, his voice was already heard. Frisia slowly emerged from the black hole, followed by numerous warriors from hell, each of them possessing formidable strength. Even within the galaxy, these warriors were powerful enough to dominate their respective regions. But now, they obediently followed behind King Frisia. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Carl and the other Saiyans' expressions changed dramatically. While the other enemies might only have posed a certain level of threat, Frisia was a deep-seated terror, a fear that came from the very core of their beings. Just hearing his voice. Their hearts panicked. When Frisia spotted the Saiyans, a slight hint of surprise flashed across his face, followed by a sly smile. Oh Saiyans, huh? To think I'd run into some of my old acquaintances here. How amusing. I've missed you all so much, day and night, I've longed for this day to finally come. Oh ho ho ho. Frisia's aura surged, and his combat power increased at a visible pace. In just an instant, his strength reached the level of hundreds of billions. As purple light filled the atmosphere, the very earth began to tremble. The Saiyans all turned pale, and they each transformed into Super Saiyans. Though it felt like a futile effort, they had no choice but to give it their all. When Frisia saw the Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tail involuntarily twitched in the air. That annoying yellow glow again, for so long, I've thought about that yellow light day and night. It has been my sole motivation for training all this time. I, Frisia, the genius of the frost demon race, was trapped in that dark and endless hell because of you filthy monkeys. I've trained day and night, and finally, I've returned to the world of the living. The king has truly returned. His sharp voice rang out, as if it would tear through the very fabric of space. In an instant, the newly transformed Super Saiyans were blasted away, unable to resist at all. They were instantly knocked out of their Super Saiyan forms and reverted to their normal states. Their faces were filled with terror. Was the difference in power really this vast? After all, they had transformed into Super Saiyans, yet now the gap between them was so immense it defied description, as if they were facing their own leader. This realization shocked them all. The surrounding androids were also taken aback. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu exchanged glances. They had never truly submitted to Frisia and had always sought to break free, especially now that they had returned to the world of the living. But seeing Frisia's overwhelming combat power made them suppress their rebellious thoughts. Even with all their schemes, they might not be able to defeat Frisia. Even if they could manage a victory, it would likely be a Pyrrhic one. This forced them to take a more cautious approach. This is really bad. Frisia has grown stronger again. In the past, we could have crushed him by transforming into Super Saiyans. But now, he hasn't even made a move, and we've already been forced out of our Super Saiyan forms. How are we supposed to fight him? Greta felt deeply frustrated. No matter how hard he trained, it seemed impossible to keep up. This sense of inadequacy was unbearable. The other Saiyans also felt stifled. It wasn't just Frisia, even those warriors from Hell proved difficult to deal with. This stark contrast forced them to confront the harsh reality. Indeed, the world is vast and full of surprises. There are always stronger opponents out there. They couldn't afford to relax. Axiana's eyes locked onto Dr. Gero, her anger almost palpable. She wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. But now, given the current situation and her own relatively weak combat strength, she couldn't do anything to him. This left Axiana feeling incredibly frustrated, angry at her own powerlessness. Have we contacted the boss yet? If he doesn't get here soon, we're finished. The enemy is overwhelming, and we can't handle them on our own. Someone asked urgently at that moment. Carl glanced ahead, then suddenly powered up, transforming into a Super Saiyan once more. I've already asked Kami to contact him. But whether the message got through or not, we don't know yet. However, we can't rely on the boss for everything. If we always depend on him, we'll never grow, never become strong enough to stand on our own. Fighting is our mission. Only through battle can we grow. Remember, we are the warrior race, Saiyans. With a roar, he unleashed all the emotions he had been holding back and charged at the evil army's soldiers, almost as if he were ready to sacrifice himself. He wasn't foolish enough to go after Frisia directly, that was beyond his capability. He didn't target the androids either, they were too tricky, especially since he couldn't sense their energy, making it impossible to gauge their strength. Carl's actions shocked the other Saiyans, but soon they snapped out of it and charged forward, powering up once more. They might have no chance of victory. But they would never surrender. Plus, they still had senzu beans. As long as they didn't die, they would eventually become stronger. This might even be the best way to increase their combat power. Carl understood this too, which is why he charged in without hesitation. He planned to use these opponents as his whetstone. Since he couldn't deal with Frisia, he would focus on increasing his own strength, making himself more powerful. As for whatever Frisia intended to do, they couldn't stop him. All they could do was take care of the smaller enemies. Frisia, seeing this, lost interest. He only wanted to find Chuan. As for the other Saiyans, he viewed them as nothing more than monkeys, insignificant. Whether they could transform into Super Saiyans now or were just ordinary Saiyans in the past, he could crush them easily. His confidence returned once again. Seeing that Frisia wasn't attacking, Carl and the others smirked, their energy surging to the peak. Any Hell warriors who approached were swept away by them. However, their actions also completely enraged the Hell warriors. In an instant, they were surrounded, and the battle intensified. Though the Saiyans were strong, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of enemies. Soon, they were overwhelmed and covered in wounds. Chapter 123. The battle raged on ferociously. If not for their conscious effort to avoid firing energy blasts at Earth, the planet would have already been destroyed. But even with their restraint, Earth still suffered varying degrees of damage. Every Saiyan bore injuries, yet each wound was a testament to a Hell warrior's demise. As their injuries worsened, the Saiyans swiftly consumed senzu beans. Their energy and wounds instantly recovered, and their combat strength surged once more. Most experienced an increase of tens to hundreds of times their original power. Though they hadn't reached a near-death state, and thus their gains weren't as substantial as they could be, the boost was still incredibly significant for them. The more they fought, the stronger and more courageous they became. This caught Frisia's attention. Interesting. I didn't expect the Saiyans to develop like this. Although only a few of them are left, they're not performing badly at all. And they keep growing stronger. No wonder they're called a warrior race. Frisia watched them for a while before losing interest. While it was true they were becoming more formidable, they still didn't impress him. However, D'Argero was exceptionally intrigued. Although he had spent considerable time with the Saiyans, most of it was in the lab, focused on his research. He hadn't truly understood the full extent of the Saiyans' terrifying potential. He knew they were a powerful race in the universe, but he didn't know exactly what made them so formidable. Now, seeing how all the Saiyans recovered from severe injuries and then increased their combat strength before his eyes, his interest was piqued. This was highly valuable material. If he could harness this power, wouldn't it make the androids even stronger? For a mad scientist like Dr. Gero, anything with potential could be put to good use. His eyes scanned the Saiyans back and forth, and it was clear he was plotting something nefarious. Whatever it was, it certainly didn't bode well for the Saiyans. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, Kami had quickly contacted North Kai, informing him of everything in great detail, his tone as urgent as could be. The passage to hell had been opened, and countless terrifying warriors were pouring out. The most alarming part was the return of the Universe Emperor, Frisia. This was beyond terrifying. Upon receiving the news, North Kai did a brief check and was immediately shocked. This is terrible. This is terrible. That Frisia guy is back, and he's stronger than ever. He's countless times more powerful than before. This spells disaster for Earth. North Kai was like an ant on a hot pan, frantically pacing back and forth on his planet. Even Bubbles and Gregory were equally agitated. Their commotion disturbed Chuan, who overheard North Kai's exclamations. He quickly grasped the critical information. Frisia has returned. And he's on Earth? This revelation surprised him. While he hadn't given Frisia much thought before, that was only because Frisia was trapped in hell. No matter how strong Frisia got, he wouldn't be able to trouble him. When the opponent finally appears, his combat strength will likely have far surpassed anything from before. But Chuan never expected Frisia to truly return. How could this have happened? Whoosh! In a flash, Chuan appeared beside North Kai, placing his hands on him to calm him down. What exactly happened? Let me take a look. Without waiting for a response, he used North Kai's abilities to directly observe the situation on Earth. The planet was already in ruins. Humanity was facing an unprecedented disaster. Even with the guidance of Mr. Popo and Kami, leading most people onto the path of martial arts, the strongest human warriors, with battle powers in the hundreds, were insignificant against these terrifying hell warriors. They were like ants, being slaughtered one by one. He then shifted his gaze to Frisia's side. There were numerous powerful warriors surrounding Frisia, each with a combat strength in the billions. Frisia himself was unimaginably powerful. In the distance stood D'Argero and D'Armu, each surrounded by many android warriors. Though it was unclear just how strong these androids were, the mere fact that their energy couldn't be sensed suggested they were formidable. Chuan furrowed his brow. This situation was far worse than he had anticipated and presented a significant challenge. It seems Frisia has truly returned as the king. I wonder what form he's reached. If he hasn't achieved his golden form yet, maybe there's still a chance. Chuan knew well how terrifying Frisia's potential was. If Frisia ever took his training seriously, his power would undoubtedly be immense. Given the setbacks Frisia had faced, there was no doubt that he would have trained diligently, but to what extent, Chuan couldn't be sure. Chuan felt it was necessary to stop Frisia, even if he wasn't fully certain of the opponent's strength. But he wouldn't back down. Saiyans thrive in battle, and Chuan wasn't about to believe he would lose, especially since he had now mastered Super Saiyan 4. To ensure his combat strength was at its peak, he had even come to North Kai's planet to learn new techniques. With the addition of the Kaioken, his power level could reach quadrillions. Whether he could achieve even greater strength depended on his body's ability to withstand it. Even if Frisia had his golden form, could he really withstand Chuan at full power? Chuan wasn't sure. But he knew he had to fight. North Kai, I need to head to Earth now, or they'll completely destroy it. But, North Kai hastily tried to stop him. What are you thinking? Yes, your combat strength is indeed formidable, but how can you possibly stand against Frisia as he is now? His energy is terrifying, and he's brought so many warriors from hell. You can't possibly deal with this. Better to live to fight another day. Besides, those who die can be revived with the Dragon Balls on Namek. There's no need to take such risks. North Kai pleaded urgently. To him, Chuan was the only Saiyan with significant power left. As long as Chuan was alive, there was still a chance to resist Frisia. If he acted recklessly now, who would be left to stop Frisia? North Kai was panicking. However, Chuan didn't heed his advice. In an instant, he teleported to Earth. He knew that his actions were indeed risky, but he had his reasons. Besides, fighting is the quickest way for a Saiyan to grow stronger. Saiyans never back down from a battle. Chapter 124. Energy, boss's energy is here. Someone suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the sky where a figure had appeared. The previously chaotic scene fell into a dead silence, even drawing Frisia's attention. Ho ho ho, it's been a long time. Frisia looked at Chuan and was the first to greet him. A smile spread across his face, appearing unusually sincere. However, everyone present didn't see it as a sign of genuine happiness. Instead, they felt an instinctive chill as if the temperature around them was dropping. They all began to silently retreat. Even Dr. Gero and the others quietly stepped back, feeling an ominous sense that something terrible was about to happen. Chuan scanned the surroundings. The area had been completely leveled. What was once a bustling city, full of life, was now devoid of any trace of humanity. The only thing left was the black hole hanging in the sky. As he looked at this black hole, he couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed familiar. Is this the Hell Android 17 arc? Though there are some major differences, this must be the gateway to Hell. After all, even Frisia has shown up. Heh, what a mess this has become. After surveying the scene, Chuan was certain that Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu's reckless actions had caused things to spiral out of control. The Hell Gate was open, and warriors from Hell were pouring through one after another. If they weren't sent back to Hell, the Earth would be utterly destroyed. Chuan then turned his gaze to Frisia, narrowing his eyes. Even though Frisia hadn't made any move, the overwhelming energy emanating from him made Chuan feel extremely threatened. Frisia, noticing he was being ignored, didn't seem to mind. Instead, he spoke as if they were old acquaintances. It's been a while since we've seen each other, and I find myself missing you. Oh ho ho ho. The Saiyan homeworld has long been destroyed. Why didn't you Saiyans perish along with your doomed planet? Chuan retorted, what a foul mouth. And yet, the frost demons still exist even without a home planet. Aren't you ashamed of your ancestors? Frisia was briefly taken aback but quickly regained his composure, adjusting his tone. I have no time to chat with you. I crawled out of Hell specifically to take my revenge and show you filthy monkeys that I am not to be trifled with. Previously, I was careless and assumed that no one in this universe could rival me, leading to my neglect of training. But after this period of reflection, I've been training day and night, fully realizing my potential. Are you ready to die? Frisia slowly spread his arms wide as if embracing the entire blue sky, and the energy around him began to surge dramatically. As his power rose, the once purple and white body was now enveloped in a silver hue. This was his new transformation. A form known as the Silver Form. As Frisia's body became engulfed in a silvery white aura, a terrifying energy instantly spread across the area. His power level surged to 300 billion. Tremble before my overwhelming strength. Frisia boasted. No one can stand against me, all shall bow before the might of the great King Frisia. You're all talk, Chuan frowned. Although he could feel that Frisia had become significantly stronger, it still wasn't enough to concern him. Boom! Chuan stepped forward and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He wasn't in the mood for a long, drawn-out battle. Of course, aside from not wanting to waste time, the truth was that only in his Super Saiyan 4 form could he face Frisia's current terrifying strength. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he would have been no match for Frisia. Thus, without hesitation, Chuan transformed into his strongest battle form. His power level shot up to 10 trillion. An overwhelming force surged through him as Chuan unleashed a powerful punch. Before Frisia could even react, Chuan grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground with incredible speed. The impact was so fierce that the ground instantly caved in, forming a massive crater. But it wasn't over yet. Chuan quickly charged a destructive energy blast and hurled it straight at Frisia. A thunderous explosion shook the area. Everyone was stunned by the sudden outbreak of battle. They had barely registered what was happening, and yet the fight had already escalated to such a devastating level. None of them had anticipated this. As they stood in shock, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Frisia, who had become so powerful, was being utterly dominated. It was unimaginable. How is this possible? How can a Saiyan be this powerful? Even with transformations that boost their strength, the increase shouldn't be this massive. What kind of monster is this? Diargero was utterly shocked, and a sliver of fear crept into his heart. He knew that Saiyans could multiply their power through transformation, but he had always thought that the increase was only about 100-fold at best. In his mind, they were never a real threat. But the scene before him shattered his understanding completely. The mighty emperor of the universe, Frieza, had been effortlessly crushed. When Frieza was alive, he ruled the universe, and even in hell, he remained an undisputed king. Yet now, this terrifying ruler was being mercilessly beaten down, his fate unknown. How could anyone not be astonished? However, the shock didn't last long. With a loud crash, a massive boulder fell away, revealing a battered figure that flew out from the debris. Although he looked particularly disheveled, it was clear that it was indeed Frieza. His appearance was ragged, but his demeanor was still as composed as ever, exuding a unique sense of elegance. Floating in the air, Frieza nonchalantly flicked his tail and fixed his gaze on Chuan. Interesting, I didn't expect the Saiyans to have another transformation. I thought the Super Saiyan form was the pinnacle. It seems I've been ignorant. But you filthy monkey, have truly angered me. I'll have you know that I haven't been idling away my time in hell. I originally planned to give you a dignified death, but since you provoked me, I'll grant you a death befitting your arrogance. Frieza's sharp voice echoed as he floated in mid-air, his energy suddenly surging to new heights. A golden aura enveloped him. Chapter 125. The transformation from silvery white to gold took just an instant, yet the shift in Frieza's demeanor was unmistakable. As the golden aura enveloped him, his appearance changed once again. This transformation was even more dramatic, with Frieza's entire body alternating between hues of yellow and white, giving him a somewhat bizarre appearance. But the power he exuded was terrifying. Even Chuan's expression changed slightly as he observed the transformation. Golden Frieza? Chuan was genuinely startled. If Frieza had truly mastered the golden form, then Chuan was in serious trouble. Even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Chuan realized he might not be able to match Frieza's sheer power. However, as he watched, Chuan noticed that Frieza's transformation stopped short, with only a partial golden hue covering his body. This unexpected turn of events made Chuan breathe a sigh of relief. Though Frieza had achieved the golden form, the fact that he hadn't fully transformed into pure gold indicated that his transformation wasn't complete. Thank goodness, if he had fully transformed into golden Frieza, this battle would have been unwinnable. Despite his relief, Chuan couldn't ignore the creeping sense of urgency. The altered course of history had led Frieza to fully appreciate the importance of training. To think that a brief period of training in hell had made Frieza this terrifying was alarming. If left unchecked, Frieza would only become more powerful. Chuan shuddered at the thought of what might come next, perhaps even more formidable transformations like Diamond or Black could emerge from Frieza's relentless training. At that point, even the gods of destruction would be in danger, let alone a mere Super Saiyan 4 like himself. Feeling the pressure, Chuan realized that he couldn't solely rely on the system to grow stronger. He needed to pursue both transformation enhancements and the path of divine power. Only by combining both could he hope to remain invincible. As Frieza basked in the surge of power brought on by his transformation, he finally stopped his movements and addressed Chuan. So, what do you think? How does my transformation compare to that of a Super Saiyan? This form was created specifically for you. Since you've made me experience pain like never before, I'll return the favor tenfold. Although you, filthy monkey, have also grown stronger quickly, don't think for a second that you can match up to the great King Frieza. Empowered by his tremendous battle strength, Frieza's arrogance returned. The regal demeanor of the emperor once again dominated the battlefield. However, Chuan didn't pay him much attention. Instead, he glanced at the surrounding androids. In the next moment, an incredibly intense energy burst forth from Chuan's body. Everyone assumed that Chuan was preparing to engage Frieza. But what happened next left them all utterly stunned. One after another, terrifying energy blasts shot from Chuan, each one striking an android with pinpoint accuracy. While the warriors from hell were formidable, these androids were ruthless killing machines. Not only were they impossible to detect via energy sensing, but their combat strength was also overwhelming. These androids were far more powerful than androids 17 and 18 from the original story, making them too dangerous to leave unchecked. The battlefield needed to be cleared quickly. Moreover, Chuan had a nagging feeling that those two crazed scientists, Dr. and Dr. weren't done scheming. They were undoubtedly planning something sinister. But their survival depended entirely on these androids. As long as Chuan destroyed all of them, the two scientists would be powerless to pull any more tricks. Frisia, on the other hand, was easier to deal with. At least he wouldn't present too many unexpected challenges. Chuan's actions caught everyone off guard. Dr. and his allies didn't even have a chance to escape before they were engulfed by the barrage of energy blasts. Whether they survived or not was uncertain, but they were certainly in bad shape. Frisia, witnessing the outcome, felt utterly humiliated. That damned monkey, faced with such overwhelming power, how dare he not take the battle seriously and instead waste time dealing with those insignificant androids? This was the ultimate insult. You filthy monkey. I initially wanted to enjoy playing with you, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With a swift movement, Frisia vanished from his original position, reappearing right in front of Chuan. Catching him off guard, Frisia delivered a powerful punch. He then flashed again, anticipating Chuan's trajectory, and wrapped his tail around Chuan before slamming him into the ground with a vicious blow. The impact was so powerful it felt as if the earth itself had been pierced. The battle moved at lightning speed, making it nearly impossible to follow. Frisia unleashed a relentless assault, while Chuan was reduced to a mere punching bag, completely on the defensive. In just a few seconds, Chuan was covered in wounds, seriously injured. Boss! The Saiyans watching were horrified. They had never seen their leader in such a dire state. Chuan had always been in control, effortlessly dealing with enemies. Even when faced with opponents of equal strength, he had never been this battered. Of course, that was because they had never witnessed Chuan in a true life-or-death battle. In front of them, Chuan's fights were usually one-sided massacres, making them seem easy. But this was a different story. Chuan himself was stunned. He had been focused on eliminating future threats and had never anticipated that his actions would so thoroughly enrage Frisia, leading to such a brutal counterattack. In the brief moment he had to catch his breath, Chuan didn't hesitate, he quickly consumed a senzu bean. Everyone carried senzu beans, they were essential, especially for Saiyans, as they were life-saving tools. As Chuan swallowed the senzu bean, his wounds healed rapidly, and his power level surged to 13 trillion. Incredibly strong, but still not enough compared to the current Frisia. Oh. So you just ate something remarkable. To think that you could recover from such severe injuries so quickly, and here I thought I knew everything. I suppose I have been a bit ignorant. Hand over whatever it is you just ate, and perhaps I might show you some mercy. Humph. Chuan scoffed coldly, spreading his hands wide and gathering a massive energy wave with his hands clasped together. An even more powerful energy blast erupted, as if aiming to destroy everything in its path. Frisia extended his hands, emitting a purple glow. The destructive beam from his hands pierced through the energy wave in an instant. But in the next moment, Chuan appeared above Frisia, delivering a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Frisia quickly recovered and dodged, but it was as if Chuan had anticipated his move. Another energy blast was thrown, engulfing Frisia's escape route. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, with sonic booms echoing across the sky. Chapter 126. The intensity of the battle was so overwhelming that no one dared to linger nearby. Even the Hell warriors who had crawled out of Hell kept their distance. Karl and the other Saiyans were no exception. At this moment, they were all visibly shaken. What kind of power was this? Incredibly strong. If they dared to get close, the shockwaves from the battle alone could seriously injure them in an instant. The true terror of the combatants' power was beyond their comprehension. The clash of immense energy caused the earth to tremble and shake. Every earthling felt as if the end of the world had arrived. This is just too powerful. Someone suddenly uttered, and the others instinctively nodded in agreement. The two fighters on the battlefield could no longer be judged by common sense, they were terrifying to the extreme. As for who would win or lose, that was still uncertain. However, their level of power had far surpassed anything anyone could imagine. Boom! Chuan was sent flying by an energy blast, unable to control his body as he was now covered in injuries. In contrast, Frisia appeared much more at ease, even leisurely strolling through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the light emanating from Frisia was becoming deeper and more intense, covering an increasingly larger area. As the battle raged on, Not only was Mu Chuan growing stronger, but at the same time, Frisia was gradually mastering his overwhelming power. Moreover, by engaging with Mu Chuan's combat strength, Frisia was quickly adapting to his golden form. He was slowly becoming more powerful. And he relished the process. Whoosh whoosh. Frisia steadily advanced, his energy surging with every step as if it could grow without limit. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. Oh ho ho ho. Such powerful combat strength, such a wonderful feeling. Don't think that only you Saiyans can grow stronger through battle. I, the great king, can do the same. If I hadn't been so disdainful of training in the past, do you think I would have fallen into such a trap? Now, let me show you my true power. As Frisia spoke, the golden light surrounding him had already reached 50%, making him appear as if he were coated in gold. He shone brilliantly in the sky. Everyone was drawn to him, even the ambitious Dr. Gero had to marvel at the sight. As expected of the Emperor of the Universe, his combat power is terrifying. He's gradually perfecting his form, though he hasn't fully displayed his golden form yet. But his combat power has already doubled from before. Such terrifying strength, without some extraordinary means, there's no way to defeat him. Dr. Gero thought to himself, realizing that it was not yet time to turn against Frisia, as he had no confidence in defeating such a powerful being. As Frisia displayed this formidable side, all the Hell Warriors were exhilarated. This was their king. That elegant posture, that overwhelming power, made people utterly captivated. Our king is too powerful, this is why we follow him. Nobody can stand against the great king. Everyone was stunned by Frisia at this moment. It wasn't just the enemies, even Mu Chuan was taken aback. He never imagined that Frisia could grow stronger the longer he fought. It's well known that this guy is a genius of the Frost Demon race, but this is just too exaggerated. Getting stronger and stronger in battle, and for no apparent reason. Who could make sense of this? At least the Saiyans need to be seriously injured and then recover to experience a power boost. But what about Frisia? He just kept getting stronger as they fought, as if he'd activated some kind of cheat mode, even stronger than the one Mu Chuan had. It seems I have no choice but to go all out. A determined look appeared in Mu Chuan's eyes. He didn't immediately consume a senzu bean, not because he had none left, but because he didn't want to rely too heavily on them. He needed a more intense fight. Without intense battles, he would stagnate. This was why he was in such a desperate state now. Only by experiencing extremely fierce combat could his fighting power improve. And now, the more severe the injuries he sustained during the fight, the more unimaginable his combat strength would be once he recovered. So, he chose to continue fighting Frisia despite his severe injuries rather than heal immediately. Facing Frisia head-on, Mu Chuan exhaled slightly, and suddenly, an even more dazzling red aura erupted from his body. Kaioken. With a soft shout, his combat power skyrocketed once again, directly reaching 26 trillion. Even after doubling his Kaioken, he still felt an immense pressure. While he could use a higher multiplier of Kaioken, his combat power was already so overwhelming that it imposed tremendous pressure on his body. His body wasn't fully adapted to it yet. But even so, his combat power was still terrifying. Just as a hint of surprise flashed across Frisia's face, Mu Chuan had already appeared right in front of him. He landed a heavy punch squarely on Frisia's face. The next moment, he followed up with an elbow strike, sending Frisia crashing to the ground. Without giving him a chance to react, an even larger energy wave blasted out. Frisia only managed to respond at the last moment, but by then the energy wave was already in front of him. He tried to dodge, but it was too late, and he could only push his hands forward to block. Boom! Did you really think you could take me down that easily? You're delusional. No wonder you Saiyans can kill me, you've got some skills. But if you think you can defeat me with just this level of power, you're underestimating me far too much. Frisia was enraged. The energy wave slowly dissipated in his hands. Mu Chuan quickly moved in on Frisia again, but before he could strike, Frisia's tail whipped around and smacked him hard in the face. Bang! Frisia leaped into the air, stomping down on Mu Chuan, followed by a spinning kick that sent him crashing into the ground. The entire ground was left full of craters and cracks. Considering the intensity of their battle, it was a miracle the Earth could withstand it at all. But to both of them, it didn't really matter whether Earth survived or not, they could both live in the vacuum of space. As for everyone else, well, that was a different story. In this fierce battle, Mu Chuan fought as if he had nothing to lose, trading blows without hesitation, but his combat power was still significantly weaker. Even fighting desperately couldn't make up for the disadvantage. Chapter 127. Seeing Mu Chuan get injured time and again, only to stand back up and continue fighting, repeating the cycle over and over, was a sight that left an unparalleled impact on all the Saiyans. The spirit of never giving up touched them deeply, as if some internal barriers were slowly breaking down. Their emotions were stirred. Boss. The boss is still fighting, how can we slack off? How can we give up? We have to fight, keep fighting. Only by continuously fighting can we keep up with the boss's pace. We can't let him face this alone. With every word Carl spoke, he stood taller, and the energy around him grew stronger. Inspired by him, all the surrounding Saiyans seemed to forget themselves at that moment. Gradually, a violent lightning aura began to envelop them, and their power surged once again. In an instant, their combat strength doubled. They had officially reached Super Saiyan 2. Under normal circumstances, they would have been ecstatic about this breakthrough. But now, they couldn't bring themselves to be happy. Even with the breakthrough, they still couldn't help the figure fighting in the sky, they still felt that their combat power was too weak. So weak that they couldn't even protect themselves. So weak that they couldn't even lend a hand. So weak that they could only drag him down. The mixture of anger and determination in their eyes made their aura unusually unified. Unconsciously, they all turned their gaze toward the Hell Warriors in the distance. As if by instinct, they charged directly at those Hell Warriors. The battle erupted instantly. The Hell Warriors had no idea what was happening with these Saiyans. Why were they suddenly acting like they'd been injected with adrenaline? What the hell is going on with these guys? They suddenly seem like different people, their combat power has increased, and they've gone completely mad. The Hell Warriors panicked. Although their combat power was also strong, and their fighting style was extremely brutal, they never expected these Saiyans to be so terrifying. They were truly scared. Their combat strength was far greater than before, and they were immediately overwhelmed, causing the Hell Warriors to quickly lose ground. It was as if they were facing a disaster. On the other side, Mu Chuan's battle suit was already in tatters. He could see that he wasn't a match for Frisia, and Frisia's form was gradually perfecting. This filled Mu Chuan with a sense of urgency. If things continued like this, he might be the one who gets worn down first. If Frisia fully completes his transformation, he will possess terrifying combat power. Mu Chuan knew very well that once Frisia reaches his golden form, his combat power would definitely exceed 100 trillion. By then, what strength would Mu Chuan have to resist him? He wasn't sure, and he couldn't be certain if he could withstand it. So, he had to destroy Frisia completely before he could fully transform into Golden Frisia. Triple KO Ken. Mu Chuan roared, his face contorting as the red aura around him grew even more intense. His immense combat power surged through his body, but even so, he felt that it still wasn't enough to overwhelm his opponent. As he charged forward once more, he increased the multiplier again. Quadruple KO Ken. As he shouted in fury, his fist slammed into Frisia, carrying all his rage and combat power. Mu Chuan's punch landed solidly. But he didn't stop there. He refused to give Frisia any chance to catch his breath. Boom. Frisia, you're a dead man. Why did you crawl out of hell? If you just stayed put, things could have remained peaceful, but why did you have to come back? If I could destroy you once, I can destroy you a second time. You will never be able to defeat me. Mu Chuan endured the side effects of the Kaioken. With every punch he threw, he felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. If he hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he could have used a higher multiplier of Kaioken without putting such a heavy strain on his body. But now, his power was too great, and each additional multiplier placed unimaginable pressure on him. At this moment, his combat power had already reached 52 trillion. But that wasn't enough. With this level of power, he could only slightly suppress Frisia. It wasn't enough to destroy him. That wasn't the outcome he wanted. Boom. 5 times Kaioken. 65 trillion combat power. In an instant, he surpassed Frisia. This explosive power was so terrifying that Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this Saiyan growing stronger and stronger, and by so much more than him? What in the world was going on? North Kai's planet. North Kai had been watching every move on Earth. Initially, he felt that there was little hope against such a powerful enemy. But as Mu Chuan turned the tables time and again, though not easily or without difficulty, it was still surprising. When Mu Chuan used Kaioken, North Kai became anxious. The Kaioken was not to be used unless absolutely necessary because of its severe side effects. The strain on the body was enormous. If Mu Chuan failed to defeat his opponent using Kaioken, then he would be left with no strength to continue fighting. You must win. If you lose, the entire galaxy will once again fall under the shadow of that tyrant Frisia. Please, don't lose. North Kai was deeply worried. At this moment, he was praying, even though he knew the Kaioken would put tremendous strain on Mu Chuan's body. But what other choice was there? Without using Kaioken, he wouldn't even stand a chance. Frisia was simply too powerful. He exceeded everyone's expectations. But now, the battle was growing even more intense. Both Frisia and Mu Chuan were giving it everything they had, fighting as if their lives depended on it, trading blows, risking everything. Their fierce battle pushed the earth to its limits. With a resounding crack, the earth began to split apart. This shocking turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Had they actually shattered the planet? Everyone was stunned. But the two main fighters couldn't afford to care. They were locked in combat, their minds focused solely on their enemy. Chapter 128. Mu Chuan wasn't being cold-hearted. Earth had already been ravaged beyond repair, and ancient texts were of no use. Any mistake could mean the end for him. Even if the earth split apart and exploded, as long as the Dragon Balls remained, everything could be restored, including those who were lost. Boom! As the battle intensified, both fighters moved faster and faster, to the point where the onlookers could no longer follow their movements. All they could see were two intense beams of light clashing violently. One golden light, one red light. They're too strong, unbelievably strong. These two are monsters. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mia were in awe of the immense power they were witnessing. Looking around, they noticed that most of the androids had already been destroyed. But a few still remained. The two doctors quickly seized the opportunity while everyone else was distracted, gathering up all the remaining androids. These were, after all, their creations. But they didn't just stop at collecting the androids, they also began to recover those that had not been completely destroyed. Their actions were discreet. No one noticed them because all eyes were on the two blinding lights in the sky. This gave the doctors the perfect opportunity. It's time to play our trump card. If we keep losing ground like this, our super hell androids won't stand a chance, Dr. Gero whispered. Dr. Mia nodded slightly in agreement. Then, they began instructing the remaining androids to start fusing with each other. One by one, they merged, but their bodies didn't change in size. However, their appearance did change significantly. Their faces and bodies underwent various degrees of transformation, but the most noticeable change was in their power. With each fusion, their combat power doubled. This wasn't just 1 + 1 = 2. As they continued to orchestrate the fusions, they kept a wary eye on the battle in the sky. They knew that if those two monsters above noticed their actions, everything could be ruined in an instant. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Mu Chuan was enduring the strain of the 5 times Kaioken, but even then, he was only slightly stronger than Frisia. The difference in power was minimal. His body was beginning to falter under the immense pressure, the surge in combat power was too much for him to handle. But Frisia was growing stronger as the fight continued. The golden aura around him was gradually enveloping his body. The more he was injured, the stronger he became. And he didn't need to recover. This terrifying rate of growth caused Mu Chuan's eyes to widen in shock. He hadn't expected Frisia to be this formidable. He had initially thought it wouldn't be too difficult. After all, even in the original story, Frisia was just another boss, not the true final villain. But now, experiencing it firsthand, Mu Chuan realized just how terrifying Frisia really was. No, if this continues, my body won't be able to take it. On the other hand, Frisia might use this battle to achieve his perfect form. Mu Chuan's thoughts raced. His power boost was only temporary, and it wouldn't last long. Moreover, his combat power wasn't as great as Frisia's. Even though his exceptional talent allowed him to recover and grow stronger after each battle, the improvement was limited. This was what worried him. But he couldn't think of any way to further enhance his power. From what he knew, the only way to achieve greater strength was to step into the realm of the gods. However, the path to that realm required the assistance of other Saiyans or an understanding of divine energy. But for him, at this moment, these were concepts he couldn't grasp or touch. Mu Chuan suddenly found himself in a difficult position. I can't worry about anything else now. At worst, I'll drag him down with me. I refuse to believe that he wants to go back to hell again. With no other choice, he decided it was a life-for-life situation. Mu Chuan's resolve hardened. He grabbed Frisia by the tail and hurled him into the sky, quickly following behind. Wave after wave of energy blasts were launched at Frisia. The battle between the two became increasingly terrifying, and the cracks on the ground became more and more pronounced. Soon, the fight escalated into the skies. They were now battling in outer space, in the vacuum of the universe. In the vacuum of space, there was no sound, only the brilliant flashes of light, leaving everyone on Earth stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. They're fighting in space now. How strong could they possibly be? It's common knowledge that ordinary beings can't breathe in the vacuum of space. As far as anyone knew, only Frisia could survive in such conditions. But how was Mu Chuan able to do it too? What? Saiyans can survive in the vacuum of space? What's going on here? Diargero and the others were in utter shock. To them, space was an even more dangerous place. For any scientist, the mysteries of space were both well-known and terrifying. The universe was something vast and enigmatic to most people. Moreover, it was understood that Saiyans couldn't survive in the vacuum of space. Without a planet, a Saiyan's combat abilities would be severely limited. But now, what was happening? This realization shocked them to their core, and they began to feel that their information was outdated. They had no idea that Mu Chuan could fight in the vacuum of space. This revelation jolted them into action. They had already lost once before. If they were to lose again, the consequences would be dire. Aside from Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu, the other Saiyans and Hell Warriors were also stunned by what they were witnessing. Though they were powerful, they couldn't survive in outer space. This wasn't a matter of strength, it was due to racial characteristics and the level of their life force. But who would have thought those two would end up fighting in space? Because Mu Chuan and Frisia's battle was so intense, the other fights on Earth had already begun to wind down. The others had been severely affected by the shockwaves, and continuing to fight would be pointless. In outer space, the battle between the two became increasingly fierce and terrifying. At their level, every second of combat caused immense destruction. Both of them were sustaining injuries. But it was a brutal exchange of injury for injury, life for life. The ferocity of their battle was shocking to behold. North Kai watched the scene unfold with a deeply conflicted heart. If the battle continued like this, it wasn't just Earth that would be in danger. The entire galaxy could be in jeopardy. This was getting out of hand. Is there still hope? Please, don't lose. North Kai was at a loss for what to do. At this point, it seemed that only Mu Chuan had any chance of defeating Frisia. Meanwhile, on a higher level, there were other eyes watching this epic battle unfold. Chapter 129. The Supreme Kai, who had followed Mu Chuan and his group back from the demon realm, had not left Earth even once. Due to the presence of Majin Buu, there was no room for any complacency, and the Supreme Kai had been constantly monitoring Majin Buu's movements. However, upon realizing that Majin Buu wasn't causing any harm but was instead spending his time traveling and enjoying food, the Supreme Kai finally felt a sense of relief. Even though Majin Buu had awakened, he wasn't causing trouble or killing innocents, which was the best possible outcome. But what they didn't expect. How much time had passed since then? The gates of hell suddenly opened, allowing even stronger demons to emerge. As Earth descended into chaos, they had no choice but to attempt to save humanity. But with their limited power, there was little they could actually do. For the most part, they could only rely on Kibito's instant transmission to rescue ordinary people, but when the real battle began, they were left helpless. As Mu Chuan's battle with Frisia reached its climax, they were even more powerless. In the far reaches of the universe. In a mysterious place, at this moment, on a large tree deep within the universe, a pair of eyes were slowly opening. It was as if the intense energy clashes had finally stirred them awake. Allele. Someone's disturbed Lord Bira's sleep, this is not good. A man with a peculiar hairstyle and dressed in strange clothing remarked with slight surprise. Despite his words, he didn't stop what he was doing. This was Whis, the Angel of Universe 7. When the god of destruction Beerus opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed wasn't the two powerful forces clashing, but the food in Whis' hands. Immediately, he complained, "You're eating while I'm asleep again. Why didn't you save me any?" I was afraid of disturbing your deep sleep, Lord Beerus, Whis replied while continuing to eat, showing no intention of sharing. But Beerus wasn't having it and reached out to grab some for himself. Whis didn't resist at all, as if he had intended to give it to Beerus all along. Among all the universes, Beerus was probably the most unfortunate god of destruction. Anything remotely tasty was hidden away by Whis, leaving Beerus with almost nothing delicious to eat. For this reason, anything with a decent taste would seem like a gourmet delight to Beerus. Whis had Beerus wrapped around his finger. Though angels are the teachers of the gods of destruction, beyond the bond of mentor and student, Whis managed everything else to ensure Beerus didn't completely lose himself. And in this, Whis excelled. After Beerus finished devouring the food, he nonchalantly wiped his mouth. That was a good nap. But it seems like a couple of guys' fight woke me up. I guess I should take a look and see who these guys are in the universe. Sounds interesting. Because he had something delicious to eat as soon as he woke up, Beerus was in a particularly good mood and didn't mind being woken up. Whis smiled gently. Since you're in such a good mood, Lord Beerus, let's go down and take a look at those two, shall we? This time, we have two exceptionally strong individuals. The developments in the lower realm are progressing quite rapidly. Whis tapped his staff, and in an instant, the two vanished. In the next moment, they reappeared near Earth. They observed the planet, which was already in ruins, but showed little concern. A god of destruction is, after all, a deity destined to destroy planets. For him, obliteration comes naturally. This is just the beginning. But when they appeared, the North Kai, who had been closely monitoring the battle, suddenly sensed something and glanced over. His face quickly turned to terror. As the North Kai of the North Galaxy, his status in the universe hierarchy is far superior to that of the Kamis. His strength is greater, and his rank is much higher. However, when he saw Beerus and Whis, he immediately felt that their life levels were far beyond his own, to a degree he could scarcely comprehend. It must be noted that his superior is the Grand Kai, but beyond that, his understanding is limited. Yet these two individuals' life levels far surpassed even that of the Grand Kai. Could they be? He couldn't even fathom it. These two, their life levels are so much higher than mine. Just what kind of existence are they? Could it be that the battle between Chuan and Frisia attracted their attention? North Kai pondered. But just then, he felt two gazes fall upon him, carrying a terrifying pressure that startled him. He had been discovered. Quickly, he said, "Please forgive me, sirs. I am the North Kai of the North Galaxy. Due to the opening of the Hell's Passage, the universe tyrant Frisia is attempting to destroy Earth. This led to the current battle. May I ask why you two have come?" Although he speculated that they might be here because of the battle, sometimes it's better to play dumb. Beerus merely glanced at him, showing little interest. In his memory, this fellow seemed vaguely familiar, but the memory was too distant, so he couldn't quite recall it. Whis, however, was deep in thought. Because a long time ago, they did indeed encounter this Kai. Back then, he had cast a spell on the Kai, preventing him from remembering them. This was why the North Kai did not recognize them now. Perhaps if his memory was unsealed, he would recall everything from the past. However, Whis and the others didn't really care. He waved his hand, signaling the Kai not to worry, and instead turned his attention to the battle. Beerus sat cross-legged in the void, watching intently. Although the two combatants weren't particularly strong, the fight was still somewhat intriguing. To think that such beings still exist in the universe, and that guy, he's the one who used to be quite interesting, right? The one from the Frost Demon race. Indeed, Lord Beerus. It's just that he seems to have made great strides in power, his strength has improved significantly. Beerus, after seeing Frisia, instantly remembered who he was, and his interest was piqued even more. Since they were old acquaintances, this could be even more interesting. But then, he noticed Chuan with a tail, and this made him abruptly stand up, no longer relaxed in his cross-legged position in the void. Seeing that tail immediately reminded him of everything from his dreams. A Saiyan. Chapter 130. As Beerus looked at Chuan, his expression changed. A Saiyan. A race that, in his dream, had posed a threat to him. Even though it was just a dream, it was enough to make him take them very seriously. He licked his lips, feeling a sense of eager anticipation. Whis, standing beside him, maintained his gentle smile throughout, appearing extremely calm and composed. When Beerus and Whis first arrived, no one noticed their presence. But Beerus's reaction just now had unmistakably exposed their position. As Frisia glanced over, he froze on the spot. A subtle, almost imperceptible fear flashed across his face. Even with his current overwhelming power, the strength of a god of destruction still weighed on him like a massive boulder. Lord Beerus. Frisia's reaction immediately created an opening for Chuan, who seized the opportunity and landed a powerful punch on Frisia, barely gaining the upper hand. However, Chuan stopped his attack, his peripheral vision catching sight of something completely unexpected. Wasn't that the god of destruction, Beerus? And the angel Whis, too. Their arrival had far exceeded his expectations. Despite his current strength, Chuan knew he was nowhere near powerful enough to take on Beerus. Beerus had quite a few thoughts about Saiyans. After all, he was the one who first mentioned the concept of the Super Saiyan god. But now, would things unfold the same way as in the original story? Chuan halted his actions. Frisia, too, dared not make any rash moves, even with his vastly improved combat power. But Beerus, he was still a god of destruction. They were on entirely different levels. With both of them ceasing their fight, Beerus and Whis slowly floated closer. It's been a long time, little one from the Frost Demon race. Beerus was the first to speak, casually greeting Frisia, but his main focus was clearly on Chuan. A Saiyan? As far as I know, weren't the Saiyans wiped out? Even their planet was destroyed. I didn't expect any Saiyans to still be alive. Frisia hurriedly responded, Lord Beerus, it's all due to my oversight. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Planet Vegeta was indeed destroyed, and most of the Saiyans were exterminated. But a few survivors managed to escape and are now living on Earth. I came here today to send them all to hell. Even Frisia, normally so proud, now appeared somewhat servile before Beerus, a testament to the vast difference in their levels. Chuan remained indifferent, his mind racing as he contemplated how to deal with the current situation. Leaving aside Beerus's attention, Chuan knew he couldn't replicate Goku's actions from the original story, as he didn't have enough kind-hearted Saiyans. Moreover, his own strength was insufficient. And with someone as unpredictable as Beerus, who knew what kind of actions he might take? As for whether planet Vegeta was truly destroyed or any details involving Beerus, Chuan didn't concern himself with such matters. After all, he was merely an outsider. The extinction of the Saiyan race wasn't his priority, his only focus was on himself and his current companions. From Frisia's words, some questions didn't even need to be asked, it was already clear enough. The grudge between the Frost Demon race and the Saiyans had long been established. However, while both Frisia and Chuan were deep in their own thoughts, Beerus spoke up. I've heard that among the Saiyans, there is something called the Super Saiyan God. Is that true? Faced with Beerus's question, Chuan naturally responded, I'm very sorry, Lord Beerus. Currently, there aren't many Saiyans left, and their combat power isn't very strong. There's no such thing as a Super Saiyan God, and I'm the strongest among them. Chuan spoke honestly, without any concealment. He knew that his power was far from enough in the eyes of someone as powerful as Beerus. Just as Chuan had expected, Beerus looked slightly disappointed after hearing his answer. Indeed, Chuan's current combat power was impressive, but it still didn't reach the level Beerus was interested in. Moreover, the difference between the realm of gods and mortals was vast. Beerus had a troubling dream during his slumber, a dream about a Super Saiyan God. But now, hearing that there was no such being as a Super Saiyan God left him not only disappointed but also rather uninterested. At that moment, Whis suddenly spoke, it seems Lord Beerus is in a foul mood. He was abruptly awakened, and now there's nothing interesting happening. What should we do? What should we do? Beerus glanced back at Whis, his expression one of exasperation. Whis, shut up. Since you two were the ones who woke me up, why don't you both go all out and show me your power? A little wake-up service might just do the trick. With his hands behind his back, Beerus slowly began to float in space. His imposing figure struck fear into both Frisia and Chuan, making them feel an immense pressure. Whis quietly moved to the side. Although he was Beerus's mentor, he never interfered in the actions of a god of destruction. Beerus was known for acting on a whim, following his own instincts. While his behavior could be reckless at times, as long as one understood his nature, the situation wouldn't escalate too far. The two combatants fell silent. Chuan, familiar with Beerus's unpredictable nature, didn't panic. Since Beerus had made such a demand, Chuan wanted to see if his current power could stand up against Beerus. The difference in power was likely immense. But only by facing such pressure and recognizing the gap could he truly push his strength to new heights. Frisia seemed to sense what was coming. The two exchanged a glance and silently nodded. In that moment, these sworn enemies reached a tacit agreement. Chuan deactivated his Kaioken, and a wave of intense pain washed over him, making him feel as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The strain from using it had been immense. However, he wasn't trying to appear weak before Beerus. Such a tactic would be useless against him. And Chuan wasn't that foolish. Chapter 131. Can you still hold on? Frisia frowned as he noticed Chuan's energy suddenly weakening, a stark contrast to the intensity he had shown during their battle. The bean you ate earlier, do you have any left? Hurry up and eat one. In your current state, it's not about being useful, it's about not being a burden. Frisia's tone was filled with disdain as he spoke. Chuan ignored Frisia's words and calmly took out a senzu bean, tossing it into his mouth. After arriving on Earth, he had quickly realized the strategic value of these beans. Not only had he acquired a substantial amount, but he had also carefully stored them. He even had Corinne produce them in bulk. Thanks to this, senzu beans were in abundant supply. As soon as he ate the senzu bean, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed, and his combat power skyrocketed to 20 trillion. This increase was incredibly frightening. His power now exceeded what it had been before the battle. If he had relied on traditional training methods, who knows how long it would have taken him to reach this level. But after an exhilarating battle, his strength had rapidly improved. This was the shortcut to power for Saiyans. Impressive combat power, but it's still not enough. No matter how I look at it, there's no way to defeat Beerus. Even though his strength had increased significantly, and he had surpassed his previous combat power by a large margin, even if he used the Kaioken, his combat power would reach an incredible level. However, he was fully aware that this still wouldn't be enough to deal with Beerus. But this wasn't the time to be calculative. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Otherwise, if Beerus got in a bad mood, both he and Frisia would be doomed. As he prepared himself, the two of them floated in the air, keeping their distance from Beerus. At that moment, they were unsure how to make the first move. From every angle, Beerus seemed flawless, with no openings to exploit, and they couldn't even sense his energy. This was the worst-case scenario. Their existence was on an entirely different level. What do we do? There's no opening, how can we attack? Chuan whispered, knowing that if they were facing someone with just strong combat power, they could make a move easily. Even a reckless attack might have a chance. But when the other party's existence was on a different level, and they couldn't even sense them, how could they possibly make a move? Frisia's face was equally grim. While they were locked in this standoff, two figures flew up from Earth. It was Kibito and the Supreme Kai. Just moments ago, they had sensed the battle in space had stopped, but then they noticed two strange presences, very similar to their own. This couldn't help but draw their attention. So, the Supreme Kai and Kibito flew over to investigate. This brought them face to face with Beerus and the others for the first time. The scene fell into silence. The Supreme Kai stared at the two unfamiliar figures in front of him. Not only did they feel unfamiliar, but he also couldn't remember who they were. Yet their existence level was on par with his own, leaving him utterly baffled. Who exactly are you? Why do you possess the same level of existence as I do, yet I have no idea who you are? Beerus? Whis? Beerus and Whis, who had initially intended to speak after seeing the Supreme Kai, were caught off guard when the Kai himself suddenly voiced his confusion. This immediately brought an awkward silence between them, leaving both Beerus and Whis unsure of how to respond. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same hint of bewilderment in the other's eyes. What was going on? Why did this Supreme Kai seem so clueless? Could it be that the current Supreme Kai had become so inept that he didn't even recognize them? Or had the lineage of the Supreme Kai been severed so thoroughly that vital knowledge was lost? Whis maintained his usual gentle expression, but even he couldn't help feeling slightly exasperated at the situation. It seems there are indeed some issues with the Supreme Kai's lineage. If they don't even recognize us, then this has certainly become quite interesting. Whis remarked, his tone polite yet tinged with subtle amusement. Upon hearing Whis speak, the expression on the Supreme Kai's face immediately changed. The fact that the other party could identify him with just a few words, while he had no knowledge of them, made him feel uneasy. However, before the Supreme Kai could respond, Chuan spoke up, cutting through the tension. Supreme Kai, the two before you are none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Whis, his attendant and an angel. They exist on the same level as you, but each has their own role to play. Typically, there wouldn't be any interactions between you. The reason you're unaware of them might be due to the severance of your lineage. Mu Chuan's explanation helped the Supreme Kai grasp the identities of those before him, but it also deepened the conflict on his face, as he processed the unsettling realization of how much he didn't know. When he had inherited the role of Supreme Kai, all the knowledge that should have been passed down had been lost, forcing him to figure things out on his own. Now, faced with a situation he couldn't control, he felt a growing sense of frustration. God of Destruction. As the name suggested, did this being represent pure destruction? Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet. North Kai had been observing the events unfolding in space. Although he had initially sensed the presence of the newcomers, he couldn't quite place them until a memory surfaced, triggered by their identities becoming clear. I remember now. It's Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. North Kai exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear. He glanced at his small planet, remembering how, long ago, it had been much larger. But one day, Lord Beerus had arrived, and his planet had been destroyed. However, North Kai couldn't bring himself to leave his beloved planet behind, so he chose one of the larger fragments and transformed it into the small planet it is now. Though it still held a certain charm, it was a far cry from its former glory. Recognizing Beerus, North Kai felt a surge of helplessness on behalf of Mu Chuan and Frisia. They were simply outmatched, this wasn't a fight on the same level at all. Lord Beerus must be truly bored. With his level of existence, how could anyone hope to stand against him? To think he wants to fight Mu Chuan, it's like using a cannon to kill an ant. Only gods understood that the higher one's level of existence, the less it was simply about combat power. Sometimes, you couldn't even touch your opponent, so how could you fight? North Kai shook his head slightly, feeling that there was no point in watching further. The Supreme Kai's sudden arrival had interrupted what was about to be an epic battle. However, Beerus showed no interest in the Supreme Kai, completely ignoring him and turning his attention back to Mu Chuan and Frisia. Meanwhile, Whis quietly moved to the Supreme Kai's side. Chapter 132. Are you two ready? Beerus asked, his hands casually folded behind his back, looking utterly indifferent. Though he already knew the outcome, having slept for so long, he felt the need to stretch a bit. Besides, he was curious to see what level of power the strongest fighters in Universe 7 currently possessed. Mu Chuan and Frisia exchanged a glance, nodding silently. In the next moment, Mu Chuan unleashed his power, transforming into a full-powered Super Saiyan 4, while also activating a tenfold Kaioken. His battle power surged to 100 trillion. The terrifying aura he emitted shook everything around him. Oh. Not bad. This looks a bit more interesting now, Beerus remarked, slightly more intrigued as he felt the immense power emanating from Mu Chuan. Following that, Frisia let out a furious roar. Though silent, his anger seemed to make the entire universe tremble. Even the distant earth shook violently. Frisia's battle power was skyrocketing, and his entire body gradually turned a golden hue, though it still had a long way to go. Nonetheless, his power was leagues beyond what it used to be. At this moment, both of them had reached their peak. Yet, despite their overwhelming power, neither dared to make a rash move. They stood at a distance, warily watching Beerus. Now this is more like it. If you couldn't even muster this much strength, it would have been incredibly boring. Now, come at me. Beerus extended one hand, beckoning them forward, his expression utterly relaxed. Mu Chuan and Frisia didn't believe Beerus was underestimating them, he simply had the power to back it up. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, the two launched a ferocious attack. Their speed was astonishing as they went all out, fully aware that against the god of destruction, they couldn't afford to hold anything back. To not go all out wasn't a sign of respect, it was a death wish. Boom! The shockwaves from their battle shook the entire universe. Yet, despite the ferocity of the fight, Beerus remained unfazed, easily handling the onslaught. He used only one hand. With just one hand, he effortlessly fended off their combined attacks. And occasionally, he even counterattacked. The ease with which Beerus fought left everyone watching in utter disbelief. It seemed as if he was toying with them. Mu Chuan and Frisia's power was incredibly formidable, far beyond what anyone could imagine. But now, they were being completely overpowered by Beerus, without any chance to retaliate. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, Beerus casually deflected them all, as if it were a cat playing with a mouse. Is this all the power you have? Beerus asked, continuing to fend off their blows. There was no condescension in his tone, but his words still made both Chuan and Frisia's hearts sink. Then came another round of fierce attacks. Energy blasts filled the air, and Frisia unleashed his destructive ray. But when the blast hit Beerus, it was as if nothing had happened. It only produced a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, Beerus was completely unharmed. It was like an attack that had smoke but no firepower. You've got some skill, but it's still not enough. Beerus floated in the air, completely unbothered by the recent attacks. They were nothing to him. Without even moving his other hand, Beerus continued to toy with them, not even bothering to unleash his true destructive power. The gap between them was immeasurable. This is no longer just a difference in combat power. It's a difference in the very level of life itself. The Supreme Kai and Kibito, who were watching from the sidelines, were utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before them. Is this the power of the god of destruction? Unbelievably strong. Though we belong to the same level of life, the gap in combat power is as vast as heaven and earth. His combat power isn't particularly overwhelming, perhaps only a bit stronger than Frisia was in the past, but even then, it's limited. When compared to the three who are fighting now, the difference is unimaginable. Is this really the god of destruction? Too strong. Chuan and Frisia are currently among the strongest beings in the universe, yet they can't even scratch the god of destruction. If the god of destruction weren't holding back, they would have lost instantly. The gap is just too big. The Supreme Kai muttered to himself. Whis, however, smiled gently and said, Lord Supreme Kai, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. While it's true that Lord Beerus is incredibly powerful, he is, after all, a god of destruction, naturally possessing the power of destruction. Moreover, with my training, his strength naturally wouldn't be weak. Unlike your duties, he only destroys, which gives him such immense power. Wissa's words left the Supreme Kai and Kibito utterly astonished. Such a powerful god of destruction was forged through the training of an angel? Is this really true? They wanted to ask, but in the end, they restrained themselves. Watching the battle unfold was more important right now. Boom! When they returned their gaze to the battlefield, Chuan and Frisia had already been knocked down, landing on a piece of meteorite, looking quite miserable. It started with fierce attacks. But as soon as Beerus made his move, they had no chance to resist. Even the Kaioken was ineffective. They were immediately reverted to their original forms. Even Frisia, at this moment, was not faring well, his entire aura becoming exceptionally weak. In that instant, Beerus had completely overpowered them. He displayed overwhelming strength. The two of them didn't even have time to react before they were already defeated. It was as if all their previous efforts were in vain, unable to do anything against their opponent. The battle ended in an instant. This left them with a deep sense of defeat. Indeed, the god of destruction is just too strong. With our current strength, it seems we have no way of dealing with the god of destruction. Seeing that there was no longer any chance, Frisia reverted from his transformed state and bluntly said, Lord Beerus is truly powerful, we have no way of defeating you. Frisia was very straightforward, defeat was defeat. He was no longer as fragile as he used to be. After going through this, he understood that there was no need to stubbornly insist on winning. Chuan, on the other hand, grew nervous, because they had lost too quickly. With someone as temperamental as Beerus, he might go on a rampage next. Just as he imagined, a beam of light illuminated the entire universe. It was a dark purple energy. The power of destruction. Beerus had gathered a powerful and terrifying force of destruction in his hands. Even in the vastness of space, one could feel its horrifying presence. Since you've already lost and failed to entertain me, I'll have to destroy a few planets to amuse myself. Chapter 133. As the destructive power gathered, tension was written all over everyone's faces. They desperately wanted to stop it, but they were powerless to do so. The sense of urgency became more intense. Even the Supreme Kai was no exception, but he was restrained by Whis, making it impossible for him to move forward. What exactly do you want to do? Can't you see that the god of destruction intends to destroy this planet? This planet is home to countless lives. If it is destroyed, imagine the massacre that will result. The Supreme Kai couldn't comprehend it, which made him furious. However, Whis simply smiled and shook his head. No, we can't interfere with Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus has his own way of dealing with things. You all better not cause any trouble. Whis had no intention of letting anyone interrupt Beerus' fun. As a result, no one could approach the battlefield. Seeing the destructive power intensify, Frisia remained on the sidelines, showing no intention of stepping in. After all, whether Earth was destroyed or not didn't matter much to him, and it certainly didn't affect his interests. Naturally, he appeared indifferent. As the destructive power continued to grow stronger, Chuan clenched his teeth and, in a flash, appeared near Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please wait a moment." Beerus looked at him with interest, waiting to hear what he had to say. Chuan decided to lay his cards on the table. "Lord Beerus, since you're not fully satisfied yet, why not give me a little more time? I will show you my strongest combat power and fight you with everything I've got. I believe you can spare me this little bit of time, can't you, Lord Beerus?" He didn't reveal his true thoughts directly, because he felt that doing so wouldn't shock Beerus. Instead, it might get him eliminated. When lacking sufficient strength, it's best not to act too arrogantly. Hearing his words, Beerus was indeed taken aback. The destructive power in his hand slowly retracted, flowing back into his body. "You say you have a stronger form? Now that makes me curious. Your combat power just now was already very strong. Could there be another transformation?" Beerus was quite intrigued. After all, in his view, Saiyans were a rather peculiar race. Although their innate combat power wasn't particularly high, they could continuously transform to enhance their fighting abilities. That was a rare trait. However, Beerus added, "If it's just another transformation like the ones you've shown, no matter how many times you change, I doubt you'll be able to defeat me. Gods and mortals operate on different levels. You can't sense a god's presence, so what good is increased combat power? Unless you can break the dimensional barrier, but that's impossible. Your strength isn't enough." Beerus didn't mind explaining, as he was feeling rather generous. Chuan, of course, understood this. More than anyone, he was aware of the overwhelming power of the gods. This strength extended beyond combat abilities, it was on a deeper, existential level. He knew that no matter how many times he transformed, it wouldn't be enough to defeat Beerus, not even to touch him. To defeat Beerus, he would first need to stand on the same level, or else it would be a truly hopeless endeavor. In response to Beerus' reminder, Chuan nodded seriously. "Please rest assured, Lord Beerus, I am well aware of that. I will show you my most powerful strength so that you can enjoy a satisfying battle. In that case, I look forward to it." Beerus waited patiently with a calm demeanor. Chuan, however, showed a trace of determination. He was ready to make a desperate gamble. Without hesitation, he flew back to Earth. Frisia observed everything with a puzzled expression on his face. What is this guy up to now? His previous state was already quite powerful, but it still wasn't enough to defeat Lord Beerus. So, what is he planning to do now? Does he really think he can muster even stronger combat power? If he's just trying to stall, he might end up angering Lord Beerus, and that would bring disaster upon the entire universe. Frisia knew very well how terrifying Beerus could be, especially with his unpredictable temperament. Being powerful was one thing, but it was the unpredictability that made him truly dangerous. Chuan returned to Earth and gathered all the Saiyans together. He then explained their current situation and shared his plan. Hearing this, the Saiyans looked at each other in surprise. "Boss, can this really work? Is it even possible?" Chuan had told them about the method to become the Saiyan god. He didn't need the Dragon Balls to achieve this, but he also knew it was risky. After all, the Saiyans standing before him now weren't the benevolent Saiyans from legends, they were once evil Saiyans. This was what made him anxious, unsure whether the plan would actually work. But he couldn't show any hesitation. As their leader, he had to be their pillar of strength. With unwavering resolve, he nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I've got this. Just transfer all your energy to me. From here on, it's up to me." Chuan was prepared to gamble everything on this last chance. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Worst case scenario, he would treat Beerus to a feast of Earth's finest foods. That was his fallback plan. But he still wanted to try first. Seeing Chuan's determination, the others had no reason to refuse. They joined hands, forming a circle around Chuan. At the same time, Beerus and the others slowly descended from space to Earth. Watching the scene unfold, even Beerus looked slightly surprised. What is this? Could it be that he's trying to gather the power of all the Saiyans? But that won't work either. Their power is so weak. Even if they combine it, how could it possibly match Lord Beerus? Whis was momentarily stunned, unsure of what the Saiyans were attempting. As for the others, they were equally confused, simply standing by and watching in silence. Under their watchful eyes, all the Saiyans transferred their energy to Chuan. Though they weren't inherently good Saiyans, their determination and slightly improved dispositions allowed their energy to shine brightly in this moment. The light converged onto Chuan, and soon after, he slowly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, his combat power reaching terrifying levels. However, it still wasn't enough. Because this alone wasn't sufficient to match Beerus. As more and more energy flowed into him, the other Saiyans reverted from their Super Saiyan forms, their energy nearly depleted. In the next second, a change occurred in Chuan. Chapter 134. This is. A dazzling light flashed, drawing everyone's attention. Their eyes were fixed on the center of that light, where a tall figure gradually appeared. Surrounding him, several figures lay exhausted on the ground. As the light dissipated, everyone was stunned. What kind of technique is this? A trace of apprehension flickered in Friesia's eyes. In this state, even he didn't dare to confront Chuan head-on. Even Beerus and Whis showed a hint of surprise. They hadn't expected that combining the powers of so many Saiyans would result in such a transformation. Was this his trump card? At this moment, Chuan had completely changed. His red hair remained, but it had grown slightly longer, nearly reaching his waist. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint traces of purple in his red hair, making it appear extraordinarily unique. His form was almost identical to Super Saiyan 4, with the only notable difference being a subtle shift in his hairstyle and a change in his aura. It was difficult to gauge. The others couldn't sense his aura, but the gods present were visibly shocked. They could feel that Chuan's aura was that of a god. But how was this possible? After all, this wasn't just a boost in power, it was a transformation in the essence of life itself. Such an event felt like a fairy tale to them. Did he directly transcend to the realm of the gods? The Supreme Kai was dumbfounded. All along, the Supreme Kai had believed that godhood wasn't something one could achieve through training. But now, what was he witnessing? Not only had Chuan not trained for this, but by simply receiving the other's energy, he had become a god. What kind of joke was this? The Supreme Kai's mind was in complete turmoil, utterly unable to accept this reality. Beerus, on the other hand, after his initial surprise, simply smiled. This is interesting. No matter how strong one's combat power is, without stepping into the realm of the gods, they cannot be my opponent. This feeling, not bad. I should be able to have some real fun. Beerus became excited. The strength of an opponent's combat power was secondary to him, but facing someone of the same life level at least promised him an enjoyable fight. Whis, too, became intrigued. Impressive. To witness the birth of a Saiyan god, even if the method is somewhat unorthodox. But I must admit, his life essence has indeed transcended to the realm of the gods. With this experience, he should be able to reach the realm of the gods on his own soon. The lower realms are truly filled with extraordinary beings. Compared to the gods, Chuan remained remarkably calm. Although this transformation was different from what he had imagined, he had long suspected something like this might happen. After all, given the complexity of his own Saiyan bloodline, predicting what form he would take was impossible. However, one thing was certain, his power had undoubtedly increased, and he had stepped into a mysterious, profound state. Now, he felt an incredibly strong power. Not only had his combat strength skyrocketed, but even his aura and realm had reached the godly level. At this moment, Chuan could truly sense Beerus' aura. It was a vast, overwhelming presence that filled him with a slight sense of despair. Even though his own strength had surged tremendously, he still felt a sense of inferiority against Beerus. Chuan took a deep breath, casting aside all other thoughts. How could I back down without a fight? I've always known how powerful Beerus is, and it's precisely because of his strength that I must face him head-on. Otherwise, how else will I improve? Chuan quickly adjusted his mindset and began to carefully sense his newfound power. Not only had he ascended to the realm of the gods, but his combat power had now reached 50 trillion. Originally, his base combat strength had been 5 billion. When he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his combat power had soared to an astonishing 20 trillion. Though using the Kaioken technique would greatly boost his power, it placed an immense strain on his body. But now, through special means, he had ascended to the realm of the gods. His combat power had increased 10,000-fold. Typically, Entering the realm of the gods would only result in a 7,000-fold boost, but for some reason, his increase was quite different. Looking at himself now, he didn't even seem like a pure Saiyan anymore. He could feel the influence of the frost demon bloodline within him, amplifying his power from both bloodlines. Without it, his combat strength wouldn't have been nearly as overwhelming. Even though his current combat power was weaker than when he used the 5-fold Kaioken, it didn't matter. Because now he was in the realm of the gods. A mysterious and profound state that allowed him to sense the presence of gods like Beerus. This was the key. Without reaching this level, even with immense power, fighting Beerus would still be incredibly challenging. This power is incredible, and it feels so mysterious. If I could reach this realm through my own efforts, my combat power would likely increase even further. Chuan now had a clear understanding of his current state. Although he felt a slight sense of regret, the ability to experience the realm of the gods firsthand meant he had gained early access to the trial version, which would aid him greatly in his future training. After familiarizing himself with this new power, Chuan slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Beerus. Lord Beerus, thank you for waiting. I'm ready now. Beerus took a good look at Chuan, finding him more and more intriguing. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Interesting, interesting. So, this is what they call a Saiyan god. Although your combat power is lacking, your presence is impressive. To make a mere mortal transcend to the realm of the gods in one step, I must say, it's a clever trick. How about this, if you manage to impress me, I wouldn't mind teaching you a thing or two. Seemingly very interested, Beerus openly offered to instruct Chuan. Of course, that would only happen if Chuan could satisfy him. Even so, Chuan was already feeling incredibly excited. This was an unexpected opportunity. Knowing Beerus' personality, he would likely never personally teach anyone, instead, he would leave the training to Whis. And who was Whis? Beerus' true mentor, the one responsible for training Beerus to his current state. Chuan knew that even if Whis only gave him a few pointers, it would be something he'd benefit from for a lifetime. Beerus' words had completely fired up Chuan, igniting his fighting spirit. Battle intent surged forth. Chapter 135. Chuan's energy surged to its peak, though he didn't use the Kaioken. Since he had already reached the realm of the gods, he wanted to experience it fully. Who knows? He might achieve great gains from this. A blazing red aura enveloped him, making him look like a roaring flame. Waves of energy radiated in all directions. With a loud boom, Chuan took the initiative. He threw a punch toward Beerus, but just as Beerus was about to catch it with one hand, Chuan used instant transmission, appearing behind Beerus. Clenching both fists, he landed an elbow strike on Beerus. In the next second, a massive energy blast formed in his hands, which he launched toward Beerus. One energy blast after another flew out, and Chuan didn't stay in place. He followed the energy blast straight into the cloud of smoke. He knew that his combat strength was no match for Beerus. Beerus had been hiding his true power all along, and no one knew just how terrifyingly strong Beerus actually was. But it was definitely frightening. Since his strength couldn't compare, he chose to rely on speed. Chuan wasn't particularly fast, but he had instant transmission. It could be said he had the best mobility possible, and he used instant transmission to dominate the battle, leaving Beerus unable to even touch him. However, his attacks were like scratches, not causing much harm to Beerus. Even so, it was impressive enough to make people see him in a new light. On the side, Whis showed an approving smile. Quite clever. He knows his combat strength can't match Lord Beerus, so he opted to use his advantage in speed. Not bad at all. His battle instincts are remarkable. But Lord Beerus still hasn't used his full power. He hasn't even unleashed his destructive energy. This fight is far from over. Whis's excitement grew as he watched. As for the others, they had no clue just how strong Beerus really was. Seeing Chuan seemingly suppressing Beerus, they thought Chuan had the upper hand. That Saiyan is too strong. Has he become even more powerful than Lord Beerus after ascending to godhood? Kibito, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke. Although his strength wasn't weak, compared to the others present, he was far from being the strongest. Especially when it came to the two currently fighting, he couldn't grasp the situation at all. Even the Supreme Kai couldn't make sense of the fight. Though he didn't fully understand it, he didn't believe Beerus could be so weak. The battle was far from over. In contrast, some of the others were more aware. Frisia, in particular, wore a grim expression as he watched the fight. In his mind, he imagined himself in the battle. No matter who he faced, he knew he stood no chance of victory. Worse still, he could be defeated in a very short time. His face twisted into a sour expression as he thought this through. His tail swished violently, even causing sonic booms in the air, despite nothing being behind him. Damn it! A lowly monkey, how can he be so strong? He's even able to fight Lord Beerus head-on with his own strength. Though it's unlikely he'll win against Lord Beerus, to hold his own to this extent is already remarkable. I have no idea how this guy trains. As the Emperor, I possess the most noble bloodline of the Frost Demon race, and yet, I can't even rival this monkey now. This is infuriating. Frisia was extremely angry inside, but he had to admit that Chuan's strength at the moment was indeed very strong. Even if they fought again now, they might not have much chance of winning. Chuan's combat strength was generally only around 50 trillion, but because he had ascended to the realm of gods, it could be said that he had a significant advantage. During the battle, Chuan's combat power was slowly increasing. What stood out was that he fought intelligently, not just relying on brute force. Since he knew he was no match, why blindly try to compete in areas where others excel? The battle became more and more intense. Each clash brought terrifying explosions, and the ground was left with massive craters. The earth, already under great strain, now suffered even more as the two collided, resulting in more natural disasters. Lightning storms, volcanic eruptions, and seawater flooding. All kinds of natural disasters erupted in an instant. Humanity suffered heavy casualties. It was like the apocalypse. When the gates of hell were first opened, it was already horrifying, but now it truly felt like hell. Yet, the people present could no longer care about all this, things were bad enough already. In the end, they just needed to use the Dragon Balls to restore everything. There was no need to be too concerned. At first, Beerus was only using one hand, but as the battle went on, he began using both hands, and the expression on his face became less serious than at the beginning. He couldn't help but smile. He was truly having fun. After sleeping for so long, to wake up and immediately enjoy such an exhilarating fight, it may not have required him to display his full power, but how many could actually push him that far? To have reached this point was already beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all, truly worthy of the title God of the Saiyans. At last, I've experienced a truly satisfying battle. I can say you are the second strongest warrior I've encountered in many years. But this alone isn't enough. I haven't even used half of my full strength yet. Come on, push harder, make me unleash even greater power. The more Beerus fought, the more excited he became, and his speed increased as well. Even Chuan, using instant transmission, found it difficult to evade. The situation between the two quickly reversed. The spectators could barely keep up with their eyes. They had long since changed their original intentions regarding this battle. In the distance, the Saiyans who had exhausted all their energy now stood up again, with expressions of excitement on their faces. Is this the path the Saiyans need to take next? So strong. Unbelievably strong. They could now transform into Super Saiyan 2, which was already terrifying, but to think there were so many more stages of transformation ahead. Each one stronger than the last. It was truly unbelievable, but it showed them a bright future, and they were witnessing the strength of true power. After all, they were Saiyans, and naturally, they wouldn't be easily discouraged. This would only become their motivation to grow stronger. Almost simultaneously, a new spark appeared in their eyes. That was fighting spirit. Willpower. Determination. Chapter 136. Despite Beerus' praise, Chuan didn't feel any pride at all. In fact, he felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan god, he was still at a disadvantage. At most, he could only sense a fraction of Beerus' aura. But what difference did that make? Beerus was like an enigma, constantly claiming that he was about to use his full power, yet his strength seemed like a bottomless pit, growing stronger with each moment. Ever since learning about Beerus, Chuan never thought of him as a simple opponent. Therefore, no matter what Beerus said, he never took it to heart. Instead, he seized the moment while Beerus was talking, pressing forward with relentless attacks, each one more terrifying than the last. Wave after wave of energy blasts surged forth, with each one delivered at full strength. After unleashing so many consecutive attacks, Chuan's energy was noticeably weakened. But he didn't believe his assault would be enough to defeat Beerus. After the barrage of energy blasts, Chuan immediately followed up with an instant transmission, trying to predict Beerus' movements. However, this time, he miscalculated. Beerus didn't dodge. He took all the attacks head-on. Every single energy blast hit him directly. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air. Great! Such a powerful attack landed directly on the god of destruction. Doesn't that mean boss is about to win? Adam clapped excitedly, as the tension from watching the battle had everyone on edge. The pressure Beerus exuded was immense. Even though they couldn't sense his energy, his presence alone made it hard to breathe. Seeing Chuan gaining the upper hand made Adam extremely excited. If they could defeat such a powerful enemy, who else in the universe could pose a threat to them? But no one echoed Adam's sentiments. After all, his optimism seemed far too naive. Chuan was strong, but not that strong. Everyone else watched the scene ahead with serious expressions. Seeing their reactions, Adam was puzzled and asked, "Why do you all look like that? Boss attacks hit the god of destruction directly, and with such overwhelming power, shouldn't the fight be over? If the battle's over, why can't you guys be a little happier?" Greta remained silent, her face filled with tension. Axiana rolled her eyes. "Idiot, can't you look more carefully? Sure, boss attack was terrifying, but the god of destruction, he took it all head-on, and..." She didn't finish her sentence. But everyone present knew exactly what Axiana meant to convey. It was only Adam who, belatedly realizing the situation, turned his gaze forward in shock. By now, the smoke had cleared. Beerus stood there, completely unharmed, not even a scratch on him. This result left everyone stunned. This is insane. After that terrifying attack, he took it all head-on and came out completely unscathed. Is this the true power of the god of destruction? Only those who had witnessed true strength could comprehend just how terrifying such power could be. The shockwaves alone were enough to annihilate them, and yet Beerus had taken the full brunt of that horrifying assault without so much as a scratch. It was unimaginable just how terrifying that power was. While everyone was in shock, Frisia's expression wasn't much different. He asked himself, if he had taken that attack head-on, what would have happened? The result wouldn't have been good, that's for sure. Even if he survived, he'd be left crippled. It was evident that he had truly realized just how terrifying the god of destruction, Beerus, could be. Internally, he felt even more fortunate that it wasn't him in the midst of the battle. Otherwise, facing such a powerful monster, how desperate would one have to feel? However, as for Frisia, he wouldn't give in to despair so easily, though he currently had no way to deal with him. The golden form, this would be his path to rise. Beerus dusted off the smoke on his body, the smile on his face growing even brighter. Ha ha ha. That was exhilarating. You let me experience a long-lost sense of battle. As expected of the Saiyan god formed from the collective achievements of so many Saiyans. However, although you performed well, this is where it ends. I've already gauged your strength, but in the end, you still lack something. Beerus's smile faded as his entire aura surged. A purple energy flame enveloped his body, and then he raised his right hand, a purple light gradually forming. The next second, a crisp sound echoed, and the energy ball in his hand started to grow larger. It even blocked everyone's view. This sight left everyone momentarily stunned. Chuan exclaimed in shock. Destruction energy? Isn't this a bit much? It was just a spar, and now you're bringing out the real deal. Are you trying to kill me? Chuan was completely dumbfounded. A spar was one thing, but going all out. And wasn't this giving him too much credit? Even Whis, standing to the side, showed a trace of surprise. He hadn't expected Lord Beerus to make such a decision. Was he planning to destroy this planet? Everyone's reactions were quite significant. After all, they could clearly feel the terrifying energy wave, a force of destruction that seemed capable of obliterating everything. Initially, Chuan was in shock, but he quickly gathered himself, pushing his hands forward, instantly gathering a massive energy wave that formed at a rapid pace. Even though he knew he couldn't match it, he didn't want to give up so easily. A fight should be fought to the fullest. Fight with all your might. So what if it's destruction energy? I don't believe it can't be stopped. Chuan's expression tightened, and you could clearly see the veins bulging on his face, indicating how much effort he was exerting. The energy wave gathered, and as it swelled, he no longer cared when Beerus's destruction energy would strike. He made his move directly. He absolutely could not let the opponent gain the upper hand. At this moment, the tactics he had just employed were no longer viable. Instant transmission did allow him to move quickly, but it only barely kept up with Beerus's combat pace. If he used instant transmission again at this moment, Earth would undoubtedly explode in an instant. Although Earth had long been plagued by disasters, there was still some hope for salvation. But if the destruction energy hit, there would be nothing left to save, which was why he insisted on not retreating. The energy wave shot out, piercing directly through the destruction energy and colliding with its core. The next second, light exploded. The destruction energy and the energy wave mixed together, detonating in an instant. Chapter 137. The explosion's shockwave was terrifying beyond imagination. No one had time to react, but just as the blast was about to hit, Whis shielded everyone, sparing them from the impact. Yet, in their eyes, it seemed as if the entire universe had fallen into silence. Being engulfed by the power of destruction, one could only imagine how horrifying that must be. This is way too terrifying. The group of Saiyans was utterly stunned. They had never thought that a ki blast could be this frightening. Of course it's terrifying, Whis explained calmly. After all, that is the power of destruction. A force that only a god of destruction can wield. Its power is, as its name suggests, pure destruction. Though still calm, Whis was now slightly more serious than his usual carefree demeanor. While the attack posed no real threat to Beerus, the fact that someone forced Beerus to use the power of destruction was, in itself, impressive. Chuan, having been caught in the explosion, had his clothes completely torn apart, and his body was covered in severe injuries. His combat strength had significantly weakened. So powerful. Only after experiencing Beerus' immense combat strength firsthand can one truly understand. No matter how much one amplifies their power, defeating Beerus is no easy task. Just as power of destruction alone is incredibly difficult to handle. If Beerus is this powerful, how terrifying must the other universes be? As a transmigrator, Chuan knew well that the world of Dragon Ball wasn't as simple as it appeared. The original storyline only covered the 7th universe, yet even within it, there were many formidable beings, with the ultimate boss being none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. He was also an extremely tricky opponent to deal with. With his unpredictable temperament, one wrong move could spell disaster. Moreover, in the other universes, there were also many incredibly terrifying figures. Even if they couldn't be compared to Beerus, they weren't far behind. So, it was clear. Chuan's current combat strength was nothing much at all. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a sudden sound rang out. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward, initial awakening of the power of destruction. When that sound echoed, Chuan was like a man struck by lightning, standing there in complete shock. It was the long-lost system notification. No, not just a notification, it was the system, once again coming to his rescue. Previously, daily sign-ins had only provided lackluster rewards, never worth much attention. The progress from his own training had always far outpaced the system's rewards. Because of this, Chuan had mostly stopped relying on the system unless he needed a specific skill. But today, he had completely forgotten to sign in. Now, at this critical moment, not only did he sign in successfully, but he also obtained the power of destruction. Even though it was only at its initial stage, it was still the power of destruction. Could this be his time to rise? While he was still in shock, Beerus showed no mercy. Grabbing Chuan, Beerus relentlessly attacked him, throwing his aura into chaos, almost causing him to fall out of the divine realm, God realm. However, after Beerus unleashed a series of powerful attacks, Chuan slowly began to come to his senses. In an instant, he grasped everything. Whoosh! Chuan vanished from his original position with a swift teleportation, dodging Beerus' attack. Immediately after, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha! Luck! Even the goddess of fortune stands by my side, so how could I possibly let her down? Chuan's sudden outburst of madness left everyone stunned, including Beerus himself. Just moments ago, the battle was going well, but now it seemed like something was off with Chuan. Has he gone dumb from the blows? Beerus muttered to himself, feeling it inappropriate to strike again at this moment. However, just because Beerus refrained from attacking didn't mean Chuan would hold back. Chuan's eyes focused sharply, and he quickly discarded the joy from earlier. A much stronger power surged from within him. His combat strength was rising. The increase in his power was rapid, with every second in the battle pushing him higher. However, these improvements seemed insignificant compared to the overwhelming might of Beerus. Yet, his explosive energy at this moment caught everyone's attention. Following that, an indescribable and mysterious force emerged from him. It was a pure destructive force. Though it wasn't very strong, it was undeniably the power of destruction, and with it, Chuan's combat strength skyrocketed to a level even he couldn't predict. Seeing Chuan's bizarre actions, everyone started speculating. After all, behaving like a madman in such a critical battle was hard for anyone to comprehend. But as they felt the pure destructive power emanating from Chuan's body, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Beerus, who was closest, his snot bubble even popped out from fear. This is the power of destruction? You've got to be kidding me. Beerus felt as though he was trapped in a nightmare. The person in front of him was now radiating destructive energy. This was way too exaggerated. Just moments ago, everything had been normal. Chuan had only reached the realm of gods by borrowing the power from others. And now, he had learned to use the power of destruction. Was this some kind of joke? While Beerus stood there, dumbstruck, everyone else was equally terrified. Especially the gods. Whis and the Supreme Kai were both stunned at this moment. Their senses couldn't be wrong, this was indeed the power of destruction. But how could someone from the lower world master the power of destruction? Learning it was one thing, but the speed at which he progressed was terrifying. He had reached such heights in the midst of a single battle. It was utterly frightening. Am I sensing this correctly? The power emanating from Chuan is indeed the power of destruction, isn't it? It may not be as strong as a god of destructions, but it certainly is destruction power, right? The Supreme Kai spoke, somewhat uncertain. Whis nodded. That's right. It's the power of destruction. The application is rather crude, but this destructive force isn't weak. If he can master it, his combat strength will multiply several times over. And the most important thing is that he didn't initially have control over the power of destruction. Yet after Lord Beerus unleashed it, he somehow managed to use it as well. Could he have learned it in such a short amount of time? Whis found this astonishing. If this were true, Chuan's learning ability would be utterly extraordinary. If someone like him were given time to grow, he would reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Whis finally took Chuan seriously. Initially, he had only found him amusing, but now he was truly giving him his full attention. Chapter 138. Chuan could feel the destructive force coursing through his body. This power was incredibly domineering and terrifying. However, what he had gained was only the initial destructive force, and his use of it was still rather rough. Even so, it had already significantly boosted his combat strength. As everyone was still in shock, Chuan teleported next to Beerus. His fists, wrapped in destructive power, slammed out mercilessly. Even in the vacuum of space, it felt as if a glass window had shattered. Ripples spread through the silent cosmos. His combat power had reached an unimaginable level. Each punch he threw carried a portion of the destructive force, although his control over it wasn't perfect. Nevertheless, the power he displayed was equally terrifying. Moreover, Beerus had been caught off guard by Chuan's sudden use of the destructive force and hadn't fully reacted. He was dodging purely on instinct. Even so, Beerus was hit several times in quick succession. This sudden turn of events left the Saiyans utterly bewildered. Their strength was far from comparable, and they had no understanding of the complexities involved. It just felt like the situation had changed dramatically out of nowhere. Strange, why does it seem like the boss has suddenly become so much stronger? What the heck is going on? Is it because of that power from before? Did you guys notice? The energy surrounding the boss is somewhat similar to the one on the God of Destruction, but it's not as pure or as strong. Yeah, it seems that way. This realization left them utterly confused, and they exchanged bewildered glances, seeing traces of shock in each other's eyes. What was going on? At first, Chuan hadn't been able to match up. Now, he had suddenly learned to use his opponent's power. Wasn't that a bit too ridiculous? Even they found it incredibly hard to believe. How astounding must his talent be? As everyone stood there in a daze, Chuan continued his assault. Each strike carried immense, terrifying power. And he was in control. He directly suppressed Beerus, and though using the destructive force drained him, it also gave him a clearer understanding of it. With each punch, his combat power grew, although not in a consistent manner. But the force behind his attacks became increasingly terrifying. Sometimes it doubled, sometimes it quadrupled. Other times, it only increased by one-fold. Even so, the destruction caused was still quite terrifying, leaving Mu Chuan incredibly excited. So this is the destructive force. I can hardly believe it, this is too powerful. With such a force, as long as my combat strength is slightly stronger, who could be my match? Mu Chuan was filled with confidence at this moment. Though the energy consumption was high, his familiarity with the destructive force grew with each use. This was an entirely new form of power. However, he had no idea that the destructive force he wielded was fundamentally different from the one Beerus controlled, despite their apparent similarities. At the very least, Beerus's destructive force couldn't amplify his attacks, it was merely an extraordinarily powerful energy. There was an essential difference between the two. But, Mu Chuan was completely unaware of this. He believed that the destructive force should naturally have such abilities, which only added to his excitement. At the same time, Beerus finally regained his composure. He took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter someone with such talent, able to grasp the mysteries of destructive force just by watching me use it. If Whis were to train you properly, it would be something extraordinary, wouldn't it? Let me see what kind of power you've truly mastered with this destructive force. Beerus got serious. In a flash, his energy skyrocketed to an immensely terrifying level. Before Mu Chuan could react, he was struck by Beerus's tail, leaving him completely stunned. Beerus didn't give him a chance to recover. A flurry of attacks followed, leaving Mu Chuan utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't even fight back. At first, Beerus had fought him as a game. Now, however, he was slightly more serious. It was a swift and decisive victory. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Mu Chuan was swiftly defeated, all his power instantly dissipating. Beerus casually dusted off his hands. Not bad, not bad. At least I had a little fun. But your strength is still lacking. Even though you've grasped the destructive force, you can't truly harness its full power. In the end, you're still far from the divine realm. Although combining the strength of others can temporarily help you cross into the divine realm, it's not your own power. Only by mastering it yourself can you fully unleash its potential. You still have a long way to go. After this brief critique, Beerus was ready to leave after all. Mu Chuan and Frisia's battle had woken him up, and now that his grumpy mood had subsided, he was eager to return to his nap. Whis, let's go. Wait, Lord Beerus. Whis called out and then flashed over to Mu Chuan. Looking at Mu Chuan, who was now severely injured, he lightly tapped his staff against him. Mu Chuan's injuries healed instantly, and even his energy was restored. This ability was nearly identical to that of a Senzu Bean. Mu Chuan stood up in amazement. Not only was Whis incredibly powerful, but he also possessed so many extraordinary abilities, it was truly remarkable. However, Mu Chuan was puzzled as to why Whis had saved him. It seemed like Whis had something to say. As he pondered this, Whis smiled and said, "It's quite impressive that you were able to grasp destructive force during battle. That's no easy feat. I'm curious, Mu Chuan, would you be interested in training further?" Mu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this an invitation from Whis? Everyone knew that Whis was Beerus's teacher. Training under someone like him, even receiving a few pointers, would yield massive benefits. Mu Chuan had been wondering how to train next, and now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Without any hesitation, he nodded eagerly. After all, chances like this didn't come often, and missing it would be a huge loss. Beerus, on the other hand, snorted in annoyance. Troublesome. Chapter 139. After accepting the invitation from Whis, Mu Chuan knew that his upcoming training in the realm of the gods of destruction meant there was no guarantee of his return. He hurriedly bid farewell to Beerus and Whis and then appeared before the group of Saiyans. He explained his current situation to them and instructed them to gather the Dragon Balls to restore Earth. After giving these basic instructions, Mu Chuan used instant transmission and appeared before Frisia, his expression complex. "Frisia, I know you're not willing to accept this outcome right now, but that's okay. Right now, neither of us can truly defeat the other. But next time, the winner will be clear. So, just prepare yourself and wait for me." Mu Chuan spoke openly in front of Frisia, his expression incredibly arrogant. Although his strength was already very high at this point, and he had even acquired the power of destruction, it still wasn't enough, especially against Frisia, who had now attained his golden form. This only added to the pressure Chuan felt. He knew that by the time he returned from the realm of the gods of destruction, his power would be vastly superior. As long as Frisia hadn't mastered a new form by then, even his golden form wouldn't be a match. Chuan would take him down without mercy. Facing this arrogant Saiyan, Frisia sneered, "Oh ho ho, what an arrogant monkey. So what if you're training with Lord Beerus? If I wanted to kill you, it would still be a breeze. Just you wait and see." After saying this, Frisia turned and walked away without looking back. As for those hell warriors on Earth, he didn't bother dealing with them, they were just cannon fodder, not worth his attention. After witnessing Frisia's departure, Chuan reappeared beside Beerus. His strength was already immense, just a slight tremor from him would make the whole Earth shake. There were still many enemies on Earth, but he had no intention of dealing with them himself. He'd leave them as whetstones for the Saiyans. No matter what, the Saiyans would grow from this. If they didn't push themselves, they wouldn't be able to keep up later. Besides, he wasn't worried about the Saiyans dying. Worst case, they could just use the Dragon Balls to revive them. Besides the Dragon Balls on Earth, he could always use the ones from Namek. It was because of this that he dared to let the Hell Warriors remain alive. Otherwise, he would have cleaned them up long ago. Standing beside Beerus, he said to Whis, "I've taken care of everything. We can leave now." A hint of anticipation showed on his face. This was the best way to improve his strength. "Then let's go." Whis tapped his staff, and in the next instant, they disappeared from the scene. The three of them traveled across vast distances. As everyone watched their departure, a seed of determination had already been planted in their hearts, especially after witnessing those world-shaking battles. Their horizons had expanded, and they now understood that there were always stronger people out there. Even though their leader's strength was formidable, he too had been defeated. So, what reason did they have not to strive harder? Clenching his fists, Carl said, "I need to train hard. Super Saiyan 2 isn't our limit. We can become even stronger. We need to follow the boss's path. If we're still at this level when he returns, that would be embarrassing. We can't give up." "Yeah," Greta said somewhat dejectedly. After all, the recent battles had shaken him. He had seen so many powerful fighters, each more terrifying than he could have imagined. It had shattered his previous understanding, leaving him feeling immense pressure. He had once thought his strength was already quite impressive, but seeing how terrifying their enemies were, he now felt powerless in the face of real strength. The shockwaves from the battles still sent chills down his spine just thinking about them. Axiana also clenched her fists, though she didn't express her thoughts. Instead, she turned to look at the Earth. Earth is already severely damaged. It might not be long before it's destroyed. We need to follow the boss's instructions and quickly find the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, if Earth is destroyed, we'll have to find another suitable planet to live on. And once we find the Dragon Balls, we can act freely. A cold smile appeared on Axiana's face. She and the other Saiyans weren't planning to let those Hell Warriors survive. If they dared to rampage on Earth, then they would be sent straight back to Hell. Moreover, those enemies were indeed their whetstones. If they wanted to improve their strength, fighting was the best way. After all, they were Saiyans. The Saiyan race. Combat was the fastest way to grow stronger. The Saiyans exchanged smiles before heading in different directions. Their goal was clear: eliminate the Hell Warriors causing havoc. Then, they would take down all those who had escaped from Hell. Though it was a massive undertaking, they saw it as a test. As the Saiyans left, silence fell over the scene. The Supreme Kai and Kibito stood dumbfounded, shocked by how things had unfolded, which was far beyond their expectations. They hadn't anticipated such a drastic turn of events. "Supreme Kai, what should we do now?" The Supreme Kai thought for a moment and said, "We'll continue monitoring Majin Buu. Though he's improved, we don't know what he'll do next. It's best to keep an eye on him. At the same time, we need to search for the Supreme Kai's inheritance. If we don't understand it, that could be disastrous." The Supreme Kai felt troubled. After seeing the God of Destruction in Whis, he realized there was much he didn't know. But the Supreme Kai's lineage had long been severed. How could he begin searching for it? This was why he wanted to take this opportunity to sort things out. What? A trainee God of Destruction? When Chuan heard Wis's words, he was shocked and instinctively cried out. He quickly covered his mouth and glanced nervously at Beerus, who was napping in the distance. He was afraid of disturbing Beerus because this was about becoming a trainee god of destruction. Were they going to dethrone Beerus? No way, right? Mu Chuan hadn't expected Whis, who seemed so gentle and kind, to say something so cold. Was this a collapse of morals, or a failure of human nature? Chapter 140. Mu Chuan's reaction did not surprise Whis. In fact, from his response, Whis instantly knew what he was thinking. Whis shook his head slightly. Things aren't as you imagine. The reason you're given the identity of a trainee god of destruction is because you've comprehended the power of destruction. To comprehend the power of destruction on your own shows that your talent is quite impressive, and you have the potential to become a god of destruction. As for whether you can truly become one, that depends on what happens next. Hearing this, Mu Chuan felt a strange sense of relief. It's just an identity, nothing more. If it had been about replacing Beerus, he truly wouldn't know what Beerus might do. Besides, his current strength was nowhere near enough to defeat Beerus. Now that he understood he wasn't replacing Beerus, Mu Chuan's curiosity was piqued. What rights did this, trainee god of destruction, come with? And what were the obligations? Mu Chuan voiced his questions. The rights are simple. You can exercise some of the duties of a god of destruction. Of course, during this time, I will act as your teacher. Almost as soon as Whis finished speaking, Mu Chuan quickly said, I'm willing. How could he hesitate over something like this? Even a second's hesitation would be seen as doubting Whis. Having an angel as a teacher, especially one who taught a powerful god of destruction like Beerus, would certainly bring him knowledge unlike any other. He had been worrying about how to proceed with his training and improve his combat strength. With Whis's guidance, at the very least, things would be much easier in many aspects. He wouldn't have to stumble through everything blindly. Faced with Mu Chuan's swift response, Whis was momentarily taken aback, but then he laughed softly. Don't you want to know what obligations you'll have to bear? Whis looked at Mu Chuan with a half-smile. Mu Chuan responded frankly, as long as it's not too difficult, I don't think it'll be a problem. After all, being taught by you, Whis, is a blessing for me. Whis didn't take this straightforward compliment to heart. Putting away his smile, a rare seriousness crossed his face. This was the first time Mu Chuan had seen such an expression on him since they met. Seeing this, Mu Chuan also became serious. The obligation is simple, serve Universe 7. Of course, it's not about doing everything, but when you're called upon, I hope you won't refuse. In short, you must fight for Universe 7. At that moment, Mu Chuan seemed to understand something. If he hadn't been clear at the start, Whis's explanation made everything fall into place. Mu Chuan nodded seriously. It would be my honor. For us Saiyans, combat is the most enjoyable experience, and only through fighting can we truly improve our combat strength. Otherwise, how could we be called the warrior race? Having evenly matched battles, those are the ones I look forward to, the kind I can't wait for. He expressed his genuine thoughts, not as a way to show off in front of Whis, but as his true belief. In the world of Dragon Ball, without formidable strength, one is merely cannon fodder. His combat power was already terrifying to most people, but it still hadn't reached a certain level, he could only be considered third-rate at best. As for stepping into the major leagues, that would require more training. Going at it alone wasn't enough since his methods were self-taught. With Whis's help, his progress would definitely accelerate. After a simple confirmation, Mu Chuan officially became a trainee god of destruction. While Beerus was in slumber, Mu Chuan would assume the duties of the god of destruction. Bringing destruction to the universe. Destruction, after all, is about eliminating all burdensome planets. Too many planets would be a burden on the universe as a whole. Only by destroying select planets could the universe truly enter a healthy cycle, preventing overcrowding. The Kaioshin brings life. The god of destruction brings destruction. These two deities complement each other, creating the cycle of every universe. When Whis wasn't instructing him, Mu Chuan spent most of his time training. The divine power he attained after reaching the divine realm still needed more time to be fully understood and absorbed. Although his combat strength had improved, he hadn't fully and independently transformed into the divine realm. Every time he tried to enter the divine realm, he experienced a strange sensation. Though his combat power increased, entering a profound state of existence, it wasn't truly the divine realm. It felt as though he was only halfway there, which deeply troubled him. So, in addition to his own understanding, he occasionally observed Beerus. After all, Beerus was a living god of destruction. Perhaps he could learn something from watching him. What exactly is the problem? The divine realm, could it only be reached after a leap in the level of one's life? Chuan sat cross-legged nearby, feeling quite distressed. Not only had he encountered obstacles with the divine realm, but his combat strength had also stagnated. He had no idea where to start. At that moment, Whis appeared beside him. Judging by your troubled expression, you must have encountered some difficulties. Why not share your confusion? Perhaps I can help resolve it. Hearing Whis' voice, Chuan immediately perked up. Master Whis. The thing is, I previously reached the divine realm through the combined power of other Saiyans, but now that I don't have that energy from others, I can't seem to understand it on my own. It always feels like I've only gotten halfway. Do you have any advice on how I can solve this, Master Whis? Chuan laid out his problem. After all, wasn't becoming a trainee god of destruction meant for moments like this? Having someone guide him and show him the way would save him a lot of trouble and give him a clearer goal. Whis wasn't surprised by his issue. Actually, mastering the divine realm and divine power isn't difficult. While you've already grasped the power of destruction, divine power is equally important. Previously, you felt the power of all the Saiyans. Now, I'll let you feel a purer form of divine power. Once you experience it, I believe you'll gain your own understanding. As Whis finished speaking, he tapped his staff, and a wave of pure divine power surged into Chuan's body. In an instant, Chuan froze. Chapter 141. Pure divine power coursed through Chuan's body, seamlessly integrating as if it were his own energy. Yet, Chuan didn't let this go to his head. His goal was to feel it, master the divine realm. Whis didn't interfere, simply watching from the side, savoring the delicacies he had brought back. He hadn't left for any urgent mission earlier, instead, he had gone on a cosmic food hunt. After searching high and low, he had returned to Earth. Earth had long since recovered, and it was even more prosperous than before, though there were still many Hell Warriors and androids around. While the Saiyans were powerful, dealing with the Hell Warriors and androids, who had banded together for mutual support, wasn't as easy as they might have hoped. This created a stalemate. However, the Saiyans had the upper hand because they had witnessed battles on much higher levels, and no matter how much they improved, they refused to become arrogant. After all, they were just getting started. Because of this, even though their power had grown, they became even more diligent and vigilant, rather than complacent. This relentless determination tormented the Hell Warriors, whose numbers were slowly dwindling. Whis observed everything, clearly recognizing that the Saiyans were a terrifying race, seemingly without limits. As long as they fought, they could grow stronger. Just the thought of it was frightening. What an extraordinary race. I wonder, though, how far they can go. Forget about the others for now, Chuan, what heights will you reach? A flicker of anticipation crossed Whis' eyes. Whis, do you truly believe he'll accomplish something? A sudden voice interrupted. Though he's mastered destruction energy, it's still far too crude. If he faces another god of destruction, he'll likely be crushed. At this level, it's hardly worth showing off. There's no need to waste so much time and effort on him. Suddenly, Beerus appeared, also watching Chuan as he grasped divine power. Beerus hadn't really been asleep, it had all been an excuse. Still, he was curious about Whis' choice. Even though Chuan had grasped destruction energy, a rare and innate talent, his battle power still fell short. Was he really worth nurturing? Beerus was skeptical. Whis, however, replied, Lord Beerus, don't underestimate him. You probably haven't fully observed his race. They may not be particularly strong now, and they've used unorthodox methods to enhance their combat power through transformations. But even without those tricks, their potential is remarkable, especially their natural talent for combat. With proper guidance, they could become the finest warriors. And they only grow stronger the more they fight. With so many powerful warriors, what situation couldn't be overcome? Unless, of course, there's a monster even you, Lord Beerus, can't defeat. Humph. Beerus scoffed dismissively, don't belittle me. There's no way I'm that weak. Do as you wish. But I bet those other guys will show up soon. You'd better hurry. Don't worry, Whis squinted, smiling as usual, though his eyes glimmered with a subtle hint of danger. See? He's already mastered it. As they spoke, Chuan truly grasped divine power. In an instant, he entered the divine realm, and this time, it was much smoother. His transformation now differed from any prior Saiyan transformations. Not only had his power dramatically increased, but even his appearance had changed significantly. His hair gradually transitioned towards a purple hue, shifting from red in a gradient-like manner. This unique form of the divine realm left both Beerus and Whis in awe. They both sensed something odd about Mu Chuan's divine realm, especially his aura, which felt somewhat out of place. Yet it was undeniably the divine realm. However, they had no idea why this felt unfamiliar, because they could never have imagined that Mu Chuan not only possessed Saiyan blood but also had the blood of the Frost Demon race. With the fusion of these two bloodlines, his potential had already grown exponentially. Now, as he leaped into the divine realm by his own power, the latent potential in his bloodline began to surface, and his abilities were slowly coming to fruition. Mu Chuan clenched his fists, and the cracking sound echoed, making him feel stronger than ever before. Stronger than when he had faced Beerus. After fully mastering divine power, my combat strength has become even greater. At full power, I should have about 100 trillion battle power now, right? It's unimaginable, such terrifying power. The combination of the two most powerful races in Universe 7, isn't that the ultimate formula for dominance? Mu Chuan knew his advantage. His innate talent was average, but most of his progress was thanks to the sign-in system. Though he had lucked into this divine realm transformation, it wasn't the end. He needed to combine all his strengths to forge his own path. Naturally, he needed to find ways to interact more with Beerus and Whis. The more he interacted, the better his chances of success when signing in. When that happened, his power would become truly terrifying. His eagerness also came from his desire to gain Beerus and Whis trust. Only with their trust could he get closer to more powerful beings. At that point, one sign in, and wouldn't he be able to get whatever he wanted? His mind buzzed with plans when suddenly, Whis interrupted his thoughts. Well, now that you've mastered the method of entering the divine realm, you've barely met the standards of a trainee god of destruction. Next, we'll have to discuss the path you'll take to improve. If you want to grow stronger, you must first decide on a method of training. For example, Lord Beerus specializes in destruction energy. In the realm of destruction energy, he's one of the best. Few gods of destruction can match him. As for you, you need to think carefully. You have the unique Saiyan transformations, and now you've mastered destruction energy. Plus, I sense you have other powers as well. How will you handle all of these? As Whis raised one question after another, Mu Chuan fell into silence. He had thought about this, but he hadn't come to a definite conclusion. He had simply adopted a take it one step at a time approach. Now, facing the issue head-on, he wasn't sure how to answer. Chapter 142. I won't give up on the path of transformation. It is my unique talent. As for the divine realm, I won't abandon that either. Mu Chuan expressed his thoughts without much hesitation. That was exactly what he intended to do, and he was already on that path. Whis wasn't surprised. On the contrary, Beerus, who was beside them, scoffed, "Don't you know that trying to master too many things leads to mediocrity? Sure, you can transform and also cultivate the divine realm. Sounds good in theory. But you need to understand that only specialization leads to greater strength. Trying to do too many things will just scatter your focus. Even if you use longevity as an excuse, don't others have that too?" Beerus' words were sharp and to the point. In his view, even mastering one path might not lead to extreme power, let alone trying to balance multiple paths. Isn't that just making yourself cannon fodder? For a trainee god of destruction, reaching only that level would be an embarrassment to the title. Beerus was not pleased with such a situation, which is why he bothered to speak up. Whis smiled and said, "As Beerus mentioned, trying to be a jack of all trades is a common mistake, and it's difficult to reach great heights that way. Mu Chuan, you'd better think this through." "I understand the reasoning behind it," Mu Chuan nodded, "but I also believe in myself." He wasn't swayed at all. After all, he was a transmigrator, and no one understood Dragon Ball better than he did. In the Dragon Ball universe, anything is possible. A jack of all trades? That only applies to ordinary people. Not only was he not ordinary, but he also had a system. What's there to hesitate about? Just charge forward. Beerus didn't bother to respond to someone so stubborn. He turned away and went back to his exclusive bed. Whis nodded. Since Mu Chuan was so determined, it wouldn't be appropriate to argue further, he could only offer his advice. In that case, let's pursue both paths. You've already fully mastered the divine realm. As far as I can tell, it's going well, and you just need more practice. As for your transformations, are you only able to increase your combat power by transforming into different forms? Mu Chuan. To be honest, Mu Chuan didn't immediately grasp the meaning. Seeing this, Whis elaborated further to clarify. What I mean is, why not make your transformed combat power your normal state? Truly master each transformation. For instance, you can now reach Super Saiyan 4. In this stage, your combat power is at its peak after transforming. But what if you could maintain that peak power as your normal combat state? This reflects your understanding and insight into transformations. If you can truly master this, your strength will definitely increase. In an instant, Mu Chuan felt like he had been enlightened. Initially, he hadn't considered this approach. Even though he understood the Dragon Ball universe, he had only been following the traditional principles of transformations. As long as you reach a certain transformation, your combat power would increase by a certain level. He had never thought about other methods. With Whis' advice, he suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared. Who said his combat power couldn't improve? Even if he couldn't transform further or advance in the divine realm, by mastering the Super Saiyan transformations more skillfully, his combat power wouldn't be weak. He had instantly found a new direction. Lord Whis, the method you mentioned is feasible. Although it might be difficult to execute, it's definitely worth trying. The more Mu Chuan thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. After all, he had previously maintained his Super Saiyan form while living, learning from Son Goku's training methods in the original series. That was also to improve his combat power. However, as his combat strength grew, he had gradually stopped focusing on this area of training. At present, the viewpoint raised by Whis is also based on this concept, and it seems to have great feasibility. Of course, it's definitely very difficult to execute. It's not as easy as imagined, but he's not in a rush, he can take his time with training. Having such a life mentor by his side, naturally, he shouldn't waste the opportunity or time. Mu Chuan decided to first attempt to stabilize the power of Super Saiyan at the first level, maintaining Super Saiyan's combat power as his normal state. If he succeeds, then by extension, he could ultimately stabilize his strongest combat power as a normal state. Boom! He decided to start immediately. He directly transformed into Super Saiyan. 500 billion combat power. If he can maintain this as his normal state, his strength will experience a massive boost, allowing him to access his strongest combat power anytime, anywhere. Seeing Mu Chuan immediately begin his training, was quietly left without observing further. As the saying goes, a master leads the way, but training depends on the individual. Whether he can succeed in the end depends on his own effort. In the distance, Beerus quietly opened his eyes, a glint of anticipation flashing in them. Though he appeared indifferent, in reality, he was slightly intrigued. If it really worked, it could be something fun to play with. Otherwise, sleeping and eating would just be far too boring. Let me see your potential. The days of training always pass so quickly. Before he knew it, a year had quietly gone by. Mu Chuan's hard work had paid off, and he could now maintain the full power of Super Saiyan level 3 as his normal state. This was quite a remarkable achievement. He managed to do this in just 1 year. However, even with this progress, he wasn't entirely satisfied. The current year is age 742. There are still 7 years until the main events of Dragon Ball's timeline. During this period, if he doesn't become incredibly strong, he might get caught up in some strange force. He might even unknowingly become cannon fodder. That's something he definitely doesn't want to see. Still a bit off, I just can't seem to find the right feeling. Mu Chuan frowned. Despite his intense training over the past year and the system providing him with significant boosts in combat power through many rewards, he still felt dissatisfied. This was because he couldn't stabilize the full power of Super Saiyan level 4 as his normal state. He was always just short of grasping it, and he had no idea why. As he was brooding over this, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Beerus. That nap was truly refreshing. Now that I'm awake, I feel like stretching my muscles a bit. How about we spar for a couple of rounds? It's been a while since I've beaten you up. Let's see how much progress you've made with your training. If you haven't improved at all, that would be a bit disappointing. Otherwise, people might think that coming to the God of Destruction's realm didn't help you improve at all. Wouldn't that make me look incompetent as a God of Destruction? Chapter 143. Facing the sudden appearance of Beerus, Mu Chuan was momentarily stunned. But upon hearing Beerus' words, he quickly nodded. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would resolve it through battle. Perhaps in battle, he could find a solution. Lord Beerus, let's have a fight. Whoosh. Chuan wasted no time, he immediately used instant transmission to appear beside Beerus, transforming in the process. Super Saiyan 4. His battle power had reached 60 trillion. This was the result of his years' worth of training. Not only had his base battle power improved, but all his stats had increased. Though it wasn't perfect, his strength had grown considerably. Sensing the danger behind him, Beerus smiled slightly. With a swift turn, he intercepted Chuan's punch, followed by a back kick. Boom! Not bad, not bad. It seems you've been training diligently during this period, your battle power has increased. But, you're still underestimating me. With a leap that looked like instant transmission, Beerus appeared next to him again, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The intensity of the assault was on a different level. This time, Beerus wasn't playing around, he was seriously fighting. After Chuan's initial strike, he found himself struggling to defend, even sustaining severe injuries in the process. Despite that, he didn't give up. However, he didn't transform into the divine state, as he wanted to master the full power of Super Saiyan 4 through this battle. Since that was the case, he couldn't tap into the divine state, and even though he and Beerus were somewhat familiar with each other, without entering the divine state, he couldn't sense the godly energy. This put him at a disadvantage. He took a brutal beating. At this moment, Whis quietly appeared nearby to observe. He's made some progress. It seems that his year of training has paid off, his battle power has increased, and his combat skills have improved quite a bit. But he still can't achieve full power. Whis commented on the side. Chuan hadn't noticed Whis, the battle had already reached its peak intensity. Even though he was being pummeled, he didn't give up. Each time he was knocked down, he managed to stand back up with difficulty, and several times, Beerus even showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. This only made Chuan more determined. As time passed, he gradually found his rhythm and was even preparing to launch a counterattack. But just then, Beerus called for a pause. This left Chuan feeling like he had a lump in his throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it. Enough, enough. I've exercised enough. Time to rest now. Chuan, keep up your training. With that, Beerus didn't wait for Chuan to respond and instantly disappeared. Chuan wanted to shout after him. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. But thinking about his own condition, he suddenly deflated. Just as he was feeling incredibly dejected, Whis slowly walked over. It seems like you're not in a good mood. Is it because you lost the battle? Chuan shook his head. That's part of it, but it's more because, after all this time training, I still haven't fully mastered maintaining my strongest combat power in a normal state. It's already been a year. Right now, I can only maintain the combat power of Super Saiyan 3 in my normal state. Although my base combat strength has improved, it still hasn't reached the target. This was a completely new attempt, so the system couldn't help him. Although his combat power had increased, daily sign-ins kept making him stronger. Judging by his rate of improvement, the combat power gained from just signing in was already massive, but it still wasn't enough to satisfy him. He wanted to push forward with a complete breakthrough. Just then, Whis spoke again. Haven't you looked at yourself lately? Chuan jerked his head up and saw Whis in front of him with a gentle smile. Then, a mirror appeared before him. He was in his normal state. Could it be? That's right. During your recent battle with Lord Beerus, you were indeed in Super Saiyan 4, but as Lord Beerus kept increasing his power, you gradually struggled to keep up, and you even reverted from the Super Saiyan transformation. But it seems your subconscious wanted to maintain your strongest combat power in a normal state. During the battle just now, you actually managed to sustain your strongest combat power in your normal state. Now, feel it for yourself. After Whis' explanation, Chuan suddenly realized what had happened. He focused and carefully felt his energy. His combat power hadn't weakened. It had even increased a bit. He was in his normal state right now, without any Super Saiyan transformation, yet his combat power was still at such a terrifying level. Did he succeed? A wave of surprise washed over Chuan's face. This was completely beyond his expectations, truly unexpected. No wonder during the battle, Lord Beerus looked surprised several times. Was it because of this? He now strongly suspected that Beerus had noticed his change during the fight but simply hadn't said anything. Seeing him revert to his normal state yet still unleash his strongest combat power might have been the reason Beerus abruptly ended the battle. Everything was coming together. Mu Chuan felt an overwhelming joy, catching him so off guard that he hadn't fully processed it yet. It was an unexpected gift. After all this time without a breakthrough. It turns out that after just one fight with Beerus, he had unknowingly made a breakthrough, something he never would have dared imagine. Whis, smiling, looked at Mu Chuan and said, "It's still too early to celebrate. Although you've managed to sustain your strongest combat power in a normal state, that's just the foundation. Since you're aiming to push the Super Saiyan transformation to its limits, you need to break through your current mindset. Now that you can sustain the combat power of Super Saiyan 4 in a normal state, that means you're at full power for Super Saiyan 4. But have you ever considered going further?" Whis' smile grew deeper, carrying an even more mysterious meaning than before. Are you saying? That's right. Super Saiyan 5. A form that surpasses your current transformation. A look of stunned disbelief appeared in Mu Chuan's eyes, and for a moment, he couldn't react. Chapter 144. Can this really be achieved? Mu Chuan slightly furrowed his brows. He knew that effort would eventually pay off, but what about direction? Where should one focus their efforts? This was a critical issue. Since Whis brought it up directly, didn't that mean he knew the method? Even if he didn't know it completely, he must have some clue. Whether it can be achieved or not, you'll only know after you try. Whis said with a smile. I've learned a bit about the transformations of the Saiyan race. It's truly an extraordinary talent. Each transformation can exponentially increase their combat power. But it also places a tremendous burden on the body. That's why I asked you to maintain your maximum combat power in your normal state. Once your body gets used to that immense strength, it won't burden your body as much. Mu Chuan suddenly realized the reasoning behind it. He hadn't expected there to be such a profound principle behind it. While maintaining his maximum combat power in normal form had already greatly increased his strength, it still felt like something was missing. But with Whis' explanation, everything clicked into place for him. Could this be the key to breaking through to Super Saiyan 5? Exactly. In my theory, if you can maintain the full power of a Super Saiyan in your normal state and then transform from that base, you might be able to break through the bottleneck and achieve Super Saiyan 5. Whis' idea was incredibly bold. Most people wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. But who was Mu Chuan? He was a transmigrator who also had a system. What was there to be afraid of? Since this was Whis' speculation, it wasn't entirely impossible. Mu Chuan decided to give it a try. With his current ability to sustain his normal state, coupled with maintaining his peak combat power, it was time to push forward. Perhaps success was just around the corner. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fists and began to roar. A primordial force surged from within his body as if trying to break free from its limits. However, breaking through a bottleneck was never easy. No matter how hard he tried, it felt as though an enormous wall was blocking him, preventing him from advancing. Even though his current combat strength was already terrifying, it was still not enough. Whis only gave him a brief glance before losing interest. A master can show the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. He had merely offered some constructive suggestions. Whether it would work or not didn't really matter to him. After all, when it came to Saiyan transformations, he had only just begun his research. If it were about training in divine realms, Whis could provide clear guidance, and for most forms of training, he could quickly offer advice. But as for Saiyan transformations, he had very little understanding. He had only learned a bit through Mu Chuan's transformations and those of other Saiyans. While Mu Chuan was training, the entire galaxy was undergoing major changes. Frisia's resurrection was an unavoidable event. The return of the Cosmic Emperor brought unrest to the entire galaxy. Originally, Cooler wanted to strengthen his forces with the sole goal of revenge. However, he was always a step behind. Now, he was faced with an even tougher problem. His brother Frisia had returned from hell, which was something incredibly hard to believe. But Frisia was now truly standing right in front of him. This left him unsure of what to do for a moment. As for the power he currently held, should he just hand it over? Before he could say anything further, Frisia arrogantly strode forward. Oh ho ho ho. Isn't this my dear brother Cooler? Long time no see. I wonder, did you miss your dear younger brother? Frisia appeared especially calm. Even though there were many powerful individuals beside Cooler, Frisia completely disregarded them. After all, being able to crawl out of hell was proof enough of his formidable strength. Moreover, after his battle with Mu Chuan, his power had increased rapidly, almost reaching his fully perfected golden form. Though he was still a bit short of it. Nonetheless, his strength was still exceedingly powerful. Before Cooler could speak, Bojack, standing to the side, expressed his dissatisfaction. Where did this lowly guy come from? You speak so arrogantly, but do you even know who we are? Oh. Hearing that, now you've piqued my curiosity. Why don't you tell me who you are? Frisia was quite surprised, and suddenly became very interested in the group that Cooler had gathered. Although to him, their strength was laughably weak, if he turned back the clock a bit, their strength would have been quite terrifying. Even in hell, they would have been a formidable force, which couldn't help but make him even more curious. Could his useless brother really gather such a powerful team? We are the Universal Emperor Legion, ruling over the entire Milky Way. Who would dare to disrespect us? And you don't even know our name, yet you dare to talk big in front of us? That's some audacity. Bojack chuckled coldly, with his 4 loyal subordinates standing behind him, also glaring coldly at Frisia. Their expressions were as menacing as they could be. However, they failed to notice that Cooler's expression had suddenly frozen, and there was even a faint hint of embarrassment. After all, the title of Universal Emperor belonged to his brother, and to say such things in front of him was beyond humiliating. What's more, he could feel that Frisia's strength was far beyond what it used to be. Just by standing in front of him, he could feel that overwhelming power, especially the suppressive force from their shared bloodline. This made it even clearer that he and Frisia were no longer on the same level. Trying to discipline Frisia like before. He'd better think twice about it. That was why he had remained silent all this time. He knew his place. But who could have guessed that Bojack's words would suddenly make Frisia burst out in laughter? Ha ha ha. You lot are truly amusing. So amusing, I actually feel like playing with you a bit. Do you not know the name of your great king? I am none other than the Universal Emperor, Frisia. And the so-called Universal Emperor Legion you speak of is nothing but a remnant of my forces. If I want, who could possibly stop me? Chapter 145. Silence. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Bojack was stunned for a moment, then looked at Cooler with some confusion, as if he was trying to figure something out from Cooler's expression. Cooler did not disappoint, he nodded slightly. This left Bojack completely bewildered. What's going on? Could it be that Cooler isn't the Emperor of the universe? But rather, the guy who looks like Cooler in front of him is? At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely strange. Compared to them, after Frisia finished speaking, he didn't pay any more attention to them. Instead, he took a step forward. My dear brother, since it's been so long since we last met, let me see just how much you've improved. With every step Frisia took, his aura grew stronger, and even the color of his body began to slowly turn golden. It was as if he was being coated with a layer of gold, making him appear incredibly dazzling. Cooler suddenly retreated violently. Just moments ago, he could feel that Frisia's combat power had already reached a terrifying level, and he knew very well that, although he had always claimed to be the genius of the Frost Demon race, only he knew in his heart. Frisia was the true genius. What's more, this genius had now truly grasped the essence of power and had returned from the depths of hell. One could only imagine how terrifying that was. Cooler didn't dare provoke him. But he had overestimated himself. Even though his current combat power was already very strong, having even reached the silver form, compared to Frisia's strength, he was still ridiculously weak. Under the stunned gaze of everyone present, Frisia stomped on Cooler's head. With just a little more force, Cooler would truly be sent to hell. That domineering return left everyone dumbfounded. After all, Cooler wasn't weak. Even after finding the Phantom Magian, Cooler's strength had been steadily increasing. This was the very reason Bojack was willing to submit to him. Cooler's talent was simply too strong. He improved every day, and his current combat power was naturally much stronger than Bojack's, though still slightly weaker than the Phantom Magian. But no one present could have imagined. Such a powerful Cooler was instantly defeated, and the speed was beyond their wildest expectations. This is too strong, right? You've got to be kidding me. Cooler is stronger than I am, and he's been improving so rapidly. How could he be taken out in an instant? This must be fake. Bojack couldn't believe it. He had sparred with Cooler before, and it was precisely because he had lost to Cooler that he was willing to give up the throne of the strongest. But now, Cooler had been defeated right in front of him, in an instant. He couldn't help but feel waves of shock in his heart. As Bojack was reeling in shock, Frisia slowly bent down, looking at Cooler with a mocking expression. My dear brother, you're truly pathetic. Who would have thought that after such a long time, you've made little progress? Is this what you claim to be the most gifted bloodline of the Frost Demon race? How utterly ridiculous. Frisia mocked coldly, and under everyone's shocked gaze, he kicked Cooler viciously away. He had no intention of killing Cooler. Frisia wasn't interested in the weak at all, and he didn't plan to kill anyone present either. They were, after all, part of the Universal Emperor Legion. Killing them off so easily wasn't a wise choice. Besides, they weren't weak. Frisia glanced around, noting everyone's expressions, and then said slowly, King Cold is about to officially retire, and we all belong to the Universal Emperor Legion. And the Universe Emperor is none other than me, Frisia. With that declaration of dominance, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, causing the entire universe to tremble. Everyone turned pale at the sound. No one dared defy him, not even Bojack, who now felt an unprecedented pressure. This was the true gap in strength. Under this immense power, one by one, they chose to submit. Meanwhile, the Northern Kai, who had been observing all along, became visibly upset when he saw Frisia's newly conscripted army. The old Frisia was already difficult enough to deal with. Now, this was even more outrageous. His power had grown terrifyingly strong, and he was constantly improving. Who could possibly defeat him? Chuan. If you don't deal with Frisia soon, there'll be no way to handle him later. This guy's strength keeps increasing. The Northern Kai murmured to himself, knowing full well that no amount of praying would make any difference. He could only hope that Chuan would finish his training with the God of Destruction soon and return, to prevent the destruction of the entire universe. As for the person he was praying for, Chuan had already finished his training, but he had just received his first apprentice task as a trainee God of Destruction. The tasks of a God of Destruction are straightforward, destroying planets. But for me, it's not a big deal. It's just a waste of time. The quicker I finish, the better. While Chuan was struggling to enter a proper state of training, was assigned him a task, his first trainee mission. The task was to destroy a planet. Coordinates were provided, and apart from the time it would take to travel there, everything else should be easily manageable for him. With his immense power, destroying a planet should be a simple task, especially since he had already mastered the power of destruction. He planned to complete it quickly. After leaving the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus quietly opened his eyes, glanced at Whis, and suddenly asked, why did you send him to that planet? There's a very dangerous individual there. If he mishandles it, things could go really wrong. Beerus knew well what the mission entailed. If he were the one to handle it, the situation could be resolved in an instant. But Chuan? That was another matter entirely. Whis chuckled and replied, everyone needs to grow, especially Saiyans. Without experiencing battles of blood and fire, it's very difficult for them to improve their combat strength or break through their limits. There's no one for him to fight in the God of Destruction's realm, so he needs more battles. These fights won't just boost his strength but might also help him find the right feeling. Once he breaks through his current limit, it'll be very interesting. I'm really looking forward to it, Super Saiyan 5. Whis sighed emotionally as he spoke. Chapter 146. On a certain planet within the Milky Way. This planet was shrouded in a thick layer of fog, like a misty sphere, making it impossible to see the planet's surface or interior. At this moment, Chuan was floating outside the planet. He felt a bit puzzled about this mission, but as an apprentice God of Destruction, destroying a planet was not out of the question. Whether there was life on the planet or not, that was not something he needed to consider. Finish this quickly and head back as soon as possible. Once I destroy this planet, I should be able to return and continue training. I've finally made some progress. With a bit more effort, Super Saiyan 5 is within my grasp. Chuan raised one hand slightly, and a terrifying power of destruction began to gather, instantly enveloping the entire area of space. From a small orb of light, it rapidly transformed into a purple-black sphere, and it kept growing larger, soon covering his entire field of vision. On the planet, a lone figure, as if sensing something, suddenly looked up at the sky, taking in the immense destructive force gathering above. In the next moment, with a swift movement, the figure appeared on the planet's surface. Who dares cause trouble here? The man gazed at the sudden energy sphere, his expression turning grim. With a wicked grin, he raised his hands, condensing a black energy orb. That black orb shot toward the destructive force. Mu Chuan had only used a casual attack. He hadn't gone all out, and for that reason, his destructive power was instantly blocked and pushed deep into the depths of space by an overwhelming force. This left him momentarily stunned. The collision had been so abrupt that he hadn't sensed any fluctuation in energy. But after his energy ball had been repelled into space, he finally felt a powerful aura. It was just ahead. Mu Chuan focused his gaze. In front of him, a figure had appeared at some unknown point. The figure wore green clothing, with muscles bulging as if they were about to explode. His hair was silver, and his eyes faintly emitted a yellow glow. Just the sight of him brought an immense pressure to Mu Chuan. But in the next second, he was utterly shocked. Because he saw that the man had a tail. Isn't that the mark of a Saiyan? Is he, also a Saiyan? Mu Chuan was unsure, for in all the history he knew, there had never been any mention of such a figure. Not only was this person a Saiyan, but his aura was incredibly terrifying. Even though the man wasn't making any specific move, the overwhelming power he exuded was almost impossible to bear. Mu Chuan couldn't help but grow cautious. After all, his mission was to destroy the planet in front of him. And this man had just stopped him. This meant there was a chance that the stranger was a resident of this planet. This was bound to lead to a battle. As Mu Chuan stared at the man's tail, the stranger also noticed something unusual about him and became curious. A Saiyan? There are still Saiyans in this universe. Weren't they destroyed by Frieza? The man muttered to himself. It's me who should be asking you. What's going on with you? Mu Chuan bluntly asked. Ha 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 ha. Me? I'm a Saiyan god. You're asking me what's going on? The other party was quite arrogant. It was as if they didn't take Mu Chuan seriously at all. Faced with such arrogant words, Mu Chuan wasn't too bothered. After all, the other party's strength did qualify them to say such things. Judging by their aura, the opponent's power was indeed terrifying. As for just how terrifying, that was still unclear. Mu Chuan sized them up briefly, then paid no further attention. Since his mission was unchangeable, a battle was inevitable. It didn't matter whether the other party was a Saiyan or not. Whoever stood in his way, Mu Chuan wouldn't show mercy. And this was just some Saiyan who appeared out of nowhere. I don't care who you are. Get as far away as possible, this isn't a place for you. I'm going to destroy this planet. If you don't want to be destroyed along with it, then get lost. Mu Chuan said this expressionlessly, as a terrifying destruction energy formed in his hand. But before he could throw it, the opponent used instant transmission and appeared directly in front of him, grabbing his hand. The moment they made contact, the scene fell into a dead silence. From the opponent's actions, Mu Chuan already knew their decision. In an instant, a powerful surge of battle energy erupted from Mu Chuan. He always maintained his strongest battle form, as he had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4. This was true strength. He shook off his opponent and followed up with his own instant transmission. With both hands, he formed a massive energy blast and hurled it at the planet, then teleported again. Although his opponent wasn't as fast, they continued chasing him, and their aura was steadily growing stronger. Interesting. A Saiyan this powerful is rare. Indeed, you're something special. But if you're going to stop me from completing my mission, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mu Chuan's power surged once again. This time, he was truly serious. It didn't matter if the other was a rogue Saiyan, it had nothing to do with him. But Mu Chuan had underestimated them. The opponent's eyes grew even brighter, and their aura surged to a terrifying degree. Before Mu Chuan could react, he was struck hard, leaving a look of shock on his face. How could this guy be so strong? Not only did they suppress him, but they did so with such ease. How terrifying must they be? Mu Chuan had always considered himself a well-known powerhouse in the 7th universe. If you excluded Beerus and Whis, he was definitely the strongest. But now, where did this mysterious Saiyan come from? How could they leave him struggling to cope? This didn't feel good at all. Even though their battle didn't last long, it was intensely fierce, to the point that the smoke surrounding the planet had been partially dispersed. You could tell how intense the fight was. Their battle also attracted a lot of attention. Especially from a certain hidden figure. He had chosen such a remote location because he didn't want to be discovered. Only by mastering the ultimate power could everything be discussed later. Otherwise, no matter what he did, it would be in vain. This individual also had purple-white hair and wore brown-pink clothes. Though he didn't appear very threatening, the expression on her face made anyone feel extremely uncomfortable. She was the Western Supreme Kai. Chapter 147. The Western Supreme Kai did not die in the battle against Majin Buu but barely managed to survive. However, she had been enduring severe injuries and undergoing a long recovery. She had long since experienced a drastic change in personality. After going through despair and near death, she deeply understood that strength is of the utmost importance. Power is the ultimate truth. What's the point of being the pinnacle of gods without the greatest strength? Thus, she secretly conducted terrifying experiments. Her goal was to merge the strongest races in the universe into one perfect being. To create the ultimate combat force. Both the Saiyan and Frisia lineages were preserved for this purpose. After many years of research, she finally developed a being with immense combat power. However, it wasn't yet the complete form. But even so, she was already immensely satisfied. Even if Majin Buu were here, it would probably retreat in fear. At this moment, the Western Supreme Kai looked up at the sky, a faint smile appearing on her lips before she vanished from the spot. In the next second, she reappeared in space. Now, she saw two people engaged in combat in the vast universe. When she recognized them, a trace of surprise flickered in her eyes. A Saiyan. And one who has mastered the power of destruction. Could this person be connected to a god of destruction? The Western Supreme Kai paused for a moment, genuinely not expecting to encounter someone related to the god of destruction here. Ever since her drastic personality change, she revered power. She had become incredibly sensitive to strength. Although the strongest entity she had created was indeed formidable, it didn't mean she could truly challenge a god of destruction. That's why, when she saw Chuan, she momentarily hesitated. Why would a god of destruction be here? Has she caught their attention? The Western Supreme Kai frowned. She couldn't tolerate anyone disrupting her plans just as she was on the verge of success. Such interference would render all her efforts futile. Gods of destruction were notoriously unreasonable. They only knew how to destroy. Even she found them quite troublesome to deal with. Hilka, stop immediately. As the Western Supreme Kai's voice rang out, the mysterious Saiyan abruptly stopped fighting and stood behind the Supreme Kai. Chuan also noticed the Western Supreme Kai, and a strange feeling arose in him. The Supreme Kai's life force was surprisingly on a similarly high level as his own. He knew that he had already transcended into the realm of gods, especially as a trainee god of destruction. With these qualifications, he had ascended to the divine realm. However, the life force of this person before him seemed to be on par with his own, perhaps even more unusual. This left him puzzled. Who are you? And what's the deal with this guy? Chuan asked two questions in quick succession. The Western Supreme Kai didn't answer but merely glanced at Chuan before saying, someone who has mastered the power of destruction, you must be connected to the god of destruction, right? Why have you come here? Whatever your reason, I hope you leave immediately. This is not a place where you should linger. I do not wish to clash with you. Although the Western Supreme Kai believed that the power she now wielded was not weak, she preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble and sought a peaceful resolution. However, Chuan naturally could not give up, as this was his very first mission as a trainee god of destruction. How could he explain himself if he gave up? So, Chuan shook his head slightly and said, sorry, although I don't know who you are, I refuse both your request and your suggestion. I have my own mission. Chuan's resolute attitude caught the Western Supreme Kai off guard. She frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. This situation had exceeded her expectations. And judging by how things were developing, it was clearly not going to be simple. After a moment of thought, the Western Supreme Kai finally spoke slowly. I am the Western Supreme Kai. I think you should know who I am. Leave quickly. We have no quarrel, there's no need for us to engage in a big fight here. As soon as the Western Supreme Kai finished speaking, Chuan fell silent as well, because he wasn't sure why Whis had assigned him this particular task. But he did know one thing, since his mission was to destroy this planet before him, he had to see it through. No matter who tried to stop him. Nothing could stand in his way. The Western Supreme Kai. From what I understand, the Western Supreme Kai was wiped out by Majin Buu a long time ago, yet you're still alive. For you to survive, you must have gone through some immense trials. And even if you're still alive, you've chosen not to show yourself. Your motives must be anything but simple, but regardless of who you are, you cannot stop me. Chuan took a step forward. He hadn't planned to simply destroy the planet in front of these two without a fight. In his mind, that was unrealistic. After all, they would definitely try to stop him, and their combat power was nothing to scoff at. Given the situation, he had no choice but to deal with them first before destroying the planet. His move ignited fury in Hilka's eyes. Without waiting for the Western Supreme Kai's command, Hilka stepped forward, his aura becoming even more terrifying. His hair grew a little longer, and he looked even more sinister. Die! The sudden attack caught Mu Chuan completely off guard. Who would have thought that this guy would strike without warning, and with such ferocity that it stunned Mu Chuan for a moment? But he wasn't one to back down. He retaliated just as fiercely, and the battle instantly became extremely intense. Both fighters were incredibly fast, evenly matched. The level of their combat was astonishingly fierce. Despite Mu Chuan's significant progress over this period, he felt like he was struggling to handle his opponent. Moreover, the destructive power Hilka unleashed was just as strong. Even the Western Supreme Kai on the sidelines was utterly shocked, her mind in turmoil. What was going on? This guy wasn't just a Saiyan, he could also wield destructive power. Although this had already been somewhat apparent earlier, seeing it in action left her in awe. Her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. What was the deal with this guy? He was clearly not a god of destruction, yet his combat power was terrifying. Even the most perfect and powerful Hilka had been held up. What kind of monster was this? Where did this guy come from? How is he so strong? No, if this drags on, we'll be at a serious disadvantage. Hilka, use all of your strength. I want you to kill him. Chapter 148. With a command from the Western Supreme Kai, Hilka seemed to be infused with a soul. His expression became even more ferocious, and his aura surged dramatically. Even his muscles expanded, giving off an intense sense of oppression. Boom! In a flash, Hilka grabbed Mu Chuan's arm, preventing him from breaking free. Then, with a swift knee strike upwards, Mu Chuan spat out water on the spot. The massive impact caused a momentary blank in Mu Chuan's mind, and in the next second, he flipped around, grabbing Hilka's other arm with his free hand. The two instantly began a contest of strength. Veins bulged from their faces. Both roared in anger simultaneously. Taking advantage of Hilka's exertion, Mu Chuan kicked inward with both feet, sending Hilka flying and immediately following up with a punch. His hands began to gather destructive force. The destruction energy surged forward. And his waves of energy were numerous, with no effort to aim. After all, his goal was to destroy the planet they were on. Whether he missed or not didn't matter. If Hilka didn't stop him, Mu Chuan could simply destroy the planet, which would, in a way, complete his mission. However, Hilka didn't retreat. With arms wide open, it was as if he intended to block all the energy waves with his bare hands. This scene was nothing short of shocking. How confident could one be? What the hell, is this guy juiced up or something? Mu Chuan was startled by Hilka's actions. However, his hands didn't stop. Every single energy wave struck Hilka, yet the latter remained unscathed, and his aura only grew more terrifying. His muscles expanded once again, doubling in size. The sensation was like facing a small giant, making Mu Chuan appear several sizes smaller, like an adult compared to a child. The stark contrast left Mu Chuan wide-eyed. What's going on with this guy? The more he fights, the bigger his muscles get. Is this how he grows stronger? Why does this remind me of Sabo's transformation? No, I can't drag this out any longer. Since this guy is also a Saiyan, I'll just drag him into space. He can still breathe air for now, but in the vacuum of space, it'll be my domain. Mu Chuan wasn't planning to prolong the fight. He had a nagging suspicion that the Western Supreme Kai had ill intentions, and he couldn't let them seize any advantage. After all, Mu Chuan possessed the bloodline of the Frost Demon race and could survive freely in space. However, ordinary beings, including Saiyans, couldn't survive in a vacuum, making this his strategic advantage. Whoosh! The energy wave struck Hilka, producing only a puff of smoke. Hilka, as if unfazed, seemed to relish the experience. But Mu Chuan used instant transmission, appearing behind Hilka, kicking him upward, and following up with an energy wave. He wasn't aiming to eliminate Hilka, just to send him out of the planet's gravitational field, shifting the battlefield into the vacuum of space. Seeing Mu Chuan's move, the Western Supreme Kai, observing from the side, revealed a slight smile. It was as if everything was proceeding according to plan. Hilka flew toward outer space, and as soon as he entered, he stopped himself mid-air, looking at Chuan in the distance. He casually stretched his arms, a cracking sound echoing as if he was loosening up his joints, fully relaxing his body. There are some petty tricks at play, but aren't you underestimating me a bit too much? If you don't show me something real soon, I'll have to kill you. Seeing Hilka's relaxed demeanor, Chuan's eyes widened. This wasn't how he thought things would play out at all. Shouldn't the opponent be hurrying back to the planet's gravitational field? Otherwise, staying in a vacuum would be disastrous for him. Yet, the other side appeared so at ease, which was completely unexpected for him. On the other side, the Western Supreme Kai suddenly said, "You fool, didn't you hear what I said earlier? Hilka is the strongest warrior." Oh, you probably don't know, Hilka isn't just a Saiyan. He merely possesses Saiyan blood. He was personally created by the Western Supreme Kai, the strongest warrior, imbued with cells from all the most powerful beings in the galaxy, Saiyan combat cells, the unique cells of the Frisia race, and countless others from top-tier species. A fusion of all the strongest species, he has long surpassed everything. How can you win? With what can you win? The Western Supreme Kai laughed heartily, as if everything was already under control. After all, revealing her most perfect creation at this moment brought her immense satisfaction. This is the power she has been seeking. Although Hilka is not her ultimate dream, at the very least, he possesses incredible dominance. And this is just the first warrior. Soon, there will be even more powerful fighters. This is the beginning of her conquest of the universe. Hearing the Western Supreme Kai's words, Chuan's expression darkened. While he did feel something was odd about the opponent, he never expected that this was a man-made creation. Isn't this similar to the androids? And why does it give off a Cell-like vibe? But even Cell wasn't this monstrous, he still needed time to grow. Yet this guy seemed to be at his peak right from the start, already possessing terrifying combat power. It left Chuan feeling baffled. Every opponent is so strong. Currently, he had at least mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4, and on top of that, he had grasped the power of destruction. Despite his formidable techniques, he couldn't easily subdue this opponent. This was so frustrating. However, he wasn't discouraged. Since these minor tricks couldn't defeat the opponent, it was time to get serious. A fusion warrior, huh? Quite interesting. To get Cell to reach this level, who knows how long it would take. You're indeed a decent sharpening stone. Now I understand why Wiz suddenly assigned me such a task, it's because there's an opponent who matches me perfectly. Is this my breakthrough opportunity? Come on, you hybrid. Let me show you what a true warrior race is. Chuan threw off all reservations, no longer planning to use petty tricks. He was ready to face the battle head-on. Once everything clicked for him, battle became the only theme. After adjusting to his new state, his aura also surged explosively, Super Saiyan 4 at full power, combined with destruction energy attacks. His combat power skyrocketed to the extreme. Chapter 149. 100 trillion. 110 trillion. 120 trillion. Finally, Chuan's battle power settled at 140 trillion, an absurdly exaggerated leap beyond his previous strength. Though his battle power had grown immensely, he had not yet reached the breakthrough point. However, possessing such immense power was already an achievement of cultivation. At this moment, his power had reached its peak. As his battle power surged to the pinnacle, his form also underwent a subtle change. His eyes turned purple, red lightning crackled around him, and his hair became a deep crimson, making him look exceptionally strange. Even he was unsure of his current form, but he didn't care too much, what mattered was becoming stronger. Why bother with what form it was? Seeing Chuan's power surge, and with this sensation as though he had stepped into the realm of gods, the Western Supreme Kai was stunned. Is this a godly state? No, the aura isn't pure. But what is this exactly? The Western Supreme Kai froze for a moment before frowning. Had the universe undergone changes during his absence that he was unaware of? Why did this person appear so strange? Of course, it was just a fleeting thought, and he didn't dwell on it too much. No matter how odd it was, it couldn't defeat Hilka. Hilka clenched his fists, a savage aura gradually enveloping him. His eyes turned yellow, and his hair began to lengthen. Finally, his hair turned directly into a silver gray, with silver gray fur growing across his body, making him look extraordinarily wild. It was as though his form had undergone a transformation based on the Super Saiyan 4, with his entire aura becoming incredibly savage and filled with wildness. Ha ha ha. Such immense power. Seeing the violent energy in front of him, Chuan was stunned on the spot. What kind of form is this? It looks like Super Saiyan 4, but there are significant differences. Could this be? Before he could finish, Hilka suddenly interrupted, saying, "You ant, you actually carry the blood of the Saiyans, how disgraceful. Your transformation is such a mess, how did you even train? My overwhelming power, does it make you feel despair? This is the 5th stage of Super Saiyan, known as the god among Super Saiyans. What do you have to fight me with?" With his sudden surge in battle power, Hilka's arrogance skyrocketed. He no longer considered anything worth his attention. In comparison, the gap in strength between the two was evident. Even though Chuan had unleashed his full battle power, he still appeared weak in the face of Hilka, who had now ascended to Super Saiyan 5. This made Chuan's face show unprecedented seriousness. Super Saiyan 5, huh? Then let me see how strong you really are. It was as if he had made some sort of resolution. But just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept past, and he instantly bent over like a cooked shrimp, his eyes bulging out. Before him stood Hilka, now in his Super Saiyan 5 form. Hilka had a relaxed expression. With just a casual move, he had knocked Chuan down, which clearly illustrated the vast difference in their battle power. Is this your strongest power? A bit weak. Just now, I was merely playing with you for a warm-up. Now, the real fight begins. Don't give up so easily. As Hilka spoke, he threw another punch. Chuan had no time to catch his breath. His mind went completely blank. At this moment, he couldn't even see Hilka's movements, and the sheer power of his opponent was terrifying. Each attack left him defenseless. He couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, he had already taken dozens of punches. But he couldn't find any way to counter them. His mind was dazed, as if everything around him had come to a standstill. Yet, his body was weakening, his injuries worsening, and even moving felt difficult. It was as if he had been instantly defeated. But his opponent didn't finish him off quickly. Instead, he was torturing him bit by bit. The world seemed frozen in time. The Western Supreme Kai watched this scene, arms crossed, with an expression that suggested this outcome was long expected. Although Chuan's combat strength was indeed strong, the Western Supreme Kai didn't believe that the warrior she created using cells from all the strongest races would be so easily defeated. This was the true ultimate warrior. With such overwhelming power, ruling the universe would be effortless, right? Moreover, she had even grander ambitions. If everything went according to plan, she could definitely control the strongest force. That was the peak god she desired to see. The strongest god in the universe should possess the greatest power in the universe. Without it, how could one be called a god? Power is truly a wonderful thing. As the battle took a one-sided turn. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis and Beerus had been watching everything clearly from the start, and even now, as Chuan was being brutally beaten, they saw it all. Beerus scoffed, "How weak. To be completely overwhelmed by such an opponent. This is so embarrassing. If the other gods of destruction in the universe knew, wouldn't they all laugh at me?" Beerus was quite displeased. To him, he never wanted an apprentice in the first place, and he certainly didn't want anyone to know a weakling was associated with him in any way. But Whis insisted on bringing that Saiyan here to train. If his strength had at least been decent, it wouldn't be so bad. But now, being beaten to a pulp. This was utterly humiliating. Whis, however, paid no attention to Beerus's complaints. After all, Beerus was just a prideful cat. Whis kept his eyes on the scene, not surprised at what was happening before him, because he had known for a while that the Western Supreme Kai was hiding there. She had even created a very powerful warrior, and knowing this was precisely why Whis sent Chuan to destroy that planet. It was a form of training. A warrior race cannot simply rely on training. Battle is the shortcut to strength. Training alone won't make you a true powerhouse. As for whether Chuan could change his fate, that would be up to him. Chuan, whether you can comprehend, whether you can break through, that depends entirely on you now. I've already shown you the path. Super Saiyan 5 does exist, but your opponent is a Super Saiyan 5 created through various genes and cells. But you're different. If you truly become a Super Saiyan 5, you will have done so through your own effort, achieving unparalleled power. Stand up. Swing your fists, let the blood of your warrior race boil. Whis muttered to himself as he watched. Chapter 150. Chuan had no idea that he had caught the attention of Beerus and Whis. At this moment, he was still in a daze, completely stunned by the beating he had just received. Super Saiyan 5, is this strength for real? As he slowly regained his senses, his body was already severely injured. He felt immense pain all over, and even the slightest movement required great effort. A helpless smile appeared on his face. So strong. As expected, Beerus was going easy on me. He muttered to himself, and every word was clearly heard by Beerus. Beerus? Wait, what does this have to do with me? Why am I being dragged into this? Beerus was baffled. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to be blamed for this. It was the other guy who beat you, so why are you saying I went easy on you? Even Whis couldn't figure out Chuan's thought process. In reality, Chuan's reasoning wasn't that complicated. With his current combat strength, he had been easily overwhelmed by the Super Saiyan 5. Yet, Beerus was undoubtedly much stronger than that opponent. Back then, he had managed to hold his own against Beerus. If that wasn't Beerus going easy on him, then what was it? No, it wasn't just going easy. It was like letting him win entirely. Chuan sighed for a moment. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent hadn't struck yet, he swiftly took out a senzu bean and tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. The next second. In the astonished gazes of everyone present, he recovered completely. The recovery speed was astonishing, and not only that, his strength had surged significantly, almost doubling. His combat power reached 210 trillion. It was terrifying, especially since just moments ago, he had been severely injured with no chance to fight back. Yet, his opponent had seemingly looked down on him and let him be. Well, if that's the case, don't blame him for being impolite. After stretching his body a bit, Chuan looked at Hilka with disdain and said, "You'll pay for underestimating me and holding back during this fight." Humph. I'll show you what it truly means to face the warrior race. Both the Western Supreme Kai and Hilka finally snapped out of their daze, surprised by Chuan's sudden transformation. However, it wasn't enough to make them feel threatened. Is this your confidence? Hilka sneered. Trash will always be trash. I don't know how you recovered so quickly, but with your level of power, you still stand no chance against me. Since you've healed again, I guess I'll just have to let you taste despair one more time. Hilka cracked his neck, making a sharp cracking sound, while a cruel smile spread across his face. He had no intention of killing Chuan. He wanted to savor his enemy's expression of pain and despair. However, at that moment, the Western Supreme Kai spoke up, "Hilka, stop playing around. His power is slowly increasing. While it's not enough to pose a threat to us yet, we shouldn't leave it unchecked. Letting our guard down now would be a mistake." The Western Supreme Kai was cautious, having experienced setbacks before. She knew better than to be overly confident. Hilka merely nodded slightly, seemingly not too concerned. The Western Supreme Kai opened her mouth slightly, but even though she could control Hilka, she didn't want to be too forceful, fearing it could lead to rebellion. Sometimes it was better to go along with things. Despite feeling a little uneasy, she reassured himself with thoughts of Hilka's immense power, which eased her worries somewhat. Let him be. There shouldn't be any problems. Hilka's combat strength is so overwhelming. Even if that guy's power increases, there's no way he can rival Hilka. I'm probably overthinking it. The Western Supreme Kai comforted herself. Even though Chuan's combat power had increased, he still didn't believe he could truly defeat his opponent. However, as long as he wasn't instantly killed and had the chance to consume a senzu bean, his combat strength would continue to rise. With Saiyan blood and the frost demon race flowing through his veins, he would only grow stronger the longer the fight went on. As long as he wasn't killed in one blow, he would truly rise. His provocations were also meant to enrage his opponent. Even if he got severely beaten and gravely injured, there was no way he would be killed outright. This would give him the chance for a prolonged fight. He was gambling. Gambling on his opponent's carelessness. Although it was extremely risky, Chuan believed this was an effective way to rapidly increase his combat power. Hoping to break through to Super Saiyan 5 was clearly unrealistic. Even with the system's abilities, he didn't think he could reach Super Saiyan 5 that easily. As a last resort, this was the only option. Boom! Sure enough, after his sudden taunt, Hilka focused his attacks on him but didn't kill him outright. Instead, he chose to humiliate him more. The injuries on his body worsened. It even became difficult for him to raise his arms. Aren't you stubborn? Let's see how long you can keep that up, you pure-blooded Saiyan. Hilka revealed a wicked smile. It seemed to bring him great satisfaction. However, Chuan had already anticipated this outcome. After all, the difference in their combat power was immense. By his estimation, Hilka's combat power was at least 1,000 trillion, making it easy for him to kill Chuan. But Hilka's personality had a clear flaw, perhaps because of the way he had cultivated his power. He was easily angered and stubborn in certain ways. This gave Chuan an opening. As Hilka paused once again, Chuan swallowed another senzu bean, and his injuries healed. His combat power surged to 300 trillion. But at this moment, he could feel that his body was nearing its limit. Even if he were injured again and healed, the increase in power would be minimal. But despite this, he didn't stop. This was the only strategy he had for now. Far away in the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus and Whis watched his actions and exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of surprise in the other's eyes. This was far too bold. He was betting his life on the opponent's personality. This was pure gambling. This guy is brave, I'll give him that. To gamble his life like this, but if he angers the opponent and instead of humiliation, they decide to kill him, he's done for. This tactic is way too risky. Beerus frowned. He found this method completely illogical. In his opinion, one should always rely on their own strength. Gambling on others was the most foolish thing to do. Yet, Chuan had chosen to do just that. Chapter 151. This might be a last resort. Whis silently murmured. Immediately, the scene fell into silence. After all, both of them knew that the gap in strength was too vast. They didn't think victory was possible. Unless, there was a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 5. But how easy could that be? Seeing Chuan recover again, Hilka was momentarily stunned, but this time didn't react much. After all, he had already anticipated this. You can still recover. I don't believe you can keep recovering. For every time you heal, I'll beat you down again. I'll show you what it means to be the strongest warrior in the universe. You, such a waste, can never understand. Hilka's arrogance left him reckless, not even caring about Chuan's continuous improvement. However, from afar, the Western Supreme Kai sensed something was off, an unsettling feeling that something big was about to happen. Although Hilka's combat strength was incredibly strong, the opponent was improving too fast, and even Chuan's ability to recover so quickly left him deeply uneasy. The Supreme Kai knew Saiyans well, a true warrior race. Every time they brushed against death, they gained a massive boost in power. Even though there was a limit. That limit was flexible, and if this continued, wouldn't Chuan's combat power eventually reach terrifying levels? Just thinking about it made the Western Supreme Kai feel disbelief. To ease her inner anxiety, the Western Supreme Kai decided she had to speak with Hilka. Otherwise, if Chuan truly reached an unbeatable level, it would be a disaster. Hilka, stop toying with him. The universe is our goal, there's no need to drag this on. His combat power is increasing with every moment. Although the rate has slowed, a few more rounds and his power will multiply several times over. While he may not pose a direct threat to you yet, this will cause us major problems and hinder our control over the universe. With the words of the Western Supreme Kai, Hilka finally calmed down. Seeing Chuan's combat power had multiplied several times, he began to settle down. Chuan, noticing Hilka suddenly stopping his attack, realized that his previous tactics had completely lost their effect. However, his combat power had now reached 570 trillion, a result of countless times being gravely injured and near death. Because of this, his combat strength had increased so drastically. However, he was indeed nearing his limit. Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. Kaioken. In an instant, Chuan was engulfed in a red aura, and his combat power skyrocketed, doubling to 114 quadrillion. He immediately charged toward Hilka. Before Hilka could even react, he was hit square in the face, his entire expression distorted. The battle had suddenly shifted. No one had time to react. Chuan was simply using his warrior race's natural talent to boost his combat power. He didn't know how much further he could improve, but he was relentlessly pushing himself to the limit. Moreover, even back then, his combat power was not weak. There were very few who could injure him. Even Beerus and Whis, while they could indeed deal him serious injuries or even destroy him, wouldn't easily take action against him. This made it difficult for him to improve significantly. Now, having encountered such a rare opponent, he was unreservedly pushing his combat power to the limit. Furthermore, he wasn't even using the Kaioken technique at that moment. Although Kaioken is a very useful ability, it places a tremendous burden on the body. If this burden is endured for too long, one day the body will completely collapse. For example, Goku from the Legends. He used the Kaioken too many times, and eventually, his body couldn't take it, one of the many causes for succumbing to the devastating illness of heart disease. It goes to show that even the strongest individuals can face negative consequences when pushing beyond their limits. He was no exception. If he could avoid it, he would, but now he had reached his limit. Unable to break through to Super Saiyan 5, he could only use the Kaioken based on his current combat power. What? How did his combat power suddenly skyrocket? Was he just toying with us earlier? The Western Supreme Kai was dumbfounded. Never in a million years did she expect that their opponent would explode with such terrifying combat power at this moment, instantly leaving Hilka stunned. But Mu Chuan didn't stop there. He gathered an incredibly destructive force in his hand, and at that moment, it felt as though this destructive power was that of a true god of destruction. A trainee god of destruction is still a god of destruction. Don't underestimate a trainee just because of the title. In an instant, the situation changed, and no one had time to react. Even in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus and the others were caught off guard. Then Beerus smiled. Interesting. This guy has been holding back all along, pushing his opponent to train him, raising his own combat power, and now squeezing out every bit of his potential. Smart, but not too much. Let's see if he doesn't outsmart himself and get killed in the process. That would be tragic. Even now, despite the situation shifting in his favor, Beerus still thought this approach was overly reckless. The risk was too great. It was basically handing over his life to his opponent. Whis, observing the scene, though it didn't unfold as he envisioned, still felt a sense of relief. In his mind, Mu Chuan should have transformed into Super Saiyan 5 under extreme circumstances, and his combat power would then completely surpass the enemy. At that point, defeating this fusion warrior should have been easy, right? But never did he expect Mu Chuan to gamble with his life, and he actually won. He had taken control of the situation. One had to admit, only a true gambler would dare to do such a thing. The battle continued. However, Hilka had indeed been stunned. Even when he regained his senses and tried to counterattack, how could Mu Chuan possibly give him the chance? Fierce ki blasts bombarded him, sealing off all his paths. His instant transmission flickered repeatedly. Not only had he blocked all of Hilka's escape routes, making it impossible for his opponent to catch him, but he also landed strike after strike on his opponent's body. It was as if he intended to return the pain he had just suffered tenfold, 100-fold. The shockwaves from the battle were immense, causing even the planets ahead to tremble, and the smoke was scattered by the powerful shockwaves. Chapter 152. The Western Supreme Kai's face darkened completely. She had a constant feeling of unease, but she didn't expect it would turn out like this. This was beyond her expectations. So insidious. From the very beginning, you've been planning a countermeasure, and even deliberately provoking. Your strategy is indeed quite clever, but if you think you've already secured victory, you're gravely mistaken. Hilka is the most powerful fusion warrior I've ever created. After the Western Supreme Kai finished speaking, Hilka seemed to snap out of his trance. He immediately broke free from Mu Chuan's encirclement, and his speed skyrocketed. Hilka glared at Mu Chuan with pure rage. He never imagined that one day he would find himself in such a pitiful state, and all of this was caused by the guy in front of him. The worst part was that he had fallen for a huge trap. This humiliation instantly flooded his heart, pushing his anger to the breaking point. His golden eyes slowly began to turn red, and even a beast-like aura started emanating from his body. Roar! I'm going to tear you apart. With a roar, Hilka instantly disappeared from where he was, diving towards Mu Chuan with ferocity. Mu Chuan didn't back down in the slightest. The two of them immediately clashed. Every strike landed with force, and each collision caused an intense shockwave. Their battle even shook the universe. A distant planet, like a candle flickering in the wind, barely held on. If they had intentionally tried to destroy it, it would have been obliterated long ago. After seeing the Western Supreme Kai, Mu Chuan had basically figured it out. Whis didn't need him to destroy that planet at all. It seemed that Whis just wanted him to meet the Western Supreme Kai and perhaps gain some insights from the encounter. Maybe that was the real reason. Because of this, Chuan didn't bother with the planet anymore. Whether it got destroyed or not had nothing to do with him. How could he pass up the chance to face such a worthy opponent? The battle grew fiercer, truly entering a fever pitch. Chuan felt his blood boiling all over his body, and he eagerly anticipated the exhilaration of this fight. This is amazing. Ever since my power increased, it's been rare to find someone who can give me such a thrilling fight, but you've brought back that long-lost feeling. I have to admit, you've got some skills, even if you're just a mutt. What Chuan said wasn't wrong. After all, Hilka was indeed a fusion of many cells combined into one warrior. However, hearing these words in Hilka's ears gave them a whole different meaning. Another roar erupted instantly. His power surged to yet another level. Chuan looked at him in confusion, unable to understand why he suddenly went berserk. Was this guy losing his mind? Or maybe, being an incomplete creation, he couldn't control his emotions. Chuan was utterly baffled. But he didn't hold back. He, too, went all out. Even though using Kaioken pushed his body beyond its limits, he felt that as long as he could win this battle, he would reach an unprecedented level. While they fought, no one noticed that in the distant universe, many tiny insects were floating around. These were not living creatures, but all products of technology. These technological insects were spread throughout the entire universe. Their sole purpose was to gather accurate information and transmit it to the Universal Emperor Legion in real time. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. After learning that the universe was filled with many powerful monsters, Cooler immediately pushed all scientists to exhaustively research. Only then did they achieve some results. However, these results have long since become obsolete. They have truly fallen into the hands of Frisia. At this moment, all the insects transmitted everything happening in this part of the universe back to base. Although the destructive power of both sides in the battle was too great, causing some interference, as long as there was a little footage, they could still deduce everything. In a distant part of the universe, a massive spaceship drifted aimlessly through space. Suddenly, a message was received on the large screen. With authorization granted, the screen immediately started playing the footage. This was the battle between Chuan and Hilka. When everyone present witnessed the battle between the two, they fell silent. Since Frisia's return, the entire Emperor Legion had been restructured once again, now firmly under Frisia's control. At present, all the top elites of the Frisia army were gathered here, and they happened to see the battle playing out on the large screen. This immediately caught their attention. Is that damn Saiyan? Cooler was the first to speak. He couldn't stop thinking about Chuan, and his hatred was growing with each passing moment. But when he saw the scene in front of him, even he couldn't keep it together. How could the gap be this big? When did the other side become so powerful? Though he had never seemed to have the upper hand before, Cooler had also been training hard. So where did it all go wrong? After all, he was a genius of the Frost Demon race. This was the strongest race in the universe, yet why did he now feel he had no advantage whatsoever? As Cooler was struck by shock, the others didn't fare much better. None of them had ever imagined that someone's combat power could reach such an absurd level. By comparison, they felt that if they were to step onto the battlefield, they would be instantly obliterated, not even able to participate. Bojack was silent. The Phantom Magian, with his low intelligence, didn't care too much, but Bojack was starting to feel genuinely defeated. Time and again, one after another, people stronger than him kept appearing. Frisia's return had already dealt a huge blow to him, and now their enemies were so incredibly powerful. Who could handle this? This is too strong. What on earth did this guy eat? It feels like every time, he can boost his combat power so rapidly. How is this any different from cheating? Damn it, I've just made some progress, but the other side's improvement is so enormous. The gap is getting wider and wider. When will I ever get my revenge? Cooler gritted his teeth, his hatred practically tangible. But considering the power gap between them, he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Chapter 153. As Cooler's unwilling cries echoed through the spaceship, the atmosphere grew eerie, with an inexplicable sense of heaviness settling over everyone. Bojack and Cooler felt powerless. As for the others, their strength was too weak to comprehend the disparity. They could only silently watch the two combatants on the screen who fought like wild barbarians. Each clash brought terrifying destruction. The asteroid belt around the planet had already been destroyed. This showed just how destructive their battle was. While everyone felt a sinking feeling, Frisia remained the most silent. From the beginning, he had understood that Chuan was no longer the same person as before. His strength was truly overwhelming. Moreover, now that he was training with Lord Beerus, it was not surprising that his power was increasing so rapidly. But even Frisia had not expected Chuan's power to reach such a level, far beyond his imagination. Oh ho ho ho. This is getting more and more interesting. Training with Lord Beerus has indeed increased his combat power significantly. It seems that I must also get serious. Otherwise, being crushed along the way would be far too humiliating. Let me focus on my training and see who will emerge stronger. Frisia laughed to himself, but no one present dared to make a sound or even breathe loudly. Though Frisia was laughing, if anyone thought he was in a good mood, they would be making a grave mistake. Whenever Frisia wore such an expression, it meant his heart was filled with rage, though he chose to conceal it. With a cracking sound, the screen shattered. Frisia turned and left. The intense pressure he exuded made everyone present too afraid to utter a word. My dear brother, we must train hard, or else we'll always be crushed by those damn monkeys. Forever beneath them. I'm sure you wouldn't want that, would you? Come, let's train together. We won't come out until we've achieved our golden form. Frisia's figure had long disappeared, but his voice echoed through the spaceship, and everyone heard it clearly. Cooler gritted his teeth. Initially, he hadn't wanted to participate, but seeing the combat power of those damn monkeys being so immense. If he didn't start training, catching up would be impossible, and avoiding being obliterated on the spot would be a challenge. In the end, Cooler followed. The others exchanged glances before scattering, each harboring the same thought: training. Enhancing their combat power was the utmost priority. Otherwise, what difference was there between them, an evil army without strength, and cannon fodder? Chuan would never have imagined this. It was precisely because of his actions that all the villains were now fully motivated to improve their combat power. The scene was too surreal to even imagine. Meanwhile, the battle between Chuan and Hilka dragged on without a clear winner, with both suffering varying degrees of injury. Yet, there were advantages and disadvantages. Although Hilka's regeneration was strong, thanks to his body being fused with various cells, allowing him to worry little about his recovery ability. Chuan was the same. Having gained immense regenerative abilities and the skills of Majin Buu, he was now practically immortal. He was incredibly shrewd. Whenever he sustained a certain degree of injury, he would immediately consume a Senzu bean. This not only allowed him to maintain the state of Kaioken, but each time he recovered, his stamina would be significantly replenished. Moreover, his combat power was steadily increasing. Because of this, the balance of the battle seemed to be slowly tipping. However, he was well aware that his actions had long caught the attention of the Western Supreme Kai and Hilka. If he made his moves any more obvious, it was likely they would try to flee. But in order to lure them step by step into his trap, he displayed just the right amount of combat strength. Not too strong, not too weak, just enough to suppress his opponent. Meanwhile, in the midst of this battle, he also began refining his combat skills. Gradually, the battle became somewhat strange. Even Hilka and the Western Supreme Kai started to sense something was off, but they couldn't quite figure out what it was. It just felt wrong. On the other hand, Beerus and Whis, who had been watching everything closely, had a peculiar look on their faces. He's really interesting. Even in this situation, he's still trying to use his opponent as a whetstone, honing his skills to the peak. But it makes sense. With his current combat power, it's strong but not overwhelmingly so. There's really no one suitable to be his opponent. Having such a rare opportunity for a test like this allows him to both refine himself and increase his combat strength at the same time. Even if he can't break through to Super Saiyan 5, his combat power is far from weak. Whis casually commented. One must understand that right now, Chuan had only unleashed the combat power of Super Saiyan 4. If he could surpass the divine realm with such terrifying strength, how strong could he become? Even Whis couldn't imagine it. On the side, Beerus licked his lips, appearing eager to join the fray. After all, seeing a powerful fighter made him want to exchange a few blows himself. However, he ultimately restrained himself. There was no point in fighting if he couldn't go all out. Unless Mu Chuan broke through once again, maybe then Beerus would take him more seriously. Mu Chuan had no idea that his actions had already been seen through by Beerus and Whis. At this moment, he was still following his inner plan, honing his combat skills while steadily increasing his combat power. However, the Kaioken was indeed placing a tremendous burden on him. Even with the Senzu beans, some things were simply irreversible. This made him realize that only his own combat power was truly reliable. He couldn't rely too much on this kind of amplification, or else, sooner or later, it would backfire on him. It seems this is enough. When Mu Chuan sensed that his growth had slowed, he suddenly said these words. Hilka and the Western Supreme Kai were stunned. Then, in an instant, Mu Chuan gathered an immense destructive force in his hand, and before the two could fully react, Hilka was enveloped by it. In the blink of an eye, the Western Supreme Kai was left dumbfounded. She watched as Hilka was obliterated right before her eyes, and the manner in which it happened was almost comical. They had just been fighting evenly, and in the next moment, Hilka was taken out in a single blow. What kind of joke was this? Was this a dream? She was completely shell-shocked. Chapter 154. Hilka's death was extremely swift, a stark contrast to the immense power he had displayed at the beginning. No matter who it was, everyone found it hard to believe at this moment. The Western Supreme Kai was dumbfounded, completely stunned. In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus and the others were equally astonished. This guy had hidden his strength way too deeply. The power displayed at this moment was overwhelmingly strong. Such a powerful Super Saiyan fusion warrior was taken down so easily. Just how much had he improved? No one knew for sure, but they all understood that Mu Chuan was definitely hiding his true strength. After instantly killing Hilka, Mu Chuan calmly fixed his gaze on the Western Supreme Kai, staring at her emotionlessly. It was at this moment that the Western Supreme Kai panicked. What are you planning to do? I'm warning you, I am the Supreme Kai. If I die, this universe will stop functioning properly, and nothing will be able to keep running. You better not act rashly. Even if you possess the power of destruction, you're still not a god of destruction. And even if you were, you'd still have to think twice about the consequences if I died. Just imagine how much that would affect you. At this point, the Western Supreme Kai was truly flustered. Even someone as powerful as Hilka had been killed in an instant. How much longer could she last? For someone as ambitious as her, death was the most terrifying prospect, especially watching her greatest creation die right before her eyes. She was on the verge of complete breakdown. Mu Chuan hadn't even spoken yet when, from far away in the God of Destruction realm, Beerus suddenly said, Mu Chuan, give that woman a good beating. How dare she try to use her life to tie herself to me? What a joke. A woman barely clinging to life isn't even worthy of being a Supreme Kai. If she dies, so be it. There's still another Supreme Kai, after all. At least that one is much more pleasant to look at. Beerus spoke without restraint, completely ignoring the fact that the other party was the Western Supreme Kai. In his view, if the Supreme Kai's existence wasn't tied to his own, he might have killed a few just for fun. Unfortunately, he simply couldn't do that. Because he was, in a way, restrained. No, not restrained, but dependent on the Supreme Kais. If the Supreme Kais were truly wiped out, then he too would vanish from the universe. This could be considered his weak point. But that only applied if all the Supreme Kais in the universe were dead. As long as one survived, Beerus wouldn't be affected. From Beerus' words, Mu Chuan extracted the most crucial piece of information. A smile slowly crept across his face. If killing this woman would lead to Beerus' disappearance, he would definitely refrain from acting. Although Beerus had a fickle personality, he could be quite agreeable at times and was even a reliable ally. If Beerus disappeared, who knows what chaos the seventh universe would fall into? The thought alone was enough to give anyone a headache. The Western Supreme Kai still wanted to speak at this point, but Mu Chuan interrupted her directly. Stop babbling, it's useless. I understand this better than you, and don't try to fool me with this information. If all the Supreme Kai have already died, then it is indeed possible for the God of Destruction to disappear as well. But you've forgotten one thing, the seventh universe doesn't only have you as a Supreme Kai. Western Supreme Kai. Mu Chuan didn't bother explaining further. Moreover, his actions at the moment still required Beerus' approval. With that, he had nothing to worry about. After all, he was a trainee God of Destruction, and killing a Supreme Kai wasn't much of a burden for him. Sensing the looming danger, the Western Supreme Kai's expression changed. Without hesitation, she immediately fled toward a distant planet. However, this move was far too naive. With a single instant transmission, Chuan blocked her path. Then, without giving her a chance to speak, he formed a ki blast and hurled it directly at her. The Western Supreme Kai crossed her arms in front of her, and a thin membrane of energy appeared right in front of her. She gritted her teeth, struggling to resist. No, I can't die. I haven't reached the pinnacle yet. I don't have the strongest power yet. I am a Supreme Kai, how could a Supreme Kai die? How could the highest gods in the universe die? What a joke. What a joke. The more she spoke, the more hysterical she became. Long ago, she had already been deeply dissatisfied. Why, as a Supreme Kai in the universe, did she not have the most powerful strength, and more absurdly, she could still die? This was something she couldn't understand. Now, all of this dissatisfaction had erupted completely. Faced with the Western Supreme Kai's hysterical outburst, Chuan remained calm, slowly approaching as the power of his ki blast grew even stronger. Why couldn't a Supreme Kai die? Let alone a Supreme Kai, even the gods of destruction, as powerful as they are, could die. Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction are gods of the same tier, but due to the disparity in strength, it is harder to kill a god of destruction. But in front of the Omni King, weren't they all just as insignificant as ants, easily obliterated? Why couldn't a Supreme Kai die? Looking at the Western Supreme Kai's distorted face, Chuan felt nothing but disdain. As he increased the intensity, the ki blast instantly engulfed the Western Supreme Kai. In utter silence, the Supreme Kai, who once stood at the pinnacle of the universe, vanished just like that. Once all the energy ripples faded away, the universe returned to complete calm, as if the battle just now had never occurred. However, by looking at the distant planet already affected by the disturbance, one could tell that the previous clash was no illusion but had truly taken place. Chuan slightly calmed his emotions and withdrew from the Kaioken state, causing his power level to gradually drop. It finally stabilized at 717 trillion. This was a rather exaggerated figure. Yet, Chuan wasn't entirely satisfied. If not for the various methods he employed to boost his power and eliminate his enemy, he would have been in an extremely passive situation. Having witnessed Super Saiyan 5, Chuan couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. But he sensed he wasn't ready to break through so easily. Perhaps it was because he hadn't reached his limits. This time, however, taught him a profound lesson. Progress has no end. At any time, in any place, one must not stop moving forward. Otherwise, the next one to be obliterated would be him. Chapter 155. Ever since I met Beerus, it seems my mindset has changed. I always thought I had enough time. Thinking that time was sufficient, I relaxed a little. I didn't have the same drive as before. This is a major mistake. Chuan reflected on himself briefly, and then he thought that before long, something significant might happen. Because the main plot was about to begin. This forced him to become even stronger, or else those with cheats might advance even faster. Especially since Frisia had already undergone a major transformation, Chuan had no idea what kind of changes would occur. He didn't plan to intervene, even if other Saiyans got involved and manipulated events, he wouldn't care. After all, he knew. Before long, a fierce battle would likely break out. And he needed more power. A battle power of over 700 trillion still isn't enough. I need to be even stronger. Even dealing with Hilka, I had to use the Kaioken. If I could crush the opponent with just my base battle power, then I would at least be considered to have entered the big leagues. I'd finally have some standing in this entire world. Chuan's thoughts swirled with possibilities. Eventually, he came back to his senses and gazed at a distant planet, now fully revealed. He didn't dwell on it much. In his hand, he gathered a ki blast. He launched the ki blast, and as it hit the planet, a brilliant light exploded. The entire planet turned into a massive cloud of smoke, blooming in the dark universe, displaying the most beautiful light. This mesmerizing scene was captivating. But this was the price that weaklings should pay. After witnessing the bloom of smoke, Chuan had no intention of returning to the realm of the god of destruction. He appeared on Namek. Since his goal was clear, he appeared directly beside the Grand Elder and exchanged glances with him. Grand Elder, long time no see. How have you been lately? Chuan greeted him first. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned, then let out a hearty laugh. After all, he remembered this tailed alien very clearly. However, what puzzled him was that although this fellow had been quite powerful before, it wasn't to this extent. In such a short time, just how terrifying had he become? It really has been a long time, but your strength has grown immensely. Even though you're not deliberately releasing your energy, I can feel my spirit trembling. This isn't just a difference in power, it's also a difference in the level of life. What exactly have you experienced? As the Grand Elder regained his composure, he carefully sensed Chuan's presence and felt the terrifying power radiating from him. It made his very spirit tremble. This wasn't simply a matter of raw strength. It was a difference in the level of life itself. You must understand, on Namek, the Grand Elder was equivalent to a god on Earth. His level of life wasn't low by any means. Not to mention his special abilities. Despite all that, he was still utterly shocked. It was unimaginable how far Chuan had advanced in such a short time. Chuan waved his hand. Ever since waking up, I've been training desperately. Not only that, but I also had the fortune of encountering a god of destruction. A god of destruction? The Grand Elder was utterly astounded. To encounter such a powerful being, doesn't that mean his own strength must be equally terrifying? The Grand Elder had initially suspected, but now he was even more convinced of his thoughts. Moreover, he felt that his previous decision was incredibly wise. At the very least, it had earned him the other's favor. If any danger arose, he could fully rely on it. This was a guaranteed, risk-free deal. Of course. The Grand Elder also understood that if Chuan's strength had already reached such a formidable level, and he still showed up at this moment, there could only be one reason. Are you here this time to make use of Purunga? Exactly. A trace of surprise flashed across Chuan's face. He hadn't even mentioned his purpose yet, and the Grand Elder had already guessed it. Truly, nothing could escape the Grand Elder's sharp eyes. With this confirmation, the Grand Elder didn't hesitate any longer and immediately instructed the other Namekians to gather the Dragon Balls together. Not to mention that it was part of the agreement. At present, Chuan's strength had further added several cards to his hand. Not long after, a few of the relatively larger Namekians carried over the massive Dragon Balls. Once all the Dragon Balls were gathered, the Grand Elder didn't hesitate and began chanting, summoning the dragon. The next moment, the sky darkened. It was as if a dark cloud was hanging low over the city. As the sky dimmed, an immense figure appeared, a being even larger than the dragon summoned by Earth's Dragon Balls. And its abilities were even more powerful. Speak, what wish do you want to make? Chuan nodded. Purunga, I wish for you to use your greatest power to unlock my potential and bring me to my most perfect state. I only need this one wish. As he spoke, the Grand Elder almost simultaneously translated for him, allowing Purunga to clearly hear the request. The dragon spoke, this wish is relatively difficult, but since you've forsaken the other two wishes, I will use the energy from those as well. Purunga didn't give anyone a chance to reconsider. It used all the available energy. In an instant. Chuan felt his battle power skyrocket in an instant. To know that Shinran was using its most powerful energy to unlock his potential was incredible. He had even given up the other two wishes. It was imaginable how terrifying the energy being gathered must be. Around him, cracks appeared. A deep pit formed in the ground. This was the result of his sudden surge in battle power, unconsciously releasing the energy. The surrounding Namekians witnessed this scene, their pupils shrinking, feeling as though they were gazing upon something utterly terrifying. They couldn't comprehend. How could someone be so overwhelmingly strong? What race is this guy from? Are all aliens this powerful? Although Purunga's boost is quite significant, reaching such a level is just too unbelievable. They didn't know exactly how powerful Chuan had become, but from what they felt, it was clear that this was a kind of terrifying and overwhelming force. As for how strong, there was no way to truly know without experiencing it firsthand. Chapter 156. Namekians are divided into two types, the intellectual Namekians and the warrior Namekians. As the name implies, the intellectual ones possess great wisdom and have inherited the knowledge to create Dragon Balls. As for the warrior Namekians, it's much simpler, they possess exceptional combat power and innate fighting abilities. At present, besides these two existing types, there is also a third type, the super Namekians. These are the ancient, powerful Namekians. However, only two of them are still alive today. Originally, there should have been three, but due to Slug's overestimation of his own strength, he has already made an early trip to the underworld. At this moment, all the warrior Namekians had expressions of shock on their faces. So strong. This aura felt as if it could burst the entire planet apart. Who exactly is this person? How can someone be so powerful? Even the super Namekians probably aren't this strong. This isn't the first time I've seen him, but the power he's displaying is becoming more and more terrifying. Now it's completely unfathomable. It's no wonder they would make such remarks. Chuan was simply too monstrous. Even the ever-calm and steady Grand Elder had a slight change in his expression. What an enormous aura. Even before the catastrophe on Namek, no one could compare to him, could they? What terrifying potential. With the Grand Elder's sigh, Chuan's aura surged once more. The ground collapsed violently, creating a massive crater. The surrounding green waters all flowed into it, instantly forming a huge lake. Chuan was buried deep within. However, none of the people present were surprised, nor did anyone try to rescue him. They simply weren't worthy. After all, that overwhelming combat power made them tremble from the inside out. How could someone so powerful possibly drown? What a joke. If he really drowned, it would be the funniest joke in the entire universe. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Chuan shot out of the water. Hovering in the air, drops of water slid off him one by one, and his aura surged to the brink of its limit. His appearance began to change once more. He instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4, but as he further unleashed his power, his pupils gradually turned purple. This was the influence of the Frost Demon race's bloodline, but he didn't mind at all. This was a symbol of power. Seeing his current form, all the Namekians present were extremely shocked. How did he suddenly turn into someone else? Is this a transformation? His aura is slightly different, but it should still be him. And now, his aura is even stronger than before. What a strange race. Everyone curiously observed him, for to the Namekians, one's combat power was fixed. It was nearly impossible to increase it through transformation. Unless they fused. But that was an entirely different ability. This was why they were so curious. After a long pause, Purunga spoke, "I have fulfilled your wish. Farewell." Chuan raised his hand to express his gratitude, watching the Dragon Balls turn into beams of light and fly away. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak his thanks, rather, there was a force surging within him. Speaking now would risk releasing that energy, so he chose to remain silent. As the sky cleared, Chuan's eyes changed drastically. His gaze became sharper, exuding a wild battle spirit. His aura surged, and red light with purple lightning began to circle around him. As his energy grew increasingly violent, the Namekians nearby moved away, they didn't dare approach him. Though they didn't fully understand what was happening, they had a strong sense that something significant was about to occur. In an instant, the red light surrounding Chuan began to change, gradually tinged with faint white rays. At the same time, his red hair started to show hints of silver. At first, it seemed like an illusion, but most of the Namekians could see it clearly. Was it really just an illusion? Far away in the realm of the god of destruction, two individuals became excited. It's starting. I told you he could master Super Saiyan God. It was only a matter of time. He's indeed powerful. At this point, he can easily crush that other guy. But once he fully transforms, he'll become even more terrifying. There's a difference between Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Beerus couldn't help but marvel. He felt an urge to test his own strength now. With such a significant power boost, wouldn't it mean he could now unleash his strength without restraint? He was eager for the challenge. In contrast to their excitement, North Kai was utterly shocked. The Super Saiyan is too terrifying. Is there really no limit? In just the short time they had been observing, they had realized the potential of a Super Saiyan was beyond terrifying. Constantly improving. And the rate of growth was insane. But why had such a race with overwhelming potential been suppressed by Frisia? It made no sense. But North Kai didn't know that it was because, at that time, the Saiyans had no understanding of how to harness their potential. They were completely unaware of the value of the warrior blood flowing in their veins. That was why they seemed so weak. In contrast, under Chuan's leadership, every Saiyan had come to realize the preciousness of their bloodline. Fighting was the shortcut. Of course, developing one's potential was just as important. Chuan's aura was rising by the second, and the speed of his transformation was astounding. His hair had already turned halfway silver. I knew I wasn't wrong. His hair is indeed changing, from red to white. Does this symbolize something? No one could figure it out. After all, when they first saw Chuan, he had black hair. Then, it mysteriously changed to red, and his sharp gaze became terrifying. Now, as his hair shifted to silver white, what could it mean? Even the Grand Elder was curious, though he knew that when Chuan's hair fully turned silver, the entire universe would tremble before him. And that was no exaggeration. Chapter 157. Ah! With a sudden roar, Chuan's hair, which had been slowly changing color, instantly turned white and even grew slightly longer. It was a transformation somewhere between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 3. His body hair also turned white, giving him an air of nobility. Just standing there, he naturally became the most attention-grabbing figure in the room. His overall aura was especially unique, and with his purple eyes, it was impossible for others to meet his gaze. The purple lightning surrounding him became even denser. This was the mightiest warrior, Super Saiyan 5. It was also the transformation level of Hilka, but the difference was that Chuan's combat power was far stronger, and not by just a small margin. It was an absolute crushing force. After defeating Hilka, Chuan's combat power had already reached 717 trillion, which was terrifying enough. Then, with a wish from Namex Dragon, Purunga, to unleash his potential, his combat power surged past 1,000 trillion, reaching a staggering 1,300 trillion. Shortly after, he broke through to Super Saiyan 5. His combat power skyrocketed to 13,000 trillion. Super Saiyan 5 amplified his base combat power by 100,000 times. Now, if he fought at full strength, his power might even surpass that level. He could already feel his overwhelming strength. Unparalleled strength. 10 times stronger than Hilka. What kind of concept was this? With such immense power, Chuan could finally feel slightly at ease. But even so, he had not truly relaxed in his heart. Only by continuously improving could he take control of his own destiny. Tremendous combat power, indeed unparalleled, but I still need to figure out how to make my strongest form the norm. This will be an extremely difficult task. After all, the stronger the combat power, the harder it would be to compress it into a normal state. It was like shrinking a massive missile down to the size of a fingernail, an incredibly challenging feat. But if he could succeed, he would easily control his power and be able to fully maximize it. Perhaps then he would master Super Saiyan 5 at full power. Now that I've mastered Super Saiyan 5, it's time to return to the God of Destruction realm for further training. Not only do I want to maintain my peak combat power as my base form, but I also want to train in the Divine realm. I can't neglect this. If one day I can combine the two, how amazing would that be? Chuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. His words left the two in the God of Destruction realm utterly stunned. What kind of audacious and insane idea was this? Even they didn't dare to imagine such a thing. It was truly outrageous. Such thoughts could only come from a Saiyan. After all, not everyone's transformations could achieve such terrifying boosts. Other races might experience some enhancement through transformations, but the increase was limited and couldn't even compare to the Divine realm. But Saiyans. Their so-called Super Saiyan transformations could actually rival the Divine realm, which was nothing short of exaggerated. Whis stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. It seems, this isn't entirely impossible to consider. Although extremely difficult, it could serve as an experiment. Whis, are you insane? How could this possibly be done? Even if it could, it would definitely provoke others' opinions. Gods cannot be researched. Beerus spoke solemnly, his expression particularly serious, as this matter involved gods. And not just ordinary gods. If the other angels and God of Destruction found out, they would definitely oppose it, and it might even draw the attention of those higher up. That would be the end. Whis, however, was not too concerned. Instead, he calmly replied, Lord Beerus, please don't worry. I won't be reckless, but this is certainly a topic worth studying. Allow me to think it through for a moment. You really are crazy. Beerus snapped back, but then dropped the matter, knowing he couldn't stop Whis from pursuing what he wanted. Though angels assist the God of Destruction, in the end, every angel is a mentor to their respective destroyer god. While God of Destruction can occasionally cause a ruckus, they don't have much say, let alone the power to influence an angel's decisions. Chuan had no idea that his words had stirred Whis into deep thought. At present, Mu Chuan only felt his combat strength was overwhelming, but since there was no one to challenge him, he had nothing to do. Returning to normal, his battle power still maintained a terrifying level of 1,300 trillion. This was already quite frightening. He directly approached the Grand Elder. "Thank you very much for your support, Grand Elder. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to make that critical breakthrough. If you ever need anything, you can reach me through North Kai, and he'll notify me," Mu Chuan said directly. North Kai, who had been silently watching, suddenly became speechless. Why did it feel like his place had turned into a relay station, with everyone needing to contact Mu Chuan through him? Relay station or not, it was even worse, he seemed to have become an assistant out of nowhere. And he couldn't refuse. After all, for the Northern Galaxy to remain peaceful, these Saiyans were crucial. Their combat prowess was so overwhelming that ordinary people couldn't stand up to the galaxy's worst criminals. They were incredibly useful. This left him no choice but to relent. So, he quickly reached out to the Grand Elder telepathically. The Grand Elder heard North Kai's voice as the two finally established contact. Seeing them successfully connect, a faint smile appeared on Mu Chuan's face. He knew that North Kai wasn't the type to act on a whim, and he could help North Kai with some troublesome matters in return. Besides, he was now a trainee god of destruction. Technically speaking, his rank was higher than North Kai's. However, he didn't pull rank. Their relationship remained the same as before. After ensuring the Grand Elder and North Kai were in contact, he bade them a brief farewell and immediately left Namek. With one instant transmission, he teleported from Namek to the God of Destruction's realm. Upon arriving, the first thing he saw was Beerus' cat-like face, wearing a very serious expression. "Come on, Mu Chuan, let's fight. Give it your all." Chapter 158. In the realm of the gods of destruction. The first words that Beerus spoke plunged the scene into intense tension. Mu Chuan could feel an unprecedented pressure. He turned his head to glance at Whis, but all he received was a helpless expression. After all, Beerus's true battle instincts had been stirred. Whereas before, Mu Chuan had barely managed to catch his attention, now he was seen as a worthy opponent. How could Beerus ignore such a challenge? Facing Beerus's challenge, Mu Chuan took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and nodded. "Alright, let's have another fight. I also want to see Lord Beerus's true power. Don't hold back on me." "Haha, you want to see my strength? Well, let's see if you can handle it." Beerus's words weren't out of arrogance. His combat power truly increased depending on the strength of his opponent. The stronger his foe, the more powerful he became. "This is the God of Destruction of Universe 7, Beerus." Mu Chuan remained silent, opting not to hold back. He would reveal his full power from the very start. Clenching his fists tightly, his whole body tensed up. Veins bulged across his face as his energy surged. A white light enveloped his entire body, and purple lightning crackled intensely around him. His hair slowly lengthened, and his eyes turned from their normal color to purple. His entire appearance became eerie, and his combat power instantly soared to 13,000 trillion. The immense power was undeniable. Whis examined Mu Chuan from head to toe, unable to hide his amazement. As expected of Super Saiyan 5. It's impressive that he can enhance himself further, jumping to 100,000 times his original strength. His power is quite strong. But strength alone isn't enough. His energy is a bit too wild. The more powerful and violent the energy, the harder it is to control. If he can't harness it properly, the results in battle won't be as effective. Whis commented from the side. Even Beerus felt surprised. Before, he had only seen Super Saiyan 5 through a screen. Now that it was right before him, he could truly sense its overwhelming power. This only made him more excited. Beerus licked his lips and lightly bounced on his toes, clearly eager for the fight. "Come on. Attack me. As you wish." Whoosh. In an instant, Mu Chuan teleported and launched a dive attack from above. He wasn't following the usual strategies, especially since he believed his power had increased significantly. Yet, he still needed to be cautious against Beerus. Beerus was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted by stepping back to evade Mu Chuan's strike. He then followed up with a sweeping kick. Mu Chuan did a series of backflips, landing on his feet before charging at Beerus again. Just when Beerus expected to meet his punch head-on, Mu Chuan's figure suddenly vanished. Beerus ended up striking nothing but an afterimage. At that moment, Chuan had already appeared behind Beerus. With one swift motion, he grabbed Beerus's tail and hurled him high into the sky. Both hands then gathered energy blasts, which he hurled upward, bombarding Beerus with a flurry of blasts. But that wasn't the end. Against the mighty god of destruction, mere energy blasts were far from enough to cause real harm. Chuan used teleportation once again, appearing in the sky. As he watched Beerus being bombarded below, he didn't hesitate at all. He formed a massive ring of destruction energy in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the ring encircled Beerus, completely immobilizing him. Immediately following, Chuan launched a barrage of punches at Beerus, who was left utterly unable to counter, seemingly pushed entirely into a disadvantageous position. The battle had taken a sudden turn. Whis nodded silently in approval. Not bad, not bad. He knows how to utilize his talents and strengths, and he's beginning to understand Lord Beerus's fighting habits. But, if he thinks that this is the extent of Lord Beerus's abilities, he's in for a rude awakening. Lord Beerus just has a playful nature. Don't underestimate him. As if to confirm Whis's words, Beerus suddenly broke free from the energy ring. In his hand, he gathered an enormous amount of destruction energy, and the grin on his face grew even wilder. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a fight this much. Destruction energy isn't used like the way you're trying to. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming destructive force gathered in Beerus's hand. The sheer destructive power was terrifying, one misstep, and the entire realm of the gods of destruction could be obliterated. That's how fearsome it was. Chuan's expression changed slightly. He could feel the unparalleled power. How was he supposed to block such an attack? In the next second, his face shifted dramatically. Behind him, Beerus was already pointing a finger at him, and a terrifying amount of destruction energy was gathering at its tip, as if it was about to pierce straight through him. Destruction isn't just mindless chaos. You need to compress the energy to its limit and apply it where it counts. Mindless destruction is the mark of a fool. You'd better learn this well, trainee god of destruction. The destructive beam shot out, passing straight through Chuan's body, but it didn't harm him at all. And Chuan? He had already teleported above Beerus, pointing a finger right at him. Right back at you. Thank you for the lesson, Lord Beerus. This trainee god of destruction has learned much. Another destructive beam shot out, but this time Beerus wasn't fast enough to react. Left with no choice, he raised both hands to block the attack, sending the destructive force back. Black smoke rose from his hands, and the smell of charred flesh filled the air. The scene fell into a sudden silence. Beerus looked down at his hands, his face expressionless. It was hard to tell if he was angry or simply reflective. His exact expression remained elusive. Chuan did not continue attacking either. After all, this was just a sparring match between him and Beerus, not a fight to the death. There was no need to take things that far. They both knew when to stop. At this moment, Whis walked over, clapping slowly. Not bad, not bad. You've made significant progress. Not only has your combat strength increased, but your ability to control your power has also improved, and you can now command the flow of the battle. Your battle techniques have sharpened, and you can catch people off guard. Even Lord Beerus was taken by surprise. You're really impressive. Chapter 159. Facing Whis' praise, Chuan responded with extreme modesty. After all, he knew himself well, he didn't think he was stronger than Beerus. Beerus was just toying with him. And even then, the fight only went so far. If it had been a real life and death battle, he would most likely have lost. That was an indisputable fact. Even though his combat power was strong, there was still a significant gap if he truly wanted to defeat Beerus. Don't belittle yourself. You might think Lord Beerus was holding back, or that the fight ended prematurely. But a win is a win, there's no point in making excuses. Even if Lord Beerus was careless, it still means you won. Whis, at this moment, didn't forget to give Beerus a bit of a reprimand. After all, while Beerus' combat strength was indeed very strong, his playful nature was too great. Even in the middle of a fight, he always tended to underestimate his opponent. As if they weren't even on the same level as him. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. But Beerus? He was more like a cat toying with a mouse, and this was something Whis had long since noticed. However, there had never been a good opportunity to bring it up. Now that he had this chance, he seized the moment to knock some sense into Beerus. Beerus snorted coldly and didn't reply. He just vanished on the spot. In the next second, he had already changed into his pajamas, lying in his cat bed, ready to take a nice nap. Fighting is such a hassle, it's much better to get a good sleep. From now on, if there's a problem, go find Chuan. After all, he's a trainee god of destruction now, and his strength isn't weak anymore. He can handle most things. With that said, he ignored their rolling eyes and began snoring to himself. Chuan was utterly speechless. You're the one who wanted to fight, and now you're saying fighting is a hassle. You've said all the good and bad things, what a character you are. As for Whis, he merely rolled his eyes before chuckling softly. Having been around Beerus for so long, he had long since understood Beerus' personality. He was just like a house cat, sometimes a bit mischievous, and even prone to cheating, but as long as you stroked him the right way, he wouldn't throw a fit. Lord Beerus is like this sometimes, don't take it too seriously. However, your current combat strength is already very strong, but you do need to take some time to settle down. The rate at which you've improved is too fast. In the meantime, continue the training you were doing before. I understand. Chuan nodded. His combat strength had indeed increased too quickly. Sometimes his combat techniques hadn't fully caught up, yet his power was already soaring like a rocket. It was hard to adapt all at once. One must realize that the Saiyans on Earth had only recently reached Super Saiyan 2. With a little more effort and a bit of luck, they might just barely reach full power. Whether they could even transform into Super Saiyan 3 remained uncertain. And as for him, not only had he reached the level of a god, but he had also gone a step beyond Super Saiyan 4, achieving Super Saiyan 5. That was an incredibly terrifying achievement. Of course, besides taking the time to settle, you also need to focus on your training in the divine realm. From now on, you'll maintain your divine state while in the god of destruction realm. Whis' words left Chuan momentarily confused. Why was this suddenly required? Could it be because he needed to train in the divine realm? Chuan didn't quite understand, but he was willing to trust Whis. After all, Whis was Beerus' teacher. Having someone to guide him was much better than fumbling his way through things alone. At least there was a clear plan. However, he had no idea just how terrifying Whis' thoughts really were. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have felt much about it. The bolder the people, the richer the land. As long as one dares to dream, what can't be achieved? In the time that followed, Chuan followed Whis' instructions, maintaining a state of divine regardless of whether he was in the god of destruction realm or elsewhere. This made him feel quite peculiar. It was as if he had truly become a god. Although he was only a trainee god of destruction, that title was just a name, not something that actually gave him much of a boost. Perhaps, on some level, it was merely a matter of identity. But now that he was constantly in this divine state, it gave him a feeling he couldn't quite put into words. He didn't dwell on it and simply continued training as usual. At the same time, he slowly began to absorb the power he now possessed. While Chuan immersed himself in training, the chaos on Earth gradually subsided once more. Due to a deliberate slowdown in the pace, all the Hell Warriors and androids were being eliminated at a slower rate, which allowed the Saiyans to grow significantly stronger. Their combat power had become incredibly terrifying. Among them, Axiana surpassed everyone and was the first to break through to Super Saiyan 3, which was truly astounding. While others were still stuck at Super Saiyan 2, she had already completed her breakthrough. However, none of the Saiyans saw this as something worth celebrating, as they had all witnessed Axiana's fury with their own eyes. She achieved her breakthrough during a perilous battle with Dr. Gero and Dr. It was an extremely dangerous moment. All the Hell Warriors had been destroyed. However, the androids were not completely eradicated. The two mad scientists merged all the remaining androids together, resulting in a terrifying new android warrior. Lacking a suitable core, Dr. Gero was ultimately forced to use his own body as the base. The original core had been destroyed in the previous battle, leaving him with no other choice. Axiana already harbored immense hatred toward Dr. Gero. During the battle, all the Saiyans were severely injured, and in her fury, the second Super Saiyan 3 officially emerged. Because of this, all of Earth's crises were finally resolved. The Saiyans' combat power had ascended to a whole new level. Not just the Saiyans, even the Earthlings experienced the same growth. Since the arrival of the Saiyans, the Earthlings had undergone a complete transformation, frequently receiving various gifts. Moreover, both Cammy and Mr. Popo regularly help humans improve their martial skills. It goes without saying that the rate of improvement was much faster than in the original storyline. Many combatants with astonishing power emerged. Even those with battle powers in the thousands were not uncommon. It was a massive surge, and because of this, Earth began to experience varying degrees of chaos. Fortunately, with Cammy and Mr. Popo watching over things, they were able to temporarily suppress any major incidents. But this was not a permanent solution. At that moment, Carl proposed a suggestion that no one had expected. Chapter 160. Are you sure this is really feasible? Greta expressed doubts. It wasn't that he didn't want to follow Carl's suggestion, but he felt like this was bordering on manipulating others. Could it be that Carl had a habit of enjoying such control? However, apart from Greta's doubts, the others present fell into silence, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the plan. Even Cammy and Popo appeared to find a certain degree of plausibility in it. So, what exactly was Carl's suggestion? It was simple: keep all martial artists occupied. If they only had great combat power but roamed around recklessly in the lower world, wouldn't that disrupt the basic order? Besides, at this moment, there were plenty of androids just created, all of them under the control of Dr. Belabe. These androids were not weak either. Dealing with mere Earthlings would be a piece of cake for them. Carl suggested setting up a challenge system, similar to a series of trials. The 7 Dragon Balls would be scattered across the world, and each Dragon Ball would be surrounded by different levels of challenges. Only after overcoming all these obstacles would one be able to obtain a Dragon Ball. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls would not only allow someone to make a wish but also grant them an opportunity to ascend to the Heavenly Temple for guided training from Cammy. As for how to convince Earthlings of this plan? Simple: show them the gap in strength. Wouldn't that work? Facing Greta's doubts, Carl shrugged nonchalantly and said, "What else do you want to do? If we don't give them something to keep them busy, who knows what kind of mess they'll cause. If they flip the entire Earth upside down, when the boss comes back, he'll flay us alive." This plan not only keeps them busy but also improves their combat skills. We're not supposed to be babysitters, we have to focus on training ourselves. If we don't work hard, how can we ever catch up to the boss? Carl's words gradually won the approval of everyone present. All the Saiyans, without exception, looked at the gods and Popo. What really mattered was not their proposal, but the approval of Cammy and Popo. Cammy and Popo exchanged glances and then silently nodded. "I think it's feasible. This way, they'll learn that there's always someone stronger out there. They can't let their current strength make them complacent. If they become too arrogant, it could lead to disaster. Gradually letting them uncover the true face of a universe is not a bad idea." With Cammy final approval, Carl and the Saiyans began planning. The Dragon Balls were scattered across the world, each guarded by powerful androids. Even the weakest among them were cannon fodder androids, but even they had a combat power in the thousands. The strongest androids had combat power in the tens of thousands. For the current Earthlings, this level of combat power was already terrifying. But if the challenge wasn't difficult, how could they take it seriously? By the time everything was set up, a considerable amount of time had passed. Using his special abilities, Cammy projected the entire setup into the minds of the Earthlings. "Martial artists of Earth, you should all be able to hear my voice. I am Cammy of Earth, the heavenly god. When you hear my voice, don't be surprised or alarmed. I have prepared a great gift for you, scattered across the world. That gift is the legendary Dragon Balls. Once you collect all 7, you can make any wish you desire, and you'll also have the opportunity to ascend to the Heavenly Temple for training. This is your chance, whether you can seize it is up to you." Cammy's speech stirred waves of excitement. All the martial artists raised their heads, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure in the sky. Is this real? West City. Inside a martial arts dojo, a number of powerful martial artists had gathered. However, the strongest among them only had a combat power of 2,000 or 3,000 at most. Even so, they were considered very formidable. Many cities had these dojos, and the martial artists within them weren't weak. In fact, their numbers seemed to be increasing exponentially. At that moment, they all heard the heavenly god's message. Everyone was in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. They quickly began discussing it with those around them. Eventually, they reached a conclusion. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't a joke. It was real. To think we can make a wish. My goodness, does that mean if I find the Dragon Balls, I can wish to become the strongest martial artist in the world? And we can also receive guidance from the heavenly God. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. A burly man, covered in scars and wearing a ferocious expression, suddenly showed a glimmer of happiness. Without hesitation, he hurriedly packed his belongings and dashed off in search of the Dragon Balls. Though he had no idea how to find them. Everything could be figured out along the way. Like him, countless martial artists left their homes, determined to search for the Dragon Balls. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, but despite their simplicity of mind, they held on to one key piece of information. The heavenly God had said that each Dragon Ball would be surrounded by various challenges. So, as long as they found the challenges, they could quickly locate the Dragon Balls. That was their plan. And they set off accordingly. After everything had been set in motion, the Saiyan stopped paying much attention. After all, the combat power of the Earthlings was far too weak to pose any kind of threat to them. On the contrary, training was now more urgent than ever. No matter how strong their combat power became, they couldn't afford to slack off. A guiding star lay ahead of them, someone they still needed to catch up to. Carl glanced into the distance, watching Axiana continue to train relentlessly. He shook his head silently. Already so powerful, aside from the boss, she's the second strongest, and yet, she's still working so hard. The weight of those training bands on her must be tens of thousands of tons by now, right? And she's still training in her base form. It's terrifying. But it makes sense. If she were to transform into a Super Saiyan immediately, what would be the point of training anymore? There'd be no sense of accomplishment at all. Carl had once been the strongest among them, second only to Chuan, but over time, he was surpassed by others. He didn't mind too much. After all, they had known each other for a long time, and everyone was well aware of each other's talents. Carl had previously maintained the lead due to his accumulated experience, but his talent wasn't particularly strong. Compared to the others, his potential was vastly inferior. Being surpassed was only natural. Chapter 161. The Saiyans were immersed in their training. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. It was now age 749. In West City, inside a dome-shaped house, a young and beautiful girl suddenly burst out of a laboratory. I did it. I did it. I've finally succeeded in developing the Dragon Ball radar, and this time there should be no issues. This girl was Bulma. After she took out the Dragon Ball radar and lightly pressed a button, 7 flashing lights appeared on the screen, one of which was in her pocket. It had taken quite some effort to gather this particular Dragon Ball from others, especially since, after the announcement from Kami years ago, the entire Earth had been buzzing with excitement. Even though all martial artists were searching for them, none could retrieve the Dragon Balls. The truth was, the android's combat power was far too overwhelming. This made most martial artists hesitate in fear. Because of this, despite the long period that had passed, no one had ever managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Not even once. However, the martial artists on Earth had indeed grown much stronger and had even acquired a few Dragon Balls, but they were still unable to collect all 7. The Dragon Ball in Bulma's pocket was acquired through sheer determination and resources, all for the purpose of finding the Dragon Ball. As long as she could pinpoint the exact locations of the Dragon Balls, overcoming various obstacles wouldn't be impossible. Where there's a will, there's a way. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. This was Zarbon, Bulma's father. Seeing that Bulma had successfully created the Dragon Ball radar, he was especially pleased. He stroked his beard with both hands and said, as expected of my daughter, a genius girl, even more talented than I am. Since the Dragon Ball radar is now complete, does that mean you can start searching for the Dragon Balls? Then, you'll be able to make a wish. And you'll even get to meet the legendary Kami, which is truly unbelievable. Bulma displayed an equally excited expression. Dad, even though I've made the Dragon Ball radar, I've heard the warriors guarding the Dragon Balls are incredibly powerful. It won't be easy to get past them. Now that we know the exact locations of the Dragon Balls, it's true that we've made progress, but I plan to gather some strong martial artists to ensure everything goes smoothly. Holding the radar in her hand, Bulma knew that with such a great asset, she couldn't afford to wait any longer. She tossed a capsule into the air. A sleek, cool-looking plane appeared in front of her. Without any hesitation, she climbed into the plane and flew off into the distance. Dad, I'm off on an adventure to find stronger martial artists. Be careful out there. Zarbon didn't try to stop her, instead, he waved her off with a smile. In the mountains of Mount Paozu. Another martial artist was preparing to embark on his own journey. That martial artist was none other than Son Goku. However, since Earth's martial arts world had already been transformed, Grandpa Gohan had not been accidentally killed by Goku. Instead, he had become a martial arts master akin to Mateto. His power level had reached 2000. Under the guidance of such a strong Grandpa Gohan, even though Goku was still young and appeared to be quite small, his power level had already reached 600. It was terrifyingly impressive. And now, Grandpa Gohan had given Goku a mission. Searching for the Dragon Balls. As long as all the Dragon Balls could be found, it would be considered a success. The innocent and adorable son Goku nodded repeatedly. Grandpa, I will definitely find all the Dragon Balls, and by then, I'll be stronger than you. After speaking, he flexed his muscles to show off. Grandpa Gohan laughed heartily, hahaha, well then, I look forward to seeing just how strong you'll become, Goku. But don't forget, your grandpa's strength will also keep improving. You better not lag behind your grandpa's progress. No way. I'll definitely be stronger than you, Grandpa. Then I'll be the one protecting you. With that, Goku grabbed his bag and dashed off without looking back, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Grandpa Gohan's smile gradually faded. Though he knew that adventuring could strengthen one's abilities, with Goku's personality, he was bound to encounter plenty of trouble. But people need to grow. If you're always being protected, you'll never truly mature. Although history's trajectory had changed, it still converged towards certain inevitable outcomes, making everything seem so logical once again. Through his training in the God of Destruction realm, Chuan had already gained incredibly powerful combat abilities. Not only had he fully mastered the God state, but he could now maintain Super Saiyan 5 in a near-normal form. Though not at full power. He could maintain about 70% of it, which was a massive improvement for him, having taken several years to reach this level. Yet, he was still not satisfied. He felt it was still far from enough. However, over these years, his primary focus had been mastering the God state. This was Whisa's area of expertise. In addition to fully mastering the God state, Chuan had made a surprising breakthrough. His hair could now turn entirely purple, a transformation he referred to as God Mirror. But it was not what he had expected. After red hair, instead of super blue, he had turned into super violet. This was beyond his imagination, but the power of this form subtly surpassed that of Super Saiyan 5. This was something he had never anticipated. As for why this transformation occurred, he had a faint suspicion. Could this be due to the bloodline of the Frost Demon race? So, does this form count as a Super Saiyan or as part of the Frost Demon race? Chuan couldn't figure it out, but he knew this was an unexpected boon. Although this form was slightly more savage, and he could feel himself becoming a bit cold-blooded, the combat power was undeniable. It was definitely an optimal combat state. One can never have too many trump cards, especially since he had plenty of enemies to face. And with his obsession with firepower, he would feel uneasy without sufficient strength. In the past few years of training in the God of Destruction realm, his power had grown, he had unlocked new forms, and with the system's daily rewards, he had become terrifyingly strong. Even in his normal state, his combat power had doubled from before. One could only imagine how fearsome he was now. A formidable combat force. And today, at last, he had officially completed his retreat. Training requires a balance between effort and relaxation. Constant training without breaks could lead to madness. So, he decided to return to Earth to take a look. Whis, I'm heading off now. Don't worry, I'll take care of things here. Just make sure to bring back some food, Chuan. With an okay hand gesture, Chuan disappeared from the God of Destruction realm. Chapter 162. Earth. At this moment, the lookout welcomed its first batch of trial participants. That's right, a batch. After years of struggling for the Dragon Balls, those martial artists who initially intended to hoard them for themselves couldn't stand up to the androids. Ultimately, they had no choice but to team up with other martial artists to break through the challenges together. Even though they joined forces, it still wasn't easy. After all, without the means to locate the Dragon Balls, they were stuck. That was until Bulma emerged, instantly providing all the martial artists with a solution. Even so, it still took several years. In age 753, the 16-year-old Son Goku had already reached a battle power of 20,000. He obtained the final 4-star Dragon Ball, marking the end of this trial. Since each Dragon Ball was held by different individuals, everyone had to unite to ascend to the lookout. Bulma was among them. There were 7 in total. The 7 were, Son Goku, Bulma, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu, King Piccolo, the Demon King, Yamcha, and Yajirobe. The wheels of fate turned, and by some stroke of luck, they all came together. However, due to the altered timeline, King Piccolo never got the chance to wreak havoc. Now, although his battle power was incredibly strong, he could no longer dominate as before. As a result, he wasn't defeated by Son Goku but instead joined forces to obtain the Dragon Balls. Looking at this batch of powerful Earth warriors, both Kami and Mr. Popo felt incredibly satisfied. Though King Piccolo's presence was quite striking, the others were true Earthlings. Mr. Popo, we've done it. Through our efforts, we've managed to cultivate such strong Earth warriors in just a few short years. At least now, when facing aliens, we have the power to defend ourselves. Indeed. Looking at the Earth warriors before him, Kami felt genuine excitement. In the original timeline, there were barely any strong individuals, let alone the flourishing development they had now. If it weren't for seeing the Saiyans' immense strength, they would never have thought about training Earth warriors to this level. Now, it was like harvesting a bountiful crop. They were ecstatic. Calming his excitement, Kami said, "Congratulations to all of you for completing this basic trial. Since you all work together to achieve this, it might be difficult to further extend your progress. However, there will be a special training session coming up. Whoever performs the best will not only receive greater rewards but also the chance to make a wish. How does that sound to everyone?" Kami stood before them, his cape and clothing adorned with the kanji for God, shining brightly. Yet, the group didn't pay much attention to his words. Instead, they were looking back and forth between Kami and King Piccolo. Son Goku was especially shocked. They look exactly the same. Could there really be 2 King Piccolos? Wow, being able to split into 2, how on earth did he do that? The others were also full of wonder. On the other hand, King Piccolo's face was dark with annoyance as he glared at Son Goku, as if looking at a fool. What did he mean by saying someone was split into 2? Although that was technically the truth, hearing it from Son Goku's mouth made it sound so strange that it was hard to accept. "Shut up!" King Piccolo shouted angrily, then looked at Kami with clear dissatisfaction. "I never thought we'd meet again, and in such a way." King Piccolo's feelings were complicated. He had originally planned to conquer the world, and at first, things were going according to plan. But at some point, the martial artists began growing stronger and stronger. Many of them were almost on par with him, forcing him to train relentlessly. He barely had the time or energy to create minions, let alone think about world domination. In short, he had been swept up in a whirlwind, leaving him no time to contemplate ruling the world. And now, here he was, standing on the lookout. Reflecting on the events of the past few years, King Piccolo didn't even want to complain anymore. He had been dragged into this mess so thoroughly that he was even afraid of it now. Especially with that little brat beside him. No doubt about it, that kid was Son Goku. Even though Goku was a low-class Saiyan warrior, after hitting his head and losing his original memories, he had become a complete martial arts fanatic. Because of this, his desire to train was nothing short of genuine. He trained like a madman, going from obscurity to becoming world famous, practically skyrocketing to the top. The others were intrigued by King Piccolo's words, sensing there was some juicy gossip to uncover. Kami, too, looked complexed. Staring at the face so similar to his own, he hadn't expected that his and Mr. Popo's efforts would result in King Piccolo forgetting all about conquering the world. Instead, Piccolo had been forced into relentless training. Now, his battle power had reached 18,000, a testament to the crazed training he'd undergone over the years. But because he was aging, his talents had significantly weakened. Naturally, it became much harder for him to keep up with the others. Even so, he was still considered one of the strongest warriors on Earth. "I truly didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances, but I'm grateful. If not for this strategy, you would have certainly laid waste to the world below. At least now, things are in decent shape." Kami chuckled, not caring about the grim look on King Piccolo's face. It was already as green as it could get. A deep, dark green. Kami then addressed the rest of the group. "You've all managed to reach the lookout, which means you are indeed the strongest warriors on Earth. But don't think for a second that you're the most powerful. There is always someone stronger, always a higher sky. You're only just beginning. There will be more trials ahead. If you can pass them, your battle power will multiply several times over. This will mark the start of your transformation. After Cammy finished speaking, the group didn't seem to care much, as if they thought Cammy was exaggerating. After all, they were the strongest on Earth, who else could compare to them? Yamcha, in particular, was especially arrogant, looking down on everyone around him. The others, too, had a certain amount of pride. After all, they had stood out among countless martial artists. Their battle power and confidence were naturally strong, and even when facing Cammy, they didn't show much respect. Chapter 163. Facing the arrogant Earth warriors, Cammy merely smiled and didn't seem to mind at all. After all, they'd be the ones crying soon enough. Mr. Popo stepped forward and said, "Since there are too many of you and it's impossible to determine who gets the Dragon Ball wish, it will depend on who performs the best. The one who does will earn the wish. First, let's start with the simplest test, the ability to withstand their aura pressure." After Mr. Popo finished speaking, he stepped aside, and several tall figures emerged behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. These were Saiyans. They also wanted to see the level of Earth warriors that had been cultivated under their guidance. Upon seeing the Earth warriors, the Saiyans were somewhat satisfied. Though the highest battle power among them was only 20,000, they knew how weak Earth had once been. In the past, Earth's fighters had been nothing but cannon fodder. To reach this level of strength now was already quite impressive. Just then, Adam suddenly pointed at Son Goku, his face showing both shock and amazement. He's a Saiyan. Adam's words immediately grabbed everyone's attention, especially the other Saiyans, who all turned to look at Son Goku, more specifically, at the tail swaying behind him. Unlike the others, Goku hadn't wrapped his tail around his waist. This detail also caught the attention of the Earth warriors. They had initially found these strangers quite peculiar, sensing an indescribable aura about them. However, they hadn't paid enough attention to notice anything unusual. Until Adam's statement made everyone realize it. These people all had tails. And so did Son Goku. What was going on here? Tails? They have tails too. Bulma cried out. Though Earth had all sorts of strange and diverse people, no one with a tail had been seen before, not until Son Goku. And now, these people looked just like Goku. Could there be some connection? Everyone looked on in disbelief. At this moment, even Cammy and Mr. Popo were surprised. It really is identical. There's no mistaking it, that tail is a Saiyan's tail, this. Everyone was stunned. Even the Saiyans present were in disbelief. They had thought they were the only surviving Saiyans. While they knew it was possible that other Saiyans were scattered across the galaxy, finding one was extremely rare. They had a Saiyan prince among them, but even then, they had never expected this. And yet, here on Earth, they had discovered another Saiyan. And his battle power wasn't bad either. Interesting. To think we'd encounter a wandering Saiyan here. Usually, the ones sent to other planets are low-class warriors. This guy is probably the same as us. But how could he be so young? Was he sent away just before planet Vegeta was destroyed? Seems likely. But since he's a Saiyan, shouldn't he have followed the orders given when he was sent to another planet? When he grew up, he should have conquered and destroyed this planet. Yet, it seems like he's forgotten his mission. How strange. They conversed as if no one else was there, paying no mind to the eyes on them as they continuously sized up Son Goku, particularly his innocent-looking eyes, which felt completely foreign to them. That didn't seem like the gaze of a Saiyan at all. What Saiyan would have such a pure and innocent expression? Even though they had changed a little over time, they didn't consider themselves inherently kind-hearted. It was just that, when dealing with their own people or when Earth became their base, they acted a bit more civil. When it came to enemies or outsiders, they were still the most ruthless demons. As they continued their discussion, Son Goku scratched his head in confusion and stepped forward. Why do you all have tails? And they're exactly like mine. Hearing this, the Saiyans exchanged glances. At this moment, they could confirm it, this Saiyan had likely forgotten. It was probably due to some kind of accident, which caused him to forget his mission as a Saiyan. However, that might not necessarily be a bad thing. Us? We are the Saiyan race, the strongest warrior race in the universe. And yes, you're one of us, but you seem to have forgotten your mission long ago. What happened to you? My grandpa told me that when I was little, I was very naughty and fell off a cliff. I ended up hitting my head, Son Goku answered earnestly. The group of Saiyans suddenly understood. No wonder he had lost his memory, it was because he hit his head, which made him forget the Saiyan mission. But this might not be a bad thing. After all, planet Vegeta had long been destroyed, and the old Saiyan ways no longer applied. Whether he remembered or not didn't matter anymore. And finding another member of their race was a source of joy for them. At least their numbers had increased again. Ah, that explains it. But it doesn't really matter anymore. Our home planet was destroyed a long time ago, so whether you remember or not makes no difference. Even though you're a low-class warrior, reaching this level is already quite impressive. But your combat power is still too weak. We're going to give you more rigorous training next. If you don't start improving soon, you'll easily fall behind. You need to get stronger, otherwise, we won't be able to face our leader with any pride. Carl and the others chatted amongst themselves, completely ignoring the Earth Warriors, leaving them out of the conversation. At first, the Earth Warriors' curiosity had been piqued, but now, they were starting to feel a bit of resentment. Sure, you guys may be of the same race, but isn't it a bit rude to ignore us like this? Suddenly, Yamcha spoke up, and his words immediately broke the atmosphere. Everyone felt the tension rise. The Saiyans turned to look at him. Indeed. We got so caught up in discovering another Saiyan that we completely forgot about you all. Leaving you out was quite rude of us. But it works out. A battle power of 20,000 may have been impressive for a low-class warrior in the past, but that doesn't mean much now. Let's show you what real power looks like. Chapter 164. Yamcha's sudden comment did not anger the Saiyans present. After all, they wouldn't bother arguing with someone as weak as him. They exchanged glances. Who's going to do it? To exert pressure, only one person was needed. There was no need for too many. Any one of the Saiyans present could easily crush all of the Earth Warriors. A single finger would be enough to make them feel hopeless. So, it didn't really matter who stepped up. I'll do it. At that moment, Adam stepped forward. Among all the Saiyans present, Adam's strength wasn't particularly high or low, he was just average. However, he had one task, which was to take care of Majin Buu, given his relatively easygoing nature, making him better suited for looking after others. But because of this, he rarely got the chance to fight. Others always took the spotlight. As a Saiyan, he also wanted to show off a bit. You've all had your time in the spotlight during battles, but I'm always left in the background. Let me take care of this small skirmish for once. Suit yourself. The other Saiyans shrugged, stepping aside and folding their arms, watching with interest. How long do you think these Earth Warriors will last? Not long. With their current power levels, they won't stand a chance. Even if Frieza were standing in front of them, they'd kneel in an instant. Not to mention Adam's terrifying strength. If he's serious, it's not even a matter of willpower, there's just too much of a gap between them. The Saiyans casually exchanged words, their expressions light and dismissive, clearly showing that they didn't take any of the Earth Warriors seriously. Even the strongest among them, Son Goku, didn't draw much of their attention. So what if he was a Saiyan? While it was commendable that a low-class warrior had achieved such impressive strength through hard work, he still had a long way to go. If he could show some promise, they might even consider taking him along for the ride. The Earth Warriors couldn't help but notice the Saiyans' contempt, and even Kami and Mr. Popo remained indifferent. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Bulma clenched her fist in frustration. You're looking down on us too much. Even if you are stronger, it's incredibly rude to show no respect for others. Bulma's words seemed to ignite a spark. Yajirobe stepped forward as well. Yeah. You're underestimating us too much. We went through so many trials to gather the Dragon Balls and made it to Kami's lookout. Are we just supposed to be treated like this? In contrast, Piccolo remained calm, as he could sense Kami's emotions and knew not to underestimate the Saiyans in front of them. Tien Shinhan, too, had maintained a serious expression from start to finish, without saying a word. Adam, however, seemed slightly annoyed by their complaints. He responded, "We've been paying quite a bit of attention to you already. If our leader hadn't given special orders, we wouldn't even care what happened to Earth. The fact that we're stepping in shows we've taken you seriously enough. As for why we're not all fighting at once, it's simply unnecessary. It doesn't matter what you think, soon enough, you'll understand." Adam didn't bother explaining further. There was no point in talking anymore. Actions would soon show them the vast chasm in strength. Adam's words left the Earth Warriors momentarily speechless. They silently assumed their fighting stances, ready to engage. But before they could make a move, In the blink of an eye, a massive aura descended upon them. All of the Earth warriors felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure fall on them. This sudden weight rendered them unable to move, and their expressions instantly changed. What? This aura? They could tangibly feel the immense power. In the face of this colossal aura, they found themselves completely immobilized. Even the strongest among them, Son Goku, had veins bulging on his forehead, clearly struggling under the pressure. And this was just a warm-up. Adam was merely displaying a power level of 500,000. If he intended to demonstrate the gap between them, it wasn't going to be just a minor difference in strength. His casual display left the Earth warriors in utter disbelief. At this moment, an android slowly walked over. This android, created by Dr. Bel-Abe, was a Guardian-type android. Though its combat power was formidable, its skills were more defense-oriented. In its hands, the android carried a large display screen, a new type of scouter designed to measure power levels. After the android set up the scouter, it measured the power levels of all the Earth warriors, then aimed it at Adam. The goal was to give the Earth warriors undeniable proof of the power gap. As the Earth warriors stared at the numbers on the display, they each began to realize something. Was this really their power level? But then, the screen switched, showing Adam's terrifying power level of 500,000, leaving them all stunned. What was going on? This had to be a joke, right? 500,000 power level. That was 25 times stronger than Son Goku. What kind of power was that? No wonder they felt such intense pressure, like a massive mountain weighing down on them. So strong. This is insane. Is this the true power of a Saiyan? Does that mean Son Goku could eventually reach this level too? In the midst of their shock, the Earth warriors glanced at Son Goku. After all, he was the same race as them, so surely he could reach this level, right? But before they could fully process this, Adam let out a small chuckle. This is just the beginning. You don't actually believe this is the full extent of my power, do you? Our power levels surpassed these numbers years ago. We're just holding back so you don't completely lose hope in an instant. Next, I'll gradually increase the pressure. Whoever can hold out until the end will earn the last wish from the Dragon Balls. Of course, the fact that you made it to Kami's lookout shows that you have some potential. On Earth, you're considered top-tier warriors. There's certainly potential worth nurturing. Now, show us all the strength you've got. Let's see if you can meet our expectations. Chapter 165. Adam's words left all the Earth warriors unable to maintain their composure. This wasn't even his full power. What kind of terrifying strength was this? If he had reached this level years ago, how much stronger had he become now? They were all stunned, unable to process what they were hearing. Then, Adam's power level began to gradually increase. On the display, the numbers steadily climbed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Axiana appeared among the Earth warriors and swiftly grabbed Bulma, pulling her out of the oppressive aura's range. Her power level is too low. She only needs to experience a slight amount of pressure, there's no need for her to actually participate. The others nodded in agreement. They had already known Bulma's power level wasn't high, as the Guardian-type android had scanned everyone's levels earlier. In fact, her power was just slightly above that of an ordinary person. The only reason she wasn't removed from the start was so that she could briefly feel the pressure firsthand. With Bulma taken away, Adam's aura grew even more intense, and the numbers on the scouter jumped by tens of thousands. When his power level hit 700,000, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu could no longer hold out and were forced to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. Though they continued to struggle. It was obvious that they were reaching their limits, and they were eventually forced to withdraw. Then, when Adam's power level reached 750,000, Yajirobe collapsed as well. At 800,000, Tien Shinhan couldn't endure any longer, and even the mighty Piccolo was nearing his limit. Sensing the right moment, Adam abruptly raised his power level to 1 million, unleashing an immense force. The three warriors immediately coughed up blood. Tien Shinhan and Piccolo fainted on the spot, while Son Goku, though still conscious, was under tremendous strain. His entire body felt as if it had been weighed down with lead, rendering him immobile. At this point, he was close to sustaining internal injuries. Yet, despite Goku's condition, Adam didn't stop. For Saiyans, moments like this were prime opportunities to push their limits. When faced with despair, they could increase their power. A mere 20,000 power level. To Saiyans, that seemed almost pitifully weak. However, If Chuan knew what Adam was thinking, he'd surely praise him for his boldness. This was truly daring. Though Goku's path had strayed from the original story, he was still the chosen one. As long as he had the opportunity, he would eventually rise to greatness. Who would be the stronger one in the end? It was still too early to say. Adam showed no mercy as he continued to gradually increase his power level. The other Saiyans didn't intervene, they were curious to see the limits of this lower-class warrior. As for Kami and Mr. Popo, they had long been aware of the Saiyan ability to grow stronger through combat, so they didn't interfere either. This was Goku's opportunity. When Adam's power level reached 1,400,000, Goku finally collapsed and lost consciousness. With that, the test came to an end. As the Saiyans looked at the unconscious Son Goku, they all nodded in approval. He wasn't too weak after all. Although Son Goku's power level was indeed low, his willpower was terrifying. With his mere 20,000 in power, he managed to withstand the pressure of 1,400,000. That's a 70 times difference. Just thinking about it was intimidating. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to endure such pressure. This earned him a hint of admiration from the others. This has nothing to do with power. It's purely about willpower. This lower-level warrior is truly remarkable. His power may not be strong, but his will is incredibly formidable. With that kind of determination, it won't be long before he catches up to us. Indeed, besides, we've traveled such a long way. As long as he can keep up, everything else will likely go smoothly. At this moment, they couldn't help but wonder just how far Son Goku would go. While they were discussing, the android was feeding the senzu beans one by one. In the blink of an eye, they had all recovered completely. Each of them felt an astonishing sense of rejuvenation. After all, who wouldn't be amazed by a miraculous medicine that could restore them instantly? Is this the power of the gods? As they marveled at the situation, Son Goku suddenly sprang to his feet. He had just experienced an unprecedented amount of pressure, but after swallowing a senzu bean, his power level surged to 35,000. This was an incredible increase, and the speed of his enhancement was shocking. At that moment, the scouter was still on, naturally displaying his power level. Goku, when did your power level increase to 35,000? Krillin was the first to notice, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had a power level of only 20,000, and now it had skyrocketed to 35,000. Wasn't that terrifying? The others were also drawn in, glancing at the scouter, and soon enough, their expressions mirrored Krillin's surprise. This is too fast. He's suddenly more than double our power. What was going on? Why was this happening? Had they secretly helped Son Goku behind the scenes? They couldn't make sense of it. Seeing this scene, Adam smiled in satisfaction. Don't be too surprised. This is the unique talent of our warrior race, the Saiyans. We grow stronger with every battle. Whenever we are heavily injured and then recover, our power level will increase, albeit to varying degrees. Even if one is injured from training, there will still be a boost, depending on their physical endurance and tenacity. The warrior race gets stronger the more they fight. We grow through battle. This is what it means to be a Saiyan. Adam's words brimmed with pride. In the past, they could only see Saiyans as an ordinary race. But after all these years, they truly understood how terrifying the warrior blood flowing within them was. It was just that King Vegeta had never known how to harness it. He couldn't even lead them properly. If it hadn't been for Chuan, they would never have realized how precious the blood in their veins truly was. With Adam's explanation, all the Earth warriors were completely stunned. No wonder this group of tailed Saiyans was so powerful. They possessed such a terrifying talent. This was simply outrageous. Did that mean they could continually improve as long as they were in battle? Even Son Goku was hearing this for the first time, leaving him deeply shocked, though it also validated some of his inner thoughts. Chapter 166. No wonder Goku's combat power seems to increase every time he recovers from an injury. However, the improvement hasn't been significant each time, so it wasn't very noticeable. No matter how hard I try, I'm always just a little behind. Hearing Adam's explanation, Krillin muttered to himself. Coming from the same school, he had always set Goku as his goal, but the gap between them continued to grow. Even though they both made it to the Kami's lookout, the difference between them was plain for all to see. Now, that gap might only grow larger until it was impossible for him to catch up. Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes becoming more determined. I won't give up so easily. No matter the talent or race, as long as I work hard, I will catch up someday. He wasn't just saying this to himself, but also to everyone present. In just an instant, everyone's fighting spirit reignited. Falling behind wasn't the scary part, what was terrifying was having no courage to catch up once you had fallen behind. Seeing the Earth fighters reignite their fighting spirit, the Saiyans present nodded in satisfaction. Though their strength was somewhat lacking, their spirit and willpower were commendable. This could bridge some of the gaps caused by their lack of natural talent. Not bad, not bad. Your fighting spirit is admirable, but you still need systematic training. From now on, we'll arrange your training based on your individual situations. How much you gain from it will depend on you. One-on-one training. That was practically impossible. After all, the Saiyans themselves needed to train too, and they couldn't afford to waste their time. As for arranging the training, that was all left to Kami and Mr. Popo. Although their knowledge was vast, their strength wasn't particularly high. They could only teach some technical skills, and in the end, it still mostly depended on the androids. Whether it was training plans or sparring partners, the android warriors were more reliable and convenient, saving everyone time. Just as Dr. Bel-Abe was about to arrange for the androids to start their training, all of a sudden, all the Saiyans lifted their heads in unison. This instantly raised everyone's suspicions. What was going on? Why the sudden change in expression? Did you all feel that? A strange and powerful energy just flashed by. Axiana spoke up first. Though the energy had passed in a flash, it had put immense pressure on her. Even now, she wasn't sure if she could handle it. How could she not take this seriously? The other Saiyans nodded in agreement. Their reaction startled Kami and the others. After all, these Saiyans were terrifyingly strong. If there was an opponent they feared, wouldn't that mean the enemy was even more terrifying? And if even they couldn't handle it, then the very thought was enough to send chills down their spines. Really? Why didn't we feel anything? Yamcha tried to sense it carefully but couldn't detect any energy, which puzzled him. The rest of the Earth fighters were in a similar state. Despite their considerable strength, they truly couldn't sense anything. Dr. Bel-Abe, who was operating the detector on the side, also heard the Saiyans' conversation. Naturally, he couldn't afford to be careless. But even with his most sophisticated equipment, there was no detection of any energy fluctuations. Could it be an illusion? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of light appeared in the sky. A figure stumbled into view. It was a figure shrouded in purple light, with purple hair, exuding a destructive aura that caused the surrounding space to emit smoke. Purple energy waves, purple lightning. Everyone present was shocked. Could this really be the aura of a human? Especially the Earth fighters. They had just sensed an unprecedented energy earlier, but now, an even more massive presence had appeared, one so vast they couldn't even describe it in numbers. What is this being? The Saiyans, on the other hand, initially seemed uneasy, but as they looked closer, they found this figure oddly familiar. After repeatedly observing, the group exchanged glances. Boss? Isn't that the boss? When did the boss turn into this? And this aura is even more powerful than it was a few years ago. Could it be that he reached a new level after training with Lord Beerus? This is too strong. After recognizing Mu Chuan's identity, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were shocked. This was a brand new form. The terrifying combat power had truly startled them. After all, among the Saiyans, Axiana was currently the strongest, and even she could only transform into Super Saiyan 3. But their boss? His transformations kept changing, and his combat power grew stronger each time, leaving them with a feeling that they could never catch up. The Earth fighters, overhearing the Saiyans' conversation, couldn't help but gape in disbelief. This is their boss? They were already this powerful, and it seemed like they hadn't even shown their full strength. Now this mysterious guy appears out of nowhere, and he's their boss. That enormous energy was unforgettable, and it wasn't even intentionally directed at them. If it had been, they would have been crushed to dust in a matter of seconds. Just the thought sent chills down their spines. Regardless of the reactions from the others present, the figure was indeed Mu Chuan. He had originally set out from the God of Destruction realm and should have reached Earth quickly. But something unexpected happened along the way. His instant transmission was interrupted, and he was even swept into a space-time turbulence. With his immense power, it wasn't likely that the turbulence would affect his destination. However, during the chaos, he encountered an incredibly powerful figure, a figure whose name caused a slight sense of dread in his mind. But he couldn't understand. Why would that person appear? Moreover, the Dragon Ball world had long been altered beyond recognition by him, so why would that figure show up? And from the looks of it, that person hadn't yet reached their strongest state, but they had indeed appeared. If given the chance, it could spell another disaster. However, since they had only met in the space-time turbulence and had merely exchanged a few blows, it was uncertain whether the other would end up in this timeline. Chapter 167. What a headache. I don't even know if that guy really ended up in this timeline. If he did appear, it would be a huge problem. This world has already been altered by the butterfly effect, so why is it still following its original path? No, something must have been disrupted. Otherwise, how could he possibly show up at this time? Chuan was feeling quite troubled. He had seen Zamasu, the one who completely messed up the timelines, a particularly troublesome enemy. Zamasu's anti-human nature meant that no matter which timeline he appeared in, he had to be stopped, otherwise, he would destroy all of humanity. When Chuan first laid eyes on Zamasu, he felt his scalp tingle, utterly horrified. Fortunately, it was just an encounter. Though they had exchanged blows amidst the turbulence of space-time, Chuan wasn't weak either, especially now in his super-violet form. Because of his considerable strength, he managed to leave the space-time turbulence unscathed and even escaped from Zamasu. But what frustrated him now was that he had no idea whether Zamasu had also fallen into this timeline. Uncertainty is often the most troublesome thing to deal with. After thinking for a while, Chuan knew there was no way to confirm it, so he pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the present, turning his attention to the lookout. What he saw surprised him. Was it always this lively? It seemed like there were more people than usual. It's been a while, and the lookout is busier than ever. Boss! Boss! Seeing Chuan return to his usual state, the Saiyans were thrilled and flew up to greet him. He was the one who had guided them forward all this time. They hadn't seen him in years, and they missed him greatly. They surrounded Chuan, eagerly recounting everything that had happened in the past few years. It was almost as if they were boasting, as they talked about how much stronger they had become. After all, through their own efforts, their combat power had increased significantly. Especially Axiana, who had become the second Super Saiyan 3. Listening to their stories, Chuan was very satisfied. At least none of them had slacked off, each one had seriously improved their combat strength. Even Earth had been slowly developing under their protection. Very good. You've all done well. I just sensed it, and Earth now has quite a few strong fighters. It shows that under your watch, there has been significant progress. And during this time, none of you have neglected your training, which is excellent. You didn't waste the efforts I put into guiding you. Receiving Chuan's praise, all the Saiyans were overjoyed. No matter how much their strength had improved, they were still like little brothers in front of Chuan. Moreover, they were all well aware that no matter how hard they tried, they could never surpass Chuan. With their current strength, they couldn't even compare to Chuan from a few years ago, let alone after his long period of training in the God of Destruction realm. His power now was truly beyond comparison. The group slowly descended from the air, landing in front of Kami and Mr. Popo. Upon seeing the long unseen figures, Chuan couldn't help but smile. Kami, Mr. Popo, it's been a while. Chuan, it has been a long time. How has your training with Lord Beerus been? Ha ha ha, of course, the training went quite well, and my strength has made significant progress. But after so many years of training, I finally found some time to come back and check on Earth. I didn't expect Earth to change so much. So many strong fighters have emerged, much more than a few years ago. While speaking, Chuan was also observing the Earth warriors who had gathered on the lookout. As expected, these were all familiar faces to him. However, what surprised him the most was Piccolo. King Piccolo, the Demon King, was not only still alive but had grown incredibly strong, even joining the other Earth warriors on the lookout. This was indeed unexpected. Given the current trajectory, the younger Piccolo might never appear again. After all, with old Piccolo being so powerful, few could be considered his match. Moreover, he wasn't as maniacal as he had been in the original storyline. Chuan merely felt some surprise but had no intention of interfering. The world's course had long since changed, and there was no need for him to meddle too much. Let things evolve naturally. As he observed the Earth warriors, they too were studying him. To the Earth warriors, all the Saiyans were already incredibly terrifying. Yet these powerful fighters treated this mysterious newcomer with such respect. Naturally, this piqued their curiosity. From their conversation, they could gather that this person was the leader of the Saiyans. But just how strong would one have to be to lead warriors of such immense power? They couldn't help but recall the scene when Chuan had first appeared. His purple hair and the purple aura enveloping his body carried a terrifying pressure that made them shudder. Thinking back now, it still felt horrifying. What kind of power was that? While everyone was lost in thought, Goku suddenly stepped forward. "Are you a Saiyan too?" Chuan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to meet the Chosen One in such a manner. However, he quickly composed himself, smiled, and said, "As you can see, I am indeed a Saiyan. But that state you were in earlier." Seeing Goku's hesitation, Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "That's not something you can understand right now because your power isn't sufficient yet. As a member of a warrior race, battle is the shortcut to increasing strength. Moreover, besides our base form, we Saiyans have ways to increase our combat power. That's through transformations, but this requires your base power to reach an extremely terrifying level. Otherwise, don't even think about it. You're still far from that stage for now, so keep working hard." Chuan didn't want to explain further. No matter how much he said, they wouldn't fully grasp it. Besides, demonstrating might give them a better understanding, but he found it too troublesome and unnecessary. So, he didn't even consider showing them. Goku understood that his combat power was still too weak at this point, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he silently kept that crucial piece of information in mind. Base combat power needed to be strong to have the opportunity to transform. But to what level? He wasn't sure, but at the very least, he set his sights on the power level currently displayed on the monitor. 4 million. That must be the minimum requirement, right? In an instant, Goku made 4 million his new target. Chapter 168. The Earth Warriors had truly made the Lookout their home, with everyone pouring their efforts into training, each with their own goals. Their primary goal, defeating the androids in front of them. Kami and Mr. Popo had tailored specific battle challenges for each warrior based on their individual strengths and weaknesses. As long as they could achieve these goals, they would see their power increase, and with that increase, they would receive corresponding rewards. However, the androids were not their ultimate target. What they truly aspired to surpass were the Saiyans. To this day, the memory of that scene remained vivid in their minds. But none of them were overly ambitious, they all focused intently on their training. Compared to them, Bulma had fully integrated herself into the Lookout. Due to her extraordinary talent, she had quickly become as indispensable as Dr. Belabe. The Earth Warriors were all progressing in their own ways, and their strength steadily improved. During Chuan's time on the Lookout, he finally gained a full understanding of the current situation. He was especially pleased with the progress of the Saiyans. He hadn't expected them to reach Super Saiyan 3 in such a short time. Chuan himself had only been able to advance so quickly thanks to his omniscience and the system's help. One could say he had a head start. Moreover, his vision wasn't limited, allowing him to push his power to new heights without holding back. The other Saiyans didn't have the same broad perspective, yet they had still made such significant progress. This truly made Chuan look at them with newfound respect. Naturally, all the Saiyans were also aware of how much their leader had changed, especially with his super violet form. That was a form they might never be able to achieve. However, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God. These were forms they could potentially attain. I didn't expect the Saiyan bloodline to have so much potential. Super Saiyan 4 isn't the limit. There's even Super Saiyan God above it. But we haven't even reached Super Saiyan 3 yet. At this moment, Greta couldn't help but voice his thoughts. While there was a bright future ahead, they hadn't even reached the basic threshold. Let alone advancing to higher levels. His words, like a sharp blade, pierced through the group of Saiyans, reminding them that they needed to train even harder. Though they hadn't slacked off, they realized they had to push themselves even more. They had to surpass their past efforts. Chuan had explained things clearly, not to boast, but to show them that hard work could indeed yield results. After all, people need motivation. Without it, one might think they've already worked hard enough and could lose their way amidst the effort. Only with a clear goal could they press forward with determination. As for Axiana, she was in a different situation. After all, she had already achieved the power of Super Saiyan 3. Now, she had to carefully consider how to master Super Saiyan 4. But after some thought, she realized she couldn't rush it. Super Saiyan 4 required transforming into a golden great ape. Yet, as lower-class warriors, they were at risk of losing control once in their great ape form, even if they had previously mastered it. It was still far from guaranteed. Thus, they couldn't afford even a moment of complacency. A year had passed in training. Chuan had stayed on Earth for an entire year. One day, he suddenly received a message from Whis. "Can you hear me, Chuan?" Chuan. He knew that unless it was necessary, neither Beerus nor Whis would contact him so easily. Yet now, they had unexpectedly reached out to him. This gave him a strange sense of foreboding. "Never mind, we might as well come in person." Before he could respond, he heard Whis muttering to himself in his mind. The next moment, his vision blurred, and two figures appeared right in front of him. The god of destruction, Beerus, and Whis had directly arrived at the lookout. This sudden appearance brought everyone's training to an immediate halt as they all stared in confusion at the two newcomers. The Earth Warriors didn't understand, as they couldn't sense their energy. However, the expressions of all the Saiyans and Kami on the scene were nothing short of exaggerated, especially Kami and Mr. Popo. As if by instant transmission, they appeared in front of Beerus and Whis in the blink of an eye. "Lord Beerus, I am the guardian of Earth." "Oh." Beerus waved his hand dismissively, his face full of indifference. Kami, not taking offense, laughed awkwardly and stepped aside, not daring to waste even a second of their time. Seeing Kami and Mr. Popo act this way naturally drew more attention from the Earth Warriors. What kind of person could make everyone present so shocked? Moreover, even the powerful Saiyans didn't dare to breathe too loudly in this moment. The atmosphere felt truly bizarre. Chuan was equally surprised by Whis and Beerus' sudden arrival. "Whis, Lord Beerus, why have you come so suddenly? Has something happened?" "Indeed, we've encountered a rather annoying fellow. That guy is holding some so-called martial arts tournament, and if we don't participate, it'll be like letting him look down on us. Though it doesn't really matter whether we participate, I still want to crush his arrogance a little. Besides, there's quite a nice reward for winning." Beerus spoke with evident displeasure. Upon hearing this, Chuan immediately had a good idea of who it was. It had to be Kampa, Beerus' twin brother and the god of destruction from Universe 6. However, compared to Beerus, Kampa was somewhat weaker, though he was still a god of destruction, so his power wasn't far off. The comparison was only relative to Beerus. Hearing Beerus' words, Whis smiled gently, long used to Beerus' grumbling. The two of them were always bickering over all sorts of things, whether it was food or fighting. They were like fire and water. Yet when it came to their bond, no one could compare. Both of them were extremely proud in their own way. Chuan, don't pay attention to Lord Beerus' nonsense. This matter is actually quite important. The person hosting this martial arts tournament is, in fact, someone with the same status as Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa. He's also Lord Beerus' twin brother. Chapter 169. Universe 6. God of Destruction. Twins. When Whis' words fell into the ears of everyone present, for some reason, they found it difficult to comprehend. Perhaps only Chuan understood instantly. Seeing Chuan remain silent, worried that he might not grasp the scope of the cosmos, Whis began to explain in detail. "We are currently in Universe 7, where Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. Meanwhile, Lord Kampa is the god of destruction for Universe 6. Universe 7 and Universe 6 are like twins, almost identical. Furthermore, all things have two sides, a positive and a negative, existing in pairs. The same applies to the universe. There are 12 universes in total. The first universe and the 12th universe are paired, the second and the 11th universe form a pair, and so on. As long as the sum of the universe numbers equals 13, they are a pair. These paired universes are two sides of the same coin. Though they are opposite, they are essentially identical universes." As Whis explained, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. "I've never heard anything like this before. The universe is already vast enough, yet there are so many other universes. And on top of that, they are like two sides of the same coin. Does that mean there's another Earth in a different universe? This is unbelievable." The Saiyans were astounded, feeling as though their horizons had expanded in an instant. They had always believed the universe to be vast enough, but now, they realized there were other universes beyond theirs, and so many of them at that. Their understanding of the world had suddenly reached unprecedented heights. The Earth warriors standing to the side were even more amazed. Having only just arrived at the lookout from Earth, they were still in awe of their new surroundings. For them, simply knowing that other planets existed was already mind-blowing. They had never imagined that beyond the vastness of the universe, there was an even larger world, with multiple universes beyond their own. How exciting must such a grand world be? This is incredible. Even though it seems far beyond our reach, just thinking about it is enough to make my blood boil. If we could one day step onto such a stage and fight against those powerful beings, that would be the most thrilling thing imaginable. I can't wait. If I could ever reach such a level, I'd die without regrets. The Earth warriors were filled with excitement. Even though they hadn't yet reached such heights, hearing this now had their blood pumping with enthusiasm. They could barely contain their excitement. If they were to train at this very moment, there would be no hint of laziness. They would push themselves to the limit, for how else could they experience such an extraordinary world? Goku was also extremely excited. However, unlike the others, he glanced at Chuan. Because he knew that it was due to this Saiyan standing before him that these two mysterious figures had appeared. And if Chuan could stand at such heights, didn't that mean Goku could also witness this amazing world? Just how powerful was Chuan? Goku had only taken one look at him before, but simply looking wasn't enough to gauge the difference in their strength. Now, with a clearer understanding of the cosmos, he had a much more direct sense of how vast the gap was. Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation welling up inside. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Whis calmly explained, indeed, there are planets that exist in both paired universes. However, due to different experiences, these planets may encounter different fates throughout history. Two planets may develop in different directions, so while there may be the same planets in twin universes, the changes within them are not necessarily identical. For example, in Universe 6, there are also Saiyans, but their development took a different path. What? The Saiyans were shocked. There were other Saiyans. And in another universe? They found this incredibly hard to believe, and curiosity took over. If they could fight against Saiyans from another universe, wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? Excitement and anticipation. This was the sentiment in their hearts at that moment. Seeing that he had said enough, Whis shifted the conversation. In Universe 6, there is also an Earth, but it has become desolate. So, it was completely destroyed. Because of this, Lord Kampa is organizing this tournament to gain ownership of Earth. Each universe will send 5 warriors. The universe with the most wins will claim victory, and the prize will be the ownership of Earth. If Universe 7 loses, Earth will be relocated to Universe 6. However, if we win, we not only retain ownership of Earth but also gain access to the Super Dragon Balls. With Whis' explanation, everyone understood the reason behind the so-called tournament. They also realized that this was truly a stage for the strongest. Some paid special attention to the mention of the Super Dragon Balls, though most were more focused on the concept of moving Earth to another universe. Just thinking about it was incredibly shocking. But given the newfound knowledge about multiple universes, the idea of relocating Earth suddenly didn't seem so impossible. However, what they didn't know was that moving Earth from Universe 7 to Universe 6 wasn't as simple as they thought. Without the help of the Super Dragon Balls, it would be almost impossible. Neither a god of destruction nor an angel could make it happen. Of course, Beerus and Whis wouldn't explain this in detail. Chuan knew this, but he didn't feel the need to discuss it further. He suspected that Beerus had approached him with the intention of having him participate in the tournament as one of the competitors. And he had no intention of refusing. Fighting stronger opponents would allow him to grow much faster. He especially felt a slight sense of urgency within him. Strength, it all came down to strength. Beerus then took over from Whis and said, Chuan, your combat power is impressive. Even though you're only a trainee god of destruction, you're still qualified to compete in the tournament. So, you'll be one of the competitors. When the time comes, show me your strength, there can be no slip-ups. If you lose, don't blame me for being harsh. Beerus spoke nonchalantly, and though his words seemed threatening, his expression remained neutral, no hint of malice or cruelty, just a flat tone. This made it hard to gauge his true feelings, but Chuan didn't dare take it lightly. Chapter 170. Besides me, Lord Beerus, do you have any other selected participants? Chuan wasn't surprised about his own participation. After all, he had displayed such formidable strength, and he was a trainee god of destruction, someone who wielded the power of destruction. If he wasn't going to participate, it would imply that Beerus didn't care much about this tournament at all. Hearing Mu Chuan's question, Beerus remained silent for a moment before casually replying, "So far, we have 2 confirmed participants. One is you, and the other is a very strong individual named Manaka. As for the other 3 participants, they haven't been chosen yet, but they definitely need to be powerful." Mu Chuan's sudden inquiry made Beerus ponder about the selection of fighters. They couldn't afford to pick anyone too weak. If Universe 6 were to win, it would be a disaster. Although Beerus acted indifferent, Earth wasn't just a place that produced warriors, it was also a haven for countless delicious foods. If they lost this planet, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. So, they absolutely couldn't lose. However, with so many powerful beings across the universe, whom should he choose? As Beerus was mulling it over, Mu Chuan suddenly suggested, "Lord Beerus, would you allow me to select the other 3 participants? I have 3 individuals in mind who possess decent strength. They may not be the strongest, but they can certainly contribute. And even if there's a mistake, I can step in to clean up the situation. I promise not to disappoint you." Since this was a rare opportunity for combat, Mu Chuan had to seize it. His own combat strength was already immense, and if this could further improve him, why not? Besides, he understood. For the Saiyans, this would be an invaluable opportunity. Facing more powerful enemies could potentially lead to substantial growth in their combat abilities. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. As soon as Mu Chuan finished speaking, all the Saiyans' eyes lit up. While they didn't consider themselves incredibly strong and knew they were far from Mu Chuan's level, the chance to witness such a battle was too precious to pass up. Even if they weren't picked, just having the opportunity was exciting. Missing it would mean they might never get another. They were hopeful, but for now, none of them spoke up. Instead, they all stared at Mu Chuan with wide, eager eyes. Beerus, intrigued, was curious to see who Mu Chuan would choose as strong warriors. "Since you've said that, why don't you tell me who you plan to choose? They don't have to be in the universe's top 5, but they must be strong enough to hold their own. Don't embarrass me by making us a laughingstock in front of other universes. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. I won't make random choices. The 3 I have in mind are among the strongest Saiyan warriors. They are Axiana, Karl, and Greta. All of them possess incredibly terrifying combat power. Even in the universe, they're quite formidable." As Mu Chuan named them one by one, the 3 individuals stepped forward. Both Beerus and Whis looked over. Although the trio didn't appear to exude immense power at that moment, their base combat strength had already surpassed 5 million. If they transformed into Super Saiyans, their combat power would be remarkable. While they hadn't yet reached the peak of the universe, they were certainly noteworthy. Indeed, they do have some potential. Although they're not among the strongest, they won't be a liability either. Whis nodded in agreement. Beerus also nodded. "Since you vouched for them, I'll give you some leeway. We'll go with these 3, but make sure they train a bit more before the tournament. Even if they can't place high, we can't afford to embarrass ourselves in front of that fat pig," Beerus added with a hint of disdain. "Don't worry, Lord Beerus," Mu Chuan assured, patting his chest, "I'll personally give them some intense training. There's still time before the tournament, and I'll ensure they make significant progress during this period." Mu Chuan wasn't boasting. In such a critical moment, the best option was to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, a true sanctuary for cultivation. With time being of the essence, intense training inside would guarantee considerable improvement by the time of the tournament. Moreover, with time still on their side, there was ample opportunity for them to grow. Hearing their confirmed participation, the 3 warriors couldn't hide their excitement. This was an opportunity to fight against powerful beings from other universes. Even if they didn't win, the experience alone would be invaluable for their growth. Fantastic. We'll get to fight against the strongest from other universes. This could lead to immense growth for us, one of them exclaimed excitedly. I'm going to push myself as hard as I can during this period. Breaking through to Super Saiyan 3 would be the best outcome. Greta clenched her fists, thrilled at the opportunity. He wasn't aiming to just participate, he wanted to prove his strength. Even though he knew his power wasn't at the top, he was determined to close the gap by training hard. Compared to Greta's excitement, Karl remained more composed. However, the way his hands were clenched gave away his inner anticipation. With the participants confirmed, everyone present felt a surge of excitement. They all began speculating whether they would witness battles between the 2 universes. It was a rare chance to broaden their horizons, after all. Sensing their thoughts, Whis smiled and said, each universe will have designated seating, so you'll be able to watch the fights even if you're not participating. Observing the battles between the strongest warriors will surely benefit many of you, giving you the chance to grow. For most of you, this will be an incredible opportunity to improve your skills and expand your horizons. After all, there are countless powerful fighters across the universes. Only by witnessing more formidable opponents will you avoid limiting yourself within the confines of your own vision. As the strongest fighters in Universe 7, it was only natural for them to observe and learn. If a few among them had breakthroughs, it would signify tremendous progress for the entire universe. Hearing this, everyone present was buzzing with excitement. Especially the Earth warriors, who had always seen the Saiyans as overwhelmingly powerful, now realized that there were even stronger warriors beyond their universe. It was almost unbelievable that they'd have the chance to witness these battles. Excitement and anticipation filled the air. Chapter 171. Amidst the excitement and enthusiasm of the Saiyans, a hint of curiosity also emerged in their hearts. They were well aware of Mu Chuan's immense strength, but what special abilities did Manaka, who had been personally named by Lord Beerus, possess? How powerful could Manaka be? To be considered comparable to Mu Chuan, Manaka had to be extraordinarily strong, right? The Saiyans were extremely curious, but they didn't dare to ask easily, so they kept their curiosity to themselves. If Mu Chuan knew what they were thinking, he wouldn't have known how to respond either. Manaka's situation was truly complicated and difficult to explain. It couldn't be summed up in just a few words. As the participants for the martial arts tournament were confirmed, Mu Chuan felt it was necessary to share some crucial information. If Beerus took it seriously, perhaps they could stop Zamasu from causing trouble right from the start. Lord Beerus, I have something very important to report to you, but this matter is also somewhat unusual, Mu Chuan suddenly said, catching both Beerus and Whis off guard. For him to act so cautiously, the matter had to be quite serious and complicated, possibly even quite tricky. The two of them immediately adopted a posture of attentive listening. Mu Chuan then explained the situation he had encountered, how he came across Zamasu, and under what circumstances Zamasu had appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of concern appeared on Beerus' face, and Whis' previously gentle smile gradually faded. A space-time disturbance? And wearing the earrings of a Supreme Kai? Could such a person really exist? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both seeing the same gravity in each other's eyes. Tampering with time was a serious crime, after all. Moreover, it involved an unknown figure. We'll investigate this matter thoroughly. If there's anything suspicious, we'll make sure to get to the bottom of it. Since this concerns the gods, there can be no room for negligence, Beerus said seriously. We'll start by investigating within our own universe, though we can't rule out the possibility that it involves a god from another universe, Whis added, his tone unusually cautious. Anyone who disturbed the peace must be brought under control and prevented from causing further disruption. Seeing that Beerus and Whis were taking this seriously, Mu Chuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, as he knew exactly what kind of threat Zamasu posed. However, he couldn't directly reveal the full truth. If he spoke too clearly, it might arouse suspicion towards him, and then he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he wanted to. This left him feeling quite helpless. Even though he knew about Zamasu's situation, he couldn't state it outright. He could only hint at it indirectly, hoping they would investigate and figure it out on their own. In the meantime, he could offer occasional reminders. All he could hope for was that this wouldn't lead to disaster. Of course, Mu Chuan felt quite frustrated as well. By now, his strength should have been powerful enough. Yet, he still had to worry about someone like Zamasu. Zamasu was such a huge bug, an existence that defied the natural order. His power had transcended into the realm of law and order itself. He and Zamasu were simply not on the same level. In terms of pure combat strength, Zamasu might not necessarily be stronger than Mu Chuan, but his very existence was certainly rather absurd. After receiving the information from Mu Chuan, Beerus and Whis left Earth with serious expressions. It was clear they weren't just heading off to find Manaka, they also had to investigate this matter further. Once the god of destruction and his entourage were gone, all the Saiyans present erupted in excitement. Earlier, with Beerus there, they hadn't dared to show too much enthusiasm, but now that he was gone, they couldn't contain themselves. This is amazing. Finally, we get to fight against even stronger opponents. Facing such powerful fighters will absolutely lead to a huge improvement in our abilities. This is a rare opportunity. I can't wait. Hearing their excited exclamations, Mu Chuan rolled his eyes. Don't get too complacent. Especially you, Carl and Greta, your combat strength may be passable for now, but at the very least, you need to reach Super Saiyan 3. As for you, Axiana, you need to focus on improving your base combat strength. Although there's still some time before the martial arts tournament, it's neither too short nor too long. If you push yourself in intensive training, you might be able to raise your base strength. As for breaking through to Super Saiyan 4, it's unrealistic to expect that in such a short time. Chuan pointed out each of their strengths and weaknesses. After all, their combat power wasn't quite enough to compete in this tournament, it was a bit lacking. However, the chance to participate still offered them a valuable opportunity to broaden their horizons, especially with Chuan backing them up. He didn't think he would lose to the strong fighters of Universe 6. His words sobered them up. They understood how rare this chance was, and none of them wanted to be eliminated too quickly. Even if they only got one fight, they didn't want to lose embarrassingly. Soon after, Carl and Greta entered the hyperbolic time chamber. The time flow in there was such that a day outside would equal a year inside, giving them ample time to train. Axiana also began her own rigorous training, not wasting a single moment. The other Saiyans urgently threw themselves into training as well. Even though most of them weren't directly involved in the tournament, seeing others get this opportunity naturally motivated them to improve their combat power quickly, hoping that one day they might get a similar chance. They didn't want to miss out when the opportunity came. As all the Saiyans dove into their training, the Earth Warriors, on the other hand, found themselves somewhat sidelined. Though they had the androids as opponents, without the Saiyans to guide them, they felt like something was missing. Even with Kami and Popo around, they still couldn't shake off the odd feeling. It seems like the Saiyans no longer have time to manage us, Tien muttered to himself as he observed the situation. However, being a disciplined person, Tien wasn't one to let the actions of others affect his own training. Instead, he threw himself into it with even more dedication. After all, it wouldn't be long before they'd get to see warriors from other universes, and their strength might surpass his expectations. This was also a great opportunity to broaden his horizons. The other Earth Warriors, influenced by Tien's determination, also became more motivated and threw themselves into their training. With everyone focused on their training, Chuan seemed the most relaxed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he observed the Earth Warriors. In his view, the Earth Warriors still had a lot of potential for growth, it was just that the pressure wasn't intense enough. I'll need to increase the pressure on them. Otherwise, they're getting too comfortable. Chapter 172. Chuan slowly approached the Earth Warriors. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he revealed his purpose. Fighting just against the androids is too boring. How about I help you all train instead? The Earth Warriors? Was he joking? Even those Saiyans were already out of their league, and now, a more powerful Saiyan was offering to help them train. It seemed like a dream. But just as they were filled with doubt and uncertainty, Chuan spoke again, you just train normally, and I will impose some pressure on your ki. I will also have you carry some weight during your training. Training in this special environment will definitely bring you tremendous progress. Without waiting for the Earth Warriors to respond, Chuan raised his hands and pointed. Suddenly, all of them were subjected to 10 times the gravity. The sudden increase in weight caused them to fall to the ground immediately. Only Son Goku managed to stand up with relative ease, his knees slightly bent, and he rose again, although he seemed somewhat strained. But this was just the beginning. The gravity on you will increase over time. If you don't adapt to it quickly, you will be crushed by it and struggle to breathe. Of course, I have the ability to help you recover quickly, but you will still have to endure the pain of your bones being crushed by the gravity. Chuan maintained a smile on his face, but each word he spoke made the faces of all the Earth Warriors change. Even Piccolo, who was usually calm, felt extreme fear at this moment. Was this guy really that cruel? The crueler the person, the calmer they were when speaking these kinds of words. This left them with no illusions. One by one, they started trying to move their bodies. Even though the gravity had pinned them to the ground, they quickly began to adapt. However, adapting was one thing, but moving under this gravity was far from easy. And they hadn't forgotten that Chuan had also mentioned pressure from his ki, which made them feel an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if someone was chasing them from behind. In an instant, their fighting spirit surged. Watching his creation, Chuan couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that he was too harsh, but the Earth Warriors had tremendous potential. Even if they weren't pure Earthlings, with proper training, Tien, Piccolo, and Goku had enormous potential. They might even reach a terrifying level, but it all depended on their training and whether someone guided them correctly. If the Earth Warriors rose, it would also benefit him, as it would help relieve some of the pressure. As the Earth Warriors gradually adapted to the 10 times gravity, Chuan slowly began to increase the weight. At the same time, a subtle pressure from his ki started to emanate. This caused the faces of all the Earth Warriors to change once again. Do you really have to go this far? We just adapted, and now this? If this continues, it feels like my liver is going to be crushed. I never imagined training could be this painful. Yamcha said, his face twisted in pain. Of all the warriors, he struggled the most, since his fighting power was the weakest. His adaptability was also the lowest in truth. He didn't even want to become a super powerful Earth Warrior, he just wanted to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Yamcha never expected things to escalate to this point. But now, he had no choice. If he didn't push himself to his limits, he could very well end up completely useless. The others weren't in much better shape than him, they were only faring slightly better than Yamcha. The pressure was increasing by the minute, but the Earth Warrior's strength was also improving at a rapid pace, even though they lacked a precise way to measure it. If there had been a scouter, it would have shown that their battle power was slowly but steadily rising. This growth had been continuous since they started training. Chuan controlled the intensity to guide their training while also refining his own abilities. However, given his current level of strength, which had reached an unbelievably high level, this was merely fine-tuning for him. As for achieving a monumental increase in power within just a few days, that was unrealistic. Even Chuan didn't think it was possible. The system could only grant him various abilities, making him more versatile, but its ability to directly enhance his battle power was minimal at this point. Perhaps the system wasn't designed to make him immediately invincible, otherwise, it could have given him far greater powers through the signing process at many points. But after such a long time, the system's boosts to his battle power had only been in the billions, which, for him now, was no longer significant. Abilities, rather than raw strength, had become the most crucial thing. One day later, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened. Carl and Greta stepped out. Their battle suits were tattered, their hair slightly longer, and their bodies covered in injuries. However, from the aura they emitted, it was clear that their battle power had grown significantly. The other Saiyans immediately gathered around them. After all, the two had entered the hyperbolic time chamber with the main goal of reaching Super Saiyan 3, not just to waste time. Carl. Greta. Did you? Before anyone could finish asking, the two nodded. Their hearts were filled with excitement. After a full year of training, they had finally achieved Super Saiyan 3. Pressure breeds motivation, and under normal circumstances, even a year of training wouldn't have guaranteed this breakthrough. But knowing they were going to represent Universe 7, they couldn't afford to slack off. They gave it everything they had, undergoing extreme combat and rigorous training inside, which led them to finally reach Super Saiyan 3. Their base power had also reached 7 million. This was an incredibly terrifying level of strength. This is a huge improvement, but we need to adjust to our current state. Otherwise, we might not be able to unleash our full power when the time comes, Carl said, feeling the changes in his body. Greta nodded in agreement and then turned to Axiana. Axiana, it's your turn to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. With your current battle power, if you train in there, you should also see massive gains. Try to make the most of the time. Who knows? You might even reach Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 173. How could it be that easy? Given our talent, Super Saiyan 4 is a major hurdle. Without the boss watching over us, we might not even dare to cross that threshold. Axiana shook her head, not agreeing with Greta's words. They were all low-class warriors, and even though they had trained for so long, their combat strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. But talent was still a limiting factor, an undeniable truth. However, they were unaware that their potential had already been enhanced by the Dragon Balls. Whether this would affect their transformation into great apes remained unknown. Axiana walked alone into the hyperbolic time chamber. With her current combat strength, it was hard for the other Saiyans to spar with her. Moreover, the other Saiyans didn't feel the same urgent need to increase their power, so none of them entered the time chamber either. Time passed quickly. Today was the start of the Compa martial arts tournament. Everyone was ready. Training had come to an official halt, and now they were all quietly waiting. Even the Earth Warriors had stopped their training at this moment. In such a short period, their combat strength had officially broken through the 100,000 mark. This breakthrough could be entirely credited to Chuan, but every Earth warrior couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear whenever they saw him. Although their strength had improved, the feeling of dread was still overwhelming. Chuan, however, didn't care what others thought of him. At that moment, a beam of light shimmered, and Whis' figure appeared on the lookout. It seems everyone is ready. Then let's not waste any time, I'll take everyone to the arena. Whis glanced at the group and saw that everyone, whether spectators or participants, was present. He tapped his staff, and everyone on the lookout was teleported away. It felt like they were passing through a time-space tunnel, with the entire galaxy in view. So, this is the universe. The universe is truly vast. We're actually traveling through it, and we're even about to leave this one. The Earth warriors were excited. This was their first time leaving Earth, and now they were truly seeing the universe for what it was. Their excitement was impossible to suppress. No one preached to them, nor did anyone stop them. After all, when someone first sees such a scene, it's natural to be amazed. Not long after, they arrived on a nameless planet. This planet was desolate and could even be described as a meteor. However, Kampa had transformed the surface into a battle arena. In the middle stood a massive ring, surrounded by numerous seats for the audience. On either side of the ring were two giant banners, one for Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and the other for Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. The size of these banners was colossal. The sight was breathtaking, leaving everyone present in awe. It was the first time they had seen something like this. So, this is Universe 6. Doesn't seem too different. But that ring, it's huge. I'd love to fight on a stage like that. Son Goku exclaimed excitedly. Though he wasn't qualified to fight, he couldn't help but imagine the experience. The others felt the same way. However, before they could fully take in the sight of the arena, Bulma's sudden scream drew their attention. Ah! Everyone, look! It's the Dragon Balls! Super large Dragon Balls! Drawn by Bulma's shout, everyone turned to follow her gaze. Surrounding the nameless planet were several massive orange spheres. Upon closer inspection, what else could they be but Dragon Balls? And not just any Dragon Balls, these were giant Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls! Oh my god, are those really Dragon Balls? They're countless times larger than the ones on Earth. This is terrifying. The Earth warriors were stunned by the enormous Dragon Balls. After all, they had climbed the lookout in search of the Earth's Dragon Balls. Their obsession with the Dragon Balls was unmatched. Yet, none of them ever imagined they'd encounter Dragon Balls this massive. It was a shock. Even the Saiyans were stunned by the orange spheres, each one as large as a planet. Only Chuan remained calm, as he had long known that the Super Dragon Balls were this massive. Kampa had only collected 6 so far. One more was needed to make a wish. These are the Super Dragon Balls. Once all 7 are gathered, any wish can be granted, as these Dragon Balls have no limits. Chuan explained to the group. Though the Earth's Dragon Balls can also grant wishes, they have their limits. If the wish exceeds the power of the Earth's Shinran, it can't be fulfilled. But the Super Dragon Balls are different. They were personally created by the Dragon God Zalama and can grant any wish. It had to be said that even Chuan felt a surge of excitement seeing the 6 Super Dragon Balls. After all, many people dream of gaining immense power through the Dragon Balls. He was no exception. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind using the Dragon Balls to acquire some power for himself. Zamasu used the Dragon Balls to obtain immortality, so why couldn't he use them to gain even greater strength? Especially with this martial arts tournament, if they won, the 6 Super Dragon Balls would be theirs. Then, with Bulma making a dragon radar, they could search the universe for the last one. It probably wouldn't take long to find it. Of course, this plan required Beerus's approval since the Dragon Balls were part of the spoils between him and Kampa. I need to think of a way to convince Beerus to give me the Dragon Balls. If I can get the Super Dragon Balls, I'll be able to make any wish, and that would be a huge win. I really need to think this through. While everyone else was still in shock, a group slowly walked out from the other side, led by a slightly plump cat, followed by several powerful individuals. These were the warriors of Universe 6. Chapter 174. They're here. The 6th Universe fighters have arrived. It was Goku and the others sitting in the stands who first noticed the approaching group. A group of individuals walked towards them, all of them staring straight ahead with a cold, indifferent look in their eyes. The contestants from the 6th universe were Saiyan Kaba, Frost, the assassin Hit, Badamo, and the Metal Man. Alongside the 5 fighters were the god of destruction Kampa and the angel Vados. Their entrance was rather unremarkable. But their aura was overwhelming. Instantly, the entire arena fell silent as everyone was captivated by their imposing presence. Carl's expression suddenly changed as he stared at one of the figures ahead. Frisia. Isn't that Frisia? His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. They all looked over and saw a figure standing behind Kampa that looked almost identical to Frisia, so similar that it left them all gasping in shock. If that really was Frisia, how would they even stand a chance? The current Frisia was immensely powerful, and aside from their leader, the rest of them had no hope of winning against him. There was no way they could prevail. While they were all in shock and disbelief, Chuan waved his hand and calmly said, "You don't need to worry, that's not Frisia. It's just a member of the Frost Demon race from the 6th universe. Have you forgotten? The 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes, like two sides of the same coin, with planets that mirror each other. What exists in the 7th universe also exists in the 6th. He just happens to look like Frisia, but make no mistake, he's not Frisia, just a Frost Demon from the 6th universe." Thanks to Chuan's explanation, everyone gradually calmed down. If they had to face the real Frisia, the pressure would have been enormous. Meanwhile, some panic had also spread through the stands. Even the non-participating Saiyans, watching from the stands, were introducing the Earth Warriors to Frisia's past exploits. Luckily, Chuan's explanation came just in time. Piccolo quickly shared what he had learned with the others, helping to dispel the panic. But even with that reassurance, they all realized just how many threats were lurking in the universe. There were countless powerful foes out there. I never imagined the universe was so vast, with so many powerful people. I can't wait to test myself against them when I become stronger, Goku said, clenching his fists together, his face lighting up with excitement. He was a true battle-hungry fighter. Now that he knew of so many strong opponents, his heart was brimming with anticipation. But for now, his power wasn't enough, so he had to stay put and patiently wait in the stands. Kampa strutted up to Beerus, a smug look on his face. "These are my fighters. Let's get this match started, shall we? No need to waste time." "Doesn't matter. Either way, our side is going to win for sure," Beerus replied, completely unfazed and showing no fear of Kampa. Kampa was furious at Beerus's remark, but he didn't argue. With an annoyed huff, he returned to his seat. Not long after, Badamo stepped into the ring. Badamo was a large, orange-yellow bear with a bulky frame. His movements seemed somewhat awkward, and from his aura, he didn't appear to be particularly powerful. As soon as Badamo stepped into the ring, everyone from the 7th universe was momentarily stunned. The contestants exchanged glances, feeling no urge to fight an opponent who didn't seem particularly strong. Who should go first? This guy doesn't look powerful at all, and his aura isn't intimidating either. He might have some sort of special ability. So, who's going up? None of them volunteered, as they all wanted to battle stronger opponents. Only by fighting the powerful did they feel this tournament would be meaningful. Seeing no one step forward, Carl finally spoke up, "I'll do it. Since it's a team battle, I'll finish him off quickly and then take care of the rest." With a single leap, Carl entered the arena. Chuan, on the other hand, had no intention of participating directly. While the 6th universe fighters were decent, they weren't strong enough to warrant his intervention. Neither Saiyan Kaba nor the assassin Hit interested him. He didn't plan on taking action. He wanted to train his team instead. By letting these relatively stronger Saiyans fight, perhaps one or two of them could break through to Super Saiyan 4. That would be a genuine improvement. And it would be a dimension-spanning leap in power. Without reaching Super Saiyan 4, they wouldn't be of much use to him. Besides, Chuan couldn't shake a growing sense of urgency. Once Carl was in the ring, he glanced at his opponent, clenched his fists tightly, and let out a low growl. In an instant, his hair turned yellow and grew longer. Golden light enveloped him, and arcs of lightning danced around his body. His power level surged to 2.8 billion. This was his base power, and he didn't intend to hold back at all. The moment he entered the ring, he unleashed his full strength. Such a terrifying power caused everyone present to turn and stare. What is this? What's happening? It's like he transformed. He seems like a completely different person, and his aura is far more violent and overwhelming, countless times stronger than before. My God, what is going on here? The crowd in the stands was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected such a spectacle. That overwhelming aura from before was already suffocating them. But now, after transforming, his aura had skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. Even the Earth Warriors could feel the crushing pressure. If they stepped into the ring now, they'd be obliterated by that overwhelming force. This is too extreme. Goku glanced at the other Saiyans around him, his mind racing with questions. How did he do that? He transformed, and his power level skyrocketed in an instant. This is unbelievable. In response to Goku's question, one of the Saiyans explained, "Don't be so surprised. This is a unique ability of the Saiyan race. You could even call it a natural-born talent." Saiyan ability? Everyone took a sharp breath. They had only thought the Saiyans were a warrior race that grew stronger the more they fought. Who would have thought they had such innate abilities as well? This is terrifying. Chapter 175. We Saiyans are a warrior race. The more we fight, the stronger we get. You already know this, but aside from growing stronger in battle, we can also transform into great apes. Once we transform into great apes, our combat power increases tenfold from its original base. This was our most primal way of fighting. However, after planet Vegeta was destroyed, our leader refined us and granted us specific powers. The Saiyans took turns explaining, speaking in more detail since they were addressing a Saiyan who hadn't fully rejoined their ranks. Naturally, they felt the need to give a thorough explanation. If it had been anyone else, they might not have bothered at all. But since he was also a Saiyan, they felt obliged to explain, at the very least to let him understand just how noble the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins truly was. As the Saiyans continued their explanation, the others gained a deep understanding of the Saiyan race. From the destruction of planet Vegeta to their current development, along with their various abilities, it was clear that Chuan played a critical role in all of this. Everyone was left in awe. The fact that turning into a Super Saiyan could multiply one's power to such a degree was simply unbelievable. It was like having cheat codes. No wonder they're called a warrior race. With talents and abilities like this, who could possibly compare? Their base combat power is already terrifying, and if they transform on top of that, the Earth Warriors didn't even dare to imagine it anymore. It was too outrageous. In the arena, Karl's transformation had also caught Kampa's attention. While there were Saiyans in the 6th universe, none of them could transform into Super Saiyans. And they didn't have tails either. It was as if Beerus could read Kampa's mind. He floated over like a ghost, his tone deliberately provocative. In the 7th universe, every Saiyan can turn into a Super Saiyan. When they transform, their combat power multiplies several dozen times. For some, it's thousands or even tens of thousands of times. And all that power is fully controllable. The Saiyan warrior race, what a remarkable species. Beerus was clearly trying to get under Kampa's skin. After speaking, he watched with satisfaction as Kampa's face turned an angry shade of green. Feeling pleased, Beerus leisurely floated back to his seat. Bang! Damn it! How is it that in the twin universes, the Saiyans in the 7th universe are so much stronger? This is just cheating. Kampa pounded the table in frustration. Although the Saiyans in the 6th universe were strong even without transformations, if they could transform, their combat power would be unimaginable. He didn't even want to think about it. Meanwhile, Kaba, standing nearby, seemed deep in thought. I never imagined that in other universes, Saiyans would not only have tails but also be able to transform into Super Saiyans. Could we transform into Super Saiyans too? Instead of feeling resentful or negative, Kaba's curiosity was piqued by what he saw. His mind began to race with possibilities. After all, they were the same race. There was no reason why Saiyans in the 7th universe could become Super Saiyans, but those in the 6th couldn't. It seemed like something worth exploring. As they discussed this, the battle in the arena had already begun. Karl was the first to strike, vanishing from the ground in an instant and reappearing in front of Badamo. He delivered a fierce palm strike. Karl expected some sort of reaction, but to his surprise, Badamo didn't move. Despite taking the full brunt of the attack, Badamo remained completely unharmed. This left Karl slightly astonished. Completely unscathed? Even though I didn't use my full power, that was still one of my attacks. I guess I shouldn't underestimate anyone. Leaping into the air, Karl quickly moved behind Badamo and unleashed a rapid series of attacks while his opponent hadn't yet responded. But despite the barrage of blows landing on Badamo, there seemed to be no effect. Carl soon realized that simple attacks like these weren't going to do anything. Gathering energy into his hands, Carl fired a powerful ki blast directly at Badamo. Badamo took a few steps back but quickly regained his stance, firmly planting himself in the arena once more. Carl couldn't help but feel confused. Why wasn't his opponent fighting back? He had been launching attack after attack, yet Badamo hadn't retaliated. Without giving it too much thought, Carl unleashed another flurry of punches, kicks, and ki blasts, going all out in terms of power. Those watching from the sidelines were filled with dread at the intensity of Carl's full-power assault. But Kampa remained completely calm, as if this was all going according to plan. This made everyone in the 7th universe grow anxious. Despite Carl demonstrating such terrifying combat power, and Badamo being unable to fight back, there didn't seem to be any significant progress. What's going on? Not only is this guy not counterattacking, but his defense is absurd. He's withstanding all of Carl's attacks. Could it be that he's a defensive-type fighter? Axiana observed the battle from the sidelines and offered her analysis. In the end, she concluded that something was off about Badamo. And soon after she voiced her thoughts, Carl in the arena switched strategies. He stopped his relentless assault and swiftly appeared next to Badamo. For the first time, an unusual expression appeared on Badamo's face. The next moment, Carl grabbed Badamo and, with great force, hurled him towards the edge of the arena. From the earlier exchanges, Carl had realized that his opponent wasn't going to attack and that Badamo's defense was far too strong. Even going all out hadn't worked. Since Badamo wouldn't fight back, there was only one way to win. Throw him out of the ring. However, Badamo's massive body wasn't as easy to throw as Carl had hoped. Even with the force of the toss, Badamo only ended up near the edge of the arena. But Carl wasn't about to let Badamo retreat to the center of the ring. If this kept going, it would be a never-ending waste of time. So Carl combined his ki blasts with a continuous push, leaving Badamo no chance to recover or respond. To the astonishment of everyone watching, Badamo was relentlessly pushed out of the arena by Carl's ki blasts, unable to resist or fight back. This dramatic turn of events left the entire audience dumbfounded. Was this really a battle between universes? Why did it feel so trivial? A fighter with no offensive power, relying solely on defense and speed, could still make it onto such a grand stage, facing off in battles between universes. It was simply hard to believe. But, well, at least now they had witnessed it firsthand. Chapter 176. This is over already. The Earth warriors were dumbfounded. In their minds, a battle between universes should have been much more intense. But this match had left them completely speechless. What kind of fight was that? Kampa, seeing Badamo thrown out of the ring, froze for a moment. He then cleared his throat, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem, Badamo is strong, but he has his weaknesses. Mistakes are inevitable. However, the warriors of the 6th universe are all very powerful. Frost, you're up. In an effort to even the score, Kampa ordered Frost to take the stage. This was the member of the Frost demon race who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, though his energy and aura were not as formidable. However, just seeing his face was enough to put immense pressure on everyone. As soon as Frost appeared, Axiana stepped forward. I'll handle this guy. Seeing that face reminds me of Dr. Gero. It really pisses me off. Axiana still harbored a deep grudge against Dr. Gero. Even though he had been completely destroyed, the anger in her heart hadn't dissipated. Since Frisia had once collaborated with Dr. Gero, it was like they were on the same team. Now, seeing someone so similar to Frisia, Axiana couldn't help but want to vent her frustrations. If she didn't take this chance, when would she? Frisia was out of her league, but she could take it out on this substitute. Seeing Axiana so fired up, the other Saiyans couldn't help but shudder. She was the last remaining female Saiyan and had a reputation for being both hot-tempered and immensely powerful, second only to their leader. Nobody dared to provoke her. With her current mood, it was obvious how badly her opponent would suffer. I actually feel sorry for her opponent. What did he do to deserve this? Exactly. Who told him to look so much like Frisia? He better go all out from the start, or he's in for a world of pain. A trace of sympathy flashed across the eyes of those watching. It was normal to test one's opponent in such situations, but going up against Axiana like this? If Frost didn't unleash his full strength right away, he was going to be in serious trouble. They didn't even need to watch, they could already predict the outcome. Even the Saiyans in the stands felt the same. Some of them could hardly bear to look at what was about to happen. In the ring. After stepping onto the stage, Axiana glanced at Frost and slowly said, "Since you're from the Frost Demon race, you must be able to transform, right? Show me your full power, transform into your final form. Otherwise, you won't last long." "Frost? You're underestimating me too much. Sure, your universe won the last match, but looking down on your opponent is the worst mistake you can make. Even Batamo was allowed to fight, thanks to the God of Destruction's grace. But I'm not like him." "Not like him?" Axiana tilted her head, her disdain obvious and completely undisguised. "You're all weaklings, aren't you? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't transform, I'll beat you to death. 3. 2. You really leave me no choice." Frost shook his head. "Since this is what you want, I will grant your wish." As soon as Frost finished speaking, his aura began to surge wildly, and his body started to undergo a gradual transformation. His height increased slightly, but he became somewhat hunched over. His skull stretched longer, making him look even more grotesque, like some kind of monster. This was his second form. Seeing this, Axiana snorted coldly. In the next second, the sound of a sonic boom filled the air. Boom! A flash of golden light passed by. Frost was forcefully kicked, his mouth stretched open in an O shape, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Axiana didn't stop there. Immediately following, 2 energy blasts struck Frost, sending him crashing into the sky. Although he didn't fall off the stage, his pitiful appearance made everyone present turn their heads in shock. In the instant Axiana made her move, she immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 3, showcasing her full power in all its glory. Since she had made her move, she would use her full strength. Squeezing every bit out like toothpaste was not an option. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? This transformation left everyone dumbfounded, especially the people from Universe 6. They never expected that someone would unleash their full power right from the start. It was so against the norm. Wasn't the usual method to gradually increase one's strength by countering the opponent's attacks? They couldn't understand it, but they were deeply shocked. Axiana looked at Frost, who was struggling to get up, with a look of utter disdain on her face. "I've already told you to use your full strength. Why do you insist on pretending? If I hadn't held back, you would probably be dead by now. Once you're on the stage, don't expect your opponent to hold back. The weak do not deserve to win." Frost heard Axiana's words, and the pain on his face was evident, not only from the beating but from the humiliation as well. He never imagined that he would be crushed from the very beginning, and now, in front of everyone's eyes, as his anger rose, his body began to change once more. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into his final form. This form was so similar to Frisia that everyone present felt a sense of déjà vu. Axiana couldn't help but show a faint smile. "Now that's more like it. If you had shown your true abilities earlier, we wouldn't have had all this trouble. End it sooner, and you get off the stage sooner. It was you who forced me." Frost's face was filled with rage, his teeth slightly clenched, looking furious and desperate. But a trace of resentment flickered in his eyes. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged forward, and the next second, he vanished in an instant. The two of them collided in a high-speed battle, moving so fast that it seemed as though they had truly begun fighting. However, Frost was clearly at a disadvantage. The people watching could easily sense this, as they had already judged the difference in their strength from their auras. They weren't inexperienced in battle. Their fighting experience was quite rich. When they unleashed their immense power, the result was clear. But just as they thought this, suddenly, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. Chapter 177. Axiana's speed has slowed, and her reactions have become sluggish. It seems like she's deliberately pausing multiple times. What's going on here? Could it be that the opponent is too strong? The crowd watched Axiana, who had been dominant at the start, now making frequent mistakes, raising doubts in everyone's minds. However, while the crowd remained unaware of the situation, Chuan, expressionless, looked ahead and said dismissively, "Axiana, watch out for his arms, he's playing dirty." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. In truth, Chuan hadn't held back. He had long known that Frost would resort to such despicable tactics, but he hadn't deliberately warned her earlier. Sometimes, people need to experience things firsthand to remember the lesson. No matter who the opponent is. Whether strong or weak, vigilance is always necessary. After all, enemies won't care about fighting fairly. Mu Chuan's words sent a chill through everyone, as if a haze had appeared before their eyes. Beerus and Whis also quickly looked over. Really? How did you figure it out? I had been observing when he attacked. You can never underestimate any opponent. Mu Chuan's response was flawless, but Beerus still felt somewhat skeptical. Axiana heard her leader's words and immediately began avoiding her opponent's attacks intentionally, keeping from making any physical contact with him. Even though she still felt somewhat dizzy at this moment, and at times her consciousness wasn't entirely clear, she understood that this feeling came from engaging with her opponent. It was highly likely that her opponent had used some disgraceful means. Despicable scum. To think I'd encounter someone like you in this arena. It's utterly shameful. Axiana, already furious, became even more enraged at the sight of Frost's face, unable to suppress her anger any longer. Frost, however, merely let out a cold laugh. What do you know? As long as I can win, what does it matter what methods I use? People only remember the victor. The defeated always fade from view. As long as I win, who cares how I do it? They will only remember that Frost is the victor. His view was extreme, but sometimes, it was undeniably true. But Axiana had no intention of listening to his words. At the moment, in her mind, someone this despicable could not be allowed to walk away unscathed. Gritting her teeth, Axiana suddenly surged with energy, her combat power breaking through to 3.5 billion, slightly stronger than before. Frost's combat power was only around 2 billion, even in his strongest form, but he was still no Frisia. Frisia not only had talent but also the determination and, in some ways, his own personal charisma. He would never resort to such disgraceful actions. On the contrary. Frost would stop at nothing. Stop struggling. Even though your combat power is indeed not weak, the toxin I've injected into you will only make you slower. If you hadn't attacked first, with your strength alone, you would have been defeated long ago. You should be thankful. Thankful that you struck first. Seeing his sneering face, Axiana's disgust was clear, and her resolve grew even stronger. She could not afford to fall now. Even though her vision was blurred. As long as she heard that repulsive voice, a wave of anger surged in her heart, almost as if it were neutralizing the toxin inside her. She was even faster now. Whoosh whoosh. Axiana dodged her opponent's attacks twice in quick succession, and then suddenly threw a powerful punch that hit Frost squarely. What? Frost was stunned. He hadn't expected that after injecting her with so much poison, she could still fight back, let alone move this fast. He didn't even have time to react. Before he could make any defensive move, all he saw was a massive fist covering his vision, followed by a series of violent strikes. Axiana's furious voice echoed across the arena. Despicable scum like you belong in hell. As soon as her words fell, a barrage of energy blasts rained down like a storm. Due to her blurred vision, she couldn't aim accurately. So, she unleashed a wide-area attack. The entire arena was engulfed in the blasts, and Frost had no chance to dodge, taking direct hits from several energy blasts. With each hit, he let out a miserable scream. In an instant, Axiana locked onto his position, teleporting right in front of him. With both hands raised, an overwhelmingly terrifying energy wave gathered between her palms. Goodbye. Go repent in hell. Before she even finished speaking, the horrifying energy wave had already pierced through Frost's body, leaving him no time to react. In the next moment, Frost fell to the ground, shock etched across his face. He couldn't even put up a fight, as the entire event had unfolded too suddenly. Even the gods of destruction present hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Frost was done for. Everyone gasped in shock. Just moments ago, Axiana had been at a disadvantage, her movements sluggish and uncoordinated. It seemed like she was about to lose. But somehow, the tables had turned inexplicably, and she had not only won but killed her opponent. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. In the first match, although there was a clear victor, nothing this extreme had happened. No one had killed their opponent outright. The crowd was stunned. After all, they were just participants in the tournament. The ones who truly held authority were the gods of destruction and the angels. Everyone nervously turned their gaze toward Kampa. Kampa was indeed taken aback. He had never imagined that Frost would die on the spot. This was beyond anything he had expected. But he showed no real emotion. After all, Frost had used despicable methods to try to win, which was already a violation of the tournament's rules. It was, in fact, a sign of disrespect to him. How could he possibly stand up for Frost now? Still, losing 2 matches in a row. That left him deeply frustrated. Argh! Why is this happening? He was clearly such a strong fighter, but he still lost. If we lose one more match, there'll be no fun left in this at all. Kampa's outburst made him seem like a child who had just lost a game. This sight left everyone around him in shock. The image of the god of destruction shattered like broken glass, leaving the audience with a sense of strangeness. The god they had imagined to be so almighty no longer seemed as dignified as they had thought. Chapter 178. Kampa's tantrum and rolling on the ground caused the atmosphere at the scene to freeze, leaving everyone speechless. Even the contestants from the 6th universe were inexplicably breaking out in a cold sweat. If he weren't a god of destruction, they would have probably said something. Heh, he. This god of destruction is really something else. Goku scratched his head from the stands, giving Kampa high praise. Perhaps only Goku would react this way. After Kampa finished his tantrum, he jumped up with the agility of a carp, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted. Damn you, Beerus. I'd like to see just how strong your connections really are. Next, I'm sending in Kaba. He, it's not just you who has Saiyans, I do too. Kampa laughed excitedly, feeling as though victory was within his grasp. However, Beerus completely ignored him. Kaba was stunned for a moment and hesitantly pointed at himself, asking, Lord God of Destruction, are you really sending me out? Given the current situation, shouldn't we send our real trump card to turn the tide? I don't think I can do it. A trace of anxiety appeared on Kaba's face. Although he was a Saiyan, he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. It wasn't that the Saiyans of the 6th universe couldn't transform, but it was just him personally. He was a gentle and kind person by nature, never once losing his temper. As a result, he had no way of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and fought mostly in his base form, though his base strength was still quite powerful. But after seeing the fights in the first 2 rounds, he believed he couldn't match them. Even if he fought with all his might, there was no way he could reach that level. Lord God of Destruction, I think it's better to let Hit fight now. I can't win if I go up, we've already lost 2 rounds, and if we lose again, we'll really be at a disadvantage. Kaba was self-aware. Facing the Super Saiyans of the 7th universe, he didn't believe he could defeat them in his base form. Unless he, too, could transform into a Super Saiyan. But he knew deep down that he couldn't do it. After Kampa sent him up, he immediately revealed his fears. This move left everyone present stunned. Was he backing down before the fight even started? Is he surrendering already? How can he know he can't win before the match even begins? Besides, we don't even know who's coming out next. A Saiyan must fight. Fighting is the quickest way to grow stronger. Saiyans carry the blood of a warrior race. Why isn't he brave enough to face the battle? The Saiyans in the stands were furious. As fellow Saiyans, they couldn't stand it anymore. Why wasn't he willing to fight? Even if he lost, so what? At least he would have displayed his fighting spirit. For someone to give up before the battle had even started and admit inferiority, how could that person be a Saiyan? Although the Saiyans from the 6th universe were a bit different from them. Still, they were Saiyans. Not only were the Saiyans angry, but others in the audience frowned slightly as well. A contestant displaying such cowardice, was he really fit to go on stage? Kampa looked at Kaba, at his serious yet anxious eyes, and could only sigh quietly. Fine, I'll save you for the finale then. Just don't let me down when the time comes. Although Kampa said so, he knew very well that even if they waited until the final round, Kaba still wouldn't be able to take the spotlight. His mental strength was lacking, and he wasn't confident enough in his abilities. Moreover, he was a gentle and kind person who had never lost his temper. Could someone like that really perform well under pressure? Kampa wasn't sure, but he doubted it. Since Kaba had voluntarily stepped down, there was only one person left who was the strongest. That was Hit the Assassin. As for why he didn't send in the Metal Man, it was because the Metal Man couldn't secure an overwhelming victory. The only one who could was Hit. He couldn't afford to lose again. Hit, you'll take the next match. As long as you win, the energy cube will be yours. After Kampa finished speaking, he pointed to an energy cube behind him. It was with this reward that he had convinced Hit to fight for him. Otherwise, Hit wouldn't have agreed. Hit nodded and slowly stepped onto the stage. This dramatic turn of events left everyone present in disbelief. But when Hit stood on the platform, people couldn't help but rub their eyes. So strong. His aura is even stronger than Frost's, and he's not even deliberately releasing it. With such a powerful presence, this must be the trump card of the sixth universe. Can we really win? Their doubts weren't unfounded. Hit's overwhelming presence made everyone question themselves. Even Carl and Axiana showed unprecedented seriousness on their faces. If the previous two fighters were somewhat interesting and their strength was decent, then Hit was terrifying. However, Greta wasn't about to give up. Hit the assassin, huh? It seems you're the sixth universe's trump card, perhaps even its strongest fighter. In that case, I'll give it my all. With a determined look, Greta stepped onto the stage. As Greta ascended, Chuan gave a special reminder. After all, Hit's combat power was terrifying, and his skills were nearly impossible to guard against. This was truly the strongest warrior of the sixth universe. Phew. I've heard you're the strongest in the sixth universe. I look forward to learning from you. Greta said respectfully as he stepped onto the stage. Without giving Hit any time to react, he immediately powered up to his maximum. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Since he had anticipated this battle, there wasn't a hint of hesitation. As he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his power skyrocketed. His battle power reached 2.5 billion. This was an incredibly terrifying power level. However, in front of Hit, it was still not enough. Hit stood there calmly, indifferent, as if nothing around him mattered. This only added to the pressure everyone felt. Come on, let's make this quick. After I'm done with you, I still have others to deal with. Don't keep me waiting. Chapter 179. Greta wasn't angered by Hit's words. Despite his usually impulsive personality, he knew well how powerful his opponent truly was. In fact, he regarded his opponent as being on the same level as his own leader. He took a deep breath. You better be careful. Boom. As soon as he spoke, he shot out like a cannonball. His speed reached its peak. Yet, it was as if Hit could predict his every move. Every time, Hit appeared right in front of him and landed a precise punch on Greta. The two clashed fiercely. The battle erupted in an instant. Their figures flickered all over the arena, but from the very first exchange, Greta was already at a disadvantage. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a hit on his opponent. Every move was countered. In no time, Greta was covered in wounds, gasping for air. On the other hand, Hit was completely unscathed. He even seemed to be in complete control, a sight that stunned everyone present. That's way too strong, isn't it? The Saiyan's combat power is terrifying, yet they have no advantage against him. Isn't this guy a monster? Yamcha's eyes widened. They had experienced firsthand how powerful the Saiyans were, but now, in front of this opponent, a Saiyan seemed like nothing more than a plaything, completely toyed with. This was truly a terrifying monster. If it were them in the ring, they wouldn't even be able to make a move. In fact, it was doubtful if they could even approach their opponent. Yamcha wasn't the only one, everyone else was equally shocked. As expected. There's always someone stronger. They had thought Universe 7 was already incredibly strong after the first two matches, but who would have thought their opponent hadn't even sent out their ace? Now, they were utterly dominating. Chuan watched the scene unfold. He had already expected this outcome from the start, knowing that Hit was incredibly powerful. Especially with his time skip. He could pause time for 0.1 seconds each time. This allowed him to predict his opponent's moves in advance and intercept their attacks before they could even land. This was why Greta couldn't even touch him. What will you do? Push yourself to your limits. Chuan looked forward to what would happen next. Greta, gasping for breath, kept his eyes locked on Hit. His mind raced, searching for a strategy. He had already transformed into Super Saiyan 3, yet he still couldn't force his opponent to show his true power. His techniques are too strange. From start to finish, he barely attacked, but it feels like he can see through all my moves and predict every action I take. What's going on? If he can really predict everything, then with his power, I won't last much longer. I can't keep being this passive. An idea flashed through Greta's mind. Without thinking further, he surged with energy once again. He dove forward, both hands gathering a massive energy wave one after another. The energy blasts shot out. They exploded all over the arena. He didn't even care whether they hit or not, relentlessly firing energy waves like a downpour of rain. The entire arena was swept clean. Prediction? But what if there were no thoughts in his mind? How could anyone predict that? This was his strategy. But in the next second, his expression froze. Hit seemed to be dancing around the arena, effortlessly dodging all of Greta's attacks while quickly closing the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, Hit was right in front of him. Greta's vision blurred. A punch landed square on his face, followed by a knee strike to his abdomen. Greta spat out a mouthful of blood and reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form. Hit's foot swept across the ground. Killing is against the rules, right? Hit asked coldly, looking around at everyone. His question sent a chill through the crowd. Kampa quickly interjected, "Don't be reckless, don't be reckless. This is just a friendly match. A win is a win." Kampa's smile was unmistakable, his lips curling more than anyone could stretch, exposing his front teeth. He even glanced provocatively at Beerus, clearly pushing the limits. Beerus shot him a look but didn't bother to respond. Chuan instantly teleported onto the stage, exchanged a glance with Hit, and then carried Greta down from the arena. He wasn't sure if he could defeat Hit because he could sense how strong Hit truly was. Without having fought him before, it was hard to gauge who was stronger. Chuan didn't consider himself weak. But his opponent was definitely formidable. After taking care of Greta, Chuan stepped back into the ring. As for why he didn't let Manaka take the stage. He knew better than anyone that Manaka was just a phony, someone put there as a showpiece. His strength wasn't even on par with any of Earth's fighters. So, in the end, he was the last competitor left. He was confident. But it wasn't blind confidence. "Now, I'll be your opponent," Chuan said quietly, staring at Hit. His hair slowly began to change. It lengthened and turned silver as it grew. His pupils shifted to a deep purple, and arcs of purple lightning crackled around him. Super Saiyan 5, full power. This overwhelming surge of energy instantly caught everyone's attention. Gasps filled the air. Hiss. What kind of form is this? His hair turned silver. And that aura, it's ridiculously intense. He transformed in the blink of an eye. Does everyone know how to transform? Oh my god. This is insane. This aura is far stronger than the 3 Saiyans from earlier, way stronger. And have you noticed? His form is completely different from what we've seen before. Could it be that he has multiple transformations? All the Earth warriors were filled with confusion. This was why their shock couldn't be calmed, the power on display was beyond anything they could comprehend. It was unimaginable. Even Kampa and Vados were visibly surprised, acknowledging the undeniable strength of this aura. So this is Beerus Ace. Impressive indeed. Chapter 180. So, this is a Super Saiyan. A different kind of Super Saiyan. Standing by the arena, Kabo was lost in thought as he watched Chuan transform into a Super Saiyan 5. In the 6th universe, Saiyans could also transform into Super Saiyans, but he had never seen this form before. In fact, he himself had never even achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, deep down, he greatly yearned for it. As for the others, they were utterly shocked. This was the first time they had ever seen Super Saiyan 5. The violent aura and immense power made it clear to everyone that this form was terrifying. Even the gods of destruction were caught off guard. Hit, gazing at Chuan's new form, gradually showed a faint smile. Normally a cold-blooded assassin, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil when facing a powerful opponent. Not bad, this looks promising. It would be far too boring if you didn't show some real skills. Come on, let me see what the ace of the 6th universe can do. Chuan's combat strength was formidable. Previously, his power level had only reached 13,000 trillion, which was equivalent to 1/3 quadrillion. However, his power was continuously increasing. Every time he broke through his limits or engaged in battle, his strength would rise. Now, just maintaining Super Saiyan 5, his power level had already reached 2 quadrillion, equivalent to 20,000 trillion of combat strength. There was no doubt about his power. Everyone present held their breath as they quietly watched the two powerful forces on the stage. They were still testing each other out, only colliding with their auras without launching any real attacks. But just then, A loud boom echoed in the sky, as if some unknown force had appeared. After a brief distortion, a massive crater opened up above everyone's heads. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. What is that? How could such an anomaly suddenly occur? All the spectators were filled with confusion. This wasn't caused by anyone's attack but appeared mysteriously, leaving them feeling uneasy and uncertain. The Saiyans watched quietly, then glanced at the gods of destruction and angels, frowning slightly. Strange, there's an incredibly strong presence approaching, but what exactly is going on? The disturbance in the sky resembled a black hole, with flashes of lightning and thunder that made it appear especially dangerous. Even observing it from afar, they could feel a destructive aura spreading. Getting closer would undoubtedly lead to unknown consequences. Compared to them, Beerus, Kampa, and others looked at the scene in the sky with thoughtful expressions. They sensed a very familiar power. Time-space, time-energy. Lord Beerus, this seems to be the power of time. It looks like this part of space-time has been disrupted, but as for why, it's still unclear, Whis said with interest. Though it appeared to be time-space energy, to Whis, it was nothing of concern. He could manipulate time and space as well. He could even reverse time, but toying with space-time was a grave offense. Even gods had to bear a heavy responsibility when doing so. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus scoffed and said, I don't know which fool did this, but tampering with space-time is a serious crime. Even gods don't dare to mess with it lightly. However, Kampa, you're way too weak, aren't you? Someone actually dares to cause trouble in your territory. You're really not up to the task. As for the power of time and space, Beerus didn't care much. In his view, it was nothing more than a minor trick. What really caught his attention was the fact that someone had the audacity to play with time and space in Kampa's territory. This made him feel like it was a great opportunity, so he wasted no time and began mocking him. Kampa had been puzzled at first, but upon hearing this, he instantly became furious. Because it was true. Someone actually dared to manipulate time and space in his territory. Unforgivable. Whoever you are, you're dead. I, the god of destruction, will annihilate you. Kampa said with a venomous tone. Due to the sudden occurrence, Chuan and Hit immediately stopped probing each other and instead turned to watch the spectacle unfolding in the sky. For a moment, numerous images flashed through Chuan's mind, as this scene felt strangely familiar. It reminded him of the time when he encountered a space-time turbulence while traveling to Earth to destroy a world. Back then, he even ran into Zamasu. But now, this was Universe 6. Could it be that this guy just won't stay dead? And he dares to appear in front of a god of destruction? Even though he's a Kaiyan training and possesses the time ring, he still doesn't amount to much in front of a god of destruction. While his mind was racing with these thoughts, a sudden flash of light burst from the black hole. A machine abruptly appeared. It was an orange-yellow machine, with the Capsule Corp logo printed on it. Seeing this machine appear, Chuan's expression suddenly turned subtle. Originally, he thought it was Zamasu, but to his surprise, it was actually Trunks. Now this was getting interesting. The sudden appearance of the machine drew everyone's attention. After all, it was hard not to notice such an event in the midst of the heated martial arts tournament. The machine slowly descended, and from it stepped out a young man with blue hair, carrying a sword on his back, his eyes somewhat dazed. Though he looked quite young, there were signs of battle on him. Trunks glanced around, finding the scene before him incredibly unfamiliar. Wasn't his destination West City from 17 years ago? Why did he end up here? He was extremely confused. As he continued to survey his surroundings, he became more and more shocked. There was a young Goku, Bulma, an older Piccolo, and even everyone from Earth. This instantly frightened him. What is going on? What timeline is this? Did something go wrong along the way, or was it because of insufficient energy, causing an error? Uncle Goku hasn't grown up yet, and his power is still weak. And Mom, it seems she hasn't met Dad yet. As Trunks took in the current scene, he fell into silence. This was definitely not the time period he intended to arrive in. But as for why this happened, he had no idea. While he was still in a daze, a gigantic cat face suddenly filled his vision, nearly pressing against his own. Chapter 181. Hey! Who the hell are you? Do you even realize that tampering with time is a serious crime? A loud voice of questioning came from a cat-like face, startling Trunks. He hurriedly took a step back. Who are you? Me? Kampa pointed at himself, visibly irritated that the guy in front of him didn't even recognize him. It was utterly infuriating. You don't even know who I am. I'm the god of destruction from Universe 6. Where did you even come from? Do you not know that tampering with time is a serious crime? This. Faced with Kampa's aggressive questioning, Trunks was at a loss for words. After all, he had indeed traveled through time and space to arrive here. Even though the destination and time weren't as he had expected, he had indeed manipulated time. Moreover, at this point, he also realized that the cat in front of him, who looked much like Beerus, was also a god of destruction, just from another universe. This only made him more confused. What was going on here? Wasn't I supposed to travel to West City 17 years ago? How did I end up here, in Universe 6? Hey. I'm talking to you. What are you daydreaming about? Kampa was fuming. The boy in front of him not only ignored him but was also spacing out. It was simply outrageous. Just as Kampa was about to lose it, Chuan suddenly appeared before them. Lord Kampa, perhaps we should let this boy explain what's going on first. It seems something must have happened to him. Given the circumstances, let's suspend the martial arts tournament for now. Chuan's suggestion was timely, and Kampa reluctantly agreed, though he still harbored some resentment toward Trunks. Chuan knew that with Trunks' arrival, Zamasu's appearance was probably not far off. That guy had definitely arrived at this point in time. Dealing with Zamasu with just his own strength wouldn't be easy. However, if a god of destruction were involved, it would probably be effortless to destroy him. Of course. He could also defeat Zamasu, but he had just overlooked it for now. Trunks then stood before Beerus. Lord Beerus. You recognize me? Well, this just got interesting. I'm from a future timeline, and I can't reveal my identity, as it could have severe consequences. In the future, it's a world filled with despair. Originally, it was destroyed because of the appearance of the androids, and most people were killed. The Earth warriors also nearly perished, but after the first time I traveled through time, I witnessed the resurgence of Earth's warriors. Through our combined efforts, we grew stronger. After returning to the original timeline, things did indeed calm down for a while, but then a terrifying individual appeared. Trunks quietly narrated everything he could, knowing that this was not the same timeline he had crossed into previously. Some things had to be repeated. But fortunately, he wasn't revealing his identity to anyone crucial. To avoid suspicion, he discreetly whispered his identity to those nearby but ensured no one at a distance could hear. This wouldn't affect him. Yet, even so, it was still quite shocking. And the real focus came after that. He was someone who called himself Son Goku. Trunks, while speaking, glanced at the stands, knowing that there was a real Son Goku there. However, he didn't mistake him for Zamasu. After all, the Son Goku of this timeline was still young and hadn't fully developed his strength yet. At that moment, everyone listening was shocked. Son Goku. All the Saiyans turned their gazes toward him, the low-class warrior who had landed on Earth. While his current strength was quite formidable, could he really reach such a terrifying level? Even the Earth warriors leapt down from the stands. Are you talking about me? Son Goku asked, puzzled. Trunks shook his head. No, it's just that this person claimed to be you, and he looks exactly like you. He wore black clothes, and we called him Goku Black. Goku Black? Everyone was stunned. How could it seem like the future version of Son Goku had become a villain behind the scenes? What was going on? Facing everyone's stares, Son Goku scratched his head, feeling quite bewildered. Yes, that guy, when he appeared, he told us that in the name of justice, he would wipe out all the people on Earth. And that's exactly what he did. As Trunks said this, he clenched his fists tightly, recalling the scenes of humanity being slaughtered. In the future timeline, nearly all of Earth's humans were on the brink of extinction. No. You could say they had been completely wiped out. Except for him. Eradicate all of Earth's people. And for justice? Exactly. He also said that he had already destroyed several other planets and their inhabitants. Over the course of the following year, almost no one was left on Earth. He wiped everyone out, even all the Earth warriors. As Trunks recounted this, everyone could feel the despair, the sense of a world where all of humanity had been annihilated, leaving only one person to continue resisting. It was as if they could feel that despair firsthand. However, breaking the somber mood, Beerus suddenly spoke. Is that the reason you traveled through time to come here? Do you know that's forbidden? Time flows in a constant stream. If someone from one point in time reverses the flow and comes to another timeline, no matter what they do, even plucking a flower, it could cause catastrophic consequences for the future. Even the smallest action could result in the destruction of a planet or worse. That's the price of tampering with time. Even gods are not allowed to do that. Beerus' words startled everyone present. Even Trunks snapped out of his grief and felt a wave of panic. But then, Chuan suddenly spoke up. Lord Beerus, do you remember when I told you about the chaotic space-time turbulence before? I suspect, the person he's talking about is Goku Black. Chapter 182. Is this the strong enemy you mentioned before? That would be interesting. Beerus stroked his chin, deep in thought. Based on what Chuan had said earlier, this individual could stir up time-space turbulence and had power comparable to his own. That definitely made him a formidable opponent. It was important to note that Chuan's strength was far from weak, especially when he fought at full strength. Beerus was well aware of this. No, what are you talking about? Trunks overheard the conversation between Chuan and Beerus, and he panicked on the spot. Goku Black was the enemy in his future timeline, and in order to find hope, Trunks had taken the time machine to travel back to the past. The main reason for his journey was to seek help. But for some inexplicable reason, he had ended up in an even more distant time. But what were they just talking about? Could it be that Goku Black had already appeared? What was going on? Seeing Trunks' flustered expression, Chuan slowly said, I don't know if you'll believe this, but some time ago, I did indeed encounter the Goku Black you're talking about. He looks very much like Son Goku, like a grown-up version of him, and his combat power is extremely strong. At that time, while I was on my way back to Earth from the God of Destruction's realm, I experienced a time-space turbulence. We even fought in the turbulence. Although neither of us used our full strength, we still fought fiercely in order to break free from the turbulence. Trunks was shocked. What was going on? Could Goku Black have also used a time machine to come here? Impossible, right? It was simply too horrifying. At that moment, Trunks realized that the person in front of him seemed unfamiliar, yet he was so close to Lord Beerus. Something felt off. And you are? I'm a Saiyan from the 7th universe. 7th universe, Saiyan. Trunks was extremely confused. He felt like things had already spiraled beyond his imagination, developing in unpredictable ways. Someone then explained the information about the universe to Trunks, making him even more puzzled. In his timeline, there wasn't such a Saiyan at all. The development path seemed different. Could it be that an error occurred because of his time travel, causing such a variable to arise? He wasn't sure, but now wasn't the time to think about it too deeply. If Goku Black has truly arrived, we need to prepare as soon as possible. That guy is extremely powerful and is a terrifyingly evil and wicked individual. As long as he exists, he will try to eliminate all of humanity. Whether it's the people of Earth or mortals from other planets, he won't let anyone go. Trunks spoke through gritted teeth. This scene left everyone deeply moved. The Earth's warriors were all filled with solemn expressions. What kind of powerful enemy could drive someone as strong as Trunks to despair? Their own combat power was only in the tens of thousands. They had no idea just how terrifying such a strong warrior could be, but they could vaguely imagine it from what they had seen in the martial arts tournament. Gradually, they started to understand. They couldn't help but glance at Son Goku, who had yet to fully mature, with rather strange expressions. This made Son Goku shake his head and explain, don't get the wrong idea, everyone. I would never do something so cruel and heartless. How could I possibly want to destroy all of humanity? Please don't associate me with that. Of course, they knew Son Goku wasn't capable of such a thing. After all, they had spent so much time together, and they were well aware of what kind of person he was. However, they still found it all very unbelievable. Just as they were lost in thought, Kampa clenched his fists, anger completely taking over his mind. Hey, hey, hey. Not only have you messed with time, but now you're telling me all this nonsense. Do you realize you've ruined my plans? Because of you, my martial arts tournament was cancelled. Do you have any idea what a colossal mistake you've made? Faced with this chubby cat who looked strikingly similar to Lord Beerus, Trunks didn't dare argue, as this was also a god of destruction. One wrong word and he could be obliterated. I'm truly sorry, Lord God of Destruction. I didn't mean to. Trunks looked extremely apologetic. He knew that his sudden appearance had disrupted the originally planned martial arts tournament, and he was definitely in the wrong. It was already quite fortunate that they weren't holding him accountable for time traveling, so how could he expect anything more? Seeing Trunks' attitude, Kampa calmed down slightly and then adopted a thoughtful expression. Since you've sincerely admitted your mistake, I'll give you a chance, an opportunity for me to forgive you. You're from the future, right? So you've probably seen a lot of great food. How about, you make me a meal, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let this whole thing slide. Kampa crossed his arms behind his head and whistled nonchalantly. But his words left everyone present speechless. The others understood, given their knowledge of the gods of destruction and angels, but the Earth warriors were completely shocked. What kind of request was that? Make a meal? Could it really be that simple? Or was there some hidden requirement or trap? They couldn't figure it out. Trunks was momentarily stunned, but he quickly nodded. For someone from his future, food itself was incredibly precious. Whether it was due to the devastation caused by the androids or Goku Black, the future had endured countless disasters, and food was a rare commodity. Even simple food was a delicacy in that era, let alone anything cooked. They had developed their own unique cooking methods as well. Trunks nodded firmly. I will do my best to make a meal to compensate Lord God of Destruction. I'll give it everything I have. Well, I'll be watching to see how you do. Seeing the conflict seemingly diffused, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. If a fight had really broken out, it would have been disastrous. But just then, a flash of lightning and thunder erupted from the place where the black hole had appeared earlier. Terrifying lightning immediately enveloped the area. A black mist swept through, as if splitting the sky itself. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The black hole, which had just begun to heal, suddenly tore open again. Terrifying lightning crackled all around, and the sky above them was instantly covered in dark clouds. Chapter 183. A bolt of lightning tore across the stormy sky, illuminating the heavens. Amid the brilliance, a figure slowly emerged. Where is this? As the smoke cleared, a man dressed in black, with black hair, floated in the air, gazing indifferently down at the scene below. The crowd looked bewildered. But Trunks gasped in shock. Goku Black. Oh, it's Trunks. I didn't expect to find you here. It seems I've crossed into the right time. I've finally found you. Goku Black's lips curled into a sinister, cold smile. He scanned his surroundings, recognizing several familiar faces. His gaze soon fell upon a particularly familiar yet strange figure. Goku. So, this is a version of Goku that hasn't yet matured. Interesting, this must be the past. His aura was overwhelming. The moment he descended, it brought an oppressive, terrifying feeling. All the Earth warriors froze in place, unable to move. Everyone could feel Goku Black's immense power. Naturally, Trunks reacted the most intensely. After all, this was the killer of his sworn enemy, someone he could never forgive. At this moment, Whis suddenly spoke, Lord Beerus, please look at that man's right hand. Yes, that's the time ring. Both the god of destruction and the angels immediately noticed the time ring on Goku Black's hand. Since only Supreme Kais were supposed to possess such a ring, this piqued their curiosity. Things just got very interesting. Goku Black also noticed the god of destruction, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Beerus, Kampa. I didn't expect both of you to appear here. It seems I've arrived at a different time point, with two gods of destruction present at once. Even so, he didn't panic. Although his current power wasn't enough to defeat a god of destruction, he had his own trump cards. Hey, how did you get here? Trunks shouted angrily. Although this wasn't the time point he wanted, Goku Black's arrival filled him with rage and unease. Haha, Goku Black laughed heartily. Trunks, did you really think you were the only one who could travel through time? Unlucky for you, I can too. And as for why I'm here, isn't it because of you? Goku Black's demeanor was cold and indifferent. But the next second, a change appeared on his face. Because he had noticed Chuan. Goku Black hadn't arrived at this exact time point by chance. There had been a few unexpected events during the process, but in the end, he managed to find Trunks, albeit somewhat by accident. Long time no see. Chuan greeted him calmly. In that chaotic space-time turbulence, he had fought with all his might, though Goku Black had managed to escape without being killed. Given the chance, he wouldn't mind finishing the job. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Things are really heating up. Heh, you're quite amusing, Zamasu, did you really think your plan would succeed? Mu Chuan's calm words made Goku Black's expression freeze for a moment, a hint of panic flickering across his face. How does he know my identity? Logically, there was no way he should have been exposed, yet this person, upon their second meeting, already knew who he was. This. How do you know? Never mind how I know. Did you really think you were hiding well? At that moment, everyone was stunned. No one could follow the unfolding events. Logically, Goku Black's appearance should have followed Trunks' arrival. The person who should know him best was Trunks. But somehow, it seemed like Mu Chuan knew this guy even better. He even knew Goku Black's true identity and name. From Goku Black's reaction, it was clear that Zamasu was indeed his true identity. This left everyone present shocked. Even the gods of destruction were taken aback. But while they were surprised, they didn't particularly care. After all, when you reach their level, certain things simply aren't worth bothering over. However, there was one person who cared very much. That person was Kampa, the god of destruction. While everyone was in a standoff, his eyes were already blazing with accumulated anger, especially as he looked at Zamasu in the sky. His fury was only growing stronger. After all, this martial arts tournament was something he personally organized, yet it had been interrupted repeatedly. This was a massive loss of face for him. And all this in front of Beerus. It was absolutely unforgivable. Damned fool. Interrupting again and again. Do you really think I have endless patience? Kampa's furious roar instantly shocked everyone present, as none of them had expected him to be this angry. At this moment, Beerus quietly pointed at Whis and said with a grin, that guy's mad. This is going to be fun to watch. Lord Beerus, you're far too delighted by this. What's the harm? Watching a free match is quite entertaining, and it'll be good for him to exercise and shed some weight. Otherwise, he's getting ridiculously fat from all that eating without moving. At this rate, we don't even look like twins anymore. Zamasu, too, was drawn to Kampa's words, but before he could even respond, Kampa began to rise into the sky, coming eye to eye with him. At that moment, Zamasu felt an unprecedented pressure. The reason he was able to run rampant in the future was that he knew just how powerful the gods of destruction were, but he had never fought one directly. He killed the Supreme Kais first, since the Supreme Kais and gods of destruction are linked. As soon as the Supreme Kais, who were pitifully weak in battle, died, the gods of destruction naturally perished as well. With their deaths, the angels fell into slumber. And Zamasu could then do whatever he pleased. But now, he was facing not one but two powerful gods of destruction, along with two angels. On top of that, there were other strong warriors present. This caused his initially calm expression to show slight signs of panic for the first time. Even though he possessed the time ring, it couldn't boost his power by much. It only gave him a slightly better escape ability. Lord Kampa. Whoosh. Before Zamasu could even finish his sentence, Kampa had already gathered a tremendous amount of destruction energy in his hand, flinging it forward. The air exploded. A black hole behind them erupted in an instant. Chapter 184. Kampa's sudden attack shocked everyone present, especially the warriors from Earth, who were genuinely frightened. Each of their faces was filled with terror. The contestants in the arena had already made them feel an unprecedented amount of pressure, and now, a god of destruction had personally stepped in. The god of destruction is actually making a move. So powerful. As expected of a god of destruction. The moment he acted, it felt like the heavens were collapsing. He's far stronger than those contestants just now. Such strength. I wonder when we'll be able to reach this level. The crowd was engaged in heated discussions. They were truly experiencing the overwhelming power of a god of destruction, a strength far beyond their comprehension. However, unlike them, Son Goku was especially excited. Ever since he watched the arena battle, he had been in a state of high excitement. After all, Goku was a martial arts fanatic, deeply passionate about fighting. The stronger his opponent, the more excited he became. Their reactions were completely different from Zamasu's. At this moment, Zamasu felt an incredibly terrifying destructive force rushing toward him, the most horrifying power he had ever experienced. And it was the power of destruction. Zamasu knew all too well about destruction energy. If he didn't, he wouldn't have killed the Supreme Kai first, but now, facing a god of destruction directly, he was utterly dumbfounded. Lord Kampa, I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Zamasu attempted to explain. But how could Kampa allow him to explain? Not only had Zamasu embarrassed him, but he had also made Kampa lose face in front of everyone. How could he let this go unpunished? This martial arts tournament was supposed to be a chance for him to impress Beerus, but instead, he had ended up looking like a clown. His fury kept building and building. Now, with Zamasu's appearance, he became the perfect punching bag. Kampa hovered in the air, surrounded by a purple aura. He continuously conjured balls of destruction energy in his hands, each one thrown in every direction. A shattered space began to form around them. Even with the time ring in Zamasu's possession, it was impossible for him to break through the space and escape. He was in deep trouble. His expression immediately changed. This is bad. The surrounding chaos is too intense. There's no way to open up time and space. As expected of a god of destruction, the strength is overwhelming. If I ever get the chance, I must kill all the gods of destruction. Otherwise, they will surely interfere with my plan to eradicate humanity. Even now, Zamasu hadn't given up on the idea of destroying mortals. In his eyes, humanity should not exist. If mortals didn't exist, how could the universe continually face destruction and ruin? Without mortals, the universe would be much more peaceful and quiet. There would be no wars, no destruction, no devastation. This was his belief. Seeing that reasoning would get him nowhere, Zamasu slowly began to counterattack. He gathered dark energy for a key blast, firing several blasts at a time, barely managing to fend off Kampa's destructive force. But he was clearly struggling. However, at this point, his aura suddenly surged, becoming more terrifying with each passing moment, much like a Saiyan in battle. Although Zamasu appeared especially battered, he was steadily progressing, and his strength was slowly beginning to rise. Zamasu kept glancing over at Son Goku from time to time. Every time he saw Goku, a variety of moves would flash through his mind, making his body more synchronized and allowing his strength to increase slightly. If I could study Son Goku's fighting style, it would definitely boost my combat power significantly. Such a pity. The Goku of this timeline is too weak. Otherwise, I could have sparred with him. Once I become familiar with his combat style, this body would be even more aligned. Even in battle, Zamasu had the capacity to think. Watching the battle unfold in the sky, Zamasu, despite looking battered, hadn't suffered any significant injuries. He was merely defending himself. It was clear that Kampa wasn't using his full strength. After observing this scene, Chuan slightly shook his head. Initially, he had hoped that the god of destruction's power could be used to eliminate Zamasu. But from the current situation, it seemed unlikely. Even Beerus wouldn't act easily, and if he did, it wouldn't be much different from Kampa's approach. At the level of a god of destruction, they had long become indifferent to certain things and wouldn't act lightly. Trying to rely on them to eliminate Zamasu wouldn't be easy, even though they knew he posed a great threat. However, before anything major happened, neither Beerus nor Kampa would act to destroy Zamasu. From the looks of it now, it seemed both of them were holding back. It seems I'll have to handle this myself. Right now, Zamasu's combat power isn't particularly overwhelming. If I control my strength properly, I should be able to eliminate him. Moreover, he hasn't fought Son Goku yet, so he hasn't fully synchronized with this body. His combat power hasn't reached its peak, so there's still a chance to deal with him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chuan began stretching his limbs. His movements immediately drew the attention of everyone present, as he was, after all, the ace of the seventh universe. Naturally, all eyes were on him. Seeing him warm up, wasn't that a sign that he was about to step in? Is the boss about to step in? Or is he planning to deal with it personally? Hasn't Lord Kampa already taken action? The other side seems completely incapable of defending themselves. It shouldn't take long before the opponent is wiped out. Why step in now? No, you probably haven't been paying attention. Although the god of destruction has intervened, considering how powerful a god of destruction is, shouldn't it be easy to kill him? But isn't Goku Black really strong? He shouldn't be so easy to kill. No, the god of destruction should be stronger than him, but they still haven't managed to defeat him. The issue is pretty clear. The Saiyans began discussing among themselves, speculating about why their boss was about to enter the fray. Whatever the reason, they were filled with anticipation, as it had been far too long since they'd seen Chuan in action. How far were they from their boss's level? They didn't know, which only fueled their excitement. As for the Earth Warriors, they too were extremely excited at this moment. It was a rare opportunity. The duel that had been interrupted earlier now had a new opponent, and Chuan was about to step onto the stage again. Chapter 185. The people of the Sixth Universe turned their curious gazes over, especially the assassin Hit, as his fight with Chuan had yet to conclude. Now, they could witness the ace of the Seventh Universe in action. This was a perfect opportunity to observe. The ace of the Seventh Universe. Just how strong are you? Hit muttered to himself, his previously cold expression now softened. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and Beerus said, slightly hesitating, Chuan, are you really going to step in? Yes, this guy's origin is extraordinary. We can't just let him roam free. If we let him be, the timeline he came from could be in serious trouble. Besides, he could even cause chaos in our timeline. We can't let him live. That's true, but once he crossed through time, chaos was already set in motion. If we kill him now, it might actually cause even bigger problems. Exiling him would be the best option. Beerus offered a relatively cautious solution. However, Chuan shook his head. Lord Beerus, take a look at the ring on his hand. I think you must be familiar with it, right? That's the time ring. Even if you exile him back to his own timeline, he can still use it to cross time and return to this one. He's an unpredictable variable. If we don't deal with him now, it could become extremely troublesome later. Who knows, he might already exist in this timeline. If he joins forces with his counterpart here, what kind of danger would that pose? Chuan spoke bluntly, unafraid of suspicion. After all, this was merely his speculation. Who could know that he had long understood a little more? Chuan's words left both Beerus and Whis in silence. They had always prioritized caution, and if the matter didn't concern them directly, they usually didn't intervene. But at this moment, they began to reflect on their actions. Chuan, however, didn't bother with them. As gods of destruction and angels who had lived for countless years, their perspective on things was far more detached than his. Some problems couldn't be explained with just a few words. Whether they agreed or not, Chuan had no intention of letting Zamasu live. Whoosh! In an instant, Chuan appeared on the battlefield. However, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he arrived beside the god of destruction, Kampa. Lord Kampa, I think you've vented enough. You don't need to trouble yourself anymore, let me take over from here. You. Facing the sudden appearance of Chuan, both combatants immediately stopped fighting. Kampa looked at him with some confusion. He had no idea why Chuan would say such a thing so suddenly. Yes. Chuan nodded firmly. I'll take over from here. To finish him off. Kampa glanced at him, then turned to look at Beerus and Whis, only to see that Beerus had uncharacteristically nodded at him. Seeing this, Kampa swiftly moved back to the planet's surface. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. He didn't say much more. He had already vented his anger, and since he hadn't planned to kill his opponent anyway, he might as well leave the battlefield to the others. At that moment, silence fell over the scene. Chuan was finally facing off against Zamasu for real. No, this was the second time. The first encounter happened amidst the turbulence of spacetime. During that time, Chuan was utterly suppressed. After all, the other side possessed the time ring, which constantly put him at a disadvantage. But now, things were different. The advantage had shifted. The sudden change of opponent left Zamasu slightly unadjusted, but he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile forming on his face. It's you again. Although your combat prowess was indeed impressive in the spacetime turbulence, you stand no chance against me. Mortals deserve to be annihilated. And that includes you. With the opponent change, Zamasu's confidence surged once more. After all, going head-to-head with a god of destruction was still a challenge for him at this stage. Even if it was someone relatively weaker like Kampa, Zamasu still couldn't handle him right now. The pressure was immense. If he hadn't known the god of destruction was already panicking, he might have felt overwhelmed. But now that the opponent had changed, who could say what the outcome would be? You think you're safe just because I'm your new opponent? Chuan sneered, his eyes flashing with disdain. You're nothing but a pathetic extremist. You claim that mortals should be destroyed, but what about you? All you're doing is destroying the universe and its environment. You've even caused chaos in spacetime. Is this your idea of preservation? You don't understand anything. Zamasu's face flushed with anger, clearly triggered by the accusation. I am cleansing the universe. Once all mortals are wiped out, the universe will return to peace. This is the natural order of the cosmos. Viruses must be eradicated. Only by eliminating the virus can the universe function properly, preventing any threats to its existence. Zamasu's theory remained as extreme as ever. Chuan waved his hand dismissively. And what does that make you? Aren't you the biggest virus of them all? You've stolen Goku's body and even killed the Supreme Kai. What does that make you? Chuan knew these words wouldn't sway Zamasu, but some things just needed to be said. Extreme egocentrism often cloaks itself in self-righteous excuses, but the actions are no better than those of the mortals he despises. He'd even dragged the Supreme Kai, the god of destruction, and the angels into his mess. Even though the angels were only in slumber, this would still disrupt the balance of the universe. He was worse than any virus. Yet Zamasu continued to justify his actions as noble. What a joke. Just as Zamasu was about to retort, Chuan used instant transmission. Before Zamasu could even speak, Chuan landed a fierce punch to his abdomen. The blow pierced right through Zamasu. In the next moment, Chuan's body surged with purple flames, and his hair instantly turned violet, with lightning crackling around him. He had transformed into super violet. His combat power soared to an astonishing 100,000 trillion. This was 5 times the power of a Super Saiyan 5. The overwhelming strength even carried traces of destruction energy. It was precisely because of this power that Chuan was able to pierce through Zamasu and leave him with a wound that was difficult to heal. Everyone watching was utterly shocked. They were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 186. Chuan's sudden move threw the scene into a deep silence, leaving everyone in disbelief. Is he really this strong? Whether it was the people of Universe 6 or Universe 7, they all found it hard to believe. After all, they had clearly sensed Zamasu's immense power, but someone so powerful had been pierced through in an instant. Wasn't this a bit too easy? The boss has gotten stronger again. Indeed. While we knew the boss had this form, seeing it now in action, it's truly terrifying. It feels like facing Lord Beerus. After saying this, Greta sneakily glanced at Beerus. Seeing that Beerus had no response, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, even blaming himself for speaking so bluntly. If he had offended Beerus, it would have been disastrous. The others shared a similar feeling but didn't know how to express it. If even they felt this way. What about everyone else? For the Earth Warriors, this tournament was an eye-opener. Not to mention the previous battles, even the current one made them feel they had gained a lot. It was worth it. Although they couldn't improve their strength, they had truly broadened their horizons. And once your vision expands, naturally, your goals will become more far-reaching as well. As expected of the leader of those Saiyans, his strength is incredible. He took the absolute advantage with just one move. The enemy is definitely not weak, but it seems he's still not as strong as him. I heard that he's the true savior of the Saiyan race. The Saiyans once faced a catastrophe and were almost wiped out. It was because of him that the surviving Saiyans were saved at a critical moment, preventing their extinction. As Demon King Piccolo spoke, he too felt astonished. Everyone stared at him in surprise, clearly thinking this information was far-fetched. After all, how could such a powerful race like the Saiyans almost go extinct? Who could be strong enough to do that? The Earth Warriors were extremely curious, but there was something else they were even more curious about. They had all been together, so how did Demon King Piccolo know about this? Yajirobe suddenly asked, how do you even know this? We've been training together all this time, and you couldn't have gone out to gather information. Besides, who would tell you something like that? Everyone turned to look at him, agreeing that it made sense. They had all been training together without much time apart. So where did Demon King Piccolo hear this from? Moreover, given their current power levels, it was unlikely that anyone would bother sharing casual stories with them, let alone such a secret. Facing everyone's suspicion, Demon King Piccolo didn't explain much, simply pointing to his ears. My hearing is excellent. I can hear sounds from far away. While training at Kami's lookout, I overheard a lot of interesting things. This was one of them. Then, everyone began gossiping, watching the intense battle overhead while chatting quietly. However, they hadn't noticed that Beerus' ears also twitched slightly, though his expression remained unchanged. Whis glanced over as well. With their abilities, they could effortlessly multitask, so not only were they observing the battle above, but they also had full control over everything happening around them. On the other side, Kampa, who had already retreated, stood with his hands behind his back, watching the battle in the sky with a hint of surprise on his face. This kid's strength isn't bad. He seems pretty powerful, and it feels like he hasn't even fully unleashed his entire power yet. Maybe it's because his combat power is too overwhelming. He probably hasn't been able to fully adapt yet. I wonder where that guy Beerus found such a gem. As long as he can fully adapt to the power within his body, his combat power could definitely rise several levels. Kampa commented while watching. Although he felt extremely envious, he wasn't entirely disheartened. After all, he had his own trump card, Hit, the undefeated assassin. A fighter like Hit could definitely take on Chuan. From the moment he was pierced through at the start of the battle, Zamasu had been on the verge of losing his mind. He never imagined he would suffer such a setback, and at the hands of a Saiyan no less. But why had he never seen this guy before? He hadn't even heard of him. And yet, this guy's combat power was ridiculously strong, completely suppressing him. To make matters worse, due to his injuries, Zamasu's control over his body had worsened. Damn him. Just wait until I fully master Son Goku's combat style. Then, your death will come. Just wait. Zamasu growled through gritted teeth as he struggled to keep up with Mu Chuan's attacks. However, although Zamasu kept getting beaten down, the constant pummeling was actually helping him adapt to the coordination of his body, allowing him to better tap into the power of Son Goku's body. Moreover, Zamasu possessed an exceptional combat talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as a candidate for Supreme Kai. With this extraordinary talent, his adaptation sped up, and his energy began to surge, helping him regain some confidence. But Zamasu had no idea that Mu Chuan could have killed him long ago. After the initial aggressive strikes, Mu Chuan had deliberately held back, using Zamasu as a sharpening stone to hone his own battle skills. Thus, while Zamasu was nursing his wounds, Mu Chuan had been carefully familiarizing himself with his current power. This state is really incredible. Not only does it enhance the power of a Super Saiyan, but it also carries the might of a god of destruction, along with the growth potential of the Frost Demon race. Too strong. Could this be a fusion of three powers? With each battle, I can feel my combat strength steadily increasing. By now, it's more than doubled since I started. This is amazing. Mu Chuan had never experienced such a rapid increase in combat power before. Without any significant effort, he had reached this level. Isn't this just like a combat power extraction machine? Chapter 187. Mu Chuan really is steady. Indeed, even though he could have ended the battle quickly, he's been dragging it out for so long. It seems he's quite satisfied with his combat strength. Beerus and Whis glanced at the ongoing battle above and swiftly came to this conclusion. After all, with their sharp insights, how could they not know? Of course, the reason for being steady is because it's necessary to refine one's combat strength. But first, one must seriously injure the opponent. This is truly a conservative approach. From Beerus' perspective, this method is completely unnecessary. Why not just finish it instantly? Piccolo's ears twitched, and his expression became uncontrollable. What did he just hear? What seemed like a well-matched battle was actually being deliberately prolonged. Moreover, Mu Chuan was using this time to hone his skills. How insane is that? My heavens! This is truly the nature of a battle-hardened race. At this moment, Piccolo finally understood what it means to be a race born for battle. Others also noticed the uncontrollable expression on Piccolo's face. They were eager to know what exactly he had heard, but they were too afraid to ask. Their curiosity was unbearable. They knew Piccolo had heard something incredibly shocking, but they had to tread carefully. After all, there were too many powerful figures around them. They were the smallest players here. If they provoked any one of these big shots, they'd all be in serious trouble. That's why they didn't dare to act recklessly, even though they knew Piccolo had learned something remarkable. But to avoid causing any trouble, they didn't dare to speak up easily. While everyone had their own thoughts, the battle in the sky had reached an intense point. Mu Chuan's combat power had increased to 30 quadrillion, yet even at this level, he didn't feel he had reached his full capacity. He hadn't even fully tapped into his potential. One can only imagine how powerful he truly was in this state. So strong, if I can train seriously, then with just this form, crushing Frisia would be a piece of cake. Even if Frisia transformed into Golden Frisia, he would still always be one step behind me. This immense power made him fully understand that strength is confidence. And now, he wasn't planning to drag things out any longer. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep improving, but he knew that if he continued, Zamasu might escape. Don't be fooled by Zamasu's mad desire for revenge. If given the chance, he would flee in an instant without a second thought. A guy like him would exploit any small opening to escape swiftly. After all, Zamasu is an extremely deranged individual. It's time to end this battle. Chuan clenched his fists, and a surge of purple energy immediately spread around him. Purple lightning crackled frequently, surrounding him. The surrounding space showed signs of instability, and his pupils gradually dilated. The purple energy scattered around him as if it were forming some kind of pattern. It was deeply mysterious to behold. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You keep saying you're going to end the battle, but so much time has passed, and I don't see you ending it. Stop with the bluffing. It's meaningless. You can't hold me here. As long as I want to leave, I can do so anytime. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Zamasu burst out laughing. To him, it was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. Chuan didn't bother to explain, he simply said with a calm demeanor, "You think you can just leave? Go ahead and try." This single sentence completely broke Zamasu's composure. As he had said, if the surrounding space were stable, he could indeed leave this dimension at any moment. However, ever since Kampa intervened, the space around them had become unstable. Even though Zamasu held the time ring, he didn't dare act rashly. This was the real reason why Zamasu hadn't made a move. But Chuan's words filled him with unprecedented humiliation. Fine, fine, fine. If you insist on this, don't blame me for being rude. Zamasu placed a hand over his wound, and a faint green glow began to emanate from it as he used his vitality to perform a healing technique. Although it could heal him, it consumed a massive amount of his energy. And because of this, he couldn't raise his combat power to its peak. But it was a necessary trade-off. If he continued to fight while seriously injured, he wouldn't stand a chance. This was the only method left to him now. Just as he finished healing and was about to taunt Chuan, a terrifying destructive force came crashing towards him. With a thunderous explosion, Zamasu was startled and instantly shifted his position, moving a short distance from where he had been. When he turned to look back, he saw that the spot he had just vacated was now engulfed in an overwhelming destruction energy, and the surrounding space had become even more fractured. This scene left him dumbfounded. Zamasu could hardly believe that his opponent had such a technique. Destruction energy? How is that possible? Only gods of destruction can wield such power. No, this can't be. How could you possibly possess destruction energy? Who are you? Only gods of destruction can wield destruction energy, and you don't have the divine essence. There's no way you're a god of destruction. Who exactly are you? Zamasu was in shock, and in that moment, he also appeared flustered. The little bit of Chuan's power he had seen had already thrown Zamasu completely off balance. At the same time, the others watching the battle were equally astonished, especially Kampa and Vados. Is this really destruction energy? Although they had clearly felt its presence, they still wanted confirmation, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fully settle their nerves. Beerus nodded, his face full of pride. Of course. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only a Saiyan, his combat strength is incredibly powerful. He even managed to grasp destruction energy with his own talent. He's a genius. Right now, he's a trainee god of destruction for Universe 7. If he gets the chance, he might even become a full-fledged one. Of course, when Beerus mentioned chance, it was clear what that meant, but Beerus had no qualms about saying it outright, with no reservations at all. After Chuan unleashed his destructive power, no one present could remain calm. Chapter 188. Kampa's eyes darted around as if he were scheming something devious. Beerus glanced at him disdainfully and said, "You fat pig, stop plotting. He's already a trainee god of destruction for Universe 7. If you even think about it, I'll beat you up every day." Once Beerus said this, Kampa instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. After all, he knew Beerus was completely capable of following through on that threat. Even if it wouldn't last forever. A few days of that would make him question his entire existence. Besides, if others found out, they'd laugh at him for a lifetime. Just thinking about it made it seem totally not worth it. Zamasu's expression of shock hadn't subsided since hearing the news. As a successor to the Supreme Kai, he was well aware of the power a god of destruction held. Anyone wielding destruction energy would see a tremendous increase in strength. After all, destruction energy was the purest form of obliteration. But now, this person before him turned out to be a trainee god of destruction. He was completely dumbfounded. In his mind, only a god of destruction could inflict serious damage on him. Yet, not only had he been brought to this bizarre time-space dimension where he was repeatedly thwarted, but he also encountered someone he never expected. A trainee god of destruction. He just couldn't believe it. Fake, it's all fake, everything is fake. Zamasu was utterly broken. But Mu Chuan didn't care. His power had increased, and now he had become more adept with his super-violet form. Zamasu's end had come. There was no way Mu Chuan would allow Zamasu to escape, or things would spiral out of control. Too much talking, fake or not, what difference does it make? In an instant, Mu Chuan appeared right next to Zamasu, his hands filled with a terrifying amount of destruction energy. He had no intention of using a ki blast, those were unreliable. But the destructive force? That would obliterate him completely. With destruction energy swirling around him, Zamasu could finally feel the imminent threat of death. He panicked. No, you can't kill me. If I die, this entire dimension will fall into chaos. I still have the time ring. Not only will this timeline be thrown into disorder, but the entire future will be in complete turmoil. Are you really not concerned about the chaos of time and space? Faced with true crisis, Zamasu was out of options, but he was overestimating himself. Mu Chuan wasn't Trunks, why would he care about other timelines? And even if the time ring remained in this dimension, it wasn't his problem. If the sky falls, there are bigger heads to hold it up. After all, wasn't that what Beerus and Whis were for? So, Mu Chuan didn't bother with Zamasu's begging. The terrifying destruction energy swept through. Zamasu couldn't escape. The surrounding space had long since shattered, and destruction energy permeated everything. Because of this, Zamasu was trapped, limited in every way. Now, he could only watch helplessly as the destruction energy closed in. He tried desperately to struggle, but no matter how much he fought, under the glow of the destruction energy, everything would turn to dust. A brilliant flash of light exploded in the sky. On this nameless star, it was as if a dazzling firework had bloomed. Everyone instinctively looked up, gazing at the magnificent display. For a moment, it seemed as though the world had fallen into silence. All their expressions froze. None of them had expected such a powerful enemy to be destroyed before their eyes, and with what seemed like such little effort. It was utterly surreal. The most shocked was future Trunks. He had fought Zamasu countless times, for nearly a year. To him, Zamasu was a terrifyingly powerful foe. Yet to think that this seemingly invincible enemy would be so easily taken down in this past timeline, it happened so fast that it defied his imagination. For a moment, he even thought it was an illusion. But the event had occurred right before his eyes. He couldn't deny it, and the shock in his heart was unavoidable. So strong, unbelievably strong. To think that even Goku Black could be dealt with so swiftly. Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? And this transformation is different. I've never seen this form before. It was only now that Trunks realized Mu Chuan was unlike any Saiyan he had encountered. In his memory, Super Saiyans had golden hair, even in their second forms, with golden auras to match. But Mu Chuan's transformation into this super violet state made him realize just how limitless the potential of a Saiyan truly was. If he could also gain such strength, if he could transform into this powerful state, then maybe the future wouldn't be plagued by endless disasters, would it? Ultimately, it was because his own strength wasn't enough. Trunks reflected deeply on his own shortcomings. As Mu Chuan landed back on the ground, Trunks quickly rushed over to him. Sir, thank you so much for eliminating the threat to the future. I'm truly grateful. In response to Trunks' gratitude, Mu Chuan waved his hand slightly. You don't have to be so polite. That guy and I have some history. You may not know this, but not long ago, I ran into him in the chaotic flows of time and space. If I hadn't had some strength, I wouldn't have been able to escape from that place. We've been at odds ever since. And now, since you brought him here, I just took the opportunity to settle the score. No need to dwell on it. Mu Chuan's words were straightforward, though it wasn't the whole truth. Zamasu's existence did indeed pose a danger to this timeline. Any threat that could potentially endanger his life wouldn't be taken lightly. He would always nip such dangers in the bud, ensuring they wouldn't grow. As for dealing with future Zamasu, The Zamasu of this era remained a threat, but Mu Chuan wasn't in a rush. Sometimes, less direct intervention was required. A slight push in the right direction was enough. Trunks, hearing Mu Chuan's words, looked visibly stunned. He had never expected that Goku Black had already arrived in this timeline. And that he had made contact with someone here. Didn't Goku Black arrive with him? It was all so incredible to him. But his understanding of temporal mechanics wasn't exactly deep. Chapter 189. Trunks turned his head, looking at the time machine parked not far away. The excitement from defeating the enemy suddenly faded, and his mood began to drop. His spirits fell further as he remembered that he only had fuel for a one-way trip. There was no fuel left for the return journey. This realization dampened his mood even more. The time machine is out of fuel. Mu Chuan patted Trunks on the shoulder. Don't dwell on it too much. Although the time machine is out of fuel, you should know what to do. Whoever invented the time machine can find a way to get more fuel for it. Though it might take some time, there's a chance it could work out. Mu Chuan knew it would take quite a while for Bulma to fully grow up, but since there had already been contact, there was a real possibility that success wasn't far off. Moreover, Earth's scientists and doctors weren't just limited to one or two people. With the introduction of alien technology, Earth had already entered a period of rapid development. Both martial arts and technology were advancing at breakneck speed. As long as the right path was found, completing such a grand project wasn't impossible. Trunks, hearing this, immediately showed a look of surprise, but his expression quickly stiffened. How does he seem to know everything? But just as Trunks was about to ask, Mu Chuan had already moved over to stand beside Beerus, leaving Trunks standing there, completely confused. Shaking his head to clear his uncertain thoughts, Trunks turned to look at the young Bulma, who hadn't fully grown up yet. His feelings were complicated. But he knew that if he wanted to change the future, the only way was to ride the time machine again. For now, only his mother could create both the time machine and its fuel. However, given the current situation, who knows how long that would take. But at least there was hope. You sure finished that fight quickly. I thought you'd want to train a bit more or maybe raise your combat power a little. When Beerus saw Mu Chuan approach, he casually remarked. Although I wanted to train a bit more, it's not often you get to fight without holding back. This guy was also quite dangerous. If he escaped, things would have gotten messy. But do you realize that by killing him, you might have made things just as messy? After all, he's from the future. Beerus spoke with a flat expression, as though asking a question, while Whis stood by with a slight smile, saying nothing. Mu Chuan knew Beerus's personality better than Beerus did himself. Though Beerus looked stern, he wasn't actually angry, he just wanted to take the chance to speak his mind. When he came to this timeline, things had already gotten chaotic. If we didn't deal with him quickly, it would have only gotten worse. If he's from the future, isn't it possible that he has an identity in this timeline as well? I think it's worth investigating. If we can figure out his identity in advance, then the problem won't escalate into something unmanageable. Mu Chuan spoke frankly. Of course, he wasn't going to directly reveal Zamasu's identity, but he knew that with the strength of Beerus and the others, they must have already found some clues. Judging by the evidence, they would be able to trace his identity. It just depended on whether or not they wanted to pursue it. At this moment, Whis spoke. Indeed, that guy was wearing a time ring, which means he must be connected to the Supreme Kai. Although I don't know how he obtained the time ring, it should be traceable to some extent. Moreover, I've memorized his aura completely. If I encounter a similar one, I'll definitely uncover his identity. Whis treated this matter with the utmost seriousness because too many factors were involved. He couldn't afford to be careless. At that moment, Kampa suddenly interjected. You don't need to handle this matter. I'll personally take care of it, and I've also memorized the aura of that wanderer. Since he ruined my plans and caused me so much trouble, he better hope I don't find him. If I do, I'll make sure he knows what true regret feels like. Even though Kampa had just vented his anger, the thought of the potential consequences still gave him a headache. That guy had indeed been dealt with, but the problem remained severe. How was he able to travel through time? Furthermore, since the intruder came from the future and had now died in the 6th universe, any unforeseen trouble could potentially bring disaster to the entire 6th universe. Just thinking about it gave Kampa goosebumps. Besides, he caught sight of the yellow time machine in the distance, which only added to his frustration. Honestly, none of them are dependable. I really don't understand what these people are thinking. Do they seriously believe time can be toyed with at will? There's always a steep price to pay. Even beings of their caliber dared not interfere with time recklessly. Angels, despite their immense strength, were cautious about manipulating time. At most, Whis could only rewind it by 3 minutes, showing just how challenging it was to meddle with time. Beerus, however, was not reassured by Compa taking the matter into his own hands. He knew his twin brother well. Compa was anything but meticulous and often acted carelessly. Are you sure you can handle this? Don't end up making things worse. That individual managed to obtain the Supreme Kai's time ring, which means he not only had ties with the Supreme Kai but likely holds a specific status. Don't act recklessly, or the consequences will be severe. Beerus had to remind him, concerned that Compa's actions might lead to bigger problems. But Compa paid no heed. Now that he had a target in mind, his interest in the current martial arts tournament waned. He turned around without hesitation. I'll leave these 6 Dragon Balls with you as compensation. Let's have a proper match next time. Watching Compa's departing figure, Chuan hesitated several times, wanting to stop him. After all, in his opinion, Compa was not someone capable of handling serious matters. He often dropped the ball at critical moments. If something went wrong this time, the outcome could be unimaginable. Chuan couldn't shake the ominous feeling creeping over him. However, when he remembered that Vados was accompanying Compa, Chuan felt a little more reassured. At least there was someone relatively reliable by his side. Then, his expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. The Dragon Balls, they were given to them just like that. This was truly unexpected. Chapter 190. As Compa left without looking back, Beerus curled his lips. However, if one observed closely, they would notice a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Though Beerus often criticized Compa, they were, after all, twin brothers. Some things didn't need to be spelled out explicitly. What a prideful guy. Still, even with 6 Dragon Balls, it's useless. Only when all 7 are gathered can a wish be made. Beerus glanced around, noticing that each Dragon Ball was as enormous as a planet. However, there were only 6 here, meaning they were still far from making a wish. At that moment, Bulma rushed over. Lord Beerus. Actually, if you don't mind, I could try to find the last Dragon Ball. I believe I can do it. Beerus gave her a curious look. Meanwhile, Trunks grew nervous. Although this Bulma wasn't the same as the one from his timeline, she was still, undeniably, his mother. Knowing Beerus's unpredictable temper, Trunks was on edge. One wrong move could lead to serious trouble. Lord Beerus, she isn't aware of the situation, so please don't take her words too seriously. Everyone present was stunned by Trunks's reaction, and even Whis gave him a rare, thoughtful glance. The group found the boy's behavior odd. Why was this time-traveling youth suddenly so anxious about Bulma speaking? Could there be some kind of connection between the two? Their imaginations began to run wild. Seeing that things were becoming increasingly difficult to explain, Chuan stepped forward to clear things up. Lord Beerus, Earth also has a set of Dragon Balls, but they were created by the Namekians. The Earth's guardian, whom you've likely met, is the one responsible for their creation. So that's how it is. Beerus finally understood what Bulma meant. So, what you're saying is that since Earth has its own Dragon Balls, you already know how to locate them? Chuan nodded, as this was indeed the case. In fact, he knew precisely where the last Dragon Ball was hidden. However, he couldn't reveal it outright, as doing so would raise suspicion. Given his current strength, he didn't dare expose too much, especially with an angel present. If it were just Beerus, Chuan wouldn't be too concerned. After all, Beerus was naturally lazy and preferred not to think too much, often turning a blind eye to many things. This made things easier to handle. However, the presence of Whis made Chuan uneasy. Since you have a way to locate the Dragon Balls, make it happen as soon as possible. If you find the last one, I'll reward you with a little benefit. Beerus's rare display of goodwill surprised everyone. For him to say something so lenient was quite unusual. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was stunned, struggling to believe what they had just heard. They never expected Beerus to make such a statement. Was this really the same unpredictable Beerus they knew? Whis chuckled softly at the scene. Everything goes without saying. Chuan's initial excitement gradually began to fade as he observed Beerus's actions. Deep down, he knew that obtaining the Dragon Balls was no longer a possibility. Even if he performed perfectly, Beerus would never hand them over. The way Beerus acted, there was something off about it. And based on Beerus's decision in the original storyline, Chuan couldn't help but harbor suspicions. As for the idea of stealing the Dragon Balls, that was out of the question. Not only did he lack the power to seize them, but even if he somehow managed to steal them, he wouldn't be able to summon the Super Shenron. He didn't know the language of the gods, and that was the key. Now that Beerus had given his approval, Earth's warriors scattered to inspect the other Dragon Balls. They were filled with curiosity. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth were only the size of a fist, and even those small ones could grant any wish they desired. But now, seeing these gigantic Dragon Balls, each the size of a massive planet, they were utterly astonished. This is unbelievable, these Dragon Balls are enormous. I've never seen such massive Dragon Balls. If the small ones on Earth can grant any wish, what kind of wishes can these Super Dragon Balls grant? Could they make someone the strongest in the universe? Could they grant eternal, immortal life? The Earth warriors chattered among themselves, their excitement palpable. However, Beerus and Whis remained indifferent to their discussions. At their level, eternal life was already within reach, there was no need for them to rely on Dragon Balls. Besides, they had no interest in using the Dragon Balls. Granting wishes through the Dragon Balls inevitably came with consequences, every wish carried a price. There was no reason for them to take such a risk. Meanwhile, the Earth Warriors and Saiyans couldn't help but fantasize, eager to learn whether the Dragon Balls could truly fulfill all their desires. While everyone was inspecting the surroundings, Bulma stayed focused on her task. She had brought various tools with her, prepared for any situation. She now used them to analyze the energy density of the Dragon Balls. After some time, a look of excitement spread across her face. It's the same. I never expected that the energy within these Dragon Balls would be identical to the ones on Earth. That means the original Dragon Radar can work with these as well, though it'll need some slight adjustments. Her excitement quickly caught the attention of everyone present, and they all became eager. Really? Of course. It won't even take too long to make the modifications, just a bit of effort. Bulma's confidence was undeniable. After all, this was essentially the same technology, only with some minor optimizations required. On the side, Beerus couldn't help but interject, the Dragon Balls are fundamentally interconnected. The Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God Zalama, and the Dragon Balls on Earth were made by the Namekians, who inherited the craft from Zalama. His explanation left everyone in awe. They hadn't expected there to be a god capable of creating the Dragon Balls. If such a powerful deity existed, just how strong must they be? Chapter 191. For a moment, various thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. To them, the universe was simply too vast. A single universe contained numerous galaxies, and beyond those galaxies were even larger spaces. Yet, to think there were 12 such universes in existence, just the thought of it was unbelievable. Among them was even a dragon god capable of creating Dragon Balls. Their awe and longing surged to new heights. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Whis quietly approached Chuan. Gently patting him on the shoulder, he spoke in a soft tone, "You must be looking forward to getting the Dragon Balls, right?" Without giving Chuan a chance to respond, Whis continued speaking on his own. "I know you want the Dragon Balls. While I don't know exactly what wish you'd make, it's best not to use them recklessly. Though they can fulfill any desire, they also place a significant burden on the universe. But let's set that aside for now. Since Lord Beerus finds you useful, I'll give you some compensation. You've always wanted to increase your combat power, haven't you? I can help you boost it rapidly, but it will require the right opportunity." Chuan's gaze snapped to Whis, his expression filled with disbelief. Even if Beerus had taken the Super Dragon Balls for himself, Chuan wouldn't have had a say. But for Whis to not only remind him but also offer to enhance his combat power as compensation, it was beyond anything he could have imagined. His heart raced with excitement. Could it be? No way. Does Whis intend to teach me a training technique? If that's the case, this is a major win. There was no way he could resist such a thought. After all, to achieve rapid combat improvement, it had to involve a specialized training method. If he followed his usual methods, the progress wouldn't be quick enough. And with Whis's words being so clear, it was obvious that Whis was showing genuine sincerity. What more could he ask for? "Once this matter is resolved, I'll personally train you," Whis said seriously. "With your talent, you'll undoubtedly reach extraordinary heights, perhaps even reach the level of a god of destruction." It was rare for Whis to show such seriousness. After all, becoming a god of destruction was no trivial matter. Reaching that level would mean Mu Chuan's combat power had reached a truly terrifying point. Mu Chuan felt the gravity of Whis' words. He had no doubts that Whis would train him just as he trained a god of destruction. After all, Whis always kept his word. After calming himself, Mu Chuan slowly said, that Goku Black seems to be from the future, but logically, there should also be a version of him in this timeline. He seems very familiar with this timeline, and even possesses the time ring, which only a Supreme Kai should have. I suspect his identity is not that simple. Now that he had secured a significant benefit, Mu Chuan no longer felt conflicted. The most pressing issue now was to eliminate Zamasu, both in the future timeline and the present one. Zamasu is not an easy opponent. By pointing out these details, Mu Chuan hoped Whis would understand where to start. Whis remained silent, lost in thought. The issue at hand was indeed quite complicated. You must understand, if that guy really is a god, whether or not he's a Supreme Kai, we can't intervene directly. If a god takes action against another god, it will have severe consequences, potentially disrupting space and time. Not to mention, killing a god. Whis was deeply concerned about such possibilities. Whether it was him or a god of destruction acting against another god, it would create chaos in the timeline, possibly attracting the attention of the Omni King, something Whis absolutely did not want. Mu Chuan understood this well. From the beginning, he had never intended to fully rely on a god of destruction, knowing it was not a realistic option. He once thought about asking Kompa to eliminate Zamasu, but looking back now, he realized how naive that idea had been. However, if Whis could locate Zamasu, Mu Chuan could act personally. He voiced his thoughts. Is that so? It's not an ideal solution, but that guy is far too dangerous, he could disrupt the timeline at any moment. People like him need to be dealt with swiftly, or the entire universe could fall apart. But judging from his actions, he doesn't seem to be from the 7th universe. With that, Whis began his search. While finding someone across the universe was an arduous task for most, it was a trivial matter for an angel. Not difficult at all. If he shares a similar aura and is somehow connected to the Supreme Kai, then it's likely he's a Supreme Kai from another universe. With that information, it becomes easy to locate him by tracking his unique energy signature. Whis first searched the 7th universe, and upon confirming that the target wasn't there, he shifted his search to other universes. He repeated the process multiple times. Finally, a faint smile reappeared on Whis' face. Found him, he's in the 10th universe. Mu Chuan, huh? That fast? Of course. With his aura and identity, tracking him is a simple task. Whis was unconcerned by the ease of the process. Now that they knew Zamasu was in the 10th universe, it was time to investigate further to confirm if this Zamasu was indeed Goku Black. Mu Chuan also prepared to accompany Whis. If an opportunity arose, he would eliminate any danger before it could escalate. He would not allow such a threat to materialize. Meanwhile, Bulma had completed her research. However, most of the materials she needed were still on Earth. To upgrade and optimize the radar to properly detect the Super Dragon Balls, she would have to return. She shared her thoughts with the group. Whis smiled and nodded. Perfect. I'll send all of you back to Earth together. Everyone then gathered, ready to head home. They traveled across the vast universe and eventually landed on Kami's lookout on Earth. Each person began processing the insights they had gained from the journey. Bulma immediately rushed into Dr. Belabe's research lab. Her mind was flooded with ideas. She was eager to complete the Dragon Ball radar and was also curious to see what the Super Dragon's form would be like. Chapter 192. I want to go with you guys as well. Trunks spoke up just in time. After everyone returned to Earth, they all began intensive training, Earth's warriors included. Having witnessed battles far beyond their current abilities, they were no longer content with their strength and set even more ambitious goals. Of course, deep down, they all wanted to confront Goku Black, but they knew their strength was still far too insufficient. Getting close would only risk their lives. They could only sigh and let go of the thought. Even Goku, having learned that the dark figure was another version of himself, had remained unusually silent. Yet, like the others, he was also diligently training. Once the group dispersed, Trunks finally expressed his intentions. Beerus and Whis glanced at him but said nothing. After all, this wasn't their concern, and they preferred not to get too involved. Mu Chuan warned, "Are you certain? Your opponent is not weak. If things escalate, I may not be able to protect you. Please trust me." I won't drag anyone down. Trunks' face was stern with determination. He needed to understand who Goku Black truly was. Although they had resolved the issue for now, if Goku Black from another timeline appeared, the same disaster could strike again. He couldn't allow that to happen. He was determined to resolve it himself. Mu Chuan observed the serious expression on Trunks' face and gave him a nod. For Mu Chuan, Trunks was someone who required no strict demands. Among the Saiyans, Trunks stood out as one who didn't act recklessly. Having experienced apocalyptic events and tragedies, Trunks knew the value of what he wanted to protect. Seeing Mu Chuan's approval, Trunks' face lit up with a rare smile. This was the answer he had been hoping for. After everything was settled, Whis finally spoke slowly, "Now that we've sent everyone back to Earth, it's time to head to Universe 10, isn't it? The journey itself will take time. It's not an instant trip, so we need to leave as soon as possible." The others nodded in agreement. They placed their hands on Whis, and in the next second, all four of them vanished into thin air. The remaining warriors glanced subtly toward the spot where they disappeared. Many of them wanted to join the mission, but they knew that having too many participants would only complicate matters. Even the other Saiyans had considered going. But after witnessing the overwhelming strength of Goku Black, they realized that now was not the time for them to intervene. Joining the fight would only hinder the mission, and if their involvement led to irreversible losses, it would be a true disaster. Thus, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Instead, they silently committed to memory everything that had happened and plunged into intense training. They didn't just increase their physical efforts, they also mentally reviewed every battle they had seen, immersing themselves in it completely. This was a form of visualization training. The four of them were now traveling through space and time, the surroundings shifting as if they were speeding through the universe itself. Amazing! Trunks marveled as he looked around, seeing the vast expanse of the cosmos. He had never seen such a sight before. It was truly incredible. At this moment, Whis smiled gently. "Mu Chuan, I mentioned before that I owe you a favor. Now seems like the perfect opportunity to discuss it." Mu Chuan's eyes immediately brightened. Although his combat strength was already formidable, it was still insufficient when facing truly powerful opponents. The chance to receive guidance from an angel was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Trunks, standing beside him, glanced curiously at the two. Although he couldn't fully grasp what was happening, he sensed that something significant was unfolding. Whis began to explain slowly, "The Super Saiyan violet form you accessed earlier is, in essence, an extension of the power of destruction. It's likely that your training in the art of destruction enabled you to unlock this form. You can also think of it as your own version of Ultra Instinct. This form taps into instinctive strength, an endless well of energy. Since you've already harnessed the power of destruction, you are undoubtedly familiar with how it works." As Whis continued his explanation, Mu Chuan's eyes gleamed even brighter. Previously, he had found the nature of his transformation peculiar, even detecting traces of the Frost Demon race's bloodline within it. He had assumed something was wrong. To his surprise, this was not an issue, it was merely one way to wield the power of destruction. This revelation opened new possibilities for him. He had believed that his progress relied solely on mastering his strength and unlocking the hidden potential of his bloodline. But now, he realized that his assumptions had been incorrect. At this moment, Beerus interjected lazily, "When training, you need to deeply consider, what does destruction truly mean? Destruction isn't just about using energy blasts to obliterate objects. It's about erasing something entirely from existence, reducing it from 1 to 0. Every time an object is destroyed, it releases a surge of energy. If you want to reach the next level, you must let go of everything and rebuild yourself from the ground up." Though Beerus spoke in his usual indifferent tone, it was evident that he took this matter seriously. Otherwise, with his usual laziness, he wouldn't have bothered to explain in such detail. After all, he had given a thorough answer. Mu Chuan quickly grasped the essence of their guidance. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to train in this direction, mastering a more advanced version of Ultra Instinct, the Super Violet form. Let go of everything and reshape myself. Exactly. Only by doing so will your destructive power evolve. When that happens, your strength will increase as well. And once you've fully mastered it, you may finally meet the standard. Mu Chuan fell into deep contemplation. Every step he took now was toward enhancing his abilities. Initially, he had thought of learning Ultra Instinct directly from Whis, believing that mastering it would grant him unparalleled self-preservation. But to his astonishment, He had already unknowingly tapped into his own version of Ultra Instinct. This unexpected realization took him by surprise. Could this be the same form Vegeta achieved? Indeed. The power within it is limitless. As long as you can fully wield this strength, you'll even be capable of standing toe-to-toe with a god of destruction. A hint of longing appeared in Chuan's eyes as he contemplated this newfound possibility. Chapter 193. At this moment, Chuan's desire to fight had reached its peak. However, he was well aware that with his current strength, he was no match for any of the gods of destruction. His interest in confronting a god of destruction wasn't directed at Beerus. In his opinion, Beerus was arguably the strongest among all Supreme Kais in terms of combat prowess. Yet, Beerus had a habit of holding back during battles, which made Chuan lose all motivation to engage him. Standing nearby, Trunks listened to their conversation, feeling somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he understood one thing clearly: this was something incredible. Training with a god of destruction. And mastering such a unique power. That was truly impressive. Trunks couldn't help but feel a deep longing. If only he could possess such overwhelming combat strength, his future world would never have fallen into such ruin. Ultimately, it all came down to his lack of strength. If I get the chance, it would be best to improve my strength here in this timeline. By the time my power grows stronger, the time machine should be operational again. Only with great strength can I protect the people I wish to protect. Trunks decided that once all the current crises were resolved, he would stay in this timeline to train. At the very least, he needed to become much stronger. This train of thought inevitably made him think about his parents. However, this timeline was quite strange, not at all like the one he knew. He had no idea where his parents were right now, and since events had already changed, he wondered, would he even be born in this timeline? Although he knew this was a parallel world, a swirl of complicated emotions still lingered in his heart. While everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, they eventually arrived at Universe 10. Whis led the group to the sacred world of the Kais within Universe 10. Currently, there were only two individuals present in the sacred world of the Kais. One was the active Supreme Kai, and the other was his apprentice. As soon as Gaosu saw Beerus and his companions, he quickly approached them with a warm greeting. Lord Beerus. What a rare occasion. I never expected to see you here. I am truly honored. Though Gaosu appeared elderly, he was still in fairly good condition, exuding an aura of kindness and friendliness. Beerus exchanged pleasantries with him, but without wasting too much time, he got straight to the point. I'm here to meet Zamasu. Zamasu? Gaosu was puzzled. Why had Beerus traveled all this way just to see Zamasu? Zamasu was, after all, the apprentice he had chosen as his successor. The reason Gaosu valued Zamasu so highly was due to his extraordinary talent for combat, a rare trait among Supreme Kais, whose powers were typically not centered on fighting. In fact, Zamasu's abilities defied the conventions of what a Supreme Kai should be capable of. He was truly a combat prodigy. However, Gaosu was also aware that Zamasu seemed to harbor certain internal issues, which he was working to address gradually. What puzzled Gaosu the most now was why Beerus, from Universe 7, had gone to such lengths to come here. Despite his confusion, Gaosu did not refuse the request. Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. I'll summon Zamasu right away. As soon as Gaosu finished speaking, a figure gradually emerged from the distance. The figure moved with a composed gait, showing no signs of urgency. Everyone's expressions tightened. Both Chuan and Trunks locked their eyes on the approaching figure. Although the appearance and aura felt somewhat different, that familiar sensation was unmistakable. It had to be him. The two exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they detected a trace of solemnity. After all, if this Zamasu was indeed Goku Black, then things were far from ordinary. I never expected that Goku Black would turn out to be a Supreme Kai. No wonder his strength is so overwhelming, and he views all mortals as nothing more than insects, Trunks said, clenching his teeth in anger. This kind of person is despicable. Even though the Zamasu before him hadn't destroyed the future world, Trunks knew that this version shared the same ideology. If given the chance to grow stronger, there was no doubt he would rally his power and plunge the entire world into chaos and destruction. This left Trunks torn. Should he make a move now? However, just as Trunks was about to act, Chuan gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Don't get too worked up. Even if he is the one, it's not your fight. I'll take care of everything. Trunks glanced at Chuan, then gave a silent nod. He continued watching the slowly approaching figure, scrutinizing every detail. There were differences from Goku Black, yet the aura and posture were strikingly similar. It was hard to be certain, but the resemblance was undeniable. New guests in the sacred world of the Kais. Zamasu said as he finally noticed the group. I suppose I should prepare some tea to entertain them. Just as he was about to carry out this gesture, Gawasu intervened. Zamasu, come here at once. The god of destruction from Universe 7 wishes to meet you. At Gawasu's words, Zamasu froze briefly before regaining his composed demeanor. He then slowly approached the group, exuding an air of calmness. I am Zamasu. What business does the esteemed god of destruction from Universe 7 have with me? Beerus silently sized Zamasu up, saying nothing. From the moment he laid eyes on him, Beerus was almost certain, this was Goku Black. The aura matched perfectly. But what could have driven him to commit such heinous acts? It was beyond comprehension. Still, Beerus wasn't interested in speaking further, he had already accomplished what he came here to do. Mu Chuan, it's your turn, Beerus said flatly. As Whis had explained earlier, battles between gods were forbidden, let alone killing one another. Even though Zamasu was only an apprentice, he was still officially recognized as a candidate for Supreme Kai. Similarly, Mu Chuan was in training to become a future god of destruction. Both were apprentices, each destined to succeed their respective mentors. With Beerus's words, Mu Chuan locked eyes with Zamasu. In that instant, time seemed to freeze between them. Chapter 194. Zamasu and Mu Chuan's gazes met, and in that instant, it seemed as though some kind of emotion flickered between them. Could it be? Mu Chuan had a suspicion in his heart, but he didn't voice it. For now, everything was under his full control. His demeanor remained relatively calm. In contrast, Trunks, standing to the side, had long been struggling to hold back his anger. After all, the man in front of him could very well be Goku Black, the dark figure who destroyed the future world. This man should not exist in the world. What business do you have with me? Zamasu asked calmly, his expression neither warm nor cold, completely concealing his thoughts. Mu Chuan stared directly at him and said, I heard there's a martial arts genius here with an extraordinary talent. After hearing this legend, I specifically asked Lord Beerus to bring me here to find that person. I want to spar with him. Would you be open to that? He didn't specify who, but as soon as he said this, Gawasu burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to already know about this. Although I'm not sure where you got your information, it is true. Zamasu is indeed a martial arts prodigy. It's precisely because of his unparalleled talent that I've chosen him to be the next Supreme Kai. However, he still needs further training. Hearing others praise his disciple, Gawasu couldn't help but feel proud, though he failed to notice that Zamasu's expression had finally changed subtly. Zamasu quickly returned to his usual composure. Mu Chuan had been watching him closely, and upon seeing this, he became even more convinced of his earlier suspicion. This Zamasu was indeed not right. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be the martial arts genius, Zamasu. How about we have a little sparring match? Mu Chuan displayed an eager-to-fight attitude. If he didn't portray himself as a martial arts fanatic, his actions might seem too abrupt. Others might know what kind of person he was, but here in the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10, he had to act this way. Zamasu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, All right, let's spar, but the Supreme Kai realm may not be able to withstand the intensity of our fight. How about we change locations? As soon as Zamasu finished speaking, Gawasu appeared puzzled. The Supreme Kai realm is quite stable. Why can't we spar here? Changing locations is rather troublesome and unnecessary. I'm just worried about damaging the Supreme Kai realm, and that wouldn't be good, Zamasu explained slowly. Although his reasoning wasn't entirely convincing, Gawasu didn't question him further, more or less accepting the answer. Mu Chuan nodded in agreement with Zamasu's suggestion, neither opposing nor surprised by his choice. Then, everyone followed Zamasu as he teleported to the lower realm. They arrived at a massive planet inhabited by primitive humanoids, but no one paid attention to them at this time. Beerus and the others watched from the sidelines. This was a rare opportunity. Trunks, however, seemed slightly worried. Although he hadn't seen the real form of the opponent, since this man was potentially Goku Black, his strength should be formidable as well. Of course. Trunks wasn't too concerned either. If the powerful Goku Black could be killed by Mu Chuan, then this Zamasu, who hadn't fully grown yet, shouldn't be much of a problem. Trunks thought to himself. Among all those present, it was likely that only Gaosu was completely in the dark, genuinely believing this was just a sparring match. He watched the two preparing to fight with great interest. In contrast, the two fighters remained calm, quietly observing each other. After a long pause, Zamasu finally spoke. How exactly did you figure it out? Oh. Figure out what? Don't pretend. I believe you've already noticed something wrong. How did you discover my true identity? Why don't you guess? Zamasu fell silent. Slowly raising his hands, purple energy enveloped them, forming two energy blades. He chose not to answer and didn't guess either, he simply attacked. With a sudden thrust, Zamasu's hand blade slashed forward, aiming to tear through the very fabric of space. As he swung, even the space around them rippled slightly. Chuan had already anticipated this. The moment Zamasu made his move, Chuan used instant transmission and vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind Zamasu in the next second. He threw a punch. As his fist was thrown, he had already shifted into his Ultra Instinct form, what is commonly referred to as Super Violet. Although he hadn't fully mastered this immense power, his combat ability was still formidable. As his fist swung forward, a terrifying destructive force burst forth. Zamasu's expression drastically changed. He quickly retreated, only to realize that no matter how far he stepped back, the destructive force seemed to follow him. This discovery immediately caused a drastic shift in his expression. Even Gaosu, watching from the side, couldn't help but show signs of surprise. Though he was a supreme Kai, he could clearly sense the overwhelming destructive power radiating from the scene. What amazed him even more was the realization that Chuan possessed destruction energy. Could it be that he was also associated with the power of destruction? With a mix of confusion and doubt, Gaosu glanced at Beerus, who then slowly approached him. He's a trainee god of destruction from the 7th universe. He's quite talented, which is why I thought it'd be a good idea to let him spar with your successor. Consider it a learning experience. Beerus explained coldly, as though offering a logical reason for everything. Whis smiled gently. Hearing Beerus's explanation, Gaosu nodded quietly. He indeed sensed Chuan's overwhelming strength. To be able to suppress Zamasu so easily was no small feat. However, since he was a trainee god of destruction, it made sense. If he were to grow into a full-fledged god of destruction, he would undoubtedly become one of the strongest in the universe. Having such power was not unreasonable. Gaosu accepted this explanation. But in the next moment, the battlefield suddenly changed dramatically. Zamasu, who had been on the defensive the entire time, gradually lost the calm demeanor he initially displayed. His expression began to twist. Damn mortals! Mortals should be eradicated. If not for mortals, how could so many civilizations in the universe have been destroyed? Ugly mortals. Chapter 195. Heh. Chuan paid little attention to Zamasu's furious roar and continued to beat him up without much concern. For someone as extreme as him, no amount of reasoning would have any effect. Chuan had his own way of dealing with things. Rather than wasting words, it's better to just give him a good beating. This scene shocked everyone present. Even Gaosu's expression slightly changed. He had heard Zamasu's roar loud and clear. Gaosu knew Zamasu very well. There were indeed times when Zamasu seemed a bit cold, but Gaosu still believed that he could be nurtured and redeemed. However, Zamasu's behavior just now made him question that belief again. Looking around at Beerus and Whis, Gaosu slowly started to realize something. If this were just a mere sparring match, why would there be such a commotion? He felt caught up in some kind of dispute, one that he couldn't easily extricate himself from. For a moment, his expression shifted rapidly, unsure of what to think. But at that moment, as Chuan prepared to use the power of destruction to obliterate Zamasu, the sky suddenly crackled with lightning. A massive black hole slowly began to form. Thick smoke billowed out. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. Trunks, upon seeing this familiar scene, clenched his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, his fists tightening. The Dark One. It seems things are getting serious, Beerus remarked, quickly piecing together what was happening before him. As the smoke cleared, a tall figure appeared before everyone, Goku Black. I told you, we can't afford any delays. Otherwise, it will interfere with our plans. The mortal elimination plan must be implemented as soon as possible. Who would have thought they'd arrive so soon, catching me completely off guard. But now that you're here, we can really get started. Zamasu and Goku Black exchanged words, and it was clear that Goku Black's arrival had given Zamasu a massive boost in confidence. The earlier anger and frustration had completely vanished. What remained was overwhelming confidence. Chuan watched all this unfold but remained unfazed. Even the appearance of Goku Black did not surprise him. Because he had already suspected as much. Although he had killed Goku Black once on the Nameless Star in the 6th universe, Goku Black still possessed the Time Ring and, coupled with his immortality, made him extremely difficult to deal with. Killing him was no easy feat. Admittedly, Zamasu's combat power wasn't the strongest, but he was certainly the most troublesome to handle. Gazing at Goku Black, Chuan said calmly, "I knew you'd come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't think you'd be so easily killed. Now, it seems you two are truly intertwined." Chuan knew that the two before him were essentially the same person. Goku Black was the future Zamasu, and the current Zamasu had yet to fully take over Goku's body. Thus, although they appeared as two individuals, they were, in fact, one and the same, fully understanding each other's thoughts. Not the same, yet the same. Goku Black glanced at Chuan, his expression largely unchanged. Although he had been killed once, it was precisely because of that death that he had fully mastered Goku's power. This was true strength. "You don't seem surprised. It seems you've already discovered everything. But so what? Even if you know all the secrets, you can't do anything about us. Besides, I have the immortal body. What can you possibly fight me with?" Immortal body? Chuan chuckled coldly. He had no real concern for this so-called immortality, it just meant Zamasu couldn't die. But that worked perfectly for him. Having an undying sparring partner was something he considered extremely fortunate, especially for any Saiyan. He could use this opportunity to rapidly improve his combat power. Of course, the opponent also had the blood of the warrior race, making him naturally strong and able to grow during battle as well. However, Chuan trusted in his own talent. As he took a step forward, his aura surged dramatically. Purple flames of energy enveloped him, and lightning began to crackle around him, growing more and more intense. The space around him seemed to distort, as if the destructive power within him was tearing it apart. Seeing this, Goku Black's lips curved into a smile. Clenching his fists, his aura also began to soar. "Super Saiyan, huh? I can do that too. After you killed me, I truly mastered Goku's body. This powerful body has given me unparalleled strength. Now, I too can transform into a Super Saiyan." As he spoke, his aura continued to grow without stopping. His hair, once tinged with a faint black, gradually began to change. His once white aura now shifted to a vibrant rose pink, and his hair followed suit, turning the same striking color. It was a mesmerizing sight. Everyone watching was stunned. Especially Trunks. Before, even without transforming, Goku Black had displayed overwhelming strength. Now that he transformed, didn't this mean his power had grown even further? Plus, with his immortal body. Could they really win this fight? Trunks doubted it. Beerus and Whis, however, found it all quite intriguing. Another Saiyan had appeared, but they were still unsure how Goku Black had obtained Goku's body. "This is getting more and more interesting, but this guy really doesn't need to exist any longer. If Chuan can't deal with him, I will personally destroy him," Beerus said, unusually serious. He recognized the threat posed by Zamasu. While Beerus was a god of destruction focused on maintaining cosmic balance through destruction, he didn't share Zamasu's twisted desire to eliminate all of humanity. That kind of thinking was dangerous. As Goku Black transformed, a massive wave of energy radiated from him. Zamasu, watching from the side, grew even more confident. After all, Goku Black was Zamasu, and Zamasu was Goku Black. They were simply from different timelines. Chapter 196. Zamasu stood proudly in mid-air, scanning the scene with a contemptuous gaze. "This is the full mastery of Son Goku's power. Following the Saiyan customs, I shall call this form Super Saiyan Rose. Heh. Come on then. Let's have another good fight." Goku Black took a step forward, his body instantly surrounded by a pink aura, and his combat power surged once more. Everything around him was being destroyed. Rocks flew everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention towards him. Chuan stared intently at him, never expecting his opponent's strength to grow so quickly. He had thought his own power had increased even faster than the enemy's. But unexpectedly, he had still miscalculated. At this moment, Gaosu looked at the now completely different Zamasu, and his faith had already begun to crumble. This was the disciple he had placed all his hopes on. He had poured everything into teaching him, yet he never imagined his disciple would turn out like this. Though he had always known Zamasu had some personality issues. It shouldn't have led him down such a dark path. Zamasu. Stop this immediately. Or you'll destroy yourself. Gaosu roared, and at that moment, his vision began to blur slightly, perhaps he simply couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. Zamasu only glanced at him briefly before ignoring him completely. This only deepened Gaosu's sorrow. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he rushed into the battlefield and appeared before Zamasu. Stop this. This is all my fault. If I had taught you better, this never would have happened. You stand no chance. Gaosu knew that, no matter how powerful Zamasu became or how terrifying his combat talent was, in the eyes of a god of destruction, he was no more than an ant. There was absolutely no way he could harm the god of destruction, and Zamasu would likely be annihilated. This was the outcome Gaosu couldn't bear to witness. Thus, he had no choice but to risk himself. His goal was to stop Zamasu. But Zamasu didn't appreciate it at all. Perhaps in his eyes, mortals deserved to be destroyed, and anyone who dared to stand in his way had to be eliminated as well. You don't understand. All mortals should be destroyed, should be eradicated. As long as they are parasites of this world, they are unworthy of life. Anyone who stands in the way of my plan should also be eradicated, without exception. As Zamasu finished his words, a subtle change appeared in his eyes, and he then formed two blades of energy in his hands. Seeing this, Gaosu felt even more pain, as Zamasu was now prepared to strike him. The realization was hard for him to accept. Everyone else had already taken in the entire scene. Beerus remarked, "This drama just keeps getting more interesting, now we even have a disciple killing his master. It's getting out of hand." Even Whis, observing the scene, showed a slight shift in expression. After all, every angel is the teacher of a god of destruction, and if such a problem occurred with a god of destruction, wouldn't that plunge the entire universe into chaos? Just the thought of it seemed like a disaster. Whis, however, was just musing, knowing full well such a situation could never happen. You. Gaosu's face was filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't accept that his disciple was about to kill him. But no matter how hard it was for him to believe, Zamasu had already made his move. In an instant, he appeared beside Gaosu, and before he could even react, Zamasu's hand had pierced through his body like a blade. Even then, the expression on Gaosu's face remained one of utter disbelief. In truth, he could have dodged it, but the greatest sorrow comes from losing all hope. He didn't even want to avoid it. And so, he died at Zamasu's hands. Even until the end, he did not blame Zamasu. He simply gazed at him silently, as if there were 1,000 unspoken words that he could never say. The entire scene plunged everyone into silence. Yet, despite all this, Zamasu showed no sign of remorse. The mortal elimination plan must be carried out. If we don't rid the universe of these parasites, the cosmos will fall into an endless abyss, and history will repeat itself. Mortals were never meant to exist. Those who shield mortals are no different from mortals themselves. Zamasu's cold, ruthless demeanor made it clear to everyone just how insane he had become, a madness that sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Beerus was finally beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. From their perspective, it was unthinkable that a Supreme Kai could be killed so easily. But they never expected that Gaosu had willingly sacrificed his own life. And now that he had, his life was tied to the god of destruction. With Gaosu dead at Zamasu's hands, didn't that mean the god of destruction from Universe 10 was also dead? This is bad. If Gaosu is dead, then Rumshi can't possibly still be alive. Rumshi was the god of destruction from Universe 10. He looked much like a giant elephant and wasn't particularly powerful among the gods of destruction. But now, without any warning, he had died without even knowing why. If Rumshi knew the full story, he'd surely go mad. Beerus was stunned. He never expected the situation to escalate like this. He hadn't intended to intervene, but he also never anticipated this outcome. Whis, too, had an unusually serious expression, as the death of a Supreme Kai meant the death of a god of destruction, which in turn meant that the accompanying angel would fall into a deep slumber. This was truly a case of one misstep causing a cascade of consequences. The situation was growing increasingly dire. Trunks stood there, dumbfounded. By all logic, there were so many powerful beings on his side, gods of destruction and angels alike, yet none of them had stopped Zamasu from killing the Supreme Kai. What was going on? How did things not improve, but instead get worse? Why was this happening? Trunks couldn't understand. Trunks' perspective was different from the others. He was more cautious and conservative, believing that any method to eliminate the enemy was worth using, whether fair or not. After all, a single mistake could lead to total defeat. But his own strength was simply too weak, and even if he wanted to act, he couldn't intervene. Chuan, observing the current situation, was also shocked by how things had unfolded. He hadn't expected events to take such a turn, it was something he couldn't accept. He had already stepped in. Yet nothing seemed to have changed. Chapter 197. No way, you, a perfectly fine Supreme Kai, are practically rushing to your death. Chuan reacted with exasperation. When it came down to it, even he hadn't realized what was happening. If Gaosu hadn't rushed out like that, how could he have ended up dead? You have to understand, standing next to Gaosu were both Beerus and Whis. Even if Zamasu had the courage of 100 men, he wouldn't dare make a move so easily. But now, look what happened. He gambled away his own life and dragged down the god of destruction of Universe 10 with him. The angel, too, was forced into slumber. How defiant of fate does one have to be for this to happen? Chuan was speechless, but quickly recovered his composure. With a burst of energy, he began pummeling Goku Black. Although he couldn't finish him off quickly, he could at least give him a taste of the Saiyan's might. Meanwhile, Beerus slowly came back to his senses. His expression was more serious than it had ever been. Normally, as a god of destruction, he would hardly care about anything. Nothing seemed worthy of his attention. But now things were different. The Supreme Kai was dead, the god of destruction was dead, and the angel had fallen into a deep slumber. They were all gods of the same rank, after all. How could he allow the murderer to get away with this? With a loud boom, Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Zamasu. He didn't even bother looking at the lifeless Gaosu, there was no point. Without a word, Beerus immediately unleashed a terrifying destructive force. Zamasu didn't even have time to react before he was struck, coughing up blood on the spot. Lord Beerus, I advise you not to interfere. I'm merely carrying out a great plan, the mortal elimination plan. Doesn't that align with your role as a god of destruction? After all, mortals are nothing more than parasites in the universe. If we don't destroy them, they will eventually lead to the universe's destruction. You wouldn't want to see that, would you? Even while vomiting blood, Zamasu spoke coldly. Besides, even if you want to kill me, it's pointless. I possess an immortal body. No matter how many times you kill me, I won't die. What use is destruction against me? Zamasu was fearless because he truly did possess an immortal body. His power might not be overwhelming, but he was exceedingly hard to deal with. Beerus didn't say a word. Each time, he attacked directly, causing Zamasu to cough up more blood and sustain serious injuries. Perhaps Zamasu was right. He was indeed immortal, but so what if he couldn't die? If he couldn't die once, Beerus would kill him twice. If twice wasn't enough, then 10 times. If 10 times still wasn't enough, then 100 times. He would make Zamasu taste the agony of a fate worse than death. And that's exactly what Beerus did. Once he truly entered the fray, his entire aura changed. He was no longer fighting as carelessly as he had been during his battle with Chuan. Every move was a killing blow. Moreover, his power kept growing stronger and more terrifying with each passing moment. Finally, with a devastating destructive force, Zamasu was utterly annihilated. On the sidelines, Goku Black was stunned by the scene. The god of destruction's strength was far beyond his imagination. They're that strong. Even though Zamasu didn't manage to acquire Son Goku's body, he still possessed unparalleled combat talent. Yet, in front of the god of destruction Beerus, he couldn't last long at all. He was completely annihilated. It was terrifying. No wonder it's Beerus, he's definitely got some serious skills. But even if you can kill me, there's no way you can truly destroy me. Goku Black muttered to himself. Both he and Zamasu possessed true immortality, real immortality. But just as he said this, Chuan's figure appeared around him. Before Goku Black could even react, Chuan's fist slammed into his face with tremendous force. A surge of destruction energy swept through. Chuan had begun to get serious. Since the enemy had already committed such atrocities, there was no way he could let them go. Can't die. Even if I can't kill you, I can make you utterly collapse. Zamasu's combat power wasn't particularly strong. Whether compared to Chuan or Beerus, he was completely outmatched. And now that things had gotten serious. Both Zamasu and Goku Black were swiftly obliterated. However, not long after, the two reappeared, completely unharmed except for slight changes in their mental state. Despite their immortality, death was still a very real experience. Even though they knew they couldn't die, facing death repeatedly was a horrifying experience. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. The two exchanged a glance and ran in another direction. But Whis had been prepared for this. With a light tap of his staff, the entire planet was enveloped in an energy barrier. Even with their time rings, there was no easy escape. Realizing they were trapped, the two knew that fleeing was impossible. They had no choice but to fight. But Chuan and Beerus were perfectly in sync. Each chose a target, preventing the two from supporting each other. Relentlessly, they struck, killing Zamasu and Goku Black yet again. But soon after, the pair revived once more. And so the cycle repeated. It was extreme torment. Even with immortality, being killed over and over again was enough to drive anyone to the brink of madness. Beerus resembled a cold, merciless assassin. Each of his attacks was swift and decisive. It was a sign of his fury. Chuan, too, had no interest in using this situation to hone his power. After all, there was no need to take risks when things could potentially go wrong. As a result, the two Zamasus were truly suffering. Trunks, watching from the sidelines, was completely stunned. He never imagined that the Goku Black, who had seemed so powerful in his eyes, would be killed again and again, without even the chance to resist. It was impossible to tell how many times they had been killed. Both Zamasus had already gone completely insane, on the verge of total madness. At this moment, Chuan suddenly turned to Beerus and said, "Lord Beerus, even though we can keep repeating this cycle and drive them to complete collapse, it's ultimately not a true solution. I believe we should gather the Super Dragon Balls and use them to wish away their immortality. Once they lose it, we can easily take them down. Otherwise, this back and forth will lead nowhere." Chapter 198. Upon hearing Chuan's words, Beerus deeply agreed. Although he believed that the power of destruction could annihilate everything and utterly obliterate all things, encountering Zamasu was truly challenging. No matter how many times they tried to kill him, he wouldn't die. This was the first time Beerus had encountered such a troublesome person. "You're right. Dragging this out isn't a solution, so let's use the wishing orbs to do something about it." Chuan's suggestion aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Initially, Beerus had intended to use the wishing orbs to restore Earth in Universe 6, but now, seeing their greater utility, he decided to deal with Zamasu first. This guy was simply too dangerous. Hearing this, Zamasu's face turned green. The reason he had gained immortality was because he used the Super Dragon Balls. If not for that, he would never have obtained such an ability. If they used the Super Dragon Balls to remove his immortality, he would no longer be so powerful. At that moment, he panicked. "No, my plan isn't complete yet. You can't do this to me." Zamasu roared as he unleashed all his strength. Although it wasn't very effective, he wasn't merely trying to break free from Beerus' encirclement, his real goal was to get closer to Goku Black. Seeing this, Chuan immediately distanced the two of them. So, they were planning to make a last-ditch effort. Thinking of fusion? Don't even dream about it. Goku Black, in his Super Saiyan Rose form, was utterly shocked. This wasn't the first time it had happened. Every time, it seemed like this person could predict their moves ahead of time. The feeling was downright terrifying. "How do you know? Why do you know everything so clearly? What's going on here?" Goku Black was deeply shaken, and as a result, his movements became slower, putting him at a disadvantage. Chuan coldly glanced at him, saying, "I know a lot, including all your thoughts and actions. I even know your trump cards, down to the smallest detail. How does it feel? Terrifying, isn't it?" As he spoke, Chuan made his move. By now, the power he displayed had reached terrifying levels. After mastering his super violet form, his destructive power had risen to an unprecedented height. His combat power had officially surpassed 1,000 quadrillion and was still skyrocketing towards an even more immense force. The battle itself was driving his power to increase. Especially after hearing Wis's explanation, Chuan now had a clear understanding of his current state. With this newfound clarity, his rate of improvement was faster than ever. Previously, he had thought of this form as just a higher level of Super Saiyan, or an extension of the Frost Demon's bloodline power, which had led him to misunderstand its true nature. His power had not increased as quickly as it could have. But now it was different. He understood that this was Ultra Instinct, another way to use destruction energy. Now, his combat power was increasing rapidly. Goku Black in his Rose form was no match for him. Not only was he at a disadvantage now, but Goku Black in his Super Saiyan Rose form had also started to suffer frequent injuries, and his defeat was becoming increasingly imminent. On the other side, Zamasu had already been imprisoned by Beerus. Zamasu's combat strength was never particularly strong. Though he had talent, it was only relatively impressive among the Supreme Kais. But in the realm of the gods of destruction, he was no match at all. Beerus had swiftly subdued him. Beerus then stood aside, observing the situation. Trunks watched the battle unfold from one place to another, his heart filled with shock beyond words. He had never witnessed such an intense battle before. So powerful. Lord Beerus is incredibly strong. If only the god of destruction in the future timeline hadn't died when the Supreme Kai was killed, Goku Black wouldn't have stood a chance. He wouldn't have been able to stir up any trouble at all. Trunks thought to himself. He believed that Goku Black had merely found the right method to achieve his goals. Otherwise, how could the future timeline have turned out so tragic? However, he didn't know that Zamasu wasn't as simple as he seemed. The two of them could still fuse and, combined with Zamasu's immortality, become almost invincible, akin to a force of nature. That was only under extreme circumstances. Chuan was relentlessly suppressing Goku Black, leaving him with no room to fight back. Everyone was merely standing by, watching. This made Chuan completely speechless. Though he could deal with Goku Black directly, continuing this would take up a lot of energy. Moreover, he didn't have the same abilities as Beerus to imprison Goku Black. This guy was much stronger than Zamasu. After all, he possessed the strength of a Saiyan. Lord Beerus, stop watching from the sidelines and come help me. Imprison this guy completely. I don't have the means to do that, and I certainly can't hold him down. We need to imprison both of them entirely, and then use the Super Dragon Balls to remove their immortality. Only then can we solve this problem. Chuan directly called out to Beerus, who was leisurely watching from the side. This is way too much credit. Beerus snorted coldly, then joined the battle. With his entry, the tide of the battle immediately turned overwhelmingly one-sided. Goku Black couldn't resist at all. In no time, he was imprisoned. At this point, both versions of Zamasu from the two timelines were truly restrained. There was no need to worry about them trying to escape, they couldn't even move. Finally, we've imprisoned these two. Otherwise, things could have gotten even more complicated. Oh. You seem to know quite a lot. Beerus said with interest, looking at Chuan. Chuan pointed to the earrings on the two prisoners. These earrings on their ears, if they wear them, they can fuse. Given their power and intellect, once they fuse, their strength would multiply countless times over. Besides, they are essentially the same person. After fusion, not only would their combat strength increase exponentially, but their thoughts would remain largely unchanged. That would be disastrous. An incredibly strong Zamasu, coupled with his immortality, that's not something we can deal with at all. What Chuan said was undeniably harsh, but even Beerus didn't refute him. Beerus had great combat strength, but facing someone with immortality was still a headache. Chapter 199. Chuan seems to know Zamasu quite well. Whis commented from the side. Chuan's expression slightly changed, but he quickly returned to normal and said nonchalantly. I once visited a planet called Yardrat, where the Yardratians live. Their combat power isn't very strong, but they possess all sorts of strange and unique abilities. My instant transmission and control over ki were learned from them. Additionally, I also discovered they have a fusion technique. I also heard from them about a tool that can fuse two people using earrings. Based on their description, I believe the earrings Zamasu is wearing are of that kind. Though it's just a guess, what they've done so far makes me more convinced that this is indeed the case. Whis smiled warmly but did not respond, and it was exactly this demeanor that made Chuan's hair stand on end. If he had held on to his conviction earlier, he felt like he would have completely panicked just now. Indeed. Squinting eyes are always the most terrifying. This applies no matter the situation. Quickly, Chuan changed the subject. Now that we've managed to trap both Zamasus, the next step is to see if we can find the Super Dragon Balls. But, what about him? Trunks pointed to Gaosu. He was the first casualty in this battle and wasn't even supposed to be on the battlefield. Just thinking about it left everyone speechless. It was truly miraculous. If he hadn't suddenly rushed into the fight, none of this would have happened. After a moment of silence, Beerus spoke first. Let's take him with us. If possible, we'll use the Dragon Balls to revive him. If it works, great, if not, then so be it. If there's no way to save him, then there's nothing more we can do. Beerus still felt somewhat sentimental. After all, if it were just a Supreme Kai dying, that would be fine, let the dead be dead. However, since the God of Destruction's life is linked to him, they couldn't just leave it at that. Whis tapped his staff lightly, and a force enveloped Gaosu, causing him to float slowly in midair. Suddenly, Whis said, let's head back to Universe 7 now. After all, we need to check if the radar has been built. Then, we'll see if we can locate the Dragon Balls. Afterward, everyone followed Whis through a spatial jump, going from Universe 10 to Earth in Universe 7. At this moment, just as they appeared on the lookout, Bulma, who had been waiting, immediately spotted them. Finally, you've all returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Look at this. Bulma pulled out a giant radar. This radar was several times larger than the ordinary dragon radar, so much so that it looked cumbersome even in her hands. Everyone quickly gathered around. Even the Earth fighters who were still training came over to join the crowd. They knew that Bulma had been working on building the dragon radar. But they also harbored some doubts. The regular dragon radar could indeed track Dragon Balls, but that was only on Earth, and Earth was just one planet after all. Moreover, they had all seen the so-called Super Dragon Balls. Each one of those Dragon Balls was as large as Earth itself. Could the dragon radar really find them? Not to mention that the Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout the universe. Just thinking about it, they doubted whether the dragon radar could really find them, though there was still some hope. As everyone gathered around, Bulma immediately turned on the dragon radar. As she pressed the button hard, the radar began emitting magnetic waves. It worked. This is the dragon radar I developed. With it, we can search for Super Dragon Balls across the universe. But, there's no sign of any Dragon Balls on the radar. Yamcha said from the side. They had come to the lookout specifically to search for the Dragon Balls, so they were somewhat familiar with the dragon radar. Now, seeing this massive dragon radar with no signals showing up at all, did that mean they couldn't find any Dragon Balls? They remembered how, at the very least, they could see the distance to each Dragon Ball on the radar before, which made things much more convenient. Bulma rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? Do you have any idea how vast the universe is? Even with the dragon radar, it's not like you can find them so quickly. Unless the Dragon Balls are relatively close, the radar won't react. Otherwise, you have no idea where they are. As she explained, everyone finally understood the limits of the dragon radar, though it was far from what they had imagined. Naturally, they felt a bit disappointed. However, when they thought about the sheer size of the universe, they could understand. If the radar could really cover the entire universe, that thought alone seemed terrifying. This dragon radar would certainly cost them a lot of effort. While everyone was deep in their own thoughts, Chuan suddenly said, Whis, why don't we head to that nameless planet in Universe 6 again? There are already 6 Dragon Balls there. We can test the radar to see if it works. If it does, we can slowly search for the others. As long as we have enough time, why worry about not finding them? Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, Whis led the group back to the nameless planet once again. Bulma, check if the radar can display the 6 Dragon Balls now. Bulma nodded, then took out her giant dragon radar and pressed the button hard. With a series of soft beeps, the radar suddenly displayed several glowing lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How can there be 7 Dragon Balls? Could it be? Bulma was completely stunned. They had always known there were only 6 Dragon Balls, but now, not only were those 6 displayed on the radar, there was an extra one. How could she not be shocked? The others were also drawn in by her words, and they all gathered around, carefully counting the glowing dots on the radar. In an instant, they too counted 7. But when they looked around, aside from the 6 Dragon Balls, there was nothing else. The position indicated by the radar was a bit strange. The next second, everyone simultaneously looked down at the ground beneath their feet. Chapter 200. Could this be another Super Dragon Ball? It should be, maybe, most likely, yes. On the Dragon Ball radar, 7 Dragon Balls were now displayed side by side. The other 6 were indeed right before their eyes. After all, Super Dragon Balls are enormous, easily visible at a glance. There were no other planets around them, so the probability that the unnamed planet beneath their feet was a Dragon Ball increased dramatically. Coupled with the radar's displayed position, it confirmed their suspicion. It seems we were right. The planet beneath us is a Super Dragon Ball. It's just that after such a long time, this Dragon Ball became covered with meteors, making it look like a planet. Once they confirmed the Dragon Ball's precise location, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, they didn't have to search the entire universe. Finding Dragon Balls is already a tiresome task, even on a single planet, let alone across the universe. To put it more harshly, they didn't even know which universe it might be in, essentially relying on blind luck. Plus, the Dragon Ball radar was somewhat limited, unable to detect across great distances. If they had to search that way, it would have been a massive endeavor. Now, they were saved a great deal of effort. Everyone, step back. I'm going to reveal the true form of this Super Dragon Ball. Chuan casually spoke and then prepared to clear away all the meteors. Whis led the others into the sky, enclosing everyone within a protective space shield, so they could breathe normally even in outer space. Chuan fired a blast of energy at the unnamed planet. A dazzling flash of light followed, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, a brilliant orange-yellow glow shimmered before them. The massive unnamed planet had now revealed its true form, a colossal Super Dragon Ball. From afar, the 7 Dragon Balls were clustered together. Everyone felt a strange sense of relief upon seeing this scene, and they couldn't help but marvel. These Dragon Balls are enormous. Each one is larger than Earth. I can't even begin to imagine the terrifying power within them. If we use these Dragon Balls to make a wish, could it really grant any wish? They couldn't help but ponder. After all, even the small Dragon Balls on Earth could grant most wishes. So these Super Dragon Balls should be capable of granting even greater, perhaps limitless, wishes, right? But this was merely speculation. After the Dragon Ball revealed its true form, Chuan approached Whis. Whis, the Dragon Balls have shown their true form. With all 7 gathered, we can summon the dragon to grant our wish. Whis nodded, then uttered a series of mysterious words that no one could understand. Naturally, their curiosity was piqued. What's Whis mumbling about? I don't understand a single word. Of course you don't. This is the language of the gods, only they can understand it. And to summon the dragon, you need to use this language. Just like how the Namekian Dragon Balls require the Namekian language. With this explanation, they finally understood. They also realized that even if they managed to find the Super Dragon Balls, they wouldn't be able to summon the dragon without knowing the divine language. This was an insurmountable obstacle. As soon as Whis finished speaking, the 7 Super Dragon Balls began to glow with a bright orange light. It seemed as though the Dragon Balls were connected, their light becoming even more dazzling. A brilliant flash tore through the universe, and a colossal figure began to emerge. It was an enormous dragon. Golden in color, its massive body wound around the entire universe. From where they stood, it was impossible to see the full extent of the dragon's form. It was like a deity within the cosmos. Upon witnessing the vastness of this dragon, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was true immensity. Is this the super dragon of the universe? It's gigantic. Compared to this, the dragon on Earth is utterly insignificant. The Earth warriors had all seen the Earth's dragon, so they knew it wasn't that large. Sure, it was impressive, but in comparison to the super dragon, there was simply no contest. As they gazed at this massive dragon, even Whis and Beerus curiously sized it up. It was their first time seeing the dragon, and they hadn't expected it to be so extraordinary. The fact that it could grant wishes made it an even more impressive invention. Alright, how should we word the wish? Although this guy has immortality, if we want to strip it away, we'll have to carefully think about how to phrase the wish. Whis suddenly turned and asked. Chuan pondered for a moment. He knew that Zamasu not only possessed immortality but was also an apprentice Supreme Kai. The other timelines remained unknown, but he felt it was necessary to eliminate all threats once and for all, otherwise, they would keep resurfacing. After thinking it through, Chuan finally said, "Let's make the wish to the Super Dragon to remove Zamasu's immortality in all timelines. Although I'm not sure if it can be done, we can at least try." As soon as Chuan finished speaking, Whis began conveying the wish to the Super Dragon in the divine language. The Super Dragon nodded, speaking the divine tongue once more, and then a brilliant light flashed. Zamasu and Goku Black, standing nearby, instantly displayed expressions of terror. They could feel some power within them disappearing. In an instant, they were filled with horror. If they still had their immortality, even if they lost in battle, they could at most be imprisoned. But they never anticipated things to turn out this way. It was completely beyond their expectations. "No, stop! You wretched mortals!" Zamasu roared in fury, gritting his teeth, but no matter how much he yelled, it was futile. The Super Dragon Balls had already granted the wish. Once the wish was fulfilled, the Dragon Balls shot into the sky, transforming into shooting stars that disappeared into the horizon. No one knew where they went. However, no one cared about the Dragon Balls at this point. Instead, they all turned their attention to Goku Black and Zamasu, who now wore expressions of utter defeat. Their hearts were filled with despair. Chapter 201. Now that you've lost your immortality, let's see how arrogant you can still be. A successor to a Supreme Kai committing such heinous acts, how despicable. Trunks looked at Goku Black and Zamasu with a cold sneer. He had no intention of showing them any mercy. The fact that he hadn't killed them on the spot was already a testament to his restraint. Without immortality, Zamasu was like a toothless tiger. Though his combat power was not weak, it was nothing compared to the others present. What's more, both of them were bound by Beerus, making escape even more impossible. Chuan glanced at the ashen-faced Goku Black and Zamasu, then turned to Trunks. "Go ahead and take care of Goku Black yourself, that's likely the best ending." Trunks nodded. He couldn't wait any longer. Revenge could not wait. Countless vengeful souls were crying out, screaming, ready to drag them down to hell. With a silent roar, Trunks took a deep breath, and his hair shot straight up, with bolts of lightning crackling around him. Perhaps it was the anticipation of revenge, but his combat power seemed to increase slightly in this moment. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed down at Goku Black. Trunks never wasted words. Goku Black was sliced in half. Then, just as he had done to Frieza, Trunks continued to slash him repeatedly. Watching him dismember Goku Black like this, everyone held their breath. Beside him, Goku closed his eyes. After all, no matter how he looked at it, that was still his face. Seeing himself cut to pieces like that, it was unsettling, even though he knew it was not truly him. It was hard to accept. After being chopped into countless pieces, Trunks unleashed an energy blast, and Goku Black instantly vanished into smoke and was gone without a trace. Even his energy had dissipated completely. Witnessing this scene, Zamasu was utterly terrified. After all, Goku Black was essentially himself, just from another timeline. Yet he had been killed so ruthlessly right before his eyes. He was petrified to his core. But his fate was not going to be any better. Chuan unleashed a wave of destruction energy, leaving Zamasu no chance to speak. After all, villains meet their end by talking too much. If he started rambling, who knows what accidents might arise. Best to settle it quickly. Once the battle had ended, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Chuan looked at Trunks and asked, "So, what's your plan now? Will you stay on Earth to train, wait until the time machine has enough energy, and then return to your timeline?" Trunks nodded. "That's the idea. But from the looks of it, it may take a long time to fully recharge the time machine." As he said this, he glanced quietly at Bulma. Seeing the young Bulma was something he hadn't anticipated. But with Bulma's current state, the success of the time machine's recharge was far from certain, meaning a return to his timeline wouldn't be happening anytime soon. It could take a very long time indeed. In that case, why not come with me to the God of Destruction's realm to train? If you want to protect your own world, you'll need extremely powerful strength. I believe you still have room for improvement. Train with me, and perhaps you can reach an unprecedented level. Only by possessing great power can you protect those you want to protect. Chuan took the initiative to invite him. But just as he finished speaking, without waiting for Trunks to respond, Beerus spoke up, already dissatisfied. Hey, what do you think you're doing? How can you casually invite people to the God of Destruction realm? Remember, that's my territory. And what if you disturb my peaceful slumber? Hearing Beerus' words, Trunks immediately wanted to explain. But before he could open his mouth, Chuan stopped him and continued, the God of Destruction realm is so vast, what does it matter? The two of us training together won't disrupt Lord Beerus at all. Besides, Trunks is an exceptional chef. Whatever he cooks becomes even more delicious. I think the God of Destruction realm needs someone like him. Chuan's expression was very earnest, as if he genuinely believed he was adding an essential member to the God of Destruction realm. Upon hearing this, Beerus fell into thought, resting his chin on his hands and contemplating deeply. After a moment, he slowly said, since his culinary skills are decent, let him stay temporarily in the God of Destruction realm, but he'll be responsible for 3 meals a day. Trunks immediately agreed. Lord Beerus, that's absolutely no problem. I'll handle it all. With Beerus' approval, Trunks could now truly begin his training in the God of Destruction realm. For him, this opportunity to train here was a significant advantage. After all, he might receive guidance. And that was the most important thing. If he could receive advice from either Beerus or Whis, he would benefit greatly. Even the current Chuan didn't consider himself stronger than either of them. Chuan was still far from their level. Just then, as everyone was preparing to head back to Earth, a spatial disturbance in the distance caught their attention. Everyone instinctively turned to look, for anyone capable of causing such a disruption in the universe had to be formidable. However, upon looking over, they saw 3 strange figures. These 3 peculiar individuals looked like they were dressed in Electro Boy's outfits, except in blue and purple hues, which looked somewhat bizarre. The leader was a particularly short individual. Everyone was wondering who these people were when Beerus and Whis stiffened, their pupils dilating rapidly as they darted forward. Lord Zeno. What brings you here? A trace of terror appeared on Beerus' face. After all, if Lord Zeno was showing up in person, what kind of event could this be? Moreover, with Lord Zeno here, there was a chance that 2 universes could be destroyed in an instant. How could Beerus not be anxious? Whis was no less nervous. At first, everyone else was filled with curiosity, but Beerus' reaction heightened their intrigue even more, making them desperate to find out who this person was. Someone who could inspire such fear in Beerus. This person must either possess immense strength or hold an incredibly significant position. Check out my other translations. 1. Dragon Ball, collaborating with Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta. 2. Extraordinary comprehension, I establish an immortal villain family. 3. Fantasy Lord, starting with daily information. 4. Golden List Live, I really can't hide anymore. 5. Gundam, changing the world even with a mass-produced unit. 6. Naruto, creating immortal techniques at 6, shocking Uncle Snake. 7. Naruto, I confronted the 5 Kage before the system arrived. 8. Naruto, I, Uchiha, just want to die. 9. Simultaneous transmigration, from Japanese anime to American comics. 10. Starting from prototype to immortality. 11. Start in Dragon Ball GT, Super Saiyan 5 defeats the God of Destruction, latest. Chapter 202. Omni King? Everyone gasped in surprise, their faces clearly tinged with confusion. It was understandable why Beerus and Whis were so dramatically affected, given their formidable strength, who could possibly make them feel afraid. But for someone to make them feel fear, just what kind of being could that be? Everyone was perplexed. When Chuan first saw the Omni King, a wave of shock surged in his heart, but he quickly composed himself. Noticing the crowd's puzzled expressions, he slowly explained, the Omni King is a truly remarkable figure. If each universe has its own God of Destruction and Supreme Kai, and each God of Destruction has an attendant, then these are the supreme powers of every universe. But beyond them exists an omniscient and omnipotent deity called the Omni King. The Omni King wields boundless power and can erase any universe at will. In the distant past, there were originally 18 universes, but 6 of them were erased for various reasons, leaving only 12 today. As Chuan explained, everyone present was stunned, and an inexplicable chill crept over them. Stronger than the gods of destruction? What kind of being could that be? No wonder Lord Beerus reacted that way. If the Omni King were angered and erased the 7th universe, that would be disastrous. The crowd wanted to go and beg for mercy, but considering their own strength, they realized they might just annoy the Omni King further, so they held back. Now that they knew about the Omni King, they dared not make any sudden moves. Even their breathing slowed slightly, a reflection of their extreme caution. Chuan, however, paid no mind to their reactions and instead looked at the Omni King, lost in thought. Why has the Omni King appeared? Logically, everything should have changed by now, and Goku hasn't fully matured, so he wouldn't have any connection to the Omni King. Then, what is the Omni King's purpose? He was just as puzzled internally. In the distance, the Omni King greeted Beerus and Whis as they rushed over. Lord Omni King, may I ask why you've come here? If you had informed us earlier, we would have eagerly awaited your arrival. I found something very amusing, so I came to take a look. Something amusing? Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, unable to understand what the Omni King found amusing, but they dared not ask more. However, Whis then spoke up, Lord Omni King, may I ask if you could assist us just once? Recently, someone from a future timeline traveled here and caused some disturbances. He caused significant harm in both the future and present timelines, and although we used the Super Dragon Balls to erase his immortality, we still fear potential repercussions. Could you perhaps perform a thorough erasure? Whis had originally hesitated to ask, but considering the current situation, if Zamasu wasn't completely removed, there was no guarantee he wouldn't resurface. After all, the Dragon Balls had only removed his immortality. In various timelines, the possibility of Zamasu's presence remained, as numerous timelines were already in chaos. If the Omni King took action, many problems could be resolved, eliminating any future concerns. The Omni King considered briefly, then replied, very well. I'll completely erase him. Whis provided detailed information about Zamasu's appearance and various characteristics. With a wave of his hand, the Omni King summoned an astonishing energy that transcended timelines and seemed to vanish from sight. It was so effortless and simple. But Beerus and Whis, witnessing this scene, heaved a sigh of relief. It should be over now. Did he really erase Zamasu across all timelines? Everyone was confused. Though they'd heard Chuan's explanation, seeing such a simple gesture still left them doubtful. Could it be that easy? When they'd confronted Zamasu, his power was something they'd never experienced before. If not for Beerus's strength, they likely wouldn't have been able to restrain Zamasu. With his immortality, who knows how much destruction he could have caused. And yet, the Omni King? A simple wave of his hand, and it's over. They found it hard to believe. Chuan, however, said confidently, that's right, there's no need for any doubt. The Omni King is the supreme being of the universe. Erasing Zamasu is an effortless task, and now, we can finally breathe easy. Hearing this, the crowd genuinely relaxed. Their minds had been filled with worry, fearful that Zamasu might return and wreak havoc in another timeline. Everyone present was finally at ease. But Chuan had an uneasy feeling. Although most events had changed due to his presence, some things seemed to appear in alternate forms, and now he sensed that the Omni King's appearance was not simple. He continued to observe, wanting to see what would unfold. What exactly was going on? Once everything was erased, the Omni King stopped, seemingly satisfied. Beerus and Whis also breathed a sigh of relief. Though Zamasu's combat strength wasn't extraordinary, he was a true nuisance, practically unkillable. If he had emerged from another timeline, it would have been a real headache. Now that the Omni King had acted, Zamasu had been completely erased from all timelines, leaving him absolutely no chance of survival. Such was the might of the Omni King. With the matter resolved, Beerus asked again, Lord Omni King, you mentioned something interesting earlier. May I ask what that is? Honestly, he was extremely curious. For the Omni King to personally come, expressing genuine interest, was a rare occurrence. But the Omni King's next words left him utterly baffled. Because I want to host a martial arts tournament, a multiverse martial arts tournament, involving every universe. Beerus? Why did that sound so familiar? Chapter 203. As expected. After hearing the Omni King's words, Chuan's suspicions were nearly confirmed. Although certain things had changed, some aspects remained undeniably constant. It had all returned to its original course. The Omni King was whimsically preparing a tournament. This would absolutely not be like Kompa's previous tournament. Though the Omni King might appear harmless, his innate coldness and cruelty were deeply embedded. Essentially devoid of emotion, he was incapable of developing any sentiment whatsoever. A tournament in the making, it's all too clear that it would likely involve the 12 universes, each boasting numerous formidable warriors. Moreover, winning or losing aside, the cost would surely be immense. It seems that my progress is still too slow. At this rate, there's no way I can come out on top in the tournament. I need to think of a way. At this point, Chuan wasn't contemplating whether or not he could prevent the Omni King from proceeding. That would be completely unrealistic. Rather than resist, it was better to consider how to boost his combat abilities as quickly as possible, only then could he gain some peace of mind. Fighting is the best way to improve, but it's not that simple. A tournament? Beerus and Whis were both taken aback. Not long ago, Compa had organized a tournament. Though it hadn't been particularly successful, the memory of it was still vivid for them. In that instance, it could be considered friendly competition. But the involvement of the Omni King? That could very well mean including all universes. There were plenty of powerhouses in each universe. Yes, a tournament. I watched the tournament you and Compa held previously. It was well organized, but a bit too basic. I think something this interesting deserves special attention. Summon the strongest warriors from every universe to participate. Only then will it truly be exciting. As Beerus listened to the Omni King, a cold sweat formed on his brow. With all the universes involved, each with its own champions, this competition would undoubtedly yield winners and losers. But what if they lost? And even if they won, what then? Whichever outcome, both seemed perilous. Looking back at Universe 7, there didn't seem to be many true powerhouses. Only a handful might stand out, but compared to other universes, they might not even be close. How could Beerus not feel anxious? Yet the Omni King didn't care about such details, he was simply informing Beerus and Compa. As for why he informed them specifically, it was out of a whim, arising from their earlier tournament. In a way, it was a sign of respect. Neither Beerus nor Whis dared speak up. Meanwhile, the Omni King slowly added more details to the rules. Since it's a tournament, naturally, there should be winners and losers. Otherwise, it'd be far too dull. As it stands, the winners will gain the right to train in my realm. But as for the losers, their entire universe will be erased. The Omni King's innocent tone conveyed this casually. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was utterly stunned, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Lose, and the entire universe would be erased. Could it get any more extreme? If the stakes were merely ordinary, they might bear it, but losing meant that the entire universe would be obliterated. How was this different from betting everything? Yet, they had no choice in the matter. Everyone was dumbfounded, none of them could have anticipated such a grave outcome. The stakes were indeed massive. It's over, I feel like we're in complete darkness. If we lose, our entire universe will be wiped out. Among the 12 universes, who can confidently say they're the absolute strongest? Forget the strongest, just not being last would be a blessing. But who can guarantee that? The crowd was in an uproar. It wasn't just the Earth warriors, all the Saiyans were at a loss. Although they believed in their own strength, when compared to the other universes, who could say for sure? The stakes were just too high. Even thinking about it brought a sense of overwhelming pressure. Chuan's heart sank upon hearing the Omni King's words. Although he had anticipated something like this, hearing it firsthand made it all the more serious. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. His current combat power wasn't exactly strong. To call it weak was only in comparison to the champions of other universes, despite his mastery of Super Violet and his transformation into Super Saiyan 5. These were his assets, his real strength. But compared to other universes, that strength might not be enough. Relying on the memories in his mind alone couldn't judge the true extent of those warriors' power. Only direct experience could determine it. This left him with a growing sense of urgency. Though the Omni King wouldn't initiate the tournament immediately, there wasn't much time left for him. I need to figure something out. My combat strength is still too low. I can't afford to continue like this. Even though gradual training does enhance strength, the pace is too slow. If the tournament starts, I won't have improved significantly, and by then, I could be obliterated at any moment. Chuan's expression was deeply solemn. It was no wonder he felt this way, he was currently the strongest warrior in Universe 7. If we go by the original story, that title belonged to Goku and Vegeta. But right now, those two hadn't reached their potential. Counting on them would be unrealistic. Thus, the full weight of the pressure fell upon him. Under such pressure, Chuan began to prepare for an intense push. Meanwhile, after hearing the Omni King's words, Beerus and Whis were still frozen. They stood there, utterly stunned. Because if the Omni King wanted to erase an entire universe, it wouldn't just be the universe itself, it could very well mean that all its gods would be erased as well. Of course, Whis would be an exception. For Beerus, however, the pressure was unprecedented. He glanced over at Chuan, who was currently his trump card. But who's to say there wouldn't be even more terrifying beings in the other universes? As for Manaka, no one understood him better than Beerus. Manaka was nothing more than a weakling. He might fool others, but in a life-or-death situation like this, he wouldn't even dare set foot in the arena. Doing so would be a sure path to death. Chapter 204. More than half a year has passed since Grand Zeno announced the martial arts tournament, and during this time, Chuan and his companions have been training in the God of Destruction realm. Meanwhile, Bulma has been searching for the Dragon Balls, specifically, the Super Dragon Balls. This search was actually a special request from Whis, as he hopes to use them to resurrect the God of Destruction of Universe 10, whose death was truly unjust. Throughout this period, everyone has been busy with their own pursuits. The Earth Warriors, Saiyans, and others alike have been training with all their might. Regardless of whether or not they'll be needed, the thought of participating in the tournament, where failure would mean the complete annihilation of their universe, drives them to intense training. Their training in the God of Destruction realm has yielded many benefits. Although not widely known, they constantly witness powerful beings in battle, and over time, they naturally absorb a great deal. The Earth Warriors have grown so strong that they now surpass the Jinyu force, marking a qualitative shift in power. Among them, Son Goku remains the strongest, with his power level reaching 200,000. Yet, even with this strength, he remains relatively limited within the Supreme Kai's domain, able to spar only with his fellow Earth Warriors. The higher-level combat arenas are still beyond his reach. In the distance, another thunderous clash echoed. The Earth Warriors paused, glancing towards the sound. They're going at it again, so strong. You have to admire the Saiyans. Not only can they boost their power during battles, but they also have the ability to transform and enhance their strength. Their power levels keep growing, especially here, with such intense combat opportunities. Tenshinhan and the others marveled as they watched, realizing that their own talent wasn't as exceptional as they'd once thought. On Earth, they were unmatched. But here, they recognized that their abilities paled compared to others. Despite their best efforts, they struggled to match up to the Saiyans, whose strength easily surpassed their own. After witnessing so many cosmic warriors, they understood that there's always someone stronger out there. Without diligent training, they would be nothing. Even as they sighed, their gazes inevitably returned to Son Goku, their strongest and most talented comrade. We may never catch up, but Goku absolutely can. After all, Saiyan blood runs in his veins, he just needs more time. With enough time to grow, Goku won't be outdone by anyone. Exactly. Goku will never fall behind. Though they accepted their own limitations, Goku's potential and talent gave them a glimmer of hope. Goku, however, remained silent, his focus on the distant battle. Turning to Piccolo, he requested, "Piccolo, increase the gravity for me." Without hesitation, Piccolo increased it by 100 times. The next moment, Goku dropped to the ground under the pressure, but he didn't give up. Despite the strain, he persevered, refusing to quit. He knew that without relentless effort, he would never reach the heights of the other Saiyans. With a role model and a goal in mind, all he could do was keep pushing forward. Elsewhere, Trunks and Carl were locked in a heated duel, both in a state of complete immersion. Their powers were nearly equal, and after entering the God of Destruction realm, they had engaged in relentless sparring, pushing their potential to its limits each time. A week ago, both had achieved breakthroughs mid-battle, reaching Super Saiyan 3 simultaneously. Although this was a significant accomplishment, they remained unsatisfied. Having glimpsed a greater height, they were determined to strive for more. Carl, wanting to catch up to Chuan, trained with relentless resolve, not letting this invaluable opportunity slip by. Not only were there formidable opponents here, but they occasionally received guidance from Beerus, which was a rare privilege they couldn't waste. Trunks, meanwhile, had experienced firsthand the helplessness of weakness. Even as a Super Saiyan 2, he had felt no sense of security. After being defeated by Goku Black, he craved power and strength more than ever. Although he had recently achieved a substantial breakthrough, it still wasn't enough, he needed to be stronger. With clear goals, the two spurred each other on in training, their enthusiasm contagious. All the Saiyans threw themselves into their training, heedless of the consequences and injuries. Their relentless efforts energized everyone around them. From a distance, Chuan quietly observed, watching every Scion's progress closely. Beside him, Whis smiled approvingly at the scene. Everyone's working hard. At this rate, they might achieve decent results in the tournament. Whis was pleased with their progress, as everyone would need to participate in the tournament to defend Universe 7. The more they improved their battle power, the less likely they'd suffer a devastating defeat, and perhaps they might even win. With Universe 7's fate at stake, both Beerus and Whis would personally coach the fighters whenever possible, benefiting everyone immensely. The greatest improvements came from Carl and Trunks, who had broken through their limits, though others had seen some progress as well, albeit less substantial. Watching everyone's fervent training, Chuan, too, entered a new state. For now, he didn't need constant combat. Few, save Beerus and Whis, could match him. Since both of them were busy guiding others, he was left without sparring partners, giving him a rare moment of respite. Yet this didn't mean he was neglecting his training. Rather, he was shifting focus, from combat to awakening his own potential and attuning to the power within himself. Only through such self-discovery could he unleash the full strength of Ultra Instinct. The more adept he became, the more he could tap into his limitless potential. Chapter 205. Huff. What an exhilarating battle. The battle between Carl and Trunks had come to an end. Both reverted to their normal states, feeling immensely satisfied at this moment. Their strength was already quite evenly matched, and now, having fought with all their might, they experienced the thrill of unlocking their potential and elevating their skills. Indeed. Trunks agreed. But I feel like we're approaching a bottleneck. While there's still some room for improvement, we're too familiar with each other's moves, and we haven't even been close to a life-or-death scenario. If we continue like this, there won't be much progress left to make. Trunks sensed his improvement slowing down. His rapid advancement before might have been due to accumulated potential, and the incident with Goku Black had brought out his hidden power. However, now that this potential had translated into fighting power, he naturally started to plateau, no longer progressing as quickly as he did when he first arrived in the realm of the gods of destruction. Carl felt the same way but had no effective solution. Within the 7th universe, their power levels were already quite formidable, and there were few who could truly pose a threat to them. While there were still some stronger than them, most were acquaintances who didn't offer enough pressure to push them forward. At that moment, Chuan appeared nearby with instant transmission. It looks like you two are in search of a more thrilling battle. Trunks and Carl nodded. We've hit a bottleneck. No matter how much we fight each other, we're too familiar with each other's techniques, and we're no longer making much progress. The power gap with you, boss, is too wide, so there's no way to enter a do-or-die state and truly improve. The two of them echoed each other's thoughts. I see, Chuan began to contemplate. If you're looking for a more intense battle, I might have a suggestion, he murmured to himself, not paying too much attention to Carl and Trunks standing by. Then, he summoned everyone present, gathering all Scions and Earth warriors alike. In the past half-year here in the realm of the gods of destruction, everyone has made substantial progress. But continuing to train like this is somewhat dull, and the rate of improvement is slowing down, he said. So, I have a proposal, how about we go out together and find suitable opponents? Everyone was taken aback by Chuan's suggestion. Seek out suitable opponents. In the entire universe, are there even any fitting adversaries left? Is there truly such an existence? The Earth warriors looked confused but thrilled, not fully grasping the dangers of the universe but eager nonetheless. Meanwhile, the Scions fell silent, pondering who might serve as worthy opponents, especially now that their powers had reached such high levels. In the next second, Axiana's pupils dilated as she thought of something. Boss, you don't mean, the Frisia force? With Axiana's speculation, the Scions shivered involuntarily, realizing that the universe didn't contain just their formidable group, there was another force out there. And that force would be terrifying, led by a figure renowned across the cosmos as an emperor, one whose mere identity induced fear. Despite their significant power, none of them felt ready to face Frisia, that monstrous figure. Most thought that only Chuan could be qualified to confront him. Frisia? Who's that? Yamcha and others exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with this cosmic threat. If not for following the Scions, they wouldn't even be here in the realm of the gods of destruction, let alone know about such matters. Frisia is a cosmic demon known as the Emperor of the Universe, someone explained. He belongs to an extremely evil race that has ruled over the universe for countless years, controlling almost every planet and region within it. The Frisia force is essentially a mercenary group, they'll do anything for money, often seizing resource-rich planets to sell to others. The Earth warriors looked bewildered, shocked to learn that such a terrifying figure existed in the universe, even more formidable than the Supreme Kai. As others explained further, the Earth warriors learned not only of Frisia's existence but also of the adversarial relationship between Frisia and the Saiyans. Understanding this made them feel strangely relieved, realizing they weren't the primary target of Frisia's wrath. Meanwhile, the Saiyans fell silent for a while before finally voicing their enthusiasm. Let's do it. Who cares if he's the Emperor of the universe? As long as Boss is with us, there's no need to fear. Even if we can't beat Frisia, Boss can take him on. And if we can't handle Frisia, we can at least deal with his subordinates. The Saiyans grew more excited at the thought, eager to seek revenge and experience the thrill of a genuine life-or-death battle. Only in such dire confrontations could they further enhance their combat skills. Seeing the excitement of the group, Chuan felt a thrill as well. However, he refrained from dampening their spirits with the reality, only he truly understood how much the Frisia force had evolved over time. Frisia's recent transformations had brought him to a terrifying new level, and he now surrounded himself with powerful monsters, each exuding a daunting aura. The strength of the other Saiyans here might not be enough to confront them. It was precisely for this reason that Chuan proposed such a bold idea. He was itching for a real challenge, and with Frisia having become so much stronger, the Frisia force would be the perfect whetstone to sharpen his blade. Only by honing himself against such an opponent would he stand a chance in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Chapter 206. The proposal was passed, and everyone was ready for action. Immediately afterward, everyone joined hands and drew close to Chuan. In the next second, they disappeared from the God of Destruction realm. Watching them vanish, Whis and Beerus both wore thoughtful expressions. Lord Beerus, how likely do you think they are to succeed? Humph. It's going to be a tough fight. Although none of them are weak fighters, Chuan especially has respectable power, it's still not quite enough to match Frisia as he is now. That guy's exceptionally gifted, after all, he's the most talented of the Frost Demon race. Beerus directly dismissed Chuan's chances. It wasn't that he didn't believe in him, it's just that he was fully aware of Frisia's current strength. Frisia had truly mastered his golden form. His combat power had reached 1 quintillion. That was several times Chuan's power. Of course, that was just Chuan's former power level. Though he's certainly still powerful, he has yet to reach 1 quintillion. 1 quintillion is equivalent to 10,000 quadrillion. Precisely because the difference between them was so vast, Beerus wasn't optimistic about Chuan's chances. Half a year ago, maybe there was a fair chance of success. But now? Unlikely. Whis shook his head. Lord Beerus, you may be underestimating him this time. While Chuan's power hasn't reached such a level, at full strength, he can still match up to half of Frisia's power. But don't forget, he also has the Kaioken, which can push his power several times further, even if it puts a massive burden on his body. That should make him stronger than Frisia. With Wissa's words, Beerus suddenly came to a realization. He then said, well, since there's nothing pressing in the God of Destruction realm, why don't we go have a look? Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe. Ever since his defeat, Frisia had been training relentlessly and had now emerged from seclusion with his golden form fully mastered. At this moment, he had once again regained his confidence as the Emperor of the universe. Besides him, Cooler possessed incredibly formidable strength, currently reaching 10 quadrillion. His entire body could sustain the golden form at 90% capacity. Though not quite as strong as Frisia, it was far beyond his former power level. Around them gathered all manner of evil warriors. Phantom Magents, Bojack. Among them was another powerful warrior, Evil Bu, who had reached his ultimate form with immense power. Due to the chaos in Hell, he had slipped out quietly, originally intending just to spar with Frisia. Yet, he ended up being drawn to Frisia's charisma and formidable strength, now serving as Frisia's most powerful trump card. Frisia, with such a massive force under our command, why not just conquer the entire universe now? If we run into those wretched Saiyan monkeys, we could wipe them out with ease. Since mastering his golden form, Cooler had grown cocky, seeing the universe as insignificant. After all, once upon a time, he had a few 100 million in combat power and dared to rule. Now, his strength had multiplied countless times, so why shouldn't he be invincible? Frisia shot him a look, silencing Cooler instantly. Oh ho ho. My dear brother, don't be so short-sighted. The universe is vast, with countless powerful beings. We mustn't get complacent over a bit of strength. If you get too cocky, you could lose your life. Though Frisia was confident, he didn't dare consider himself invincible in the universe. At the very least, he knew that if Beerus wanted him dead, it would be effortless. Even with his golden form. Compared to a god of destruction, he didn't stand a chance. So, he wasn't going to get carried away, at least not yet. Cooler felt scornful, doubting that anyone else in the universe could rival him now. Except, of course, Frisia. If we're not ruling the universe, then are we going for revenge? Cooler asked. Frisia swayed his tail slightly, gazing far into the distance. They were currently on a technologically advanced planet, one of the Frisia Force's base camps, where most of their forces were concentrated. Without exceptional combat power, Frisia restricted his troops' movements and freedoms, focusing on raising his own strength and developing his army along with him. After all this time, the Frisia Force had made a meteoric rise. Cooler's question stirred something in Frisia, making him think deeply. Revenge is a given. However, the timing isn't quite perfect yet. Just as Frisia was about to share his plans, a faint sound interrupted him. In front of them, a group of people had suddenly gathered. Upon closer inspection, weren't these the Saiyan monkeys they'd just been talking about? Frisia narrowed his eyes, almost questioning his vision. They had just discussed them, and now they appeared. While Frisia was processing this, Cooler burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. What incredible timing. We were just thinking about you monkeys, and here you come walking into our trap. Perfect. Appearing before Frisia and the others was Chuan and his group, who had instantaneously transported from the God of Destruction realm. At this moment, Cooler's laughter fell on deaf ears as Chuan and his group gave no response, merely assessing the situation. But what they saw made them tense. Frisia and Cooler's overwhelming aura exceeded their expectations. Earth's warriors stood frozen. They were the cannon fodder, their combat power only ranging between tens and hundreds of thousands. That was strong by ordinary galactic standards, but in front of the cosmic emperors, they were nothing. The two sides stared each other down, the air thick with tension. Finally, Carl broke the silence. Boss, I think we've hit a real brick wall here. These guys look pretty strong. Though they had defeated Frisia before, the sight of his renewed form and sensing his energy was a different story. The pressure was so immense it was hard for them to breathe. Fear seemed to settle upon them once more. Chapter 207. Carl's words snapped all the Saiyans back to reality, and they collectively nodded in agreement. No need to ask, when the enemy is this powerful, there's no questioning it. They had been somewhat prideful about their own combat prowess, which was understandable, but as the Saiyan race, they also had an instinctive awareness of battle. They immediately sensed the terrifying power of Frisia's forces as soon as they arrived. With a quick assessment, they realized that even if Frisia and Cooler were excluded, the evil warriors behind them were formidable in their own right, whether they could even win was uncertain. Do we really have to fight them? Adam swallowed nervously. Although his combat strength wasn't among the highest of the Saiyans, he was still one of their core fighters. But even he could feel the pressure now. The strongest warriors may not require his attention, but the opponents were truly powerful. Nearby, the Earth warriors were already panicking. So, this is the so-called Emperor of the Universe's army? Hiss, they're so strong. The Earth warriors collectively gasped. Although they had had some suspicions earlier, truly sensing that oppressive power left them shaken. Was this a battle they could even partake in? The thought of being obliterated by the mere aftershock of such powerful combatants made them regret being here. They felt they shouldn't have meddled in this chaos at all. While everyone else was feeling uneasy, Chuan had remained silent, his eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Frisia. He had reached a conclusion in his mind. As expected, as soon as Frisia is provoked, he goes all out with his training. Now, he's mastered the golden form. His combat power is undoubtedly at an astounding level. Though it's unclear if he's reached his peak, his current power level is only 430 quadrillion, still slightly below mine. If I use the Kaioken, even with the strain it brings, I can definitely win. While others panicked, Chuan kept his cool. As their eyes locked onto each other, Frisia was the first to speak. Oh ho ho, and who might you be? Ah, of course, the proud Saiyan warriors. What a pleasure, what a pleasure. It's been so long, I almost missed you all. Indeed, it's been too long, Chuan retorted. I missed the sound of you getting pounded, the wretched cries, and the defeated look in your eyes. TSK tisk, truly unforgettable. Right out the gate, Chuan countered Frisia's taunting, not giving him the chance for his usual sarcasm. In that instant, silence descended upon the field. Even Chuan's own allies looked at him strangely. His words had a destructive power akin to a nuclear bomb hitting the ocean. The Frisia force also fell silent. Heh heh heh. Oh ho ho ho, how delightful. You're still as detestable as ever. Every time I see you, it ignites an unquenchable rage in me. Once I'm angry, no one can stop me. Right, no one can stop you from getting beaten. Chuan quipped again. Ignoring him, Frisia took a step forward, his body bathed in a golden aura. The next second, his new form appeared. Golden Frisia. And he unleashed his most powerful combat strength, his fury fully unleashed. Expressionless, he stood there. In response, Chuan showed no fear, his own aura turning purple as it enveloped him. His hair gradually transformed from black to purple, as if dyed in ink. A wild surge of power burst forth. Autonomous Ultra Instinct, Superviolet. So, this is the reason you dare challenge me? Not bad. But it's still not enough. Boom. Frisia surged forward with a fierce dive, smashing his fist through the air with an explosive sound that caused the sky to shudder. The surrounding area was thrown into turmoil. Buildings and machinery alike shattered instantly. The others scrambled to get away. No one dared to take that blast head-on, the energy was simply overwhelming. Immediately after, Chuan retaliated with an explosive wave of destruction energy. One side wielded destruction energy. The other, time-destroying power. In that instant, their clash sent tremors through the planet itself. Tiny cracks appeared across the surface, and many structures and machines were obliterated. The ensuing shockwaves were terrifying. Everyone fled the scene, not daring to come any closer, their battle having escalated to such a high level that it shook them to their cores. Dear heavens! This is terrifying. Yajirobe was on the verge of tears, not expecting to be caught up in such a horrifying fight. Originally, he had planned to lay low, blend in, and pretend to be helpful. But now, judging from this situation, there was clearly no safe way out, either win or perish. He was feeling thoroughly unlucky. Ever since joining this group on their Dragon Ball quest, he'd been forced to train and push himself to strengthen his abilities, despite his real wish being anything but that. Yet in these conditions, it was either get stronger or face death, so he reluctantly pushed his strength even further. The group distanced themselves from the center of the battlefield. Even from afar, they could feel the devastating aftershocks, making it seem as if the planet was on the brink of collapse. This is insane. Their battle is just too terrifying. So that's Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. His combat strength is indeed powerful, and possibly even stronger than the boss. Yamcha observed with a heavy expression. Due to their close connection, the Earth Warriors had begun following the Saiyan's lead, all now addressing Chuan as their leader. After Yamcha spoke, everyone present watched the intense battle ahead, fully realizing that they were witnessing a clash of kings. Their first impression of Frisia was deeply imprinted, a level of strength that filled them with despair. They couldn't fathom how such terrifying beings could exist in the universe. How did they even train to reach this point? Despite all their blood and sweat, they had only achieved combat strengths in the tens of thousands, not far removed from being cannon fodder. But for others? To the Earth Warriors, these figures might as well be monsters, just like the Saiyans. As they observed the fight, another surge of powerful auras approached. The group shivered involuntarily and looked into the distance, seeing a fierce group flying toward them. It was the Frisia force. Leading the way was Cooler, his golden aura stunning everyone. A chill ran down their spines as they looked on in fear. Chapter 208. Frisia. Everyone was stunned. When they saw this golden form, Frisia was the first name that came to mind. But as they looked closer, it became clear that this wasn't him. Not Frisia, but like Frisia. They gazed at this golden form, realizing it wasn't Frisia, but none of them dared let their guard down even for a moment. With a sudden surge of energy, Karl transformed directly into his Super Saiyan 3 form. At this moment, his power level spiked. However, while Karl was indeed powerful, his strength was still not outrageous enough to take on Golden Cooler alone. Axiana and Trunks also transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at this time. Among the Saiyans present, only the three of them could attain Super Saiyan 3. The others were merely at full power Super Saiyan 2, which was noticeably weaker in comparison. Of course, while they hadn't reached the higher transformation, each of them had broken through a base combat power of over 10 million, giving them formidable strength. Besides Carl, Trunks, and Axiana, Greta was facing Evil Bu head-on. This figure gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. Although he didn't think he could win, challenges provided motivation. Perhaps this battle of life and death might just push him to break through to Super Saiyan 3. After all, seeing others transform into Super Saiyan 3 while he couldn't had always made him deeply unsatisfied. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to push himself to the limit. Come on. I'll make you my stepping stone to Super Saiyan 3. The remaining Saiyans each found their own opponents, with most teaming up. Although the current Frisia force didn't have a large number of members, their fighting power was exceptionally high. Without teamwork, it was hard to say if they could handle this. Cooler, observing the three Saiyans before him, sensed their formidable auras, but he wasn't intimidated at all, especially since he was in his ultimate golden form. The strongest battle form. What could a few lowly Saiyans do to him? Unless, it was Chuan. A bunch of filthy monkeys. I've long wanted to wipe you all out. If it hadn't been for Frisia's stupidity, do you think any of you would still be alive? Unlike Frisia, I won't go easy on you. Humph, so much hot air. Axiana sneered coldly. Cooler was about to say more, but suddenly sensed a flash of cold light and quickly dodged. Trunks had already made his move. Trunks didn't have the patience to listen to Cooler's chatter. He attacked with lethal intent, raising his power to its limit. Carl followed right behind him. The two coordinated with impressive precision, having sparred frequently in the God of Destruction realm. Now, they could finally put their synergy to the test. The element of surprise caught Cooler off guard, making him appear slightly flustered. Of course, that was mainly due to his own arrogance. Cooler's power was indeed exceptionally strong. Although he couldn't compare to the two monstrous opponents in the other battle, he was still far stronger than the three of them combined. Super Saiyan 3 was simply not enough. Realizing this, Cooler's expression turned icy, and he clenched his fists tightly. Very well, very well. You've truly angered me. Now, I'll show you what a true cosmic warrior is. Cooler roared, a mask suddenly forming over his face, covering his features. This added an aura of mystery and created a slight visual difference from Frisia. As the mask covered his face, his combat power increased slightly, not by much, but his aura became sharper, more menacing. Whoosh! Carl only saw a flash of light, and then a sudden wave of pain struck him as Cooler punched him hard in the stomach, sending him crashing into the ground. He hadn't even had time to react. The other two were equally stunned, looks of utter disbelief on their faces. What? Trunks found it hard to accept. Having sparred countless times with Carl, he was well aware of Carl's strength. This only made him more incredulous. How could this guy be so powerful? But he didn't hesitate. Raising his sword, he swung it repeatedly, yet it caused almost no damage. Cooler blocked each strike effortlessly with his hands, his speed incredibly fast. Axiana joined the attack, bombarding him with energy blasts, but Cooler dodged each one with ease. A deafening roar filled the air. Carl sprang from the ground, appearing battered but uninjured. The three fell into a chaotic brawl. They had given it everything they had, but there was no way to overpower Cooler, who still looked comfortable and relaxed. It seemed the tide of battle was shifting. On all fronts, their battleground, the main battleground, and even the lower levels, their forces were steadily being suppressed. The Frisia force was too strong. A few overpowered opponents were enough to completely overwhelm them. This left them at a severe disadvantage. Amidst the fighting, Chuan and Frisia observed every battlefield. Seeing how their side was gradually gaining the upper hand, Frisia laughed triumphantly. This was the result of his hard work. Finally, he could have his revenge. Oh ho ho ho. You tailed monkeys, this time, there's no escape. To dare defy me again and again, I'll show you what it means to face the true emperor of the universe. Everyone you brought with you, including yourself, will all remain here. Frisia's arrogance was boundless. Seeing the battle turn in his favor on all fronts, he had every reason to be smug. Chuan ignored him, observing the fighting below. Though the victory seemed difficult, he had faith in his people. Saiyans never feared a challenge. And they had deliberately sought out the Frisia force to improve themselves through combat. Even in the face of life or death, they would rise to the occasion. If they could seize this opportunity, each of them would experience tremendous growth. Whether Saiyan or Earth Warrior, this battle would become the foundation of their ascent. Of course, Chuan couldn't stand the sight of Frisia's smug face and prepared to teach him a lesson. Chapter 209. You think you've already won? Underestimating others so much, if I wasn't fully confident, do you think I'd be the one to come looking for you? Now who's the foolish one here? Chuan mumbled softly, seemingly unconcerned whether his opponent heard him or not. In the next second, a red aura enveloped him again. This time, he had no hesitation. He immediately activated the Kaioken. Of course, considering his body's tolerance, he only used the triple Kaioken. Yet even at this level, his battle power instantly surpassed Frisia's. Frisia's face showed a hint of surprise. He never imagined someone's battle power could fluctuate so wildly. Just moments ago, he was clearly stronger. How was he now overtaken in the blink of an eye? No. This is my new golden form. How could your battle power surpass mine? What do you have to challenge me with? With raw power. Chuan roared furiously. He charged forward, and just as Frisia prepared to counterattack, Chuan vanished with instant transmission. Chuan reappeared behind Frisia and delivered a fierce punch. Frisia barely managed to defend himself, but he took hit after hit. By now, his previously smug demeanor had vanished. He was utterly frustrated. After training so hard to reclaim his honor, he once again found himself humiliated. How could he endure this? The intensity of their battle kept escalating. Their movements grew faster and faster, and the combat became increasingly terrifying. Impossible. This can't be real. You can't be this strong. This must all be an illusion. As they fought, Frisia muttered to himself as though he'd fallen into a trance. His hands kept moving, but even so, he couldn't change the current reality. He was still getting pummeled, and it was clear he was gradually being overwhelmed. With every surge of energy, Chuan's power surged higher, again and again surpassing Frisia. This battle was truly shifting by the second. At that moment, two figures appeared in the distance, Beerus and Whis. The two had rarely shown up here, naturally drawn to enjoy the show. Observing the chaotic battle, they both looked intrigued. I told you, this place would definitely offer some good entertainment. This fight is really something. Beerus watched, thoroughly amused. Despite the battlefield's chaos, each battle circle was distinctly clear, and there were now 4 major zones of conflict. The first and most intense zone was where Chuan and Frisia fought, though the outcome was already evident. Beerus only glanced briefly before losing interest. The result was already set. Moving on to the second zone. Here, it was a 3 heroes against Lu Bu scenario, with 3 Super Saiyan 3s fighting a Golden Hera. The Hera warrior had initially underestimated his opponents, but soon adjusted, fighting with true skill. He alone held down the 3 Super Saiyan 3s. However, while the trio's power didn't quite match the Golden Heras, their teamwork was exceptionally coordinated. Their steady collaboration allowed them to keep up for quite some time. Moreover, as they pushed themselves to the limit, their battle power even began to increase slightly during the fight. Though they wouldn't be defeated quickly, if this dragged on, things could become quite dire, they might not last. These 3 have solid strength. If just one of them breaks through, this fight will tip in their favor. If none of them break through, then they're likely to lose. Whis nodded in agreement, though he didn't seem too concerned. All 3 were reliable and remarkably talented fighters. Their growth had been slow because they'd rarely faced true life-or-death struggles. With strength this high, encountering a worthy opponent was incredibly challenging. Now was the perfect chance. And they might very well achieve a breakthrough. Beerus's gaze shifted to the third combat zone. This one featured the remaining Saiyans, though the main attraction was the battle between Greta and Evil Bu. No. To be precise, it was the scene of Greta being relentlessly beaten. Though Greta wasn't weak, his regular battle power had already surpassed 10 million, and he could fully utilize Super Saiyan 2. But now, Evil Bu had entered his second form, and his power far exceeded Greta's expectations. As a result, Greta was thoroughly overpowered from start to finish. It was fortunate he managed to hold on through sheer grit, or he would have been eliminated by now. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans were each paired with opponents, though their situation was equally grim. They were losing more than they were winning, unable to display the supposed might of a warrior race. Watching them, one couldn't help but feel their predicament was on the edge of disaster. However, these were Saiyans, a race that thrived and grew stronger in battle. They were rapidly evolving as they fought. With everyone around them under constant assault, they felt their inner anger rising. I can't lose. I absolutely refuse to lose. Each one of them shouted in their hearts. This kept them from breaking down in desperate moments, allowing them to push beyond their limits. This combat zone was brutal, but the Saiyans' growth was evident. Finally, there was the Earthling Warriors zone. Compared to the others, their fight wasn't as intense. Their battle power was lower, and the aliens in Frisia's army weren't particularly strong either. For the Earthling Warriors, they were just enough of a challenge. And not overwhelming in the slightest. As a result, this zone was comparatively calm, the least strenuous of them all. Their strength is frightening. Just approaching them feels like I'll be caught in their blast. Yamcha glanced around, occasionally feeling dejected. No matter how hard they trained, it seemed they'd only ever be able to handle the cannon fodder. As for the battles on the other side, they weren't even qualified to participate in those. However, Yamcha wasn't discouraged. He just said it as it was. Without tireless training, how could they ever hope to possess such formidable power? Whether they could keep up didn't matter. As long as they gave their best, they'd get somewhere eventually. Thinking of this, Yamcha refocused, ready to give his all once again. Chapter 210. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Greta was smashed straight into the ground. Even though he was a Super Saiyan of the highest full power level, his combat strength was still far weaker than that of Evil Bu. Moreover, Evil Bu's power had increased significantly over time. Beating him down was as easy as a father disciplining his son. While other battles were still undecided, Greta had already lost. His body was covered in injuries, looking utterly miserable. Carl caught a glimpse from afar, feeling a bit anxious. However, this brief distraction gave Cooler an opening, and with a powerful sweep of his tail, Carl was sent crashing to the ground. You're getting distracted while fighting me? You underestimate me too much. Golden Cooler sneered at him. Since mastering his golden form, few had managed to catch his eye, except Frisia, of course. As a result, he was quite confident. Carl, feeling the impact of that heavy blow, quickly realized he was in no position to help anyone. Standing up once again, he prepared to resume the fight. Elsewhere, Evil Bu approached slowly, as if victory were already within his grasp, showing no urgency. Step by step, he closed in, exerting tremendous pressure on Greta with each step. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. Even though I've reached Super Saiyan 3, I'm still the one dragging everyone down. How frustrating. Lying on the ground, Greta gazed up at the sky. At this moment, it felt as though the battleground had separated from him. He didn't even bother looking at the surrounding fights. After all, he was powerless now. As he felt the chaotic energy around him and looked at the sky's dim scene, his vision began to blur. Everything around him seemed to fade away, leaving only a single point of light in the distance. Gradually, this point expanded into a radiant halo, bright as a sun disk before his eyes. His heartbeat grew louder. Thump. 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 Hearing this strange sound, Evil Bu looked puzzled, then noticed Greta lying on the ground with a blank expression. The sound was coming from Greta, and it was getting louder and louder. As the noise intensified, Greta's body started to change. His form began to swell. Thick fur, like that of a giant ape, sprouted all over him. Seeing this transformation, a flicker of surprise appeared on Evil Bu's face, though he mostly seemed puzzled. He still hadn't realized what was happening to Greta. As Greta's body continued to expand, he grew several times larger, transforming into a great ape. The moment the transformation completed, a furious roar shook the sky. Everyone turned in shock. Holy, where did that massive ape come from? Earth's warriors saw the giant ape and were stunned. What was going on? Meanwhile, all the Saiyans, recognizing the transformation, scanned the area and saw that Greta was missing from among them. It became clear that this giant ape was Greta himself. Their expressions shifted instantly. As Saiyans, they knew that this form only appeared when they were pushed beyond their limits. Most of them, being lower-ranked warriors, lost all reason in this form, transforming into mindless machines of destruction. Not good. Greta must be desperate to defeat that guy and had no choice but to become a great ape. Although his power has increased dramatically, he's lost his reason. This could be a real problem. The Saiyans were anxious. They wanted to help but were each locked in combat, unable to break free. Chuan saw what was happening too, but he was occupied with Frisia. Although he could swiftly resolve his fight, he wanted to see if Greta could break through his limits. I'll give you some time. If you can't push past your limits, I'll intervene. I hope you find a result you're satisfied with. With that thought, Chuan activated Kaioken X4, doubling his strength, making him twice as strong as Frisia. The battle intensified. In the distance, with his great ape form, Greta's combat strength soared tenfold, enough to hold his own against Evil Bu for now. Defeating Evil Bu, however, was far from easy. For now, he was on the defensive. Yet, being in his great ape form gave him one clear advantage: he had lost all reason, fighting without any technique or plan. As the saying goes, a flurry of wild punches can overwhelm a master. In this chaotic state, Greta unleashed immense destructive power. Anything within his sight was obliterated. His terrifying strength put Evil Bu at a standstill. Although Greta's power was formidable, his rampage would eventually exhaust him. If he couldn't finish the fight quickly, he'd soon reach his limit and lose his combat strength. Amid his frenzy, Greta's eyes still held a faint glimmer of clarity, resisting the loss of his mind. He struggled to regain control and consciousness. But his lower-level bloodline and lack of training in this form made it nearly impossible for him to master it quickly. The other Saiyans had managed to tame their great ape forms, retaining a shred of self-control. As the battlefield widened due to his rampage, Evil Bu was also unable to gain an advantage. Just as everyone was intently watching, they saw Greta's great ape form beginning to emit a brilliant light, his body shimmering with a yellow glow. This sight immediately drew everyone's attention. Chapter 211. Could it be? Seeing this scene, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of shock, as the words their leader once shared echoed in their minds. If one day you could transform into a great ape while retaining full consciousness, then you might have a chance to become the golden great ape. And with that, there was a further step, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, wasn't Greta's display exactly what their leader had once foretold? Everyone was both stunned and eager with anticipation. Chuan was filled with pride as he witnessed the scene, choosing not to intervene as he hoped to see if Greta could leap across this critical threshold in one go. Although he couldn't ascend step by step, advancing from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4 was an extraordinary leap, one that, while outrageous, was not impossible. I didn't arrange this battle for nothing. A Saiyan thrives on battle. If they don't grow through fighting, how could they claim to be a warrior race? After a brief glance, Chuan no longer focused on them. Since this transformation had occurred, it seemed that taking down Evil Bu would no longer be a difficult task. With one battlefront gaining victory, naturally, the other battle zones would begin to experience an advantage, bringing the conclusion ever closer. Upon witnessing the scene, Beerus and Whis were equally astonished. While they had seen Super Saiyan 4 before, watching Greta transform directly from his base form into Super Saiyan 4 felt truly extraordinary. This was a visual feast. The Saiyans truly are a miraculous race, Whis mused with a smile. Time and again, they break through in desperate situations, and now, here's another supreme warrior breaking past the power of those three others. This also means we'll have a fair shot in the upcoming martial arts tournament. We're not going in unprepared. We might just gain a few more cards to play. Whis squinted his eyes in delight, concluding that if the other transformations were tolerable, then Super Saiyan 4 had truly mastered a higher level. At the very least, it meant they would have viable contenders in the tournament. Beerus nodded in agreement, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Besides those already aware of the golden great ape's nature, there was also a group of Earth warriors who remained completely baffled. At first, seeing Greta turn into a great ape had amazed them, and now, witnessing his transformation into a golden form seemed even more incredible. This is unbelievable. How did he suddenly turn golden? He looks completely different. It wasn't this color before, why did he suddenly turn golden? And have you sensed it? His energy feels much stronger now. Stronger to an unimaginable degree. The Earth warriors, witnessing Greta's transformation into the golden great ape, not only voiced their questions but also sensed an intense and terrifying aura. It left them gasping in shock. Are Saiyans really this frightening? Son Goku, observing the changes on the distant battlefield, saw how one fighter after another morphed into great apes. It made him wonder, could all Saiyans do this? Could he, too, become a great ape? Though uncertain, an inner voice seemed to reassure him with the true answer. While everyone worried for Greta, the now fully transformed golden great ape showed a new clarity in his eyes. The initial savagery had faded completely. Now, having mastered his consciousness in this form, he could wield it entirely to his advantage. Controlling his great ape form for the first time, Greta felt a sense of novelty, observing his hands and gazing into the distance. A flash of light allowed him to see his reflection clearly, a figure entirely molded in golden hue, radiating an entirely different aura. So, this is the golden great ape the boss mentioned. When transforming into a great ape, as long as you maintain consciousness, you have the chance to become the golden great ape. Once in this form, you can advance to Super Saiyan 4. Greta pondered this, and as if to confirm his thoughts, golden light began to encircle him in layers. The glow gradually faded as his massive body shrank, his fur turning black. Slowly, all the fur on his body turned dark red, with his hair also becoming jet black, cascading down past his shoulders, giving him a wild look. His aura had grown colossal, far surpassing his previous strength. At this moment, Greta could be regarded as the strongest Saiyan, second only to Chuan. Feeling the surging, fierce power within himself, Greta couldn't ignore how tangible this strength was. This was true power. Super Saiyan 4. So, this is Super Saiyan 4. Incredibly strong, far stronger than Super Saiyan 2. I feel power coursing through my entire body. Having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Greta didn't rush into action. Instead, he began to get accustomed to his newfound strength. Meanwhile, Evil Bu, watching him warily from afar, dared not make a move. Everyone on the scene was subtly observing Greta. Not long ago, he was weak, but now he had ascended to a strength that everyone looked up to in admiration. Their astonishment was evident. Is this another transformation? It feels wild and primal, brimming with raw power, Yajirobe remarked with awe. Being a complete bystander in terms of strength, he wished he had Saiyan blood. At least then, he'd have an easier time raising his combat level, rather than struggling like they did. For them, each breakthrough in training was painfully slow, like a snail's pace. The gap between races was infuriating. Yajirobe's sentiments mirrored the inner thoughts of the others, capturing their envy and jealousy. For them, words were not enough to describe their feelings. Son Goku, on the other hand, cast a few glances at Greta before refocusing on the Frisia army, charging ahead. He was born to battle. Seeing others gain in strength made him all the more eager to fight. Though he might not reach the level of others, as long as he could become a Super Saiyan, that was a tremendous leap forward. Chapter 212. A gentle breeze swept by as Greta enjoyed his immense new power alone. This time, he had genuinely surpassed everyone else, securing the top spot. No longer trailing behind others. At this moment, he opened his eyes. An intense, chilling aura filled the air. His current combat power had reached hundreds of billions. It could be said he had directly surpassed his past self, even stronger than Evil Bu by a significant margin. He merely glanced at Evil Bu, instantly sensing the gap between them, but he did not grow proud or complacent. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Greta understood well that there was always someone stronger and more talented. Moreover, reckless talk often leads to death. Since he now possessed such tremendous strength, a swift, decisive victory was essential, without any margin for error, especially with others awaiting his support. My apologies. When you failed to take me down before I mastered this power, it meant you had lost your chance. From now on, it's my turn. Greta took a step forward, moving with a speed akin to instant teleportation, and struck Evil Bu's abdomen with a single punch. Evil Bu didn't even have time to react. The speed was simply too fast. This revealed the disparity between them immediately. Greta seized Evil Bu's tail and swung him far away. Then Greta appeared in the distance and delivered a powerful kick. He treated Evil Bu like a mere soccer ball. If he were only a Super Saiyan of the third stage, there would be no way to handle Evil Bu, but this was different now. Greta had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Things were now completely different. Boom! 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 Evil Bu suffered horribly, with no chance to counter. Once at an advantage, Evil Bu was now at a stark disadvantage, becoming the most battered figure on the battlefield. Others dared not approach, as Greta's displayed combat power was overwhelming, only beings like Frisia and Cooler could potentially match him. Everyone else would merely be cannon fodder. Anyone rushing forward would be mere fodder. Thus, none of Frisia's forces dared to advance rashly. Even Bojack held back. He considered his own combat power strong, but if he dared to approach now, it would spell disaster for him. The fight did not last long. Evil Bu was quickly defeated, losing his combat power. From the looks of it, Greta could easily have destroyed Evil Bu, but he chose to show some restraint. Looking at the utterly defeated Evil Bu, Greta murmured, even a powerful fighter like this might serve as good cannon fodder in the upcoming tournament. Though, I wonder if he'll cooperate. If he doesn't, I'll deal with him. For now, I'll leave him here until the leader gives the order. Greta's mind wandered to the martial arts tournament organized by the Grand Zeno. For 6 months, they had trained intensely, all in preparation for the tournament. He knew well that with other universes involved, the stakes would be exceedingly high. Especially since a loss might mean the erasure of an entire universe. The thought weighed heavily on them. Even with their immense power now, he felt uncertainty within. Fortunately, they had a powerful Chuan alongside them. Otherwise, despair would be inevitable. After concluding his battle, Greta quickly joined Cooler's battleground, where Cooler was utterly dominating others. They had no room to counterattack. Super Saiyan 3 was strong. But it was nothing compared to Golden Cooler. Instantly, they were at a disadvantage. If not for their numbers and coordinated teamwork, they would have lost already. As Greta joined the fray, he immediately took command of the counterattack. Support me. Greta entered the battle and displayed terrifying combat power. Even though he couldn't entirely overpower Cooler, the situation had vastly improved. Others could finally catch their breath. However, despite his joining, he couldn't fully suppress Cooler, he could only slow down their defeat. But this wasn't a long-term solution. At that moment, Greta gritted his teeth and said, "Your powers are too weak, think of a way to improve and go all out. From now on, this is my solo show." Without waiting for consent, Greta hurled everyone else aside, disregarding whether they agreed. He stood alone against Golden Cooler. Seeing this, everyone was visibly shocked. They understood Greta's words. The deeper meaning was for them to attempt transforming into the Golden Great Ape. Although they didn't shy away from taking risks. Could Greta really withstand Cooler alone? They wanted to object, but seeing Greta's resolute gaze, they fell silent. Then they nodded in agreement. All three turned their eyes to the moon. Trunks, although tailless, was also eager to try and see if he could transform into the Great Ape. Golden Cooler watched the Saiyan who had suddenly joined the fray, casting everyone else aside to confront him alone. Such a move was utterly astounding. Golden Cooler froze momentarily, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. You reckless monkey. Do you really think that defeating Evil Bu qualifies you to take me on? I admit your transformation is powerful, but do you really think you can stop me? Who knows until I try. Greta didn't attack immediately. He knew that even with his Super Saiyan 4th stage transformation, he couldn't fully match Golden Cooler. The opponent's power was overwhelming. Delaying was the best he could hope for, giving them a slim chance of victory. Golden Cooler showed no objection. He was curious to see if they could genuinely transform into such a powerful form, though he merely observed for now. While I'd love to see if you can bring out a stronger power, alas, if I idly stand by, Frieza would surely kill me. Chapter 213. Cooler didn't mind being found out at all, because if he really held back, Frieza would likely eliminate him. Even though they were blood brothers, the Frost Demon race was indeed notoriously ruthless and devoid of emotion. If there were no conflicts of interest, it wouldn't be a problem. But once interests and conflicts arose, everything would change dramatically. Hence, Golden Cooler was genuinely curious to see if they would display impressive combat power. But, after glancing over at another battle zone, he immediately dismissed the thought. With a thunderous roar, he swung out his leg. Space rippled and trembled as Greta met his opponent with unwavering seriousness, taking no risks regardless of his current state. The two collided in fierce combat. The speed of the battle was astonishing, with an unusually intense pace. Greta wanted to slow the tempo. Only by slowing it down could he buy more time and handle the fight with less strain. But how could Golden Cooler not see through his intent? Every time Greta tried to slow down, Golden Cooler would increase the pace even more. This made their battle seem peculiar, but the intensity of the disruption was equally spectacular. Meanwhile, on another front. With Greta holding Cooler at bay, the others now had some time. They all looked up toward the sky in unison. There, a full moon hung brightly. Just moments ago, they had sensed something unusual. It appeared that Greta was gazing at the full moon. Perhaps it was because of this particular planet, but a full moon now dominated the sky, giving them an opportunity. Their eyes immediately focused. A rhythmic thumping sound filled the air. 2 intense heartbeats sounded, and the bodies of Carl and Axiana began to shift. They soon began to expand, transforming towards the great ape form. A savage, frenzied aura burst forth. These were indeed the great apes. Trunks looked around and noticed that the other 2 Saiyans were now gradually transforming into great apes, while he stared at the full moon to no effect. A trace of disappointment surfaced on his face. As expected. Even though I'm a Saiyan, without a tail, I can't transform into a great ape just by looking at the full moon. So that means I'm essentially useless here. He initially hoped for one last desperate struggle. Even though turning into a great ape would make him lose control, he might just reach Super Saiyan 4. But now, it was clear. He was not only a hybrid but also tailless. This really complicated things. Watching the others around him turning into great apes, he quickly backed up, putting distance between himself and the 2. Though they were allies fighting in the same trench, the fact remained that these 2 had turned into uncontrollable great apes. If they went on a rampage, he would be in trouble. After pulling back to a safe distance. Watching the battles from afar, he knew he could no longer participate, his strength was insufficient, and there was no way he could assist. He took a moment to survey the surroundings. The first battle zone was one he couldn't intervene in. Next was the battle against Golden Cooler. Although Greta seemed to struggle and even appeared somewhat battered, he was still holding his ground. Moreover, there were now 2 teammates transformed into great apes, meaning Trunks wasn't needed here. In an instant, he realized what he should do. Trunks set his sights on another battle zone, where the remaining Saiyans were fighting Bojack and his crew. It was an intense struggle as well, but Trunks' eyes lit up as he watched. With his current combat power, he could swiftly tip the scales in that fight. He could clear that area first and then gradually provide support. This plan seemed feasible. Since I can't contribute in the higher level battles, I'll finish off the other skirmishes quickly. No sooner thought than done. Trunks flew straight towards Bojack. The commotion he stirred immediately caught everyone's attention, and Bojack's group was taken aback. Although they were not struggling too much, and were even holding the upper hand thanks to a powerful Phantom Mageon on their side, they had seen Trunks' strength firsthand. He had dared to challenge Golden Cooler. Now, with him descending upon their battle zone, was this a massacre? Damn it! Why does it feel like the scales are tipping? He actually left the fight with Golden Cooler and is coming our way. How are we supposed to handle this? Although Trunks was only in Super Saiyan 3 form, his intense pressure still commanded the attention of everyone present, especially Frisia's forces. They shivered in fear. The strong enemies were all entangled, and they were nothing but small fry now. What could they possibly do? The other Saiyans brightened as Trunks approached, excitement flashing across their faces. Perfect, just perfect. With you here, taking down this bunch will be a breeze. The Saiyans were thrilled. Trunks' support meant they could finish this fight much sooner. However, just as Trunks prepared to make his move, Bojack suddenly warned, "If you dare to strike, don't blame me for showing no mercy. If I unleash that creature, the destruction will be beyond measure. You better think this through. If you push me too far, everyone here will pay." Bojack was holding a strange instrument, which served as the container sealing the Phantom Mageon. If he broke this seal, the Phantom Mageon would truly emerge. And it would be a mindless, berserk Phantom Mageon. Even with rationality, the Phantom Magion's power was already fearsome. Without reason or restraint, how terrifying would it be? The group hesitated. They exchanged glances, seeming to seek each other's resolve, and finally nodded in agreement. Although it might cause severe damage, they had no choice but to act quickly. Otherwise, the other 2 battle zones would be in danger. They couldn't delay any longer. As if by tacit agreement, all the Saiyans struck together, catching Bojack off guard and leaving him no time to react. Chapter 214. All the Saiyans joined forces, a move Bojack and his crew had never anticipated. This sudden assault left them entirely caught off guard. Especially Trunks' intervention. It can be said that his participation tipped the balance decisively. The power of Super Saiyan 3 is formidable. While it might fall short compared to Cooler and Frisia, it's more than enough to dominate any other fighters. In no time, Bojack and his gang were subdued. There was no surprise there, with the Saiyans holding a decisive advantage, they weren't going to leave any room for surprises. Of course, Trunks didn't kill them outright. In his view, although these guys' combat abilities were passable, they still weren't worth taking seriously. Besides, it's unlikely they'll ever pose a real threat. After this defeat, there won't be any future opportunities for them to prevail. The reason for sparing them wasn't only that they might prove useful in future inter-universe martial arts tournaments, they could also serve as sparring partners to help raise his strength. These are potential assets. Trunks' thoughts were indeed far-sighted. At that moment, he scanned the surroundings. With their victory secured, there were numerous combat zones where things were already beginning to shift. Not everyone has the heart of a fighter. With the Frisia force at hand, most people were already feeling the pressure, their minds naturally grew uneasy, pushing them toward a disadvantage. Even without engaging, some battlegrounds saw significant changes due to their reactions. This perfectly illustrates the idea of a ripple effect. Excluding a few combat zones and specific individuals, most battles can now be wrapped up. There's no point in dragging it on. Unless you're using the Frisia force for practice, it's time to end this. Trunks muttered to himself, reflecting his thoughts and then putting them into action. He immediately ordered others to begin quelling the remaining battles around them, carefully gauging each situation. If Earth warriors weren't in any real danger, they didn't interfere, giving them the space to fight in a relatively safe environment. After all, only through battle can one grow. Opportunities like this are incredibly rare. Of course, anything that could endanger their lives was dealt with preemptively, giving everyone the chance to battle without worrying about their safety. Gradually, many of the Frisia force members across the planet had already fallen. Their numbers were considerable, but they couldn't withstand the combined strength of the Saiyans and Earth's warriors. Only two battle zones still raged fiercely. One featured Cooler, the other, Frisia. Cooler was now fighting with all his might, besieged by 3 Super Saiyan 4 Saiyans. Not only were they strong, but they were also exceptionally difficult to handle. One alone would have been easy for him to finish off. But now there were 3. The 3 of them working together was giving Cooler a tremendous headache. Damn it! These damn monkeys! Why are they always so annoying, no matter the situation? Continuously pushing their limits, how far can they go? Are they truly a warrior race, as they claim? What a joke! Golden Cooler roared in fury. He absolutely refused to acknowledge the Saiyans as a warrior race. To him, that was nothing more than an insult. Did they really think they were a warrior race? Merely a weak species, that's all. If there's a true warrior race, it should be the Frost Demon race, he thought disdainfully. But despite his disdain, Cooler was still being beaten back by 3 Super Saiyans. He couldn't even break free, as the other battlefields were already settling. Now, only their 2 battle zones remained. This only added to Cooler's frustration. Pathetic. You have to admit, the Saiyans are really strong. Even before transforming, they're terrifying enough, after transforming, their power grows exponentially. Who can rival such a race? The Earth warriors, having witnessed the Saiyans' combat firsthand, were genuinely impressed. Their strength was absurd. Their normal combat abilities are already terrifying, now they can transform, and their transformations aren't fixed, each one multiplies their power to a corresponding degree. It's absolutely overwhelming. Watching the Saiyans fight in the arena and recalling the earlier battles among the 3, all the Earthlings could only feel envy. If they could wield such power and skill, they would be incredibly formidable. Unfortunately, when this thought crossed their minds, they couldn't help but glance at Goku, the Saiyan they knew. Yet, it seemed he hadn't reached Super Saiyan transformation just yet. Even so, his unwavering resilience was beginning to show. An indomitable spirit. Yajiro glanced at him and commented, "They're all monsters, monsters who won't die, who grow stronger with every battle. It's like cheating. With enough time, these guys will become terrifyingly powerful. To win from the start, you'd have to take them out in one swift blow. Otherwise, fighting them is pointless, the longer you fight, the less chance you have." The Earth warriors had gathered this information, but it wasn't exactly useful to them since they were allies, not enemies. Had it been otherwise, they'd probably be very concerned. But since they were on the same side, they could barely contain their relief. The Golden Cooler's current situation was dire, visible to all. However, defeating him wouldn't be easy. Then there was another battle zone of an even higher level. Ordinary people couldn't comprehend what was happening there. The two opponents hadn't even engaged physically, only locking eyes as an overwhelming, terrifying aura clashed around them. The silent confrontation made everyone feel a palpable sense of danger in the air. Yet they couldn't clearly perceive the aura itself. It was an advanced level of sensing. No one dared to approach. Even a single glance sent chills down their spines. One could only imagine how terrifying the danger lurking within was. Chapter 215. Frisia's tail swished in the air as his face wore a distinctly unpleasant expression. One could even say he looked utterly displeased. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that his Frisia force had already been defeated. The only one still holding up was Golden Cooler, but it was only a matter of time before he fell as well. After all, the other battles had long since been resolved. Cooler, too, was unable to handle his current opponent. The outcome was clear. This result was difficult for Frisia to believe. Although this was not the elite squad he had meticulously built, it was still, in his view, one of the strongest forces he had ever assembled. In terms of strength, it could be considered the pinnacle of the Frisia force. Yet they lost, utterly and thoroughly. Such a pitiful outcome. I never expected that the Saiyans could grow to this extent. It seems I underestimated you all, but, even if the entire Frisia force is wiped out, as long as I am still here, you gain nothing. Frisia's tone was calm, but his words exuded a confidence that showed he had never doubted his own strength. Despite a few setbacks earlier, his power was beyond question. Frisia's aura intensified with every passing second. As the saying goes, king faces king, general faces general, soldier faces soldier. Now that the soldiers had determined their winners and losers, it was time for the kings to face off. With Frisia's words fading, his aura expanded to its maximum, the golden glow surrounding him growing more menacing, causing the entire planet to tremble. With a loud crash, cracks even began to form on the ground beneath him. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock and instinctively moved further away. Even at this distance, they could feel that overwhelming power. How could they not be on high alert? Some of them even felt that regardless of how far away they moved, as long as they remained on this planet, they were still not safe. After all, they could not survive in a vacuum. Yet, they had no choice. It's too dangerous. Frisia, that guy, is terrifying no matter when he appears. If it weren't for our leader, there wouldn't be anyone capable of restraining him. This is absurd. And it feels like the entire planet is filled with danger. No matter how strong our combat power is, we can't survive in a vacuum. If this planet gets destroyed, we're done for. All the Saiyans grew concerned, as these were undeniable facts. Despite their worries, when they glanced at Chuan, they felt a surge of reassurance. We don't need to worry too much. Frisia may indeed be strong, and his demeanor is unlike anything we've seen before, but we have our leader. This shouldn't be a big problem. This was why they hadn't completely lost their composure. Seeing the figure now facing Frisia, a sense of excitement began to stir in their hearts. Chuan felt the tremendous aura Frisia was radiating, but he did not flinch. He unleashed his own energy in response. An intense destructive force spread outward, purple flames encircling him, and his hair turned a deep purple, a shade darker than before. He had gained impressive mastery over his power. Previously, he'd relied on Kaioken to barely contend with Golden Frisia, but now things were different. Their prior battles had given both of them a clearer sense of each other's capabilities. Furthermore, Chuan had made some breakthroughs in combat, with his autonomous Ultra Instinct form pushing his power beyond a quintillion. Now, he stood as a true equal to Frisia. Sensing the difference in Chuan's energy, Frisia's mouth twitched slightly. Moments ago, he had held the upper hand in their fight, mainly because he wanted to avoid collateral damage affecting others. But he never anticipated that this Saiyan in front of him would improve in such a short time. It was ridiculous. It would have been surprising enough if he had merely improved, but this increase was extraordinary. Initially, Frisia required his tricks to barely hold his ground, but now Chuan possessed enough power to match him directly. How could he not be taken aback? Frisia's resolve only strengthened further. These filthy monkeys must not be allowed to survive. If they fully mature, they'll be a massive nuisance. They get stronger with each battle, and they've already mastered techniques to boost their power. These creatures can't be left alive, or they'll be an obstacle to my ambitions. Frisia's mind was made up. With a loud crash, he suddenly lunged forward. He shot forth from his position, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. His speed was so fast it was barely perceptible to the naked eye, as if he had instantaneously teleported. Chuan reacted quickly as well, using actual instant transmission, a skill he had mastered well enough to use seamlessly in combat. He appeared precisely where his opponent was about to move, aligning himself with Frisia's anticipated trajectory. This gave him an edge, making his moves unpredictable. Of course, he didn't limit himself to just one trajectory, using only one path would make him too predictable. What followed was a contest of sheer speed. Then, their power collided once more. With a thunderous boom, the two clashed, their impact resembling planets colliding, the energy released utterly terrifying. Even Cooler, who was fighting on the other side, faltered momentarily, giving his opponents an opening and forcing him to bear the consequences of losing focus. Cooler's struggles were an indication of just how extreme the battle between Frisia and Chuan had become. Their fight grew increasingly intense. Even Beerus, who was watching from the side, was now paying full attention. Whis asked at the right moment, "Lord Beerus, if one of them were to lose and face death, whom should we save?" "Save whom? They're both fighters from our universe, we can't let them waste their potential in such a trivial internal battle. At the very least, they should take to the grand stage of the multiverse. With power like theirs, it would be a waste not to challenge the champions of other universes. No matter what happens, there's no point in letting them perish against each other." Beerus had made up his mind long ago, no matter how fierce the battle, he would not allow either to die. If the unexpected happened, he would undoubtedly intervene. With such powerful warriors on hand, they would need every advantage if they were to face the strongest of other universes. Otherwise, if they lost and their entire universe was erased, it would be laughable. Beerus was being quite prudent. Chapter 216. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis glanced at him in mild surprise. He hadn't expected Beerus to make such a remark, indicating that the god of destruction was deeply invested in the tournament organized by the Omni King. Naturally, since the tournament was hosted by the Omni King, every destroyer needed to take it seriously, lest they risk annihilation at any moment. While the two were talking, the battle ahead had reached a fever pitch. The intensity kept building, with other battlefields having already fallen silent as fighters distanced themselves to avoid getting caught in the fray. The more they watched, the more astonished everyone became. Even Jella, a fierce warrior, was now completely shocked. Unbelievable. Frisia's strength is astounding. Although he has fully mastered his golden form, the power he's displaying now is beyond incredible. Well, it might be understandable for Frisia, given he's a prodigy of the frost demon race. But what about that Saiyan monkey? How could he be this powerful? Jella had been keeping an eye on the Saiyans, but he could hardly believe that this Saiyan was able to contend equally with Frisia, even in his fully realized golden form. How strong must he be to pull that off? It was hard for Jella to accept. In truth, even Frisia himself felt similarly. "You filthy monkey, how could you possibly be this strong? Why? Why?" Frisia let out a furious roar, his heart blazing with anger. His hatred for Saiyans had driven him to train relentlessly to achieve this formidable power. He thought that with mastery over his golden form, he would be invincible. Yet, to his disbelief, even with this golden form, he was barely holding his own against his opponent. And his adversary had only transformed to a level with purple hair. If that Saiyan used another technique to double his power again, Frisia would be at a complete loss. This sense of frustration pushed him to fight even harder. Boom! Frisia raised his hands, channeling his energy into devastating beams. The beams shot forth, scattering in every direction like stardust, filling the sky and covering the entire starry expanse with destruction energy. Fortunately, Whis had already shielded the planet, protecting it from total annihilation, as the beams would have otherwise obliterated the planet's core. Even so, everyone watching was utterly stunned by this scene. The sheer scale was overwhelming. Chuan dodged every incoming attack, countering each one as he advanced. He even utilized instant transmission to rapidly close the distance to Frisia, applying unrelenting pressure that Frisia had never felt before. This mounting pressure threw Frisia off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Chuan launched a powerful energy blast that grazed Frisia's face, leaving a shallow cut. Blood trickled from the wound. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief, especially the other aliens. For many of them, it was the first time witnessing their king, usually so imposing, appear this vulnerable. Although Frisia had been embarrassed before, he had emerged from the ordeal stronger and more determined. But now, he was being completely suppressed. The recent strike had been so close that, had Frisia not reacted quickly enough, the blast would have struck him square in the face, possibly ending him. That was close. If the king hadn't dodged that, he might have. Stop doubting him. Our king will never lose. Now that the fight was wrapping up, a crowd of aliens instinctively gathered together. The oppressive aura of the Scions had been too much to handle, forcing them to band together. But watching Frisia struggle had stirred a deep sense of dread among them. They couldn't see any hope for victory. Even the likes of Evil Bu and other defeated warriors were filled with dread as they watched. If Frisia were to lose, they knew all too well what grim fate awaited them. Anxiety gripped everyone. In contrast, the Scions were full of excitement. Moments ago, they had worried whether their leader could stand up to Frisia, but now, it seemed their concerns had been entirely unnecessary. Their leader was the one who had always guided them forward, setting an example as a powerful warrior. He's too strong. His mentality is incredible. We haven't even reached Super Saiyan 3 yet, and our leader is on some form we can't even identify. Adam, standing beside him, expressed admiration and awe. Only by being part of this battle did they realize just how small their own strength truly was. They too bore the blood of the Saiyan race. They could transform, of course. But it was only now, seeing the level of power required, that they understood how challenging it was to become a Super Saiyan. It wasn't that they didn't want to transform, they simply hadn't been able to reach it. The second stage of Super Saiyan had already been an incredible achievement for them, boosting their power immensely. Yet if they wanted to advance further, they'd have to improve their base forms, as further transformations were beyond their reach. Not everyone could achieve Super Saiyan 3. Even those who had reached Super Saiyan 3 had done so through extraordinary means. And now there was an even greater stage, Super Saiyan 4. But even so, achieving such transformations required immense talent and power. It wasn't something just anyone could attain. Thus, the form Chuan had mastered seemed to be at a level they could never hope to reach. Admiration was inevitable. Frisia's face turned pale as he looked back, realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster. Had he reacted a second slower, things could have gone terribly wrong. Yet, now that he had a moment to process it, his heart felt as though it might explode from fury. This was humiliating. Once again, he had been bested. While it wasn't a fatal blow, his opponent had undoubtedly suppressed him. It was infuriating. Continuing this battle would likely be meaningless. Glancing around, Frisia knew that even if he somehow increased his power, victory was unlikely. His forces had already suffered a complete defeat, with his main troops restrained, and the ordinary aliens were powerless to assist. It was a thorough loss. Chapter 217. Humph. This is truly infuriating. I may have lost to that filthy monkey once, but I won't settle for this outcome. If Golden Frisia can't beat you, then I'll just have to evolve. Let's see how long you can hold on. Frisia spoke haughtily. He had already decided not to make any further moves, it would be meaningless. If he couldn't win now, continuing the fight would only bring him further humiliation. That was beneath him, he was the Emperor of the universe, after all. This sort of humiliation was only acceptable once. Thus, when he realized there was no way to turn the tables, he resolved to withdraw. After all, as a prodigy of the Frost Demon race, if he dedicated himself to training, he could achieve incredible power over time, which he could easily afford to wait for. As for this Saiyan, though strong now, who could say if he'd continue growing stronger? Frisia's confidence came from that uncertainty. Chuan, however, didn't pay much attention to Frisia's arrogance. He understood well how terrifying Frisia's potential truly was. Even if Golden Frisia was powerful, if he genuinely put effort into training, he might unlock forms like Diamond or Black Gold in the future. Anything was possible. Each transformation would bring unimaginable strength. Of course, Chuan considered himself a worthy rival. If he kept someone with some strength around, he'd have a challenging opponent, which would be useful in the future. After all, if he killed every strong adversary, it might be hard to find worthy opponents later on. Some opponents simply didn't pose a real threat, since their growth was too slow and their strength too limited. They weren't worth considering. If you're as strong as you say and have such great talent, why not join the martial arts tournament hosted by the Omni King? You'd get to face the top warriors from all the universes, and we could see if you're truly the strongest. Chuan's decision not to kill Frisia wasn't just about sparing a worthy opponent, he recognized that Frisia's strength could be an asset in the tournament. Although Mu Chuan himself was powerful, there were strong warriors in every universe. Some were so formidable that he himself might find them difficult to defeat. So, with Frisia on his side, he wouldn't need to personally handle weaker enemies, leaving him free to face the most fearsome threats. With that thought in mind, Mu Chuan extended his invitation. Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected Mu Chuan to make such an invitation, especially to Frisia. What was going on? What is boss thinking? Why invite him? That guy is completely untrustworthy. Greta spoke up first, feeling extremely dissatisfied with Frisia. Even though his power was nowhere near Frisia's level, he still felt intense resentment. Other Saiyans felt the same way. Trusting an ally like Frisia wasn't easy, especially with the deep-seated enmity between Saiyans and the Frost Demons. Everyone reacted with shock, finding it difficult to accept this decision. Carl, however, remained calm and cautiously remarked, "While boss's approach seems questionable, I can understand his reasoning." Carl. The other Saiyans looked at Carl in disbelief. They hadn't expected him to say this. But before anyone could respond, Carl continued, "Regardless of what you all think, remember that many powerful enemies exist in the other universes. Without boss, we wouldn't stand a chance. Don't get too full of yourselves just because we've reached Super Saiyan 3. Can we really defeat warriors from other universes? That remains to be seen. Who else do we have who's as strong?" Carl's bluntness silenced everyone, as they knew their own power was far from absolute. Even Frisia's soldiers could rival them. In a battle spanning all 12 universes, could they truly hope to win? Seeing everyone's silence, Carl's low voice continued. "This is exactly why boss is seeking other ways to strengthen our team. Even if he's strong, he can't turn the tide alone. Unless he reaches a level beyond anything we've seen, stronger even than Lord Beerus. But that kind of power isn't achieved overnight, and we don't even know when the martial arts tournament will take place. We won't be able to dominate other universes without additional help. So, our only option is to seek allies, and Frisia is a viable choice. Of course, assuming Frisia is willing." Carl's concise analysis left every Saiyan clenching their fists, contemplating the situation seriously for the first time. They realized that, while their power was impressive, it was not unmatched across the universes. At best, they were a little strong, certainly not unbeatable. Would they truly win? Or would they be erased by the Omni King? In the end, they knew they were still too weak. This realization left them silent, each understanding that they had no choice but to train harder. From afar, Beerus, too, was surprised. He hadn't expected Mu Chuan to be so magnanimous, willing to set aside their enmity and invite Frisia. Such vision was rare. "I thought he'd just crush Frisia, or at least leave him defeated." "Indeed, it's surprising," Whis observed. "He must recognize the strength of the enemies in other universes, that's likely why he extended the invitation. Otherwise, given the grudge between the Frost Demons and Saiyans, a truce would be impossible." Upon hearing Mu Chuan's proposal, Frisia was equally astonished, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. Was this guy out of his mind? Chapter 218. Oh ho ho ho. How amusing. I never thought I'd hear something like this. Are you pitying me, the great king? Frisia glanced at Mu Chuan, his gaze icy cold, and a frigid aura gradually enveloped his body. Are you kidding? Do you think I, the great king, would join forces with you filthy monkeys? Don't be ridiculous. I would never stand on the same side as you, even if the universe were to be destroyed. This filthy universe can be destroyed for all I care. With a roar, the aura emanating from Frisia made everyone turn their heads, unwilling to look directly at him. But at that moment, a faint voice echoed in Frisia's ear. Frisia, who had been boiling with rage, suddenly froze as if rooted to the spot. Stiffly, he turned his head to see a figure that had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. Beerus. Beerus stood there with a cold gaze fixed on Frisia. The words Frisia was about to say immediately got swallowed back down. It was clear from Beerus' expression that any further words would lead to a very miserable outcome. Lord Beerus. What were you saying just now? Filthy universe. Beerus looked at Frisia with evident displeasure. Those words weren't just an insult to the seventh universe but also a slap to Beerus' face. How could he just stand by and ignore it? If he didn't need a powerful fighter, Beerus would have already eliminated Frisia on the spot. There was no way he'd tolerate such arrogance. Sensing the looming threat of death, Frisia immediately fell silent, not daring to say a single word. Even though he now possessed his golden form, he was still leagues away from a god of destruction's level. Seeing Frisia fall silent, Beerus coldly declared, "Whether you want to or not, you must participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Otherwise, I'll kill you here and now. You can try to escape, but I doubt you'll ever escape the palm of my hand. If you perform well in the tournament, perhaps I'll consider sparing your life." Beerus' voice was utterly devoid of emotion, making it clear that Frisia had no choice but to comply. Without waiting for Frisia's reply, Beerus vanished, leaving him with a strange sense of relief. The aura Beerus had emitted moments earlier was dangerously suffocating, as if death could strike at any instant. It was truly terrifying. Seeing that Beerus had handled things, Chuan wasted no time in gathering everyone to depart. Now that their training exercise was over and they'd secured Frisia's participation in the tournament, their goal was achieved. As everyone left, Frisia watched with a dark expression on his face. Despite becoming so powerful, he was still at the mercy of others. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling humiliated that the Emperor of the Universe had sunk to such a level. Damn it! Just wait until I get my chance. I'll make each one of you pay, even you, Beerus. Just you wait. The reason Frisia had been enduring all this was simply because he couldn't overcome the god of destruction yet. For now, it was out of reach. But he believed that with dedicated training, he would one day surpass the god of destruction, convinced that his talent would lead him there. His current power level was already fearsome. Surpassing the god of destruction was only a matter of time. Of course, time was what he needed. Frisia clenched his fists tightly and slammed them down, venting his fury. A nearby planet burst into a blinding light under his attack. Sizzle sizzle. Frisia walked across the shattered remains of the planet, furious at the sight of his army lying defeated. To think that so many powerful warriors were unable to fend off those filthy monkeys. It was utterly disgraceful. A bunch of worthless trash. Without a backward glance, he strode away. In his mind, he knew he wasn't powerful enough yet, still far from doing whatever he pleased. Training was necessary. Whether he truly participated in the tournament or not, he had to gain considerable power to avoid humiliation in front of others. After all, he was Emperor Frisia. And so, Frisia once again embarked on a path of relentless training. When Chuan and the others returned to the god of destruction's realm, a sudden figure caught everyone's attention. He was dressed in deep blue robes, with a head of white hair, a halo above his head, and a large emblem on his belt. His entire presence radiated a celestial aura. The sight left many Saiyans confused. However, those who recognized this figure were immediately taken aback. Grand Priest! Beerus exclaimed in shock. At his outburst, everyone instinctively recoiled, realizing that for Beerus to show such alarm, this must be someone truly formidable. The last figure who had made Beerus this uneasy was the Omni King. And now? Who was this? Who was the Grand Priest? Everyone felt an intense curiosity but dared not ask, sensing the overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from him. Even Whis couldn't help but step forward reverently, for the Grand Priest was the one who governed all angels, effectively the Omni King's most trusted aide. Seeing the Grand Priest appear, Chuan's pupils shrank as a thought flashed through his mind. The arrival of the Grand Priest likely signaled the imminent start of the martial arts tournament. After all, the Omni King had previously made a special announcement about it. This realization brought a sense of urgency to his heart. He had hoped for more time to train and improve both his power and that of his allies. Other universes would undoubtedly bring powerful fighters, so he couldn't afford even a hint of complacency. The Grand Priest slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. In an instant, everyone held their breath. Chapter 219. The Grand Priest glanced at everyone, his expression as indifferent as ever, showing no sign of change. Lord Zeno has instructed me to inform you that, in order to lend a sense of formality to the upcoming martial arts tournament, we will first hold a preview match to give all the universes a chance to warm up, he announced. But unlike the official tournament, this preview match will not carry any penalties for the losers. However, all participants are expected to go all out. Each universe is to select 3 representatives. The Grand Priest spoke coldly, as if devoid of any empathy. His words instantly heightened the tension among those present. No one had expected a preview match before the tournament had even begun. Even though there would be no penalties for the losers, who could say there wouldn't be any additional consequences? Besides, nobody wanted to lose, especially not to the champions of other universes. Of course, if there was a silver lining, it would be the opportunity to get a first look at the real strength of the other universes. To know one's enemy as oneself is the only path to victory in every battle. Any lack of knowledge about the opponent could easily lead to defeat. Hearing the Grand Priest's words, Beerus said with a touch of anxiety, "Understood, Grand Priest will get ready right away. Once you've selected your representatives, depart immediately. Other universes are already preparing, and I will notify any that have not yet been informed. Take this preview match seriously, as it will be followed by the official martial arts tournament," the Grand Priest continued. Lord Zeno calls it the Tournament of Power. With those words, the Grand Priest disappeared without further notice, moving as if he were one with the shadows, his presence cold and emotionless. It was as if he possessed no feeling at all. Yet, nobody dared to voice any complaints. After all, the Grand Priest was, next to Zeno, the most powerful entity present. Who would dare grumble? Even Beerus and Whis kept silent. The rest of the group wouldn't dare to make a sound either, simply watching as the Grand Priest vanished from their sight. A moment passed. Only then did they feel free to breathe deeply. Such immense power, it's overwhelming. It feels like if the Grand Priest had stayed a little longer, we would have been gasping for air. Yes, his aura is entirely different from that of Lord Beerus. His gaze seemed to look right past us, as if we didn't matter at all. True indifference. At that point, everyone was panting heavily. None of them had dared utter a word while the Grand Priest was there. It was only after his departure that they allowed themselves to relax a bit. Even Beerus and Whis, usually composed, let out a sigh of relief. Chuan, however, seemed relatively calm, understanding that as long as they didn't offend the Grand Priest, they were unlikely to face any consequences. Nonetheless, the experience of facing the Grand Priest directly had burdened him with a pressure unlike any he had felt before, a truly intense force, utterly different from the pressure of standing before Whis or Beerus. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Beerus scanned the group with a scowl, saying, "Of course, the Grand Priest's pressure is immense. Don't go around comparing a destroyer to him, it's pointless. The Grand Priest is the leader of all angels and serves directly under Lord Zeno. In all the universes, he stands at the very top in power. With just one finger, he could wipe out all the destroyers. Just thinking about the Grand Priest's true strength leaves me in awe. And don't speak about the Grand Priest casually. If he hears, we'll be truly doomed." With these words, everyone fell into stunned silence. They had sensed the Grand Priest's terrifying power, but they had never imagined he would rank at the top in all the universes. How truly terrifying must he be? For a moment, everyone was in shock. They had also learned one thing: the Grand Priest was indeed the leader of all angels. They glanced at Whis, sensing his own unfathomable power. Although it was usually Beerus who took action, Whis rarely fought, and when he did, battles ended swiftly, too fast for anyone to gauge his strength. As strong as Whis was, he was still subordinate to the Grand Priest. This thought alone revealed the sheer terror of the Grand Priest's battle capabilities and broadened everyone's perspective. The group silently absorbed the new information. Meanwhile, Beerus fell into contemplation, realizing he had to select 3 individuals for the preview match. With the match approaching, there was little time. Who should I choose? Do I need to call in that guy Frisia? Beerus weighed his options, knowing there were only 3 spots. If he chose too weakly, they'd be swallowed by other universes, but if he revealed too much of his strength now, the others would be able to analyze his strategy. Losing in the official tournament of power would be a true disaster. The thought made his decision all the more challenging. Chuan, sensing Beerus's dilemma, suggested calmly, "Let us participate in this preview match. Several of the others have now mastered Super Saiyan 4. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, they're decent enough. This preview match could help them fully control their power. Besides, we can observe the strengths of the other universes. If things go south, I'll cover for us." Chuan's suggestion resonated with Beerus. While they might face formidable opponents, losing wouldn't carry significant penalties. It could be used as a training exercise while gathering valuable insights on the other universe's power levels. Knowing the opponent's strength was key to victory, lacking this knowledge would pose real risks. Persuaded by Chuan's argument, Beerus nodded. "Let's go with that. Besides you, pick 2 other Saiyans for the team. This match is your chance to train hard and fully harness your strength. Don't mess this up." With Beerus's decision, the lineup for the preview match was confirmed. Of course, the specific participants were still under consideration, but the 2 other slots would be filled by the most capable Super Saiyan 4 candidates. Though it was a practice match, they couldn't afford to be too weak. After the selection, everyone joined hands, as was prepared to transport them to the preview match's location. Many were going just to observe, to experience the spectacle firsthand. Chapter 220. At the site of the preliminary tournament. One by one, small platforms, like rising elevators, slowly descended. At the center stood a particularly massive platform, which served as the stage for the preliminaries. As the smaller platforms appeared, each universe's god of destruction and their respective angel made their entrance. Every one of them looked intensely serious. Even the normally short-tempered gods of destruction wore unusually grave expressions, as if they were on the verge of exploding at any moment. The god of destruction from the 10th universe, Rumshi, glanced around and looked over at the god of destruction from the 6th universe, Kampa, who was descending slowly. "Kampa, are you and Beerus so idle that you had to hold a martial arts tournament? If it weren't for you two, the Omni King wouldn't have arranged this tournament of power. The preliminary tournament is fine this time since there's no punishment for losing, but in the main tournament of power, the entire universe will be erased if we fail. Make no mistake, this is all because of you two." With Rumshi speaking out, other gods of destruction began joining in to voice their grievances toward Kampa. For an ordinary contest, any god of destruction would be more than happy to join. After all, in their endless years of existence, boredom often prevails. Such tournaments bring some amusement. But when things escalate to the point of threatening the survival of entire universes, the situation ceases to be entertaining, it becomes agonizing. Faced with these complaints, Kampa retorted, "Our martial arts tournament has nothing to do with any of you. Besides, even if we didn't organize it, if the Omni King wants to hold one, nobody could stop him. Stop trying to pin this on us. If you're dissatisfied, come fight me right here. Show me what you've got." Kampa wasn't about to back down. While he couldn't beat Beerus, he was confident he could handle most other gods of destruction. While he might not be exceptionally strong, he certainly wasn't weak. Kampa's response silenced the other gods of destruction, who were all visibly displeased. Even if they fought right now, it wouldn't change anything. After all, the Omni King had already set the rules for the tournament of power, which were unchangeable. They had no choice but to give it their all. The preliminary rounds could at least provide insight into the other universe's top fighters, something that all gods of destruction were keenly interested in. Defeated in their complaints, Rumshi from the 10th universe muttered, that Beerus is always the last to arrive, acting like such a big shot. If you could beat him, then you could show up last, too. Kampa shot back without hesitation. Daring to lead everyone in berating him? He wouldn't take that lying down. Rumshi glanced over and fell silent, hands behind his back, staring quietly at the arena. The other gods of destruction followed suit, each silently waiting. Soon enough, a smaller platform slowly descended. On it stood the people of the 7th universe. In comparison to the other universes, the 7th universe's contingent was notably large, with the small platform fully occupied. The arrival of Beerus drew the attention of every god of destruction. Rumshi scoffed coldly, always making a grand entrance as if he's some sort of leader of the gods of destruction. "What, you want to fight?" Beerus asked, folding his arms as he cast a cold glance at Rumshi. One sentence shut him down entirely. Rumshi was indeed displeased, but he didn't dare say anything further. Not only was he no match for Beerus, but he also knew that he had once been killed before. If not for Beerus, he would have long since vanished from the cosmos. He'd spoken out as though trying to stir conflict, but his intention was simply to focus the others' grievances on Kampa and Beerus. After all, the Omni King's decision to hold the tournament of power stemmed from their martial arts tournament. If Rumshi didn't lead the charge, it was likely all universes would end up uniting against the 6th and 7th universes. That would create an even greater problem. So now, by making the first move, he could pacify everyone else's complaints. This was just his way of expressing his gratitude. With Beerus' arrival, all universes had officially assembled. One could say that 12 gods of destruction, 12 angels, and the mightiest warriors from the 12 universes had all gathered here. The 7th universe's members took in the sight of the 10 platforms, each occupied by a god of destruction and their angel, flanked by their universe's finest fighters. They couldn't help but marvel. So many people. And each one is incredibly unique. Those standing in front should be the gods of destruction, just like Lord Beerus, and the one beside each must be their angel. And behind them are their universe's strongest. As they observed, they murmured with awe. Though the distance was considerable and they couldn't sense the other's auras, the sheer presence of the other fighters indicated immense strength. Everyone seemed extraordinarily powerful. And this was a gathering of the strongest warriors from 12 universes. Who knows what kind of intense clashes would follow? The Earth warriors stayed silent, knowing they were only here to witness the spectacle and had no chance to participate. The Saiyans, on the other hand, still had a role to play. However, among everyone here, only one stood out with somewhat respectable strength, having mastered Super Saiyan 4, ensuring they wouldn't embarrass themselves. Those who hadn't reached this level naturally refrained from stepping up. They were hardly among the 7th universe's top fighters, let alone capable of matching the strongest from other universes. They understood their limits. Yet, witnessing so many mighty fighters made their blood boil. Especially for those eager to challenge these powerful beings, facing off against such opponents would undoubtedly lead to substantial growth. As they examined the other universe's warriors, so too were the other universes observing them. In fact, everyone was scrutinizing one another, as nobody knew who would take the stage next. And who would they face? This was anyone's guess. But through these clues, they might glean valuable insights. Naturally, the 7th universe drew the most attention. Unlike the other platforms, which each held only a handful of people, the 7th universe's stage was packed. Moreover, with Beerus being the last to arrive, avoiding the spotlight was impossible. Chapter 221. As everyone was observing one another, the Grand Priest and the Omni King slowly appeared, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The Grand Priest floated in front of them. All 12 universes are now assembled. I'll explain the rules for the preliminary matches, which are quite simple. The tournament will follow a one-on-one format. There's no time limit on the arena. Victory is achieved when the opponent admits defeat or is rendered unable to fight. In this preview tournament, there will be no penalties for losing. As for selecting the combatants, each match will involve randomly chosen universes, after which each universe's god of destruction will choose a representative. The Grand Priest explained the rules slowly. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to the Grand Priest's instructions. They were relieved. Without penalties for losing, the pressure wouldn't be too overwhelming. It was a pure martial contest and a chance to learn more about their opponents. The tournament of power was drawing near. As everyone awaited the Grand Priest's next move, he focused his gaze forward, and a screen-like projection appeared. The screen displayed a set of 12 numbers that started to randomly shuffle. Aligned on each side were 12 numbers. When they stopped, the matching numbers determined which universes would face each other. It was a fully randomized process. The Grand Priest didn't delay any further. With a wave of his hand, the screen began spinning wildly. The numbers on each side stopped at 9 and 7. All the God of Destructions immediately looked toward the 9th universe and the 7th universe. The opening match would be between these two universes. 9th universe and 7th universe, send up your chosen representative. As the Grand Priest's voice fell, both universes began selecting their fighters. For the 9th universe, the choice was straightforward. They had only brought 3 participants, with no unnecessary companions joining them. The 7th universe, however, was a different story. Their small platform was packed, making it hard to tell who their fighters actually were. Carl, Greta, and Axiana exchanged glances. Naturally, they wouldn't let Chuan go out for the warm-up. That left the choice between the 3 of them, and one of them would have to stay back. They communicated silently through their expressions. Let me go. Carl broke the silence. Since it's the first match, we need to showcase the spirit of our universe. We can't afford to be underestimated. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Carl was chosen because of his steady combat abilities, and he was known for his composure and prudence. He wouldn't make rash moves in battle, minimizing the risk of an early loss. Chuan patted Carl on the shoulder. Go out there and show your strength without hesitation. I believe in you, and this is a great opportunity to witness the strength of warriors from other universes. Cherish it, it could be a turning point for your abilities. Carl nodded, appreciating the chance. He knew he didn't have the same innate talent or power as their leader, but he could rely on hard work and determination to become formidable. In the 7th universe, fighters were either too weak or entirely outmatched. Facing the strongest from other universes was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. He took the challenge seriously. As Carl ascended the stage, a figure from the 9th universe did the same. It was a red-furred wolf, reminiscent of a scarlet wolf. His name was Basil, the 9th universe's powerhouse. With both fighters on the stage, the Grand Priest gave the command, and the battle began. At the Grand Priest's word, Karl immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. He didn't want to go through each transformation incrementally, as doing so wouldn't fully demonstrate his strongest power and would only drain his stamina. That would be counterproductive. He aimed to show his maximum power from the start. A vast, imposing aura filled the air, drawing attention from everyone present. Moments ago, he had appeared relatively weak, but a single transformation unleashed incredible strength. What kind of race could possess such abilities? All the God of Destructions and the warriors from other universes watched in awe. The Saiyans from the 6th universe were particularly struck by this scene. Their transformations were somewhat different from those of the 7th universe Saiyans. Even their physical forms had distinct characteristics. Saiyans from the 6th universe lacked tails, while those from the 7th universe retained them. It was a subtle yet defining difference. Witnessing this, the Saiyans from the 6th universe were taken aback. Kaba, is this the Saiyan from the 7th universe you mentioned? They truly are different, they seem fundamentally distinct from us. Every Saiyan here has a tail, and their transformations differ from ours. Caulifla watched Karl with a curious gaze. Kaba, being kind-hearted, struggled with achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, but Caulifla had already mastered it. However, her transformation still differed slightly from those in the 7th universe. Seeing this piqued her curiosity. Indeed, the transformations between the two universes' Saiyans were largely similar, yet Karl's leap to the 4th stage made the 7th universe's Saiyans appear slightly different. Kaba understood well that the 7th universe's Saiyans shared some commonalities with their own. He quickly explained. Caulifla listened intently, her interest deepening. So, there's an even higher level of transformation? Doesn't that mean we can also try it? If we could reach a more advanced transformation, our power would increase dramatically. She immediately grasped the concept. Given their existing strength, achieving a higher transformation would certainly enhance their power. The mere thought was thrilling. Both of them kept their eyes glued to the action, eager to observe any unique characteristics of the 7th universe's Saiyans, hoping to find something they could emulate. Chapter 222. Karl was the first to transform into Super Saiyan 4, and his decisiveness helped him avoid an attack. At the beginning of the fight, Basil immediately launched his offensive. In a flash, he appeared mid-air, his legs moving as if powered by motors, unleashing a barrage of whirlwind kicks, each strike accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom. The speed was incredibly fast. Given Karl had already shown his strongest form, dodging now was not easy. Seeing Karl evade his attacks, Basil sneered and followed up with another fierce double kick. In no time, the two fighters engaged in an intense bout. They displayed extreme speed, astonishing everyone present. Although their destructive power wasn't particularly overwhelming, their speed left the onlookers in awe. Indeed, it was impressively fast. Everyone's eyes widened as they tried to gauge the strength of the top fighters from other universes. At this moment, the God of Destruction from Universe 9 sneered coldly. It's useless. Even though you have such transformations, thinking you can defeat Basil is naive. My three generals are known as the Trio of Danger. Each one possesses terrifying destructive power. Basil, in particular, has unrivaled legs. Not only are they incredibly fast, but their destructive power is also shocking. What can you possibly compare to that? Listening to the words of Universe 9's God of Destruction, the crowd showed mixed expressions. Boasting is easy, but true strength can only be proven in battle. Although Basil's performance was impressive, it wasn't enough to earn their respect just yet. Even the fighters from Universe 7 looked puzzled. If this is the extent of their strength, it doesn't seem enough to pose a real threat. After all, they still had an ultimate boss among them. It doesn't seem that strong. If this is their level, then dealing with them shouldn't be a problem, Greta mused as he watched. He wasn't being arrogant, he genuinely felt that he could handle Basil easily if he were to fight him. Maybe not effortlessly, but relatively smoothly. As everyone discussed the match, a sudden change occurred in the arena. With a burst of energy, Karl's speed increased dramatically. He delivered a swift chop to Basil's shoulder, sending him flying off the stage. Even Basil's powerful legs couldn't stop his momentum, and he was thrown out of the ring. The fighters from Universe 7 erupted in cheers. We won. That guy flew out of the arena. Does that mean we've won this round? This was too easy. We secured a win right away. If this is the level of the so-called top fighters from the other universes, then it seems we're quite capable ourselves. Everyone was thrilled to see Basil thrown out of the ring since it meant an immediate victory. But at this moment, the Grand Priest suddenly spoke. I'm very sorry, but as stated at the beginning of the match, in this preview battle, victory is only decided when one side admits defeat or is completely incapacitated. Even if a fighter is thrown out of the ring, it doesn't count as a loss. So, the match isn't over yet. The Grand Priest's words shocked everyone because this was entirely different from the usual rules of arena battles. When has getting thrown out of the ring not meant a loss? Although the fighters from Universe 7 had their opinions, they only dared to think them silently without voicing them out. And so, as soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, the fight resumed. Heh. I must admit, you're quite strong. You must be one of the top fighters in your universe, right? But your luck is terrible because you encountered me. I'll show you what a true warrior is. Basil sneered. With each step he took, his aura became more violent, a red flame of energy enveloping his entire body. His legs, in particular, emitted a terrifying power, causing the ground to shake. It was clear how much his leg strength had increased. However, Carl showed no fear in the face of Basil's sudden power surge. He coldly remarked, I don't even rank in my own universe. Who do you think I am? Hearing this, the once arrogant Basil was taken aback. Not even ranked. What kind of joke is this? Basil was one of the top fighters in Universe 9. The idea that someone who could fight evenly with him wasn't even ranked in Universe 7 was unbelievable. No way. This must be a bluff. Do you think such empty boasting will work? Weakness is weakness, no matter how much you bluff. When you lose, the truth will be revealed. Exactly. Losing will make it clear who's truly strong. Carl nodded, agreeing with Basil's words. Then, a massive energy surged from Carl's body, Super Saiyan 4's ultimate power. Though he didn't use his full strength, his battle power significantly increased as his energy spiked. Not giving Basil any chance to breathe, Carl instantly moved several times, appearing behind Basil. Before Basil could react, Carl unleashed a massive energy blast. Then, he followed with a flying kick, directly targeting Basil's strongest asset, his legs. By breaking his opponent's strongest weapon, Carl knew he could rob him of his combat ability. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to kill him. Carl's strategy was clear, and his swift moves left everyone stunned. The once mighty Red Wolf Basil lost his most potent weapon in an instant. Basil fell to the ground silently. Not only was he unable to counterattack, but he couldn't even stand up, still in shock from the sudden turn of events. The fight was over. Without looking back, Carl returned to Universe 7's formation. Shortly after, the entire crowd buzzed with shock. They genuinely hadn't expected the match to end so quickly. It was so fast it left them stunned. My gosh! What just happened? It ended so suddenly. I thought the battle would last much longer, but it was over in an instant. So strong. With the terrifying power he just unleashed, if we were to face him, could we even win? Some fighters imagined themselves in that situation, and the more they thought about it, the more anxious they felt. It seemed this opponent would be incredibly hard to deal with, and they weren't confident in their chances. Chapter 223. Carl's unexpected move left the powerhouses from various universes present in utter shock, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This action forced everyone to take the 7th universe seriously. Even the Saiyans from the 6th universe had their eyes gleaming with a dazzling light as they fixated on Carl, who had returned to the 7th universe's formation. Their expressions seemed as though they wanted to rush over to him. Too strong. It feels like the Saiyans from the 7th universe have become even stronger. How exactly do they train? Kaba couldn't help but remark. In the previous martial arts tournament, he had also participated, and back then, he felt that the Super Saiyans from the 7th universe weren't overwhelmingly powerful compared to him. But now, the gap was more than just a little noticeable. This feeling was quite extraordinary. Caulifla felt the same way. At this moment, her fighting spirit surged to its peak. I must spar with them. Without testing our strength against each other, we won't know the true gap between us. This way, we can also see how we differ from them. I'm really looking forward to it. Caulifla's aura gradually started to spread, and the yellow flames of her energy began to swirl around her. At this moment, her battle intent became palpable. She was undeniably a true battle maniac. Kampa glanced over and said, no need to rush now. There will be plenty of opportunities to make your move later. When the time comes, just go all out. Caulifla nodded slowly, retracting her spreading aura back into her body, then focused intently on the arena. The first match set an example for everyone present, also making it clear that the battles could end in an instant, revealing distinct disparities among the powerhouses from different universes. This couldn't help but make them more attentive. Grand Zeno, who had been watching the whole time, were thoroughly entertained. The Grand Priest's voice rang out again. Next is the second match of the preview. Both the 7th universe and the 9th universe will each send one participant. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, a golden flash appeared. It was a creature resembling a weasel, bearing its sharp fangs with a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes. It stared intently at the 7th universe's formation. Who is my opponent? Come on out. I'm not Basil, that weakling. I will show you the power of Lavender. He was Lavender, one of the warriors from the 9th universe's trio of danger. In the 7th universe's formation, Greta and Axiana exchanged glances. It was evident that one of them would have to participate in this match. Who would it be? That was up to their agreement. After all, the final act would naturally be left to their leader, Chuan, who would definitely be the trump card. Axiana casually flicked her long hair. Why don't you go next? Here's your chance to showcase your abilities. I won't argue with you. Thank you. Greta nodded and immediately stepped onto the arena. With Greta taking the stage, the second match officially began. Greta also wasted no time, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4 without any hesitation. As he transformed, the spectators from the other universes were left in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Does this mean that everyone in the 7th universe can transform? If every one of them can transform and gain such terrifying combat power, isn't this just bullying? Damn! This guy's transformation is identical to the previous one. Once they transform, their aura expands drastically, and their combat power surges by countless times. What kind of absurd transformations are these? If everyone in the 7th universe is like this, it's going to be tough to handle. They're a formidable opponent. What kind of race is this exactly? The other contestants from different universes discussed among themselves. It was a mind-boggling display for them as well. Transformation that boosts combat power. And every one of them can transform. The increase in power after transformation was incredibly exaggerated, even to the point where they couldn't stay calm. Leaving aside constant battle prowess, having this kind of technique is considered extraordinary and ridiculous in other universes. Of course, in the eyes of the gods of destruction, this isn't anything particularly remarkable. Besides, this preview match wasn't a battle between gods of destruction anyway. Even the gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kais couldn't help but find it slightly excessive. The 7th universe seems to have some tricks up its sleeve. This is already the second one. Does everyone in the 7th universe possess this transformation ability? That remains to be seen. The gods of destruction discussed in a nonchalant manner. However, they weren't overly worried. Knowing the capabilities of the 7th universe gave them valuable insights. Kampa glanced over at the 7th universe's formation and began to feel a bit of pressure himself. Given that his universe also had Saiyans, he understood well that not all Saiyans were the same. Clearly, the Saiyans of the 7th universe had taken a slightly different development path, but their combat power was undeniably strong. Especially since it hadn't been long since the last martial arts tournament, yet they had improved so significantly in such a short period. This isn't just an ordinary team. As everyone discussed, the battle on the arena had already commenced. The previous fight served almost as a reference. When they stepped onto the stage, there was no unnecessary talk, not even a taunt. They just began fighting right away. The battle was fierce. A red glow and a yellow glow collided, creating a massive explosion of destruction energy waves on the arena. Lavender wasn't just fast, his combat power was formidable, even stronger than Basil. But Greta also became more cautious. Although he loved fighting, he wasn't reckless to the point of losing his mind in battle. After a few unsuccessful attacks, he swiftly retreated, using ki blasts to maintain distance and control the field, gaining the upper hand. Lavender repeatedly tried to close in, but each time he was pushed back by Greta's ki blasts. This left him both frustrated and desperate, as he couldn't showcase his abilities without getting close. Moreover, the longer the stalemate lasted, the worse it was for him. Lavender furiously slashed in the air, trying to cut through space itself. While Greta was dodging and countering the attacks, Lavender took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled a dense purple smoke. Chapter 224. Lavender exhaled a puff of smoke, covering about 1/10 of the arena with a thick purple haze. The area engulfed by the smoke emitted a strong, pungent odor. Greta was the first to bear the brunt of it. As soon as he inhaled the smell, he felt slightly dizzy, his vision blurring as if a glass pane had been smeared with water. Damn it! What on earth is this smell? It's so overpowering. Initially, Greta was hit by the intense, overwhelming scent, causing him to feel disoriented. Almost immediately, he realized something was wrong, his vision started to blur significantly. His eyes were not just blurry but seemed almost impossible to keep open. Could it be that the smoke was poisonous? Not good. This guy is using dirty tricks. It's obvious that this smoke is toxic, I've already lost my vision. Greta's face darkened. Despite his attempts to stay vigilant, he had never anticipated that his opponent would resort to such despicable tactics. It was one thing to release a smoke bomb, but to openly use poison was downright shameless. Yet, despite his anger, he couldn't complain. He knew well that in this preview match, there weren't many strict rules. In fact, the lack of rules was the rule, victory could only be determined if one party surrendered or was rendered unable to fight. Even though he was poisoned, he had no choice but to endure it without any chance to protest. As Greta realized something was wrong, everyone present noticed his abnormal state. Greta was tightly shutting his eyes, appearing to be in pain and relying solely on his hearing to discern the sounds around him. This behavior naturally raised suspicions among the spectators. That's odd. Why is he keeping his eyes closed? It seems like he's relying on his hearing to judge sounds. Could it be that he can't see? Is it because of that smoke the weasel released earlier? It seems likely. Ever since the purple smoke was released, he closed his eyes. That smoke must be toxic. He's definitely been affected. The crowd was abuzz with discussions. They quickly realized the ruthless nature of participants from other universes. They would employ any means necessary to win, no matter how extreme. This realization made everyone more vigilant and serious. They understood that while the preview match was only to determine a winner or loser, the upcoming power tournament would have real consequences. Such despicable behavior. To think he would use poison, and such a potent one at that. Losing the ability to see would definitely put him at a disadvantage. What a vile tactic. The fighters from Universe 7 were furious, itching to rush in and beat Lavender up. Their hearts burned with anger. However, they were powerless at this moment and could only hope Greta could find a way to win. Otherwise, they would be left with a deep sense of frustration. Seeing their distress, the Universe 7 fighters started cheering for Greta. Yet their encouragement quickly died down. They knew that Greta, now deprived of sight, was relying on his hearing to discern his opponent's movements. Making too much noise could interfere with his ability to fight effectively. Their brief support was meant to give Greta a sense of assurance, at least to let him know he had backing. Greta heard their cheers, and a small, involuntary smile formed at the corner of his mouth. That's right, this sound, even if I can't see, it doesn't mean I can't win. Greta thought to himself, carefully listening to the sounds around him and capturing every subtle noise indicating someone approaching. Lavender sneered coldly. He believed that Greta's attempt to locate him by sound was underestimating his speed and strength. Originally, they might have been evenly matched, but now that Greta was at a disadvantage, Lavender saw his chance. Lavender remained silent, not even taunting his opponent. He knew any sound he made could give away his position. However, he seemed to have overlooked something crucial. While Greta was indeed poisoned, rendering his eyes useless, he wasn't just relying on his ears. Everyone from Universe 7 had already mastered the technique of sensing energy, key control. For them, detecting an opponent's energy was as clear as radar imaging, unless the opponent was a deity. Every living being's energy signature was apparent to them. As Lavender approached cautiously, a confident smile crept across Greta's face. The closer Lavender got, the more Greta's grin widened. Suddenly, as Lavender closed in, Greta lunged forward, striking with a powerful elbow to Lavender's head before he could react. In the next instant, Greta unleashed a massive energy blast without hesitation, striking Lavender square in the stomach. With a deafening boom, Lavender was sent crashing into the ground, looking utterly battered and in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. They had assumed Greta could only rely on sound to fight, thinking that if Lavender stayed silent, he would have the upper hand. This narrow-minded thinking trapped them in their own flawed logic. Greta burst into hearty laughter, sensing that his opponent had fallen unconscious, evidently having lost the ability to fight. It was a swift and decisive victory. Surprised, aren't you? Even though I'm poisoned and my vision is impaired, who said that without sight or hearing, one can't locate their opponent? This is nothing special. We learned these techniques long before we fully matured. Unless you're a god, anyone's energy can be detected. You foolishly assumed that by blinding me, I'd be helpless against you. Just how naive can you be? Chapter 225. After Greta's victory, he didn't mind revealing the method he had used. After all, it was a technique that most people could master. However, he couldn't understand why his opponent had neglected it. At that moment, he had a strategy in mind. Clearly, he won. The entire venue fell silent for a second, followed by an uproar. Initially, everyone believed that Lavender had already secured the win. However, unexpectedly, the outcome was decided in an instant. Everyone was shocked, even the gods of destruction and their attendants present. They glanced at Greta, thinking that such a trick was trivial in their eyes. Yet, the fact that a mere mortal could come up with such a method demonstrated considerable intelligence. Greta slowly left the ring, confident despite not being able to see his surroundings. The people from Universe 7 looked at him with stunned expressions. Even they had fallen into a trap, focusing on how to identify their opponent's voice using their ears, which seemed to put them at a disadvantage. However, no one expected Greta to turn the tide using such a simple method. This was a win we truly didn't anticipate. We were all caught in a misconception. The Earth Warriors exclaimed. Their mastery of Ki wasn't particularly proficient, as they had mostly learned through self-exploration. Although they had trained at the lookout, their time there was short, and their fundamentals were not solid. If they could master the control of Ki, their combat abilities would enhance further. However, the presence of Saiyans had disrupted their original training routines, naturally causing their basics to be somewhat weak. Axiana, crossing her arms, said, "You need to understand one thing. For Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyans, it's not just about emotional triggers, they also need to have a thorough grasp of their Ki. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to transform, let alone achieve higher forms of transformation. Achieving excellence in any aspect requires effort, and the foundation must be solid. Steady and consistent progress can make one's combat strength increasingly formidable." Axiana's words were not only directed at the Earth Warriors but also at Son Goku, who was a Saiyan himself, though he hadn't received much attention from others yet. Nevertheless, he was from a warrior race. Once he grew stronger, he could become even more powerful than the Earth Warriors. Son Goku, standing nearby, appeared deep in thought. Seeing the powerful fighters from various universes had already excited him. Now, after Axiana's words, he had a clearer understanding of his future training path. Greta returned to the ring, greeted by the crowd's celebration. On the other side, however, Universe 9 had fallen into dead silence. After losing 2 consecutive rounds, it seemed nearly impossible for them to make a comeback. If they lost 3 matches in a row, it would be a total humiliation. Thus, they couldn't afford to lose the final match. Of course, Universe 9's Supreme Kai had considered match fixing. Since they were already losing, why not negotiate with their opponents? However, just as he had this thought, he noticed the Grand Priest observing him thoughtfully, with an expression that seemed to pierce through everyone's soul. Even the gods present felt the same way. Universe 9's Supreme Kai was stunned, and even the gods of destruction held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Despite this, the Grand Priest slowly approached the ring, glanced around, and said softly, "Even though this is just a preliminary match, I hope none of you have any intentions of match fixing. If any match fixing is discovered, the entire universe will be obliterated." All the powerful beings from the various universes were shocked. What? The crowd was stunned. If just having such a thought or preparing for match fixing would put them at risk of erasure, it was terrifying. What the Grand Priest said next made their hearts pound even more. A long time ago, Lord Zeno had already compiled a comprehensive strength ranking of all the universes. Among them, universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 ranked the highest. The other universes were originally set to be erased. Not only the universes but all the gods except for the attendants as well. As the Grand Priest's words fell, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the Supreme Kais and the gods of destruction, they were gods, after all. Yet, in the Grand Priest's words, it seemed like even they were to be erased along with the universe. Was their fate tied to the universe itself? The most shocking part was why the attendants were excluded from this fate. The Supreme Kais and the gods of destruction looked at their attendants in disbelief, but the attendants remained calm, as if they had expected this all along, showing no signs of surprise. The original plan was to erase 8 lower-ranking universes whose comprehensive strength was not strong. However, due to the martial arts tournament organized by Kampa and Beerus, we decided to hold the Tournament of Power, giving all universes a chance. A chance to showcase their strength. If this opportunity isn't seized, then you'll face your original fate. The Grand Priest's words left a massive impact on everyone present, whether they were powerful fighters from different universes or even the Supreme Kais and the Gods of Destruction. The shock made it hard for them to process. Even Beerus was stunned. He initially thought that even if a martial arts tournament was held, it would have nothing to do with the Supreme Kais, the Gods of Destruction, or other gods. But to his shock, it was all tied to the universe itself. And the most absurd part was the exclusion of the attendants. Beerus, eyes wide, looked at Whis, feeling that Whis was hiding something from him. Could it be that the attendants received special treatment because Whis' father was the Grand Priest? Beerus couldn't figure it out. But at this moment, he felt an intense urgency. The Grand Priest and Lord Zeno were serious. Chapter 226. The Grand Priest's words made it abundantly clear to all the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kais present, whether it's the exhibition match or the Tournament of Power, they must approach it with utmost seriousness. After speaking, the Grand Priest slowly stepped back, retreating behind the scenes. The exhibition match was far from over, and this moment called for absolute vigilance from both Universe 7 and Universe 9. The final participant for Universe 9 was a Grey Wolf, claimed to be the strongest fighter in their universe's exhibition match. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 said, "You're the last one now, you absolutely can't lose. Give it everything you've got." Bergamo nodded, confident in his own strength. However, he did not dare to boast recklessly, fearing the embarrassment if he lost later. As Bergamo stepped onto the stage, Chuan slowly made his way up to the arena as well. He thought this would be a good chance to test his skills. But since the Grand Priest had emphasized the importance of the match, showing no effort would make him look weak in front of others. Besides, he dared not be careless. If the Grand Priest or the Omni King considered Universe 7 to be a worthless universe, they might decide to erase it on the spot. It was a real risk. As soon as Chuan ascended the arena, without waiting for the Grand Priest to announce the start, his aura began to change dramatically. He was instantly enveloped in a silver glow, and his once black hair turned silver, growing longer in an instant. His aura surged exponentially, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 5. Although he could have used Ultra Instinct right away, Chuan did not yet understand his opponent's true strength. Revealing his trump card so early would make it easy for others to target him later. Thus, he needed to proceed with caution. Chuan's transformation once again caught everyone's attention. Although both Carl and Greta's transformations were impressive, they were similar in nature. Chuan's form, however, was distinct and radiated an even stronger presence. This drew the focus of all onlookers. Is this the ace of Universe 7? He certainly seems to be a cut above the previous two fighters, far stronger and on a completely different level. A powerhouse like this appearing in Universe 7? Is this really the trash universe the Grand Priest mentioned? Some fighters from other universes were visibly puzzled, as they could clearly sense the immense energy emanating from Chuan. His combat power was undeniably formidable. Could such a strong presence really belong to a weak universe? The members of Universe 9 were equally startled. This was their last fighter, their only chance to save face. If he lost, it would be utterly humiliating. We absolutely can't lose. If we do, everyone will call us the weakest universe. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 muttered to himself, feeling unprecedented pressure. The Grand Priest had already mentioned that the original plan was to erase the other 8 universes. It was only due to the Omni King's sudden interest that this tournament was held. If their performance was exceptional, they might escape erasure. However, a poor showing could still spell their doom. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. He knew that the 3 fighters he brought were already among the strongest in their universe. If even they could not achieve good results, then the rest were likely even weaker. Amid the ongoing discussions, Bergamo from Universe 9 glanced at Chuan with a sneer on his face. Just a hair color change. Do you really think this transformation technique will work against me? Basil and Lavender may have fallen to you, but that was understandable. However, beating me is almost impossible. Come on, bring it on, Bergamo provocatively gestured, seemingly ready to give Chuan the first move. This left many onlookers in shock. Was this guy really that arrogant? Did he actually think he was unbeatable? Meanwhile, the fighters of Universe 9 struggled to contain their laughter. This was all part of Bergamo's ploy. He believed the others were unaware of his abilities and was eagerly awaiting their attacks. However, Chuan had already seen through his scheme. He casually formed a powerful energy wave and hurled it directly at Bergamo. Bergamo spread his arms, seemingly enjoying the energy wave as it struck him squarely in the face, shrouding him in smoke. This left the spectators dumbfounded. Is it over already? That was too quick. I thought this guy would be a final boss, but it seems he's done for in no time. What a pushover. Is this guy an idiot? Many spectators were left speechless. They hadn't expected the match to end so swiftly and anticlimactically. Even the fighters of Universe 7 were stunned, unable to believe it ended this fast, as if Bergamo was courting death. However, just as everyone thought Chuan had claimed victory, they noticed something strange in his expression. He hadn't left the stage yet but instead calmly said, "So you can absorb others' damage and convert it into your own combat power. But how much damage can you actually take?" Chuan's blunt remark made Bergamo momentarily confused. He hadn't expected anyone to immediately see through his ability. Was there a traitor among them? Before he could think further, another terrifying energy wave came barreling toward him, which he took head-on. His body noticeably swelled a bit. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter how strong your attacks are. As long as you hurt me, it all turns into my power. That's my innate ability. How could you possibly defeat me? Bergamo seemed ecstatic. Though his raw strength wasn't impressive, his ability was undeniably formidable. As long as he wasn't killed outright, his power would continue to grow exponentially. His words shocked the onlookers once more. Even the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 stepped forward again, clearly confident in their final fighter's ability. Chapter 227. It's useless. You simply cannot defeat him. The stronger your attack, the stronger his combat power becomes. Any damage you inflict will be converted into his combat strength, making him invincible. The Supreme Kai of the Ninth Universe spoke, seemingly regaining his confidence. He loudly boasted about Bergamo's unique ability, regardless of whether others might exploit this information to find a weakness. At this moment, he just wanted to lift the Ninth Universe's image, or else everyone might think it's the weakest universe. However, Bergamo's ability was indeed intriguing, attracting the serious attention of everyone present. Though its combat power was somewhat lacking, this talent wasn't weak at all. If this ability appeared on anyone else, it would truly be remarkable. Chuan completely ignored the Supreme Kai of the Ninth Universe. His face showed a hint of oddness because, theoretically, the system should have been silent. After all, it's been quite a while without any significant items appearing from the daily sign-in, only some random things, most of which were related to combat power. Of course, the combat power he received daily often reached several 100,000, which was quite good as his normal combat power. It allowed him to improve regardless of whether he trained or not, making him gradually overlook the system's existence. But just moments ago, he actually heard the system's delightful notification sound. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Reward, damage reflection ability. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chuan immediately understood what this ability was. It was exactly the same as the one displayed by Bergamo in front of him. This was truly a remarkable ability. For him, it might have potential use in battles, potentially multiplying his combat power several times over. As Chuan tested the ability, he realized that although it absorbs damage and converts it into combat power, the effect on his own body was somewhat different. It could amplify his power up to 100 times. This was the maximum his body could currently withstand. Even so, this discovery left him deeply astonished. This ability was incredibly powerful. Couldn't he just stack his attributes recklessly before a fight and then instantly defeat the boss once he was fully powered up? The thought alone was exhilarating. Initially, I wasn't very confident about the tournament of power, but with this new ability, things are different now. I can stack damage before the battle and unleash it all in one go. With my current peak combat power, wouldn't that reach several tens of quintillions? This would be far stronger than Golden Frisia's power, by several orders of magnitude. Just thinking about it was thrilling. At this moment, he once again experienced the system's advantages. In the void, Bergamo observed its opponent, standing there dazed, and assumed it had been frightened by its powerful ability. A smug look appeared on its face. But in the next second, its expression froze. Right in front of it appeared Chuan with a stern look. After snapping out of his thoughts, Chuan decided it was time to end this. Since he could easily win the match, why waste any more time? Moreover, having just acquired such an interesting ability, Bergamo before him couldn't fully showcase its potential. It didn't seem all that useful in this current fight. Given Bergamo's limited endurance, Chuan realized that with this ability in his own hands, the outcome would be vastly different. He was eager to explore how to maximize this new power. Naturally, there was no need to waste time on this stage. Chuan instantly teleported close, his ki blast charged to the maximum. He powered up to his strongest form, full power Super Saiyan Blue. A terrifying ki blast struck Bergamo. It had no chance to resist or fully absorb the damage to convert it into combat power. The close-range attack overwhelmed it, leaving it no time to absorb any energy. Bergamo was incapacitated on the spot. This scene left everyone present stunned. The Supreme Kai of the Ninth Universe, who was boasting just moments ago, was now left speechless. Who would have thought that the battle would end so quickly? It was a slap in the face. The crowd was bewildered. Did it end just like that? Wasn't that a bit too fast? I was expecting an intense fight. How did it end so quickly? Wasn't Bergamo supposed to convert damage into combat power? Bergamo does have the ability to convert damage into strength, but did you see the terrifying force of that attack? It probably reached Bergamo's limit, leaving it unable to convert the damage, someone knowledgeable explained to the crowd, surprising everyone. To overwhelm an opponent with damage, how terrifying must that be? The audience had initially expected an exciting battle, and while this scene was intense, it was quite different from what they had imagined. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. Chuan, unconcerned with the expressions of the crowd, returned to the stage of the First Universe. The fighters from the First Universe looked at him in astonishment. The fight had ended so quickly, far beyond their expectations. Though they felt it was inevitable, it was still somewhat surprising. Even the warriors of Universe 7 were deeply shocked. Why did it seem like he was getting stronger each time they saw him? Was he constantly improving? When they saw Chuan fight Golden Frisia before, it already felt terrifying. But now, his displayed strength seemed even more formidable. It felt as if he had grown stronger once again. This increase wasn't just a difference between Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct, but a growth in his overall power. The silence lasted for a while. Then, applause rang out. After all, the three battles had concluded. Though Universe 9 had suffered a miserable defeat in all three, the strength they displayed was indeed astonishing. Even as the lowest-ranked universe, they still gave a glimpse of the power of the First Universe. The warriors realized that Universe 7's strength was no joke. Just then, the Grand Priest appeared once again. Chapter 228. As soon as the Grand Priest made an appearance, everyone present felt a wave of tension wash over them. Whenever the Grand Priest showed up, it was usually to announce new rules. So, what would it be this time? The crowd was filled with a mix of curiosity and anxiety, including the Supreme Kais and the Gods of Destruction. After all, if a universe gets erased, the Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction would vanish along with it. Only the angels would be spared, making the Supreme Kais and Gods of Destruction even more alert. The preview matches have showcased everyone's abilities well, and this has made Lord Zeno very pleased, the Grand Priest began. Therefore, Lord Zeno has decided that there will be no more preview matches to avoid taking up too much of your time. The Grand Priest's announcement instantly relieved those who had not yet competed. Many felt they had been able to keep some of their strength hidden. However, while they were relieved, they knew this was just a temporary respite. Escaping the first challenge didn't mean they could avoid the main event, the Tournament of Power. After everyone calmed down, the Grand Priest continued, "Now, I will officially announce the rules of the Tournament of Power, which differ slightly from those of the preview matches. Firstly, if a contestant falls off the stage, they will be disqualified. However, if they pass out on the stage, they won't be eliminated. The use of any weapons is strictly prohibited, and killing opponents is forbidden." With the Grand Priest's explanation, the crowd became even more serious after hearing the first rule. This was no simple rule. It posed a significant disadvantage to those who relied heavily on weapons for their combat strength. For them, banning the use of weapons was like losing both their hands. What? How can this be? If we can't use weapons, how can we demonstrate our true strength? Whether it's our own power or that of our weapons, it all belongs to us. Why can't we use them? Those who gained significant strength from their weapons could only grumble quietly. Despite their strong dissatisfaction, they did not dare to voice it openly. They wouldn't even dare to argue with a god of destruction, let alone risk being overheard by the Grand Priest, as the consequences could be severe. So, their complaints were just empty words. In reality, the Grand Priest had heard their mutterings but found them trivial and not worth addressing. Complaints were irrelevant. After all, losers would naturally be erased. Rules must be followed, whether willingly or not. In addition to the previous rules, flying techniques are also forbidden during the match. The match will last for 48 minutes. There will be a total of 80 participants from 8 universes, meaning each universe must select its 10 strongest fighters. The selection process will be up to each universe. The 80 participants from these 8 universes will all appear on the stage simultaneously, engaging in a chaotic battle. At the end of the 48 minutes, the universe with the most remaining fighters will be declared the winner. After the Grand Priest finished explaining the rules, the entire crowd fell silent. These rules were extremely unfavorable for everyone, as they knew that each universe had powerful competitors. Placing all of them on the stage at once would surely create a chaotic scene. Would there be alliances between universes? With this thought, many looked around cautiously, treating everyone else as potential enemies, creating an atmosphere of mutual distrust. Even Universe 7 found this rule to be quite extreme and disadvantageous. They had shown considerable strength in the preview matches. Would other universes team up against them because of it? Though they were confident in their strength, they knew other universes also had formidable fighters. For instance, Hit from Universe 6 was a strong opponent. If fighters like him from other universes joined forces, even Universe 7 would have a hard time. At this moment, everyone was silent. To them, if this was the tournament of power, shouldn't the contestants be determined by a draw? Even a 2-universe battle would be understandable, but an 8-universe free-for-all was beyond their expectations. No one questioned why only 8 universes were participating because the Grand Priest had already made it clear, 4 universes were exempt from erasure, leaving the remaining 8 to fight for survival. The tournament of power was a chance at redemption for these 8 universes. This is insane. A chaotic battle involving all universes, 80 fighters in total. Who knows what kind of terrifying powerhouses will emerge from this? Terrifying. Many Saiyans muttered to themselves, feeling genuinely shocked and under unprecedented pressure. If it were a 1v1 battle, they would have some confidence in winning a few rounds. But in this chaotic free-for-all, nothing was certain. Especially since they had just made a spectacle of themselves, this only added to their worries. Carl rubbed his head in frustration. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have shown off so much earlier. At least a narrow victory would have been enough. Now, we won too decisively, with a crushing victory. Won't this make us the prime target for the other universes? What a headache. Carl was truly troubled. If he had known the rules earlier, he wouldn't have revealed so much of his strength. He had only shown off to avoid being underestimated, as a form of validation. But it seemed to have backfired. Who could handle this kind of situation? Greta, standing nearby, was equally stunned. He understood the implications and wanted to complain but dared not speak out loud. The Earth fighters also grasped the gravity of the situation, and silence fell over them. At this moment, Chuan's voice rang out to everyone. What are you all worried about? No matter what the rules are, I'll take action. Chapter 229. Chuan's words seemed like a powerful shot of confidence, instantly calming down the members of Universe 7 present. No matter what others might think, in the hearts of these Saiyans, their leader was always invincible. Even though they didn't know the full extent of their leader's true power, they were certain of one thing: he was incredibly strong. And that was enough for them. Because of this, their expressions lightened considerably after hearing his words. As long as the boss said it, I'm relieved. Even though we don't know the strength of the powerhouses from other universes, our boss's strength definitely won't be any weaker than theirs. With the boss backing us up, what's there to fear? Let's go all out. Greta's face was filled with excitement, and he was already getting hyped up. His earlier unease had completely vanished. The other Saiyans felt the same. Their response immediately attracted the attention of others. Particularly the attention of people from other universes. After all, the 8 universes present were feeling the weight of the situation. Just moments ago, Universe 7 was clearly sharing their concerns. But now, their expressions had unexpectedly changed, and they seemed quite thrilled. Why was that? Kampa and the others glanced at Chuan. Arrogance isn't a good thing. No one knows what kind of powerful beings might appear from other universes. Who would dare claim they are invincible? For gods like them, listening to others' conversations was easy, as long as they didn't deliberately avoid or block it. Thus, all the gods present heard Chuan's words. Some gods took a curious glance at him, while others didn't even bother looking. Daring to say such things seemed a bit too arrogant, didn't it? Underestimating people from other universes could lead to a major downfall. Beerus also glanced at Chuan and then said calmly, though your strength is indeed quite formidable, stronger than most, there are times when overconfidence can lead to failure. We still don't know how strong our enemies are, and there will be more than just one opponent. So, you need to be cautious. Chuan nodded. He was more aware of this than anyone else, he had merely said that to ease the anxiety of others. As for being arrogant, that was absolutely impossible. He always maintained 120% vigilance against his enemies. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Let's go. Now that the preliminary rounds are over, we need to head back. We must quickly select 10 fighters. If we can't pick 10 fighters in time, it will be problematic to participate in the battle. Moreover, these 10 must be very strong. Beerus spoke. At this moment, he was rather concerned about selecting participants, as it was a matter of life and death for him. Whis then led everyone back to the God of Destruction realm. Upon their return, Beerus looked at the group and asked, how do you think we should choose the right warriors for the tournament? This is a matter of universal importance. If we lose, we will be erased. I'm no exception. So please, take this seriously. Beerus wanted to gather everyone's opinions. In his view, the current Saiyans alone were not enough to support Universe 7 in this grand event. While the Saiyans were strong, when it came to truly outstanding fighters, there was only Chuan. The others were relatively weaker. They could only be considered second or third tier fighters, and those who hadn't reached Super Saiyan 4 were even less qualified. Because of this, Beerus felt that the current lineup was unreliable. The group also understood the immense pressure from other universes. No one believed themselves to be the best choice. Suddenly, Chuan spoke up, Lord Beerus, since we need to select the strongest fighters, why not hold a martial arts tournament within Universe 7? This tournament can serve as a qualifier for the Tournament of Power. We can follow the rules set by the Grand Priest. Although we might skip the chaotic battles for now, we can still implement the other restrictions. This way, the chosen fighters would be the most suitable ones for the Tournament of Power. Besides, we could conduct a comprehensive selection across the entire universe. It might be a good solution. The moment Chuan finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. They hadn't thought of this approach. Originally, they were pondering how to select the participants. After all, not everyone would be willing to participate, and the universe was vast, how could they possibly locate every strong fighter? But if they offered great rewards, it might actually attract many participants. By hosting a universal martial arts tournament, they could gather all the powerful beings across the universe. After several rounds of elimination, they could definitely select a group of the strongest fighters. By then, wouldn't they have the best team? Hearing this, Beerus's eyes also brightened. For gods, observing the lower realms was indeed easy, but it was tedious and time-consuming. And errors were inevitable at times. So, why not host a universal martial arts tournament, letting participants showcase their true strength? They could then choose the top 10 fighters. Of course, to attract powerful contestants, they would need significant rewards. Otherwise, how could they entice people to participate? Not only could they offer substantial prizes, but they also had to inform the universe's strong fighters about the gravity of the situation. This would surely drive them to join. With this realization, Beerus nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. This is an excellent idea. Let's do it this way. I will choose a specific venue for the martial arts tournament of Universe 7. As for the rewards, I'll need to think them over carefully. During this time, we will inform the strong fighters across the universe about the impending danger. You participants should also discuss the pros and cons. And I hope you will work hard during this period. Beerus held the Saiyans in high regard because, in his eyes, Chuan was currently the strongest in Universe 7. As for the second strongest, it would likely be Frisia. However, that guy was somewhat tricky to deal with. Besides the well-known powerful fighters, there might be hidden powerhouses. This universal martial arts tournament would be the perfect opportunity for those hidden talents to emerge. Chapter 230. God of Destruction Realm. At this moment, the God of Destruction Realm was filled with various deities, including the Supreme Kais, Grand Supreme Kai, King Kais, and even King Yema. Additionally, it hosted numerous Saiyans and Earth warriors, forming a grand congregation of powerhouses. However, the primary figures in this gathering were Beerus and Whis. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Beerus. I believe everyone is already aware that the great Omni King has decided to hold the Tournament of Power, a competition involving 8 universes, Beerus announced. If we manage to stand out, we can continue to exist. However, if we lose, Beerus didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood the implication. A heavy silence fell upon the crowd. Although many were confident in their abilities, having witnessed the strength of other universes' warriors made them uneasy. Even the Saiyans couldn't confidently claim they would emerge victorious, leaving them with no choice but to pin their hopes on their leader. As a result, everyone's eyes occasionally turned toward Chuan. Chuan, however, remained calm. While he might not be the strongest, he was confident he could make a mark in the competition. Beerus observed the crowd's reaction. Though the 7th universe wasn't exceptionally powerful, it still had a few standout individuals, with Chuan being a prime example, which was part of Beerus's confidence. After the opening speech, Beerus did not keep them in suspense any longer. To prepare for the upcoming Tournament of Power, I plan to hold a selection competition across the entire universe. The rules will be the same as the Tournament of Power. The goal is to choose 10 participants for the tournament. Regardless of one's identity, as long as they stand out, both Whis and I will offer substantial rewards, including a special training session, Beerus added. Whis chimed in at the right moment. Both Lord Beerus and I will be personally instructing the chosen ones. Whis's statement caused a ripple of reactions among the crowd. They knew well that while Beerus was powerful, his teaching skills were far from remarkable. Whis, on the other hand, was a renowned mentor. Even a brief guidance from him could bring significant benefits, let alone a dedicated session. The prospect excited everyone, including Chuan, who found it hard to contain his anticipation. After all, every angel was a mentor to a god of destruction. If Chuan could receive Whis's guidance, wouldn't that be akin to training under a god of destruction himself? The thought alone was thrilling. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Whis was quite satisfied. Beerus gave a brief summary, essentially urging everyone to prepare for the upcoming selection. After the gathering, the participants began training rigorously in the God of Destruction realm. Even those who believed they had little chance of standing out wanted to witness the power of the strongest warriors in the universe. Expanding their horizons was a reward in itself. Besides, there was always a chance that impressing Beerus might lead to unexpected opportunities. Thus, everyone trained with newfound vigor. Stronger Saiyans like Carl believed they had a good chance of being selected, so they trained harder than ever. While the others were busy training, Beerus and Whis quietly left the God of Destruction realm, heading towards the center of the 7th universe. They arrived at a colossal asteroid surrounded by fragments of rocks, devoid of any life-bearing planets. It was a desolate and barren place. This location is perfect. Without any life-bearing planets around, we won't risk harming any living beings, Beerus remarked, scanning the area with satisfaction. And it's at the center of the universe, making it a convenient spot for warriors from any corner to reach quickly. Whis gave Beerus a surprised look. Normally, as a god of destruction, Beerus wouldn't care about such details. Given his impatient nature, he was not one to pay attention to minor matters. But now, he seemed concerned about whether the area had any life-bearing planets. Could it be that his time spent with the Saiyans had subtly changed him? Whis pondered this possibility. Unaware of Whis's thoughts, Beerus, having confirmed the location, immediately instructed, Whis, let's get started. Create an arena here so we can quickly notify the strongest warriors in the universe. This will be a big project, Whis remarked. The sooner we select the participants, the sooner we can start training them. We can't afford to lose face by being eliminated right at the beginning of the Tournament of Power, Beerus replied sternly. It's not just about the survival of the universe, losing would be an embarrassment. Whis nodded lightly. He tapped his staff gently, and it was as if something in the vacuum of space responded. A ripple spread out, gathering the surrounding asteroids together. Centered on the largest asteroid, the fragments fused to form a massive platform. But Whis wasn't finished. With a few more taps of his staff, a smooth, flat arena appeared. Surrounding it was a transparent membrane, isolating the platform. It looked majestic and imposing. Once the arena was completed, Whis didn't stop there. He conjured numerous floating viewing platforms around it, each as large as a planet. These platforms orbited the arena like stars circling the sun, creating a spectacular sight. Satisfied with his work, Whis asked, "Lord Beerus, how do you find this arena?" "It's excellent. This arena is sturdy enough for their battles, and there's ample space for the spectators." "Perfect. Now, let's send out the notifications," Beerus responded. "That's simple," Whis smiled. "We just need to send a message to all living beings. Whether they can make it to the venue on time will depend on their own abilities." Beerus nodded in agreement. Chapter 231. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Is this real or fake? There's an announcement from the Kai. Then it's definitely true. Then we need to hurry. If we don't make it before it starts, we won't have a chance to participate in this grand event. Whether we can stand out or not is one thing, but just being part of it is already incredible. Absolutely. At almost the same time, news of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament spread across every corner of Universe 7. Whis's method was simple: notify the Supreme Kais, who then informed the gods of each galaxy. The gods passed the news down through their messengers, who finally delivered it to all living beings. Layer by layer, the notification process moved swiftly. In just a short time, the entire Universe 7 became aware of the event. As a result, countless beings used all their strength to rush toward the designated central location in the universe. Even those not planning to participate simply wanted to witness the Universal Martial Arts Tournament and see the true powerhouses for themselves. While the Saiyans and Earth's warriors trained like mad, strong individuals from all corners of the universe began converging on the central arena. Among them, even Frisia received the notification. Oh ho ho ho! How interesting, a Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Won't this attract all the strongest beings in the universe? This is a rare event indeed. If I, the great King Frisia, claim the championship, then extend invitations afterward, wouldn't I command the kneeling admiration of the galaxy's strongest? I've decided, I'll participate and see for myself. Let's just hope it doesn't disappoint me. Frisia, intrigued, immediately prepared to join. Moreover, he saw it as an opportunity to expand his army. After all, the more talented individuals, the better. Despite his years of plundering, Frisia had struggled to recruit many outstanding talents. Now, however, the Universal Martial Arts Tournament promised an unprecedented gathering of elite warriors, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, Lord Frisia, Bojack interjected cautiously, while this tournament is grand, there's a chance you might run into Saiyans. Bojack still feared Saiyans, whose combat strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. Especially Mu Chuan's invincible display, it lingered vividly in his mind. Though Frisia was powerful, even he couldn't single-handedly defeat everyone. Frisia was silent for a moment before replying, "It doesn't matter. This is a good chance to see how much those monkeys have improved. Lately, I've been training diligently, no one is more hardworking than me. When I, King Frisia, am determined, who could possibly stand against me?" Frisia exuded confidence, though his words left those present in uneasy silence. Frisia had been similarly confident before, only to be defeated. Even as Golden Frisia, he was crushed. Had his opponents intended to kill him, he wouldn't even be alive to boast now. The group's silence caused a flicker of killing intent to flash in Frisia's eyes. What is this attitude? Fine. For the upcoming Universal Martial Arts Tournament, all of you will participate. Make the entire universe tremble. Everyone must kneel at my feet, no exceptions. After issuing his command, Frisia ordered his entire army to head toward the tournament's central location. He himself strolled into the depths of his spaceship. Though he had spoken confidently, Frisia knew deep down that with his current strength, he still couldn't match that monkey. He had to work harder. If Golden Frisia isn't enough, then I'll push myself even further. A mere Saiyan, how could they ever compare to the great King Frisia? No one knew the depths of Frisia's determination. But with his orders, the entire Frisia force began moving. Facing the strongest beings across the universe, even they felt the pressure and began making preparations. Meanwhile, powerful warriors began gathering at the central arena. The massive stage was shielded by an enormous energy barrier, resembling a protective dome. No one could enter easily. However, there were many surrounding stands, and the crowd quickly swelled with spectators. Most were from technologically advanced civilizations, and their strength varied greatly. That's the Maya tribe, their strongest warrior has a battle power of 18,000. And those are the Ant-Men. Their maximum battle power is only 4,000, but they have numbers on their side. If they execute combination techniques, their strength grows exponentially. One bizarre race after another appeared. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament brought all the strong races together. In the earlier days of Dragon Ball, these races might have been considered formidable in their own right. But in the context of this universal event, their strength was only mediocre, decent but not remarkable. Furthermore, technologically advanced civilizations couldn't rely on their usual tactics. The tournament rules prohibited weapons, nullifying their technological advantage. Most of them came simply to witness the grand event and broadcast it back to their homeworlds. As the broadcast spread, excitement soared in various territories. This was a truly rare spectacle. While some races relied on groups, many individual powerhouses also arrived. The strongest being present thus far was a crystalline life form with a battle power of 2 million, a terrifyingly high figure. Its body was composed entirely of crystal and could take any form it desired. Moreover, its resilience was extraordinary. Unless its body was completely shattered, it could regenerate indefinitely. This information spread quickly among the audience, adding to the awe surrounding the crystalline warrior, who now occupied an entire stage by itself. No one dared disturb it. For most races, it was an insurmountable barrier. A being with 2 million battle power was beyond comprehension. However, this didn't necessarily mean it was the strongest competitor. As time passed, 1 month went by in a flash. By now, countless powerful beings had gathered near the arena. The crystalline warrior was no longer considered the strongest among them. Still, battle power alone was just a number. Strength in combat depended on many factors. As the Universal Martial Arts Tournament approached its opening, a group of figures slowly emerged. Chapter 232. Everyone panicked. The reputation of the Emperor of the Universe was still incredibly intimidating. When Frisia stood there, most people had already given up and even quietly shifted their positions. They tried their best not to get close to the Frisia force. After all, everyone knew that Frisia was a capricious person. If he happened to lay his eyes on them, there was no telling if they would be killed on a whim. With Frisia's arrival, the Frisia force began to appear slowly, making their way directly to the nearest platform. The moment Frisia's group appeared, the platform had already been cleared, and they took over the space just like that. From there, Frisia locked eyes with Chuan. Long time no see, Chuan. How have you been lately? Frisia stared directly at Chuan, as if trying to see some hint of surprise on his face. However, he was disappointed. Chuan gazed back at him with a blank expression, only giving a slight nod as a form of greeting. As for Frisia's arrival, Chuan was both surprised and not surprised. Of course, it was better that he showed up. Perhaps he could coax him into participating in the tournament of power. In contrast, the crowd was stunned. When they heard Frisia's greeting and saw Chuan's indifferent response, their shock turned to outright fear. Was this guy not afraid of dying? He actually dared to treat the Emperor of the Universe so casually. If Frisia got angry, Chuan would surely be done for. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Frisia showed no strong reaction. He didn't even seem to take offense at Chuan's cold response. Instead, Frisia turned his gaze toward Beerus and greeted him softly. Chapter 233. Frisia's sudden arrival instantly cooled what had been an incredibly lively scene. Everyone fell silent, some even trying their best to minimize their presence. Setting aside the fact that Frisia was the Emperor of the Universe, his sheer strength was terrifying enough, not to mention the formidable reputation of the Frisia force. Every member of his army was absurdly powerful. To make matters worse, standing alongside Frisia were Cooler and Bojack, both renowned and exceptionally powerful figures. Unlike Chuan and the others, these individuals had no intention of concealing their energy. They openly and brazenly released their immense power, leaving the entire crowd feeling an oppressive weight. No one dared to act recklessly. Lord Beerus, I wonder if we could join this event as well. Beerus glanced at Frisia nonchalantly. Fine. I still need more participants. But if you don't give it your all or gain a slot only to drop out, I will definitely destroy you. Beerus's cold words caused Frisia and his companions' expressions to stiffen immediately. After all, they had only come here to show off and intimidate others a little. They never intended to participate. What's more, they were now being threatened. Of course, even with their audacity, none of them dared to defy Beerus. This situation left them feeling as though they'd shot themselves in the foot. Seeing Frisia and his group momentarily silenced, Greta could hardly contain his laughter. Being natural enemies, seeing his adversaries suffer felt incredibly satisfying. These guys are so pitiful. Did they really think it was that easy to crash the party? Now Lord Beerus is already angry. If they dare disobey, there's going to be quite a show. The other Saiyans nodded in agreement. While they found Beerus relatively approachable, there was no denying that his temperament was unpredictable. Sometimes, he'd destroy a planet on a whim. If anything upset him, annihilation could occur right there on the spot. The only reason his volatile tendencies were slightly tempered was because of Whis' occasional intervention and Mu Chuan's presence. But that consideration extended only to those two individuals. Everyone else had always been extremely cautious, terrified of angering Beerus. After all, no matter how good their relationship with Beerus seemed, he was still the god of destruction, and that title was not to be challenged. Under Beerus's piercing gaze, Frisia and his group reluctantly agreed to participate in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, though their unwillingness was obvious. With Frisia's participation confirmed, many others quietly withdrew. They already lacked significant confidence in their abilities, but with so many powerful individuals joining, their hopes were further crushed. Some had initially been there just to participate, but now, with the Frisia force in play, they gave up entirely. After all, Frisia's army was infamous, and their strikes were notoriously heavy. With Frisia participating, this tournament is bound to be intense. Who could possibly compete with him? There's no need to hold the tournament anymore. Just announce him as the champion already. Sigh. As people discussed the situation, many began to enter the audience stands. Meanwhile, Whis started explaining the tournament rules. Just like the Tournament of Power organized by Zeno, each match would last 45 minutes, with a total of 80 participants. At the end of each match, those remaining in the ring would advance to the next stage. This process would repeat until no more new participants remained. The advancing fighters would then undergo an additional elimination round. It was a brutal system, and upon hearing the rules, many participants were already reconsidering their involvement. If not for the no-death condition, a majority would have dropped out on the spot. That was the only slightly reassuring aspect of the event. Even so, the elimination stage sounded utterly ruthless to everyone. While Whis explained the rules, Mu Chuan and the others began discussing their participation strategies. Are you sure everyone wants to take part? That's right. Even if we can't stand out, it's about the experience. Competing with so many strong opponents will help us improve. We can't always rely on you to fight at the front while we stand back and watch. We don't feel comfortable with that. One of the Saiyans spoke up passionately. At this point, among all the Saiyans, Axiana had already begun catching up to the top fighters, becoming the first female Saiyan to stand out. What about the others? They still felt like dead weight. They couldn't even contribute against Frisia's forces, which left them feeling useless and guilty. They couldn't participate in the Tournament of Power, but they could join the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. As a warrior race, Saiyans could always grow stronger through battle. Missing out on such a chance would dishonor their pride and bloodline. Seeing the determination in everyone's eyes, Mu Chuan agreed to their request. In his view, it was harmless. They could all improve their strength through battle anyway. Moreover, the tournament had no death rule. All injuries would only accelerate Saiyan growth. What was the harm in that? After discussing with the Saiyans, Mu Chuan turned his attention to the Earth Warriors. They hadn't had much time to grow, so their current strength wasn't particularly impressive. Among them, the strongest was still Son Goku. He did possess Saiyan blood, after all. Under early training, his combat power had already reached 1 million. For an Earthling, this was an unimaginable feat. However, among a group of Saiyans, his strength was still the weakest. That said, his potential for growth was extraordinary. If he managed to perform well in the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, his improvement would be substantial. Thus, all the Earth Warriors decided to participate as well. Even if they got eliminated, the opportunity itself was rare and valuable. Hearing their answers, Mu Chuan wasn't surprised. Anyone seeking improvement wouldn't want to miss such an event. It was also a great opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. Of course, participation was one thing, but Mu Chuan still had to set a few ground rules. With so many people competing, we need to plan carefully, especially to avoid fighting among ourselves. Even if we end up facing each other during the elimination rounds, we must avoid internal conflict during the qualification stage. Each person will participate in only one match. Regardless of the outcome, this will prevent us from clashing in the elimination phase. Mu Chuan's suggestion was unanimously accepted. Even if they had to face the Frisia force during the elimination rounds, that was still preferable to infighting. Whether they could stand out or not depended entirely on their strength, no one else could be blamed.